Warning. Adult and violent content. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Goblin Kingdom. Authors, Haruno Inja. /Volume 1/1/. Volume 1, Chapter 1, Parturition Where? When I opened my eyes it was darkness that greeted me first, followed by a stabbing pain in my gut. It was hunger, I realized. A hunger so great its pull was like that of lust. Gigi. I'm hungry, I tried to say. But what came out instead was a cramped, blurred shriek. Freebnol.cm. I closed my eyes to run from that hunger, but it wouldn't leave. I kept my eyes closed. I didn't want to open my eyes. It was too much effort. Gangaroo. But then I heard something. Some kind of noise. From somewhere nearby. Gi? That noise gradually drew nearer until it stopped before me. Then I felt something hit me. Something soft and tender with a disgusting smell. Meat. It was meat. Delirious from the hunger, I didn't ask what kind of meat it was. Greedily, I put the meat into my mouth and sunk my teeth into it. Delicious. Ha 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 ha. It's delicious. I don't know what kind of meat this is, but it's delicious. More than anything I've ever tasted. Gigi. Before I knew it, I'd eaten everything. More. I want more. It's not enough. I want more. More. The craving within me, unsatisfied, grew fiercer within as it lusted for more. Then all of a sudden, something grabbed at me. It took me from the back of my neck, and lifted me up. Gi? If I could look up now, then I would know that it was some creature's giant hand holding me up. Not long after, I felt the wind caress me, and light filled my side like fire, scorching my eyes in its brightness. I had to close my eyes, it was simply too bright. If I let them get used to it first, I should be able to open them though. And then, Gigi? When I could finally open my eyes, what greeted me was a great, thick forest, followed by the realization that my field of vision was shaking. I wonder how long it's been since I last carried something like this. 20 years? No, even as a baby, I would have carried things in a more normal way. I mean, humans from the start are. As I wondered who it was that was treating me so roughly, I turned my head. But what I saw shook me to the core. What had been dangling me around like a club was something that I could not have thought to be anything but a joke. A creature with a wide, green frame. Gi? No. No matter how you look at this. This isn't human. In other words, it's that. Maybe it's because of my lack of vocabulary, but I can't think of a word more fitting than goblin. Yes, a goblin. That hideous face. That bulky, wide frame with green skin. Yes. A goblin. It must be a goblin. As I was muttering that to myself, that goblin turned and looked at me with a face I could only describe as repugnant. I'm going to die, I thought with a gulp. That green, bulky monster was so horrifying, its gaze, alone, could make mob race for death. However, to my relief, it only glanced at me, before walking again. It continued to walk until eventually, we left the thick forest. After which, it threw me to the shore of a beautiful lake, a rare sight nowadays. Food. Catch. No good, then die. After the goblin told me that, it turned its back on me and walked away. Seeing that green monster turn, I noticed that it had a lethal weapon that looked somewhat like a one-handed club on its back. Food? Is it talking about the meat from a while ago? But exactly what kind of meat was that? In any case, I'm not in any mood to go against a monster. So for the meantime, I better refresh myself with some water from the lake. By the way, this is safe to drink. Right? As I quenched my thirst, I noticed that I was able to distract myself from the hunger. Now, what should I do? Should I try to run? But my biggest problem is that I have no idea what's going on. As I was thinking that, I calmly glanced at the surface of the water. Then I saw it. Gi? Why is it here? That hideous, green monster was reflected on the surface of the water. Gigi? Ah? I can see it. That same, ugly, green skin. Gigi? Ah? Staring at the reflection, I turned my hand. Like a mirror, the reflected image imitated me, and it cheekily turned its hand. Impossible, I thought. Unwilling to accept, I touched my face several times. In response, the reflection on the water moved exactly the same. I struck my hand into the water, shook it several times, causing ripples to crash into the reflection, finally dissipating it. Gigi? Who? Me? A monster? Still refusing to believe, I looked down on my hand. That same, hideous, green color. Could anyone truly call this human? If so, then a dog's or a pig's hand should also be considered human. I touched my face with that hand, and looked at my reflection on the water. Gigi. Monster. No, I pinched my face. I tugged on it, twisted it, contorted it, anything. Just to prove that that monster was not me. But alas, nothing could. Goo-goo-goo. Goo-goo-goo. Jai-aga-ga-goo. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. I could only laugh. What kind of joke is this? Is there anyone who can explain? Why? I should have gone through life without any problems. I should even be getting a job soon. Yet. Why? A monster? How? Is this a dream? As I continued to laugh that parched laugh, what erupted next within me was anger. Why? An anger that no one should have to answer to. I turned my eyes away from the surface of the water and I struck at the ground. The feeling of the earth. The sensation of the grass. And even the juice of that biting louse I'd just crushed. All of them were telling me, screaming at me, the truth of this SHD reality. Gaigaru. I wanted to scream. But what came out of my throat was nothing but a bitter sound that could not even be called a word. Something like this could only be called the cry of a beast, or perhaps, the wails of a newborn. But as reason screamed, so did instinct. I'm hungry. Why? I just ate, didn't I? Yet what is this? Craving? I submerged my face in the water, vigorously gulping as much of it as I could. My throat beat as I drank until my belly was full. Then I separated myself from the lake, and laid on the ground. The bright light of the sun is irritating. Fuck. I feel like idiot. I am going to sleep. I took cover beneath the tree's shade. It wasn't much, but it was at least able to lessen that vexing sunlight. There, I closed my eyes. And with the hunger quelled by the water, I gradually fell asleep. It was already dark when I opened my eyes. G-I-S-H-T. I cursed when I opened my eyes. Of course, the voice that came out was more than an incomprehensible groan. I tried raising my hand. Of course, it was that ugly green hand. I'm sure no one would call it pretty with all those bumps on it. G-I-dash? Hey? Leaving the shade of the tree, I looked up the night sky, and it was as if lightning had struck me. Up in the sky was the bright full moon. Yet it hung there brighter and bigger than I last remember, and with another one just like it beside. I've read about this once, from a light novel I once had. A Different World. In that story, people were transported from their world to another world, where they were granted special powers. Those people became heroes and they subjugated the Demon King. Yes, it was one of those cliché happy endings. I don't remember the story much, but could it be? But even so, why would you take my humanity away? Is this one of God's pranks? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It doesn't matter. None of it does. In the end, I'm still just an ugly monster. I'm hungry. In my pondering, a cry of instinct echoed, and that insatiable hunger once again lashed out from within. Unconsciously, that hunger numbed my mind. So much so, that my eyes began to swim around as they looked for food. I should drink some water first. After I drank my fill, I stood up. This should be enough for now. I don't know what's going on or whether I can go back or not, but I'll think about that later. What matters now is meat. I need meat. I want to eat. 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 Now that I think about it, I can see pretty well in the dark. I guess this is one of the advantages of being a monster. My eyes begin to swim around, searching for a prey. The instant a moving shadow entered my field of vision, I sprinted for it. Gurawa. Moving in the bushes, it was a rabbit. It tried to run away as soon as it noticed me. But, surprisingly, I was able to leap with great strength, allowing me to drive the rabbit into a corner. Then, without the slightest semblance of hesitation, I strangled it to death. Opening my mouth wide, I brought that lifeless corpse's head into my jaw, and I sunk my fangs into its neck. As the blood dripped down its fur from where I'd sunk my fangs, I licked that line of blood lustfully and savored every part of the beast. Ah, delicious! I crunched the cranium. The spinal fluids burst forth. And delightfully, I slurped it, sending gushes of pleasure surging throughout my body. Like that I stave off my hunger. Then I remembered something. Wasn't there a story about a man who became a tiger? /2 Volume 1, Chapter 2, Jikakaju. I quenched my hunger by going after the small preys. It was through this that I was able to pass the night. The number of prey I had devoured totaled to 4. 2 of which were rabbits, 1 was a frog, and another was a lizard. If I were still human, I would have surely already thrown up with such a meal. There's no more questioning it with this meal and last night's rest, there's no doubt left within me. Monster. Yes, I am a monster. Seeing this hideous form of mine has already become somewhat normal. At the very least, I no longer quiver when I see myself. Besides, it's not all that bad. I noticed it when I had first hunted. This body is considerably more formidable than that of humans. Eyes that see in the dark, nails that can tear apart its prey, and fangs strong enough to crunch with. Such power could not even be compared to a human's puny strength. Furthermore, there is no longer anything to fear when it comes to unclean water. This body's resistance is exceptional, unclean water won't graze it. Humanity had shed many things through the course of evolution. And those things that humanity has lost, this body still possesses. If I so desired, I could live the rest of my days like this, and I wouldn't have the slightest bit of trouble. Because this body is actually more convenient than my human body. Of course, I'd like to be excused from having to be reduced to living here as a monster. Slumping down beneath the shade of a tree, I began to think. Now, what should I do? I definitely don't want to become a monster. I had once read something about a situation like this before. It was a story about a man who became a tiger. In that story, the man grew insane, and he became not only a tiger in body, but also in mind. I don't wish to end up like that. Chances are, I am in a different world. And most likely, I am no longer human. Then in that case, I must find a way to go back. Now, what should I do? I pondered my course of action to myself as I toyed with the rabbit I'd caught just before daybreak. Thinking back on it, didn't that goblin talk? Get feeds, he said. He certainly did. If so, then he is capable of speech. Since mutual understanding is possible, then wouldn't that imply that there are other goblins as well? I may not know how to return, but if there's a community, then there should be a way for me to get information. With that, I set my mind. I take the rabbit and begin to walk towards that den. But as soon as I did, I felt a chill run up my spine, causing me to stop in my tracks. As I felt that sensation run up me, I immediately jumped into a bush. The fear circulated throughout my whole body, causing my feet to quiver uncontrollably. Curious and alert, I strained my ears. There, a painful whizzing sound entered my ears. At the same time, I spotted a giant spider around the size of 2 grown men, walking like a king. My heart was calm like ice, but my limbs quivered with no signs of stopping. Logic questioned the monster's identity, but my instinct roused some sort of primordial fear towards the beast. My body couldn't help but shake to the power balance between the predator and the prey. The one eating and the one being eaten. 6 completely red, inhuman eyes, swam around as it looked for its prey. while 6 limbs, each comparable to a human's height, carried it. Gisha. The moment I thought that it had suddenly stopped moving, that monster spider abruptly jumped into a bush opposite the bush I was hiding in. Gawoo! The creature hiding within the opposite bush was startled, and panic-stricken. That creature had the hideous head of a pig, and at the same time, it had 2 legs to walk on. In other words, an orc. Panicked, the orc tried to run away, but the monster spider chased after it. The orc tried to jump out of the bushes, but the monster spider skillfully moved its long limbs with a speed far too fast for the eyes to see, driving it into a corner. Driven into a corner, the orc was pushed down from behind with 2 of the spider's legs. Then, the monster spider brought its chilling jaws towards the orc's head. With a chomp, it bit into the head of the orc, crushing its cranium and releasing a plethora of spinal fluid, brain matter, and blood, into its mouth. As the pieces of that hideous pig head swam within that carnivorous aperture, the monster spider voraciously devoured every single bit of it as it took its time, enjoying mealtime. Seeing the battle of the 2 monsters at the top of the food chain unfold right before my eyes, this monstrous body of mine could not help but shake. Freebnov.com, however, I gathered every sense of reason I had within my body, mustering whatever courage I could to leave without a sound. After I'd taken some distance, I immediately sprinted as fast as I could and I headed towards the den. I, who have and should have lived amongst humans all my life, had just been awoken to the absurdity of nature, the law of the jungle. Gee. Incomprehensible sounds escaped my mouth, as I screamed while I ran. But upon reaching the den, I could not help but feel hesitant to enter that dark and narrow hole. However, I could spare no time dallying, for that giant spider may come at any moment. Having no time left, I raised my voice, and called out towards the den. A short while passed, and the goblin from before came out. Feed. The same, hideous face, accompanied by a gaze that couldn't be described as anything else but hate. However, there was one thing that startled me, the difference in our heights. Though I had only passed a night outside, it would appear that I had already sprouted a fair bit. I handed the rabbit to the goblin, and it glanced at it, without saying a word. Then it disappeared into the den. I didn't know whether I should chase after it or not, but after a while, it came back out. With a stern look, it roared at me. Come. Enemy, coming. The goblin strongly pulled on my arm, and brought me into the den. I leaked a cry to that overbearing strength. Apparently, it never had any intentions of holding back in the first place. The goblin then threw me into a room, and it quickly went over to pick up a club. Get. As I looked around me, I noticed something. The room may appear to be a little shoddy, but it is actually an armory. In any case, it wants me to pick one, right? As I felt fear towards the goblin, I searched the armory for a weapon. Unfortunately, they were all of poor quality. It's not like I was expecting these monsters to have a Japanese katana or a spear, but even then, I was hoping for something that at least resembled a weapon. With that in mind, I labored to find something more fitting of fantasy, like something that resembled a long sword. Unfortunately, all I could find was a reasonably long club, a pointed picket, and a fork that was used for farming. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. I convinced myself as such and took the club. Come, said the goblin as we quickly left the room. While I was half in thought, I followed after it. Hurry. The guy urged me to go faster, while I had to go reduce its unrestrained club. I had thought that it only wanted me to pick a weapon, but then it drove me to the surface, and then it even made me run. Finally, after being thoughtlessly hurried, we arrived at our supposed destination, a village that looks to be abandoned. I couldn't really tell though, as to whether it was really an abandoned village or not, as I could spot some squirming shadows. What are those? It turns out that what had gathered there, was a large number of green goblins. And at the center of that was a boss-like existence that had red skin. Come. The goblin that came with me, took my arm by the hand, and brought me over to where that red boss was. As the goblin brought me, I couldn't help but open my eyes wide at that thing that couldn't be thought to have any trace of majesty. The red goblin was of respectable stature, it big arms, a sharp glint in the eye, and more than anything, a hideous countenance. It was outfitted with a rusted armor, and a sword with a chip in the blade. Looking at it, I couldn't help but want to doubt that we were of the same race. "King, come." "This, Pipsqueak." Hearing those fragmented words, I had a fairly good guess at what these two's relationship was. The red one is their king, and these goblins are his servants. And so, this guy is making me have an audience with the king as someone who is even lower than him. Then abruptly, the king looked at me. "You, last. Slow one, give punishment." In other words, he wishes to punish me because I'm last? Don't screw with me. Who do you think you are? As I thought that, the goblin beside the irritating red goblin already had me pinned down. "Me, gentle. Will not kill you." Looking up, my eyes intersected with the red goblin's eyes. When I saw that monster's eyes, I thought to myself that I would never forget that sight. Those eyes were muddied with a sense of superiority and contempt. The kind of condescending look that a parent, a teacher, or a shitty sibling would give you. Then I felt my back get hit. Giggy. Feeling that pain, I couldn't help but let out a cry. That red goblin was hitting me with a club, while showing signs of pleasure. It felt like it enjoyed it, persecuting me, and hitting me several times. After a moment, it stopped, and then it stepped on my head and said this. "Me, king. Do not disobey. I'll kill you. I don't know where this is, but I'll definitely kill you." In this nightmarish world, for the first time, I was able to take back a nostalgic emotion. It was a world of difference from that desire to eat, that was leading me just a while ago. I don't mind even if you say it's human. Perhaps you could say that such an emotion shouldn't have been born in a world like this that is upheld by the law of the jungle. In such a world where the strong is always strong, and the weak is always weak. Reply. As hate filled me, enough to the point where it could trickle, I replied. "Gay, I won't defy." As blue blood bled from my body, I swore, "I'm going to kill this goblin." As I swore a curse while the goblin boss was stepping over me, I heard a voice that was close to a scream from somewhere distant. Me. All of a sudden, I was kicked aside, and the red boss raised its voice. While I was thrown away to the ground like trash, I absent-mindedly stared at that scene. Beside the red goblin were many goblins, and at the end of its sight were 3 orcs. Those orcs mowed down several dozens of goblins as it drew near the red goblin. But despite the overwhelming number of the goblins, the orcs that were 2 times their size, easily swept them with its club. They aren't a match. That was my honest impression. With that big of a difference in body, there's no way they could win an upfront fight. With a swing, their heads were crushed, and their spinal fluids burst. The goblins attacked the orc one after another. But their bulky blades were stopped by the orc's fat, and were unable to deliver a fatal wound. During all of this, the red goblin only stared at the goblins without going out to help. That red boss only looked on at those orcs as they were surrounded by a wall of green goblins. As it looked on, it even made the goblins beside it join the fight. But such a thing was meaningless. Something like that could not possibly hope to stop the ever-pushing orcs. And using their bodies, the orcs were able to break through the wall of goblins. One goblin falling was all that was needed. As long as one fell, the wall, too, would follow. But it's not like the orcs were without wounds. In fact, the orcs had wounds all over their body, so much so, that they were angered. You could see their eyes flicker with anger, with no trace of any reason left. They must have been desperate to get out of that encirclement. And then one of those orcs drew towards the red goblin, and it crashed with it. Guru. Guga. Although it was the clashing of 2 monsters, it ended quickly. All that was left was the expected result. That orc ignored the deep cut from its shoulder, sent the red goblin flying, and they disappeared into the forest. As for the red goblin, I think it's lost its consciousness. It's not even twitching. As I thought that, I noticed a sword from the edge of my eyes. The sword that was dropped, the sword with a chipped blade. To Tump. In that instant, I heard my heart's beat as it began to race. I mustered whatever strength I could, ignoring the grumbling of the monster as I sit up. Gigi, well. This is quite the fortuitous turn of events, isn't it? Right? Despite being lightheaded, I grabbed that thing that caught my attention. The long sword with a chipped blade. Then I drew near that motionless red goblin. It shouldn't have died after just that. Gigi. Die, scum. I thrust the long sword into the red goblin's neck with all of my strength. When the sword's tip had deeply pierced its throat, I swung the sword horizontally. Gigagigigwa. Jai, and as the red goblin's death throw echoed, it breathed its last, and then it ceased. Goo, bababa. I killed it. Gigigigugagoo, what is this? I'm actually a lot more rattled than I'd expected. Freebnoel.com, Gigu? As I thought that, I felt something burst from inside me, causing me to fall to my knees. Gigi, gaha? As I felt something strange from within me, I couldn't help but hold my head. Something was happening. Something inexplicable, a horrifying sensation of some sort, eating me from inside. There, I heard a sword fall with a thud from a distance. Ah! Only a second had passed, yet it felt like an hour of pain. As that pain receded, I looked around. Too quiet. Looking around, I found to my surprise that the goblins were all looking at me. Am I in trouble? Unfortunately though, I cannot muster even the slightest strength. Not even the strength to run away. As I feared for the worst, a goblin stepped forward. King. What? What did this goblin say just now? King? Your orders. Doubtingly, I stared back at those clumsy words, then I looked at my arms. Red, hideous, and hard like steel. How should I describe the emotions I felt at this time? It wasn't the simple happiness of becoming strong. Nor was it repugnance from being tainted with ugliness. Rather, I was intoxicated. To what I wonder. But regardless, I am definitely intoxicated. /3 Volume 1, Chapter 3, or cunt I 10 mornings and 10 evenings had passed since the day they called me king. I left most of the hunting to my underlings while I pondered to myself what I'd just experienced. What I'd experienced was something impossible. Something that could only be seen in a game. If I had to put it into words, then what I'd experienced was a level up, or in other terms, an evolution. What should I think of this hypothesis? It's not as if I don't feel sad to have such childish thoughts. However, I can find no other way to express it. This is a fantasy. What is? Lost in my thoughts, I let out my voice. When my adjutant heard that, he couldn't help but inquire. It's nothing. Speaking of convenience, I've become somewhat capable of speech. And ever since the day I became a red goblin, or for convenience's sake a goblin rare, the difference in the treatment the goblins had toward me, compared to before, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Why did their behavior change? To put it earnestly, it's because of the power I now have. The law of the jungle. That is the irrationality of this world, the absurdity, the rule that was driven into me. Right now, I may not be able to call my life comfortable, but at the very least, I am able to live unrestrained. Honestly speaking, being called a king despite only having 20 creatures under me feels like a diminution of the term king. This is a position that I received upon becoming a goblin rare, however. The surging thoughts within my head piled up even further. Regarding that level up, I wonder. Did I turn into this because I killed that goblin rare? Or was I perhaps already in the process of evolving, and it only so happens that I evolved the moment I killed it? As layers of hypotheses began to overlap, I thought to myself, if it's that, then as long as I wasn't killed, I would eventually become like this. However, if it's the other, then if I kill something else I can gain an even greater power. In other words, if I were to kill an orc, I would become an orc. If I killed that giant spider, then. No, I supplant my hypothesis. If it's really an evolution, Then is it even possible for a creature to turn into something completely different? But then again, this is fantasy. Nothing should be impossible. By what logic, by what reason was it that my body was changed so much in a short period of time? I don't know. The only thing I'm certain of is that this isn't a miracle. I need more samples. Right. You. Yes? Are there other kings like me? The adjutant-like goblin looked around restlessly, then it brought its ugly face close to me, and then said this. One there. Another over there. Two in that direction. Hey, aren't there quite a bit? But this should mean that there's an existence that holds power even greater than mine. At the very least, there should be quite a few of them amongst the goblins. Is there someone above the kings? Oh, this is a pretty good question. I might actually get something good out of this. A great king, muttered the goblin as it shook its head. Seeing it shake its head like this, it's actually quite amiable. But a great king, huh? If it says that there's no such thing, then at the very least, there shouldn't be one to the extent of this adjutant's knowledge. I began to ponder again. A great king, huh? I came to understand this the moment I became a goblin rare, but apparently, these creatures called goblin are at the bottom of this forest's so-called hierarchy. The small animals aside, the only ones beneath the goblins are those on the level of the kobolds and the slimes. The goblins are a far cry from the orcs. And as for those on the level of the giant spider, we're not even in the same league. Because of that, we risk our lives when we go out to hunt for food. The orcs who steal our spoils, and the giant spider who eats goblins. We struggle through many things, but no matter what, a relapse of that intense hunger I felt before cannot be permitted. King. Feed. Here. With the arrival of the hunting squad, I remembered my hunger, and I began to stroke my belly. However, as I began to rub my belly, I grabbed my stomach that seemed like it was about to cry, and I furrowed my brows deeply. King. The feed. The goblins respectfully offered to me a small animal. Then it came to my attention that they were all half dead. Some have lost an arm, others have had their ears bitten. And then, there are even those who are bleeding blue blood. What happened? At my inquiry, the goblins of the hunting squad looked at each other. Orc. They whispered, as they all lowered their heads and sunk their shoulders. Do they think I'm going to rebuke them for this? That aside, it would appear that they were robbed. Got it. I casually snatched their offering and put it in my stomach. Orc bastards. Why? Why is it that I, who feels no sense of goodwill, and in fact even feel hate and repugnance toward these goblins, can feel a mysterious anger budding within me? I've decided. I'm hunting the orcs. As those thoughts surfaced, a desire to fight simmered from inside me. Is it because of the changes in my body? I don't recall ever being a war freak. To think that I could actually be roused this easily, I almost don't want to believe it. Putting those thoughts aside, I began to think of a way to hunt the orcs. Sun Tzu once said, "Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will not need to fear the result of 100 battles." Actually, I don't really need to borrow the words of such a great person. What I have to do has already been decided. Thanks to the previous case, I already know all too well just how much stronger the orcs are compared to the goblins. Freednovel.com. However, I must kill them. Then in that case, what should be done? The idea of the previous goblin rare to defeat the orcs with number wasn't wrong. If there is an opponent that you need to defeat, and that foe happens to be stronger than you by itself, then what should one do? The answer: numbers. This is a strategy that humans have applied since time immemorial. The humans work together and formed groups. Then in order to sharpen their killing efficiency, they made use of weapons. And in order to bring out the most out of their numbers, they came up with strategies and tactics. However, our enemy this time isn't a human. It's an orc. There's no need to go that far for something like that. To put it briefly, what I'm going to use this time is a kind of weapon. Only, the goblins who are powerless are unable to cut through the fat of the orcs with normal weapons. Go after the orcs. Information about them is necessary. If they notice you, run. I need to be strict with this command. In order to win, the power in numbers is a must. For orcs, and even for those beyond them. All the way until the top of this forest's hierarchy. I pass the orders to my goblin underlings. Search for the orcs, and come back alive. I don't know how much they can abide by these 2 orders, but it's imperative if we are to kill the orcs. The goblins dispersed, and then I went into the forest to stock up on weapons. 3 days has passed since I sent the goblins into the forest to find the orcs. During that time, I stocked up on the necessary weapons in the forest. From the information the goblins had gathered, just yesterday they were able to find an orc that moved alone. At that, I gave the goblins orders to observe that orc to confirm that it traveled the same road every day, and then to quickly get some food before going back. This is war. A war between an orc and 21 goblins. One can't fight on an empty stomach. This is a truth that has even surpassed the barriers of race, and is shared by all. As I recalled that, I ordered the hunting squad to find feeds, while I set the weapons at the site the orc will pass. There. At my orders, the goblins began to dig a hole with undivided attention. A hole only big enough to allow a single orc to fall completely, and deep enough so that it can never climb back up. This is the one advantage that goblins have over orcs. Goblins are horrible at fighting, but when it comes to digging, their speed is in a different league. Now that I think about it, even the dark den I was born in could only be entered through a tunnel big enough for a single goblin. Find the orcs, and come back alive. That was the order I gave to the goblins. And with their actions they showed me their loyalty. Then in that case, I should respond accordingly to that loyalty. To slay the enemy, that is the duty of I, who has 20 goblins under his command. Right? The goblins kept digging the hole till nighttime. When they finished, we filled and disguised it, then we went back to our den. /4/ Volume 1, Chapter 4, Orc Hunt 2. The orc walked through the open road with complete confidence. It lorded over its surroundings while it wielded a boorish club. It had great confidence as it knew that it was a predator. But alas, who could blame it? Confidence breeds personality. And that also allows it to avoid unwanted trouble. However, today, that isn't the case. Because that orc is headed towards the trap that we prepared last night. Freebnovel.com, lying hidden amongst the thicket, I eagerly awaited its demise. Goo. But just right before it stepped over the trap, that orc that looked like it didn't have the slightest bit of brain in it, suddenly stopped. Its nose twitching, the orc was wary of its surroundings as cold sweat permeated the orc. At the back of my head, I couldn't help but hope that the orc would quickly move. Ga-uru-oo. The orc roared. Just when I thought we may have been discovered, I heard a scream bellow next to me. Ga, ga, yay. One of the goblins beside me was panicked after hearing the orc's cry. In its panic, it exited the thickets. Immediately, without even having the time to worry, the orc's sight moved towards the panicked goblin. Guga. Seeing that, I clicked my tongue as I jumped out. Stay there. I ordered my other subordinates that, as I swung the chipped blade of my long sword against the orc. Its skin was so frighteningly tough, that as soon as my sword came into contact with it, my fingers became numb. It was as if I had just swung against a giant tree. And just as I had expected, the orc wasn't the slightest bit hurt from my attack. Irritated, the orc roared in anger as it turned its eyes towards me. At the same moment, I felt my guts begin to quiver. And as if my body was greatly burdened, my arms and my legs became heavy. The stare of that orc was such that it felt like I was underwater. I wasn't even able to breathe. What is this? Slowly, it brandished its club. In response to that, my body couldn't help but move slowly. I'm going to die, that feeling made itself visible through my skin. Barely able to jump in time, a ferocious wind blew along with that club as it swung past my eyes. New, AAA. To that, I let out a cry from the pits of my stomach that sounded like a desperate attempt to rid myself of fear. I confirmed my grip. I sharpened my eyes, and I clenched my teeth. As the sweeping club came at me, I jumped back and I dodged it. Then confirming the trap's position, I moved towards it. As I dragged my heavy body towards it, I dodged the orc's fiendish club at me countless times. Just one hit, and even my brain would be crushed, but gradually, I managed to close in on the trap's position. Only 3 more steps left. But at that moment, as I tried to step back, I tripped over a stone. That pain made me let out a cry. Goo, as my posture broke, I momentarily lost my focus on that orc. Not good. I looked at the orc at the same time I tried to fix my posture. But it was already too late. Freebnol.com, the orc's club was already right before my eyes. With nothing left to lose, I jumped behind. I should have raised my sword to receive the blow, but I was already within the orc's range. As a sharp blow hit me, my left shoulder was crippled. Guryu, the gap between species is truly big. Guryu. The orc let out a piercing howl as it raised its club once more. Unable to move my legs, all I could do was to stare at that club. Am I going to be killed by that? By something like that? No, absolutely not. Goo. Rah. As the club tried to claim my life, a howl erupted from within me, denying its claim. Goo. Then it stopped. That club that should have taken my life stopped right before my eyes. And the orc let out a surprised voice. As the fear of that club's overwhelming pressure caused me to permeate with cold sweat, I looked at the corner of my eyes. Then my eyes opened wide. At the same time, the orc turned its head to look behind it. Googigi. What stood there was a goblin stabbing the orc with a spear made out of cut bamboo. It was the panicked one from before. Wah. The enraged howl of the orc echoed. The orc turned to face my subordinate, seemingly having already considered me, who had already fallen to my knees, powerless. Yet though they were only facing each other, the goblin was already shaking. Stand, damn it. Goo. The moment the orc swung its club against my subordinate. Goo-ah. My attack aimed at its shoulder managed to make it in time. As I felt its skin's toughness, dark red blood sprayed out. The arm that was hit flew into the air, and it fell into the ground. Then the orc moved its gaze towards me. Shrieking in anger, it rushed towards me. Maddened by rage, bloodlust gushed forth, and drool was scattered all over. That appearance made the orc look like a true crazed demon. As the orc rushed towards me with a scream that could no longer be put into words, I thought, good. Come here just like that. Then I jumped back 3 steps to dodge. As soon as that crazed orc stepped right in front of me, the ground collapsed. The ground collapsed because of the orc's weight, and it sunk deep into it, where countless spears and swords pierced through its legs and loins. Again, it let out a shriek. However, this time, it was out of agony. With only its upper body poking out of the collapsed hole, the orc sent me a killing glare. It was more enraged than it was in pain as its hands bore into the ground, trying to dig itself out. I win. I approached the orc, and with my sword, I hit its defenseless head. Dark red spinal fluid gushed forth, and the howl of victory bellowed. Guru-ah. I let out a cry as I waved my blood-stained sword. And once more, that sensation of being eaten from within attacked me, and dominated me. Enduring the urge to cry out, I pierced the sword into the ground and I braced myself. Ah! As that hoarse voice leaked out, I felt the sensation of evolution, level up, end. After it had completely left, I took a look at my arm. My hands that should have had 3 fingers, now number 4. And the thickness of my arms had also increased another size, coupled with an abnormal muscle mass. Moreover, the pain that should be there after having my shoulder crushed was missing. But amongst the changes of my body, the one that stood out the most was my skin's color. That previously red skin had completely changed to bluish black. Having confirmed my body's changes, I took a look around me. There I saw that the goblin from a while ago had also evolved, and was now a goblin rare, kneeling at my feet. My king! The goblins that were lying in wait in the thickets also rushed out and kneeled. King! As I looked over them without the slightest semblance of joy, the seeds of ambition began to sprout from within. /5 Volume 1, Chapter 5, The Sprouting Ambition, the Vast, Blue Sky. The lake dancing to the passing wind. And my reflection projected on this mirror-like lake. Sometimes this world is just so beautiful it leaves me speechless. However, in comparison to that breathtaking beauty, sharpened fangs, dazzling pupils like that of a beast, and a face, rather than ugly, be better described as ferocious, I couldn't help but think to myself, I've completely turned into a monster. My lips twisted at my self-loathing, and the reflected goblin smiled a dread-inducing smile. My king! We will arrive soon. The goblin that had just become a goblin rare called out to me. I took him with me, and we went back to the goblin settlement. It's been a few days since we killed the orc. In that time I got used to my body, and taught my goblin subordinates how to use traps, and even shows them how to put it into practice. I taught them how to make a hole, and kill the prey that has fallen into it with a spear. Even though it's such a simple trap, the amount of damage that we receive has been greatly reduced. My body has also become bigger by a size compared to the time when I was a goblin rare. When I tested just how different this goblin noble's body, I named it so by the way, compared to the goblin rares, I found out that there was a large difference in hearing, sight, and strength between the two. For example, I can now strangle the triple-horned boar, triple boar, to death. And I can now kill the ostrich with 2 necks, double head, with my chipped blade. In other words, I can now easily do the things that were impossible for my body before. I've also come to a conclusion regarding my evolutions. I can't evolve into anything else except a goblin. It doesn't matter how strong and estranged one becomes from a goblin. It's not possible to transcend the race. A goblin will remain a goblin. The fact that I turned into a goblin noble from a goblin rare, despite killing an orc, is proof of that. If this is the case, then all that's left is to try out the next evolution. Freebnoel.com. I personally killed the prey that was driven into a corner by my subordinate. Then I asked a subordinate about something that was bothering me. How do goblins increase their population? Recently, an ambition had begun to sprout inside me. An ambition build my own kingdom. In order to make that a reality, the thing I need the most is an army. I don't have any inconvenience with my pieces right now. But I have to increase not only the quality of my subordinates, but also myself. And while I put emphasis on quality, I know very well not to underestimate number. For example, if my subordinates were to group up against me, I would probably lose. Well, that's if it was just a question of strength, that is. But still, I know very well just how terrifying the dread of raw number is. After all, I was beaten up by that so-called number in my country in the past. I may have digressed a bit, but... Right. How can I increase the number of goblins? The one who answered that was a senior even amongst the goblins. That senior goblin talked about a village. And as I heard that explanation, I couldn't help but think. To begin with, these group are all goblins who have strayed from that village. And in that village are female goblins, and females of other species who were kidnapped and impregnated in order to increase the population. I suppose it's that fantasy stereotype then. The previous goblin rare who led these goblins forbade the lesser ranked goblins from copulating with the females, causing the younger goblins to be alienated. This is that group. Really, what a sloppy story. When I asked how far that village was, I found out that it was surprisingly close. That village had around 50 warriors. The old goblins, and the ones that were just born and can't fight, number around 30. By nature the race called goblins did not have male and female relationships, and just went out to hunt and get prey. But it would appear that the reason these goblins didn't have a female with them is because they left the village to find one for themselves. When I asked whether the females just fell from the sky over there, apparently, they purposely kidnapped them from other races. A rather novel practice if I say so myself. I led my 20 subordinates towards the goblin village. Our purpose was of course not peace. But before the thrashing comes a bit of scouting. After all, it's important to know whether there is someone stronger than me or not inside that village. I wonder if the leader of this group is properly leading its goblins. Then again, since there were goblins who left it, I suppose this group's unity isn't that good. Still, I better check how strong the top brass of this group is. As I calmed my ferocious thoughts, I led my subordinates to the village. The village looked to have previously belonged to humans, as I could see some old fences here and there. And the houses that the goblins were using looked to be quite big for them. I suppose they plundered the village from the humans or some other similar race who used to live here. There was also a north and south gate which allowed a great number of people to pass through at any given time. As I carefully walked around that village that was surrounded by a thick forest, it came to my attention that there were few adult goblins inside. In fact, I couldn't even find the goblin rare, and the number of adults all in all wouldn't even reach 10. As for the females, I wasn't able to find them at all. Then again, if the females are of a different species, then they're probably being confined inside a building. As for the adults missing, they're most likely out hunting. All of a sudden the village became noisy. Throwing my eyes towards the direction of the south gate, I saw the goblins return as they were led by an armored goblin rare that wielded a brand new long sword. Trailing behind the armored goblin rare were around 20 goblins. I could also see some animals that looked like wolves. Alright, with this I've seen everything I needed to see. There might be another platoon elsewhere, so I better secure this place before they arrive. I laughed with a broad grin, causing my fangs to show. Then I turned to my subordinates as I restrained myself, and I gave them an order. We're entering the village from the front. We stepped out of the forest, and we passed through the steep road towards the village gate. The moment I was seen, the goblins of the village made an uproar, but I looked on them condescendingly while I proceeded to walk with an air of composure. Or at the very least, I walked to give off that kind of atmosphere. Without either going too fast or too slow. I gave a glance with a glint of pressure on the goblins before me as I walked towards the goblin rare. Goo, grr. As the goblin rare let out shrieks of fear, I looked down on it, and laughed provokingly. Are you the king of this group? I asked in a low, and frightening voice. The goblin rare stepped back. Then I raised my voice at the goblin rare that didn't answer. So it's you? The atmosphere shook at my voice, causing even me to be surprised. But while I was a bit shocked, I took a quick glance around me, and I found out that there were even goblins who've become unable to stand because of fear. The goblin rare in front of me was of course not affected to that extent, but it was still clearly frightened. That's right. It avoided my gaze, and its armor began to rattle as it shook. Choose. Either you give me your group or you die. Which is it? During times like this I should put up a haughty front. The best way to make others acknowledge you in a world that practices the law of the jungle, and even more so in a estranged one like this, is to put up a front like what I'm doing. Being polite in a place like this will only spoil the other party. That's why it's imperative to properly teach the hierarchy to beasts like this. Guru, as it let out a groan, the goblin rare didn't appear to have any intentions of fighting. However, I put the long sword I had with me over my shoulder, making it look like I could crush the goblin rare in front of me at any time. I lorded over the leader of the group as I confirmed the success of the negotiation. The goblin, seemingly having been overcome by the atmosphere, threw its long sword to the ground. And then it prostrated itself before me. With its legs having been thrown down at the ground, and its head hanging, the goblin rare showed me that it had completely yielded to me. My king. I offer to you your desire. Then I'll accept. I looked over the entire settlement, and then I declared, from now on the king of this village is I. That day I took my first small step towards my ambition. /6 Volume 1, Chapter 6, Status Race, Goblin, Level, 14, Class, Noble, King of a Group, Possess Skills, Greater than Divine Protection, None. As I focused my consciousness inside my head, I could feel an existence similar to that of a status. When I first heard about this from the old goblin from the village, I was greatly bewildered. However, I quickly came to understand just how important this was when it came to understanding my own abilities. According to the old goblin, all one needed to do was for one to focus his or her own consciousness inside his mind, and something reminiscent of a status will come out. But to think that it would actually give such precise numbers. Moreover, these words. And on top of these, there are levels, skills, and even divine protection? This world is truly becoming more and more like a real fantasy, and I just can't help but smile wryly at that thought. Also, I found out that the so-called level up, evolution, that I felt before was actually me going up a class level. I can understand it just by looking at this status. The level shown is a level within that class. A level 14 of the class, Goblin Noble. So if I were a Goblin Rare, then it would be something like this: race, Goblin, class, Rare, King of a group. But what's more is that you can even see the effects of the acquired skills. Greater than the abilities of your subordinates will slightly increase. Greater than resistance to the pressure of higher races will slightly increase. Greater than creatures whose classes are lower than one's self will become slower. If the class is the same, then it will depend on the level. If used towards one's subordinates, it will allow one to force an order. Greater than compensates one's swordsmanship. Greater than increases the number one can lead. Normally, one would learn this skill right after being born, and then go out to hunt, but in my case, since I became affiliated with an estranged group, and since that group was estranged, it didn't have a person capable enough to draw it out, so until now I haven't been able to learn it. That estranged group is really too impulsive. According to the old goblin, skills are something that increase as one evolves, and when one clears some special conditions. Freebnoel.com. I'm extremely grateful to have skills like greater than and greater than, as these are things that are absolutely essential in order to make my ambition a reality. As for greater than, well, it's not like nothing comes to mind. I'm fairly sure this ability took effect while fighting the orc when I was able to move my body. Or alternatively, I may have learned this ability during that moment instead. Goblins do normally tend to freeze up with just a howl, so I guess they need more guts and fighting spirit. In fact, now that I think about it, I wonder if the previous leader of this group also had this skill. After all, even though it was like that, he still did have the guts to challenge the orcs. Then again, there's really no point in thinking about a dead guy. Now, as for swordsmanship, I probably got it from using the chipped longsword. As for the rank, see, I don't really know to what extent this is, but it's probably not too bad. Probably. Freebnoel.com, sooner or later it'll probably be a good idea to try out something else though. As for greater than, it seems to have quite a number of uses. In fact, I'm fairly certain I used this ability when I made the Goblin Rare yield to capture this settlement. After I finished analyzing my own abilities, and getting a good grasp of it. What's next is information. First of all, how is it that a group with supposedly 50 goblins have become this weak? It's true that because of that I was able to avoid needless conflict, but as I asked the old goblin about it, I once again failed to hold back a wry smile at the goblins' position in the hierarchy. Apparently, the goblins were oppressed when a group of orcs migrated nearby. And the Goblin Rare that yielded to me was actually not the leader back when that estranged group left. By the way, since this Goblin Rare didn't have a name, I decided to name him G.I. Goo for convenience's sake. They have changed leaders 3 times in total so far, so it's actually easy to tell just how oppressed they were. I might digress here a bit, but when I gave that Goblin Rare, G.I. Goo, a name, it seems to have been touched, and has now become emotionally attached to me. Apparently, naming is an act that greatly delights the goblins. Incidentally, the other Goblin Rare that had just recently evolved and came to like spears was named G.I. Georgia. I could have named him Matasa, but that was too cool for him, so I didn't. Oh? You want to know how I'm naming them? Well, what else is there to differentiate with aside from their cries? Afterwards, I made a rule to give a name to any goblin once they evolve into a Goblin Rare. Then I went to inspect our reserves and weapons. It was a small village, so finding things weren't difficult at all. But I was quite sad at how meager their equipment were. As for their reserves, well, even if I said it was 0, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. Apparently their spoils for that day was everything. And it seems that from time to time, when they get an excess of food, they'll have some leftovers for the next day. But aside from that there's usually none. As for their equipment, a damaged belt armor and a rusted iron spear caught my attention. Naturally, high-class stuff like shield and helms weren't around. There were also several axe-like things along with forks and small scythes used for farming that originally belonged to the village. But these alone are not enough, so they've literally been using only their bodies as their weapons. As a result, the number of injured amongst the goblins have been increasing, and they've been greatly disadvantaged in the struggle for survival in the forest. In order to mend this, I immediately told the spear wielder Giga to teach the other goblins how to use traps. At the same time I told the goblins that already knew how to gather some food. Then I ordered the former leader, Giga, to investigate the orcs' numbers and location. Just like before, the minimum conditions for success is to come back alive. After I ordered him to find out the area the orcs operated in and their numbers, they all left to do their jobs. Speaking of which, what's the village's non-fighting population? Half? Well, whatever the case is, the ones I can consider as warriors number around 20. While the elders, the larvae, and the rest all number 30. Those larvae need to grow up and become able to fight as soon as possible. After the goblins are done learning how to use traps, I should immediately start the education of these larvae. But the most important matter at hand is still how to increase the population of the goblins. Right now, there are around 10 females in this village. 3 of them are larvae, while the other 7 are able fighters. And then there are 3 more from a different species who were kidnapped, and are now being confined. Their species? Humans. Young female humans. And in fact, some of them were already pregnant. Surprisingly though, when I saw those girls, I, who has turned into a monster, felt irritation swell up deep inside my chest. Smiling wryly to myself, I quickly expelled those thoughts, and I pondered about their value. Right now everything is insufficient. But if I had these humans' help, wouldn't I be able to posture myself better? Looking down on them, I called, "Oi, woman!" But it was a meaningless endeavor. There was no longer anything inside their eyes. They were like empty holes where nothing neither glimmered nor reflected. And like an endless abyss, their eyes swayed as they muttered pitiful whispers that petitioned for death. Seeing that, I looked down as hatred took me. Empty dolls. Human dolls. Humans whose will have been flayed off, and are now living against their will with only one purpose, to give birth to goblins. Ah, I see. The moment it hit me that one of these may have given birth to me, I decided to execute them. So with my own hands, I offed their heads in a flash. In order not to give them any more pain. In order not to give them any more suffering, I ended the lives of these women, of which one may have been my mother, quickly and painlessly. Not a drop of tear was shed. The old goblin complained to me, but I silenced it with a glare full of killing intent. Then I walked around the shed, piling up dry woods one over another around it, and set it ablaze. As the red sky was dyed by that flame of requiem, the repose of souls, the shed was thoroughly burnt to cinders. Why? For what reason did I thought that to myself as I gripped my hand tightly and made a fist. When the flame died out, my subordinates returned. After I checked the food they brought back, I went to sleep. Possess skills, acquired more than, this is an unawakened skill. From now on it will change depending on your experience. Divine protection, you have been granted the divine protection of the goddess of the underworld, Inja. The attributes of death and darkness have been added to you. /7/ Volume 1, Chapter 7, Bloodbath Race, Goblin, Level 14, Class, Noble, King of a Group, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Inja, Attributes, Darkness, DeathFreeNovel.com. After the night had left, I noticed the changes in my status. The divine protection of the goddess of the underworld. Huh? My lips twisted. Don't fuck with me. What the hell do you think a person's heart is? But I'll leave it at that. thinking anything more than this is troublesome, so I went outside and asked the old goblin about it. Apparently the so-called divine protection is something that is generally decided by the gods, and is something that we mortals have no control over. Fuckers, that was my impression of the gods. But after a bit, I changed my mind. I ordered myself to calm down. If you're a cruel monster, then act like it. If something is useful, then make use of it. I suppressed that seething anger deep within me like lava. If I couldn't even do this, then what right do I have to call myself king? But then again, why? Why did I, to someone who might have been my mother, do such a thing? Regarding attributes, it is apparently possible to demonstrate specialized magic based on one's divine protection. Magic? I kind of expected this, but the fact that there really was something like this made me let out a strained laugh. Precisely, seriously replied the old goblin. According to the old goblin's explanation, a class known as Druid appears to be able to use it, but there aren't any in the village. Considering how little this village has, I'm not surprised. But there is something I'm concerned about regarding our war potential. Is there anyone who can control beasts? If wild dogs are fine, then apparently the beasts one can use depends on one's level. And right now, the most the goblins in this village can do is to raise 3 wild dogs. I suppose this can be considered not bad, all things considered. As long as their level is raised, then it should be possible to make use of even triple boars and double heads. But really, 3 wild dogs? What's the difference with just raising them up normally? I kept that suckle at the back of my head, and nodded. I suppose the war potential of the village is only this much. All that's left is the variation of the environment, but that's something that depends on the scouting of the former leader, Jiaigu. While that goblin is still out, the spear-wielding Jiaiga has already returned. His spoils for the day include a double head, a rabbit, a snake and some fruits. There's actually quite a lot. As expected, having a lot of people is really good. The biggest spoil for the day is the double head. Who would have thought they'd actually be able to kill this big of a beast? As a reward I should give him that rusted iron spear. Jiaiga was deeply touched at my action, so I had to deal with that, after which I then went to distribute the meal amongst the people in the village. It was evening by the time the reconnaissance team led by Jiaigu came back. I let them have their fill as I listened to their report. There are 5 orcs all in all, and they work separated during the day and night. 3 work during the night, while the other 2 work in the day. I thought that was all he would be able to find out, so I was quite surprised when I found out he was even able to investigate their routes. Jiaigu, quite a thinker. I granted him the best part of the double head's meat, and had him leave after I told him to be the guide tomorrow. Now, what should I do? The next day we went out to hunt the orcs. I took over 20 goblins with me, with Jiaigu and Jiaiga as heads. Then when we got to our destination, we laid some ropes made out of vines at my feet. There are plenty of open roads amongst the places that the orcs like to travel. And even when patrolling, they try to make it so that there's no thatches or trees around them. Right now, I'm standing in the way of their route with the goblins hiding in the bushes at my left and right, and then the orcs came. I gripped my chipped sword, and with a simple provocation, the orcs came rushing at me like a bunch of brainless fools. Now, at my signal, the ropes scattered at my feet were all simultaneously pulled. As the ropes were pulled, the orcs tripped on it and fell. One of them were down for the count, but the other was able to recover its stance. But it was already too late. As the orc somehow recovered its stance, my sword came flying at it. And in a flash, its head was smashed. Spinal fluids came gushing forth as the orc fell lifeless to the ground. The other orc tried to stand up, but the ropes were pulled again. The orc unmoving, I went for its legs. Blood flowing, its 2 legs rolled away. And as the orc screamed, my face twisted into a smile. Do it. The goblins came out of the thickets, carrying the spears I'd made out of wood for them. Regardless of how tough an orc's skin is, the eyes, the mouth, and the wounds are all fair game. Right? Blood spurting, spears piercing, an orc screaming, The symphony of torture played in the open road, leading the orc to death's embrace. As a result, my level rose, but my class didn't change. I was hoping another goblin rare would come out, but unfortunately that also didn't happen. When we tried eating the orc's meat, we found out that it was indescribably delicious, so we brought it back home to feed to the larvae. When night came, we went to hunt the rest of the orcs. I've already sent some goblins to monitor the orcs' home. As soon as they move out, we'll give chase. But before then, I figured I'd prepare them a gift. So I painted their route with their comrades' blood, scattering it in drops, here and there. Like the brainless fools they are, they will follow that path. But what's ahead is nothing but hell. And so, the orcs moved out, and just like I had done during the day, I cut their limbs off. I killed the first orc, then I gave the other two to the goblins. The goblins wielded their wooden spears, and they pierced the orcs through their wounds. Like this I killed that entire orc group. Oh, speaking of which, one of the 3 orcs had its limbs eaten while it was still alive. Freebnovel.com, that meat is quite valuable, so we took it along with the things in their home back to the village. Our spoils of war include armor, long axes, clubs, long swords, and others. These things are too small for the orcs to use, so they probably plundered these from the village here. We got quite a bit of spoils, so I guess it's not bad. In any case, with this we should at least not have to worry about having our food stolen for a while. So what's next is strengthening this group. It's true for me as well, but this race called Goblin is really too weak. I don't have any pieces except these goblins, so there's no other choice but to strengthen them or increase their number. For the meantime, I'll make it my goal to have 8 more goblin rares. At the same time, I should also work on leveling up my class. At the very least, I'll need at least enough strength to cut these guys down if they ever think of rebelling against me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep quietly. Level has increased from level 14 equals greater than level 32. Author's note: A. Orcs are weak? That's not true at all. Please think of orcs, normal, as equal to a goblin noble when it comes to strength, with the rest being decided by their equipment, LV, and skill. /8 Volume 1, Chapter 8, Intruder Level, 32, Class, Noble, King of a Group, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death. With the immediate threat gone, I began to formulate a plan on how to expand our area of living. Right now, the area around the abandoned building is able to provide more than enough food for us to live on. There's also a lake, so there's no shortage of water. Moreover, there are no shortage of animals to be hunted. However, my dream isn't something that will end in a remote place like this. Even if I announce myself as king here, only around 50 goblins will submit to me. That's not enough. It's not enough at all. I don't even know where in this world I am. There are humans in this world, so there should be another existence that lives on this land who holds an authority separate from ours. Whether that existence be a dragon, a human, or perhaps something else altogether. The first thing is to understand the geography of the surrounding area. How far does this forest extend? Is there something outside the forest? And from where to where are the dangerous areas in the forest? In order to collect that information, and in order to make them understand that which is called an organization, I have to educate the goblins. And so I made the goblins work in a 3-man cell system that I created, and let them hunt that way. Every 3 male goblin worked as a group, hunting their prey with traps and tools. Freebnoel.com. At the same time, I only permitted copulation with the female goblins to the 3-man cells that achieved excellent results. Perhaps it's because some of my humanity still remains that I fail to feel any sort of compassion towards the female goblins. Should I be happy about this? I call the area that the former estranged group lived in, the boundary when traveling by foot. It's an area that's relatively safe with plenty of traps having been prepared. Having left the command of the hunts to Gigu and Giga, I went to explore the still unexplored areas. When it comes to the untrodden areas of the forest, the first thing I should check is the vicinity of the lake. The distance from the village to the lake by foot is around half a day. For my equipment, all I had was a pelt armor we got from defeating the orcs, 2 long swords, and a dagger. It might be too light, but I have to increase the overall strength of the group, so it can't be helped if these are all I have. I have already thrown everything that seemed usable to the goblins, and I'm only exploring around the lake for my own sake, so it should be fine. Hiding in the bushes, I searched for any enemy. Right now I'm more than a match for an orc, but there might be creatures stronger than me in this forest. Like the giant spider, or an orc I've never seen before, or perhaps a lizard man. And then there are the kobolds. They're weaker than goblins, but they're quite troublesome if they work together. I haven't seen one yet though. But more than that, what's really bothering me is the fact that I don't trust the goblins. In other words, I'm always living in fear of their betrayal. After all, they're beasts. Even if they speak words like humans, and try to live like humans, they are not humans. That's why there are things that's impossible to make them comprehend. And so it's not strange at all for me to look for a place I can fit in inside that. In the height of hunting, I cornered a strong enemy and killed it. I later realized that I couldn't remember anything except that elated sensation. And just like when I'd hurt them, I felt anger rush to my head so much so that it felt like it was going to burst. That sensation was repulsive. I am turning into a monster. I can feel it. I can see an illusion of my mind merging into my body. Without any clear line, it feels as if I'm being dragged into some sort of destiny. Grating, I bit my teeth. This isn't funny. I am going to become a king by my own will. I'm going to rule over the monsters. I'm going to rule over men. And, as those wandering thoughts spun in my mind, the first creature I'd seen in this forest passed by my eyes. Earth-colored rabbit covered in armor, an armor rabbit. I stared at it as it led 5 others as to eat grass. Now that I think about it, I am quite hungry. Suddenly recalling my hunger, I gradually shortened the distance between my prey and myself. Inch by inch, I crawled towards the armor rabbit. Then all of a sudden its ears braced, and it noticed me approaching. It noticed. The instant I thought that, I sprinted. Rushing as fast as I could, I swung my sword as I barely caught up with it. But as if they had known that my sword would come, the armored rabbits ran in scattered directions. Settling for the still small rabbit, I resisted the urge to swing my blade down, and leapt once more. As the rabbit was about to run away, I threw a blow strong enough to hollow the ground. Its neck sent flying, the flowers of blood bloomed, and it lay lifeless on the ground. I took its lifeless body into my hand, and took a bite out of it from its armor. My teeth sunk into it, but it was unusually hard. At this rate my fangs might end up breaking instead, so I used my dagger to strip off its armor, and eat only the meat. Although it was small, it felt like it ended as soon as I put it into my mouth. And all that was left was a wearisome sensation. Sheathing my sword, I tried crunching the remaining small bones, but my teeth couldn't go through. I looked closely at the armor rabbit's armor. Looking at the splattered neck, it can be seen that only the part around the neck was the armor slightly thinner. Looks like my hunt's success was only out of luck. If I had hit its armor, my sword may have been sent flying back instead. Phew, I breathed out unconsciously. There's no need to brood any more on this. More than that, I wonder if it's possible to use this as armor. However, in order to do that, a specialist with knowledge in sewing, and the ability to mold this into a shape that'll protect the vitals is necessary. I tried cutting off the unnecessary parts with a short sword, but it's not really going well. This kind of delicate work is just really not suited for goblin hands. Looks like I'll need to get a human to make this. In the end, I decided to just take it back home since it might be useful later. I opened a hole in the pelt part of the armor, inserted a rope of ivy through it, fastened it, and carried it on my back. Alright, let's move on. Walking through the bushes, I surveyed the vicinity of the lake till sunset. My spoils for the day include 3 pelts of armor rabbits, and the fang and hide of a small alligator with wings called shape alligator. By the time I came back, there was a commotion in the village. I knitted my brows at the tumult, and called out. "What's all the commotion about?" "King." The old goblin respectfully bowed to me, but it seemed to be in a state of excitement. "It's humans. The humans have come into the forest." Surprisingly, it was actually quite a troubling issue. "How many? What are their equipment?" Giga stepped before me. 6 humans. 2 with axe, 2 with sword, 1 spear. Female, 2. It's too early. I knew that we'd eventually have to make contact with the humans, but this timing is. Moreover, I don't know what their objective is. Why did they come here? To subjugate us? No, it's not like we. At that moment, I remembered the kidnapped women. If that's their purpose, then it'd be impossible for them to be anything else but an enemy. It's possible that they could have come here to investigate. What to do? What to do? Should I do it? But even if I hold it off for now, they'll come back. What's most difficult is having to deal with the humans' relentless attack. I'm human, so I know. If the humans were to be driven by hate, by malice, or perhaps by fear, then their tenacity will shoot through the roof. Then should I run? Where? A place I could run to with all my subordinates, is there such a place? Even if we were to go in the night, beasts that move during the night, like the giant spider, could attack us, causing needless casualties. What to do? What to do? King, your orders. I looked down on the serval, old goblin, and pondered. I could also just abandon these guys. Have the humans entered the forest before? The old goblin folded its arms as it curiously looked up to me. The humans find themselves lost in the forest several times in a year. Several times in a year? That's not too bad. It's been a month since I've been born into this world. If I could buy at least a month's time, then I should at least be able to grow bigger than I am now. We'll kill the humans. Gigu, prepare. Giga, keep watch while we're out. Taking 40 goblins with me, I ran into the forest. Under the twilight, we moved as fast as possible while making sure not to encounter the giant spiders and the giant skink lizards. Being able to perceive the location of the humans was thanks to my strengthened night vision, which was even stronger than the goblins. The humans roamed, walking, with a torch in their hand while they raised their voices. Confirming the humans' locations, I ordered the goblins to be quiet and to pick up some stones. Then I inclined my ears to listen to the humans. "Finra, say something. Where are you?" They seemed to be looking for someone. The 2 men that wielded an axe had their backs bent, seemingly appearing to be unversed in the ways of fighting. Contrary to that, the man and woman who carried a sword with them exuded a dangerous aura. But what I can't comprehend are the 2 in the center. A man and woman who wore religious clothing. I fail to see any traces of strength in them, but my nose is telling me that these 2 are the most dangerous ones. You could also say that I'm just feeling uneasy. But those 2 are giving off a strange atmosphere. The man gives off an ominous aura, while the girl is giving off an overwhelming, divine aura. That's the kind of power I can see hidden inside those 2. I wasn't enthusiastic at first, but now that the praise are here, my face can't help but twist into a smile. With my subordinates concealed, I appeared before the 6 humans, and stood at the center of that narrow animal trail. "What's your business, human?" In order to see their reaction, I asked them that while using greater than at the same time. To that, the 2 men wielding an axe, and the female swordsman faltered. But the friar, the nun, and the male swordsman didn't appear to be affected at all. The enraged voice of my greater than howled from the depths of my soul. "Why is there a high-class goblin here?" The male swordsman opened his eyes wide. And the 2 axe-wielding men began to gradually step down. To think it could even speak human language. "It's fairly high-ranked, be careful," yelled the friar, as he stepped forward to cover the nun. I calmly probed their individual movements. If we can talk, then if we tried talking," as my ears picked up the whispering voice of the nun, the friar interfered. "Impossible. That's a monster, you know. Seemingly having been pushed by everyone else's opinion, the nun was made to step back. As I glanced at her, I concluded that she isn't the main force of the group, rather, she's the weak point. Kaifun, can I leave it to you? Responding to the friar's words, the male swordsman stepped forward. The aura oozing out of the man was heavy. The man appeared to be an experienced swordsman. But he still appears to be in his 20s. Or is he actually in his 30s? The man wielded a thick, massive, blade that needed 2 hands to carry. Don't hate me, this too is destiny. As I thought he was going to bring the massive, double-edged sword to his shoulder, the man shortened the distance of 10 steps to a 0 with fearful rush. Not good. Concluding that in an instant, I quickly moved back as I threw my dagger. That sword smashed against the place I was standing at without the tiniest bit of deviation, hollowing a huge hole in the ground. That hole was enough for a goblin to fully enter, causing me to be dumbstruck for a moment. This is the power of a human. The dagger I'd thrown has been broken into 2, scattered besides the swordsman. Planning to give chase, a faint light covered the swordsman's body. While the friar behind him formed spells as he whispered something. There's no point in arguing about it, huh? Then in that case, there's no choice but to fight as a monster to my heart's content. Man against beast, if it's that kind of setting, then I have a fighting style that's perfectly suited. Do it. I yelled with my greater than, ordering my subordinates to throw the stones. Even if it's only a bunch of stones, having stones the size of a fist thrown at you from the thickets from both sides simultaneously is not something laughable. The stones came flying one after another. And some of them hit the 2 axe-wielding men, knocking them unconscious. Zeon-sama. Rishi-sama? Not good. Even the friar's leg was injured. The female swordsman covered the nun as she screamed, while the male swordsman only temporarily lost his focus. However, I wouldn't miss that small opening that I'd been waiting for. I kicked myself off the ground with all my strength, sprinting at my fastest. Then I grabbed the swordsman's face that was twisted in fright, and swung my sword in a flash. I felt my sword sink into his flesh as that speedy sword came to a stop. And with his left leg sunken into the ground, half of his body turned over with it as the axis. At the same time I turned to face the swordsman, I swung my sword once more from the back, aiming at his neck. Ku. God blesseth us his protection, shield. At the friar's response that was too late, a wall expanded around them. This is probably that thing called magic. A semicircle-shaped, colorless wall stood in the air, repelling the stones, causing the crushed stones particles to spread around the wall. Freebnovel.com. Then blood spurted from inside that membrane. The swordsman's body slowly fell into the ground. With the resounding screams as accompaniment, I wielded my sword high once more. The friar is in the way. Lily, take Rishia with you, and run. A ball of fire formed at the palm of the friar. Pour the grace of God to flame. Fireball. A lump of fire the size of a fist came flying in a straight line, aiming for my head. Bending over, I dodged it, and at the same I went down on my limbs like a beast, and rushed towards the friar. With a low sword stance, I attacked from that beast-like position. You, monster! The chipped blade scooped out the entrails of the friar, penetrating his back through his abdominal cavity. The friar spouted all manners of curses as blood came out of his mouth. But the friar continued to block my path, and I could see what could be called that of a religious fanatic's surface in his eyes. We are the disciples of God. Quiver not will we ere death. The vanguards of the devil, unable to hold myself back at that vilification, I pierced the friar with my sword, and gouged out his entrails. The friar screamed as if his soul had just been withdrawn. Right before his God summons his soul, I decided to pay my respects. I brought my mouth close to him, and whispered by his ear with a voice loud enough only for him alone to hear. You know that tasty-looking girl? I'm going to kill her as I play with her. The friar opened his eyes in fright as he breathed his last breath. Which woman did he thought of, I wonder? I pulled the chipped blade sword out of the lifeless friar with all my strength. And with a swing, the clots of blood clinging to the sword were all brushed off. Those clots of blood came splattering towards the female swordsman's face who was covering the nun. Shaking, the female swordsman pointed her sword at me. When I saw that, I unconsciously twisted my face into a sadistic smile. Item, acquired iron second, large steel sword, level, rose from 32, greater than 43, skill, swordsmanship C has progressed to C+, /9 volume 1, chapter 9, Zenobia's follower race, Goblin, level, 43, class, noble, king of a group, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, coup. Monster. The female swordsman's hair was red like lilies, flowing, as she hurled insults towards me one after another. Perhaps she's noticed it already. That there's no longer anything she can do. And with no other path left, she's resorted to attacking me mentally. Or then again, she might simply be trying to rid the anxiety of the person behind her. Come. The thickets swayed, and my subordinates came out group by group. They then gathered around the surviving humans, rose their voices as if to threaten, and began hitting the ground with their clubs. Watching that scene, the humans' blood left their faces, and they became pale in fear. Now, how should I play with these? As I thought that to myself, the nun the female swordsman was covering caught my attention. Light overflowed from the girl's hands, wrapping the unconscious axe-wielding man in light. As that light wrapped the man, the flowing blood stopped. Let solace be blessed to all, heal. At that moment, I was watching in fascination as I looked on from the side at the nun whose eyes were closed. It was as if all of man's greed had vanished in that instant. An inhuman elegance that mustn't be trampled. Freebnovel.com, it was before my very eyes. Yet it felt as if I couldn't reach her even if I were to reach out my hands. A height that was beyond my reach. I want you. The stretching hand from that sea of longing grasped my entrails, jolting my entire being, and bringing me down to the ground. I was brought down to my knees, my head, bowed, and my posture prostrated before her feet. If only. If I could only pluck that flower, then. Even if my dreams were to be dashed, I strongly shut my eyes and shook my head to those resounding thoughts. Someone is interfering with my thoughts. It's making me nauseous. The screams of grief and lamentation lashed out against me, causing my brain felt like it could burst to flames at any moment. Longing for my beloved, that seemingly endless anguish of madness that is desire tightened itself around my neck, strangling me. Who are you? Filled with hatred, I stared at that unseen being. It was penetrating into my brain fluids. Into my soul even, directly assaulting my very being. I could not help but hold my head in pain as I unsheathed my sword. It was so intense that only repugnance could come out of my mouth. I continued to breathe out roughly while the tip of my sword trembled at my will in pain. I am Rishia Felziel, servant of the goddess of healing, Zenobia. Her amethyst-like eyes seized me. The goddess of healing, Zenobia. It was that was causing something within me to scream. Ha! The female swordsman came rushing at that opening. She held her sword high, and with a slash, she aimed for my lowered head. But, it's slow. I reflexively brought my sword up, crashing with her falling sword. My stronger sword went against the female swordsman's sword that was backed by centrifugal force, repelling it away. Having put too much power, my arm screamed in pain at the recoil, but I don't have time to bother with that right now. Continuing like that, the female swordsman fell to the ground without any time to fix her posture. But at that moment, instead of attacking, I faltered to my knees. I cut my own knees with my sword, and as blood flowed, I regained my consciousness. Kill dash, if I don't kill this woman now, the one who's going to be eaten is me. That thought, which could be said to be instinctual, flashed at the back of my head. Seething with bloodlust, what stood before my gaze was a holy woman revered by humans. Please, run, Rishia-sama. That holy woman gently shook her head at the incapacitated female swordsman. For me to abandon you guys. Let solace be blessed to all, heal. In a twinkle, The female swordsman's wound was healed. Cuck 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 cuck. What came out of my mouth was a low-toned sneer. Devoured? Me? I ended up laughing at my own thoughts. Shut up. Shut up. I'm going to become a king. Lowering my head to another is impossible. Bit a holy woman. Bit God himself. I bow to no one. Catch them. And absolutely do not hurt them. Blood rushing to my head, my pupils focused on the holy woman as I ordered my subordinates to catch them. Watch me. I'm going to surpass you. I refuse to accept you bastards that mess with my thoughts. Skill, greater than has leveled up to greater than. From now on this skill will mitigate not only the pressure from monsters, but also from far higher races. Spiritual reliance on the goddess of the underworld has weakened. You are defending against the mental attacks of the goddess of the underworld. Because of the weakened mental attack from the goddess of the underworld, the urge towards the goddess of healing will be soothed. Skill, greater than will evolve. Greater than acquired. Greater than acquired. Skill, because you have acquired the skill greater than the loyalty of your subordinates will increase. The influence you receive from the gods will also decrease. Skill, because you have acquired the skill greater than in the instance where you name yourself and fight against an opponent with the same weapon, then you will receive physical strength 20% up, agility 20% up, and damage received will be reduced by 20%. Skill, greater than acquired. If your opponent's number is lesser than your subordinates, then you will be able to see their weak point regardless of level. Author's note, a heroine candidate finally makes an appearance. But the protagonist's not human? That's exactly why it's exciting. /10 Volume 1, Chapter 10, The Victor and the Defeated Race, Goblin, Level, 43, Class, Noble, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death. After we repelled the humans who invaded the village, we went back to the village with the 4 humans, 2 female and 2 males, as prisoners. There, Giga and the old goblin welcomed us back home with a hint of tear in their eyes. It's only expected, after all the village is an environment where it could diminish while the leader's away. Taking the opportunity to show off the difference in strength between me and the goblins, I took the iron second, large steel sword, I stole from the human swordsman, and carried it over my shoulder. The king is strong, you can't win. By showing that to them, be it consciously or unconsciously, every day, then the chances of them rebelling will also dwindle. Then again they are stupid, so they might eventually forget anyway. I had the prisoners imprisoned in one of the buildings, separating the males from the females. I made sure to confiscate anything that could be used as a weapon, as it wouldn't be any fun if they committed suicide. After all, these are the first humans I've made contact with since coming to this world. From the battle a while ago, communication seems to be possible. So with that in mind, I want as much information as possible. And above all else, the existence of magic. That woman, Rishia Felziel. I don't know about the god's genealogy, but I feel as if there's some sort of fate around her. If the chance presents itself, I'd like to ask if there's something between the goddess of the underworld and the goddess of healing. Amethyst-colored pupils, blue hair extending until her shoulder, and annoyingly, a perfect face so beautiful that it looks as if it was given to her by the god of beauty. In fact, even I, a monster, can't help but be charmed by her. Her small, damp lips, draw my eyes to her. And those gentle, wide-opened eyes of hers with the benevolence of a goddess seem to be shaking in distress. Seeing that, desire jolted within my body, and I made a cruel smile. If this continues, I'll definitely fall to ruin. Amused, I watched on at that destructive rampage lying before my eyes that was very much like a car speeding towards a cliff. This so-called jail is really nothing more than a reinforced shed that was originally for animals. Throwing the 2 women into the jail, the edges of my mouth twisted, and a vicious smile could be seen as I spoke to them. Don't think of running away. At the very least, I don't plan on hurting you as long as you stay here. That female swordsman has her guard up as always, while I can't figure out what Rishia is thinking with that expressionless face of hers. If you run, I'll eat the men. And if you commit suicide, I'll do the same. The female swordsman didn't appear to have been affected by those words, but Rishia on the other hand, a strong gleam of will seemed to have been lit within her eyes as she looked at me. It's a thought for the gods. What you should do to survive, that is. Having only said those words, I left the place. The king, himself, will punish anyone who dares to lay his filthy hands on the spoils. I faced the gathered goblins in the village, and declared that. And then, I distributed the food. After I assigned which goblins to take over guard duty for the night, I went to sleep. Zenobia, why? I can hear the sad voice of a woman. It was I who fell into Hades. And yet. Why are you the only one who receives father's affection? It was because of the love of their father, the ancestor god who birthed the earth, Ativ. That who shouldn't be loved was loved. And the grief of the woman could not cease wherever it went. Ah, if I could only take the place of that woman, then. That cursed voice looked up from the depths of the darkness and strangled my neck. This is why gods are sheet. Pushing something unneeded onto me. Rather than a god, aren't you closer to a demon? I stretched my back once, and shook off the dregs of that nightmare. If I could only take the place of that woman. The traces of that nightmare inside my head were like thick soil sucking me in. Freebnovel.com, well done. Looks like you didn't run away. That was the first thing I mentioned when I got to the jail where Rishia and the female swordsman were. I did consider them running away, but if it's like this, then getting them to spit out information might be easier than expected. Without speaking another word, I smiled viciously at them and left. First things food. The 3-man cell still hasn't shown any results. I guess it can't be helped. Suddenly making the goblins work as a 3-man cell. Of course it'll be quite difficult. There are some groups that aren't doing too bad though. As long as they find an impetus, they should be able to get some results, but. Well, until then, I'll have to do my best. It's also a good opportunity to try out that iron second, large steel sword, that I got yesterday. So with that in mind, I headed towards the lake with Giga and the first 3 goblins to take a walk. Part of my goal was to hunt the preys that come to drink water. King, there's a herd of viral deer, spear deer. What passed before our eyes was a herd of spear deer. The spear deer have large horns that are sharp at the tip. If you get hit by those, you'll probably die. As for its body, it's covered with hard fur all over. From the looks of things, their leader appears to be quite good as the bucks are all together, keeping the does and fawn protected. In a 1 versus 1 situation, the spear deer are above the goblins. They could be on par with the goblin rare, Giga, or perhaps even stronger. But what's more is that they're moving shrewdly with a leader guiding them. I made the goblins ready their throwing stones, while I, alone, went to close into the herd. I ordered Giga to pay attention to the surroundings, and slowly, we, along with the stone-throwing goblins, surrounded the herd. When we finally got close enough, the herd were already aware of us. But even then, they continued to drink water at their leisure. Looks like they're quite confident that they can run away. Certainly, that decision isn't wrong. If I were a wild animal, that is. Grrrrah. Bellowing out the overpowering howl, I quickly rose up from the ground, and carried the large steel sword on my shoulder. Without stopping, I rushed at the herd of spear deer. And in response, the herd ran the opposite direction I appeared. But over there is where the stone-throwing goblins are waiting. The herd of deer immediately turned, but unfortunately for them, that was more than enough time for me. As I overtook the last amongst the herd, I swung my large steel sword down, aiming at the neck of a spear deer. It was still a fawn as its horn was still small and thin. I felt my sword weigh down on its meat, crushing even its bones. Having felled one, I quickly moved on to my next prey and ran. What entered my field of vision next was a fully grown buck. In order to protect the herd that had turned back, the buck headed towards me. I brought my sword high and swung it down against the buck. But a hard sound resounded as the deer's horns managed to stop my sword. It wielded its two large horns like a trident, and struggled to keep me from getting close. But I calmly dodged that, and instantly closed the distance between me and the deer that jumped back. Having completely entered my range, the deer's leg was crushed by my large sword, making it unable to move. I then finished it off, ending its suffering. I had my subordinates carry the two deer as we went back to the village. By the time we got there, it was almost noon. I inserted my dagger through the deer's wound, and skinned it off. This pelt could probably be turned into some clothes. I gave the liver to the larvae goblins, while I took the intestines for myself first. Afterwards, the rest of the goblins began to eat voraciously. Aside from the deer, we also had 3 triple boars, some rabbits, and some leaves for our breakfast. Amongst those, I took the rabbit, quickly skinned it, and removed its organs. After that I grilled it with fire and dry wood, and then I took it with me to the jail. Eat. The female swordsman was suspicious, while Rishia was emotionless and on guard as always. I didn't really expect them to let their guard down with just something like this. I left the rabbit meat covered in blood in front of the jail, while I went to prepare another one which I brought to the 2 men. These ones looked at me with fear instead, and ate it as soon as I gave it to them. HMPH. Being scared witless, these 2 are still some ways off. Leaving those 2, I went back to where the 2 female were. Why are you giving us food? This is a deal. If you don't mind, that is. Rishia's stomach continued to cry out in hunger, but even then, she refused to touch the meal in front of her and only stared at me. I responded with an evil smile. I will use you and your friends. In that time, I won't kill you, and I also won't harm you. In other words, we get to live as long as we're useful. Lowly monster. What are you scheming? The corners of my mouth twisted upwards at the female swordsman's abuse. And who is it that was done in by this lowly monsters? Even though the reason that you've fallen in a place like this is because of your ability. The female swordsman turned bead red in anger at that low-toned sneering. She tried to say something, but Rishia stopped her. Lily-san. Rishia shook her head, stopping the female swordsman, and Rishia stared at me again. What is it that glitters in those amethyst eyes of hers, I wonder? Is it wisdom? Or is it an indomitable will to fight? Well, whatever it is, I'll be enjoying myself. This woman must become a stepping stone for me. And? What is it that you want us to do? Give birth. In an instant, Rishia stiffened. That response was more than enough to make me smile wryly as the corners of my mouth twisted up. I jest. As Rishia was relieved from the bottom of her heart, the female swordsman exploded in anger. You bastard! I want you to take care of the healing. And at the same time, I want you to sew some things for me. Interrupting the female swordsman's fit, I said that. Be but I'm an adventurer. The female swordsman, Lily, was beet red in anger. And as if provoking her, I responded. And this adventurer of yours can't sew? Lily-san. TCH. I got it. Also, when I feel like it, I want you to answer my questions. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Rishia looked at me dubiously. What? That gaze carried with it a hint of displeasure. And without showing any fear, Rishia asked me a question. I have 3 questions. 1. What happened to Chinos and Mattis? And would you happen to know a woman named Finra? I gave those men the same work and food I gave you. If they're useful, I'll let them live. If not, then they have no right to live. As for the women this swarm had kidnapped, they're all already dead. As for whether that's Finra or not, I wouldn't know. Lily became more and more hostile at my response, but in contrast, Rishia was like a student seeking an answer as she absorbed the answers I gave her. Please tell me your name. I don't have a name. If you want to call me something, then call me King. I see. Rishia didn't seem to be disappointed at all as she mumbled that. Having answered her questions, I left. It might be because of skill greater than that I didn't feel the same urge I felt yesterday. Well, it's good even if I was only able to confirm that. You have leveled up. 43, greater than 45, /11 Volume 1, Chapter 11, Spider Hunting Race, Goblin, Level, 45, Class, Noble, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, the forest stretches endlessly. And in it, I stand before a powerful foe. At times like this, my very being cannot help but quiver, elated at the thought of battling a worthy adversary. Gisha, 8 giant, long legs support its body. And its 8 eyeballs gleam a light of dark red. Not a hint of life could be felt from those eyes. As if they were naught but balls of glass, those dark red eyes of it, gleam lifelessly, gazing into me. Only one thing is certain, it acknowledges me as its prey. Freebnoll.com, I bring the iron second, steel greatsword, over my shoulder. I balance myself, and I tilt myself forward. The weight of the sword, my grip on its hilt, the sensation of my feet planted firmly on the ground, all of these information are surging into me, my senses heightened. Now, not even the movement of the giant spider's capillaries can escape my eyes. Similarly, my sense of hearing has also heightened, allowing me to hear even the breathing of all that is living around this spider. I look at the spider and ascertain the distance between it and me. I exhale. As I exhale, the breath that came out was hot like the raging fire within my body. I am standing here now. Here, right before the strong of the forest, the giant spider. Yes, I dare challenge it. Jiaigu and Jiaiga are in the surrounding thickets, watching attentively with bated breaths. In a normal hunt, we would have prepared traps beforehand, ensuring our victory. However, this time is different. In truth, it could be said that this is nothing more than my selfishness. Right now, I am insufficient. So I'm doing this to remedy that. That I might be able to overcome Rishia's overwhelming power. So far I've lost twice. Once when I was swallowed by the will of the goddess of the underworld, and another when I ended up bowing my head to her. Rishia is alluring, very alluring. In fact, her charm is so powerful that even when we're only talking it feels as if my very soul could be pulled out by her at any moment. Such atrocious power. There's no other way to put it. Absolute charm. It is highly probable that there is something going on between the goddess of the underworld and the goddess of healing. A special bond that's causing this unexplainable phenomenon. This sensation that's seducing me to drown within that woman. And that's why I must do this. I must, at all costs, challenge a foe that I have little chance of defeating. As for whether I can or cannot win, I must bring out all of my power, from every fiber of this body of mine, and present to my partner in this dance of life and death a bloodbath. Must? No, I will. I will bring to it a bloodbath. Else how could I ever dream of conquering that woman, that saint's overwhelming power? Guriyuwa. Out of my mouth, bellowed out overpowering howl, greeting the foe before me. Skill, greater than activated, computing the target's weakness. Greater than, but a spider's body was only made up of its head, its body, and its legs to begin with. HMPH. Even a fool could figure this out. What a useless skill. The blood having gone to my head, I couldn't help but hurl insults at the useless skill inside my mind. Then in an instant, the spider appeared to compress itself. Using its entire body like a spring, it leapt. At the same time, venom hurled from its mouth as it towered over me. I managed to find a path to survival underneath those 8 legs of it as I swung the iron second, steel greatsword, and dived through it. In the process, I sent one of its legs flying, and the giant spider realized that its attack has failed. Immediately, the spider stopped and tried to regain its balance, after which it came pouncing again. Having just dived out of harm's way, I could not dodge the spider's charge, and could only shield myself with my sword as I received the brunt of its attack. The impact sent me flying, and I felt pain spread from my back as I lay down on the ground. It felt as if a burning staff had just impaled itself through my lungs as I choked, unable to properly breathe. But the enemy would not give me the comfort of rest. No, already, it was on its way to feast on me as it leapt towards me. Sheet, it's fast. Unable to ascertain where my foe would land, I left everything to my instincts, and swung my sword. Fortunately, and perhaps thanks to the skill, swordsmanship C+, my sword managed to lop off another one of the spider's forelegs. Continuing that momentum, I slashed upwards. But before my sword could reach the spider, my shoulder was pierced by one of the spider's sharp limbs. I almost released my grip on the sword, but I gripped it once again with my hand, and I swung it down, leaving the strength to its weight. That steel greatsword came crashing down, and not even the limb that had pierced into my shoulder would be left standing at its descent. Immediately, the spider jumped back. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, leaving nothing but a crater on the ground. But the giant spider was a moment faster, and it was able to dodge. Fortunately, it was not uninjured. Green bodily fluids could be seen flowing from half of its eyes, and 3 of its limbs have already been severed. But the spider still hasn't lost its will to fight. The spider let out a menacing shriek as it watched me. This duel is starting to look bleak for me. After that last attack, the wound on my shoulder's been bleeding incessantly. I don't have time. As I took a slashing stance, I kicked off against the ground with all my strength, and slashed at the spider. But it slipped. An unstable sword due to impatience. And too much power that moved the sword too high. These 2 factors together caused my sword to miss its target, and the sword that should have skewered the giant spider slid against its body instead. TCH. At that irrevocable miss, the giant spider closed in. Like a spring, it leapt at me, and aimed for my shoulders with its venomous fangs. TCH. If I take a step back here. If I take a step back here, then the giant spider will push and hold me down. Regardless of what I do, the situation's bad. At that instant, I decided to fight the spider head on. I met the charge of the spider with my own, and my arm that was caught in between, creaked a horrible sound. I know that it can't be helped. There truly was no other way left, but still. The price I had to pay to dodge the giant spider's venomous fangs was simply too high. Having no luxury to wallow in my loss, I swallowed whatever bitterness I had, and took back my sword. At this distance, the spider won't be able to move its legs freely. So I'll make full use of this, and smash the spider's head with iron second. Kashua. The spider let out confused shrieks as if it was the first time it had felt pain. As one would expect, the great sword that should be used with 2 hands can't quite put enough power with only 1 hand. The sword smashed against the spider's head, but it failed to sever it and could only stop at the surface. Don't hold back. Let him have it. I raised my broken arm, and I pushed the large, double-edged sword into the spider's head. Green bodily liquid spurted all over my body as blue blood from my shoulder dyed the spider's head, blue. Goo, nu. I exerted all of my strength and pushed the great sword in the spider's head. But at the same instant, I felt pain in my stomach, and I was pushed away. The spider had swept me with its foreleg. Goo, ha. I coughed dark blue blood out. This is my chance. Supporting my body with my remaining arm, I endured the fatigue and pain as I stood up once more. My sword is still stuck into this spider. I don't have a weapon. But that doesn't matter. I've already come this far. Whether I have a weapon or not, whether I have a strong body or not, and whether there's a difference in strength between races. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is the will to live. And this instinct that's screaming inside me to kill my opponent. Rah! I bellowed out a cry from the bottom of my stomach, and blue blood came spurting along with it, but the blood was irrelevant. With my remaining strength, I kicked off against the ground, and with one arm dangling, I swung my last remaining arm. The spider responded to my howl. The staggering spider looked at me with those red-black eyes of it that's flowing with green bodily liquid. Gashua. Driven by instinct, it rushed my direction with my sword still stuck to it. Completely absorbed, I moved my legs, and I swung my arms. At the same time, the spider unleashed its sharp, long limbs at me. In an instant, it was as if everything had slowed down. The world, and everything in it, had come to a near halt, and all of the sounds in the world seemed to have left. We greeted each other with a howl. And we fought each other with nothing but our fists. Skill, greater than activated. Unintentionally, the skill's conditions were met, and power filled my body. Each step against the ground was brimming with power, pushing me against the ground faster than ever. But still, the spider's attack was still a moment faster. It was just that fast. Both of us aiming for each other, the spider's limbs to my head, and my fist to its head. Both were mid-flight, neither able to stop. In a move of desperation, I moved my head. I pushed my agility to its limits, and mustered everything I could out of my muscles. Heat rushed through the side of my forehead. Not yet. I need one more step. At that moment, I saw the foreleg of the spider, swinging, from the corner of my eyes. If it hits, everything will be for naught. I don't have any strength left. And my body's even gone cold from all the bleeding. But, despite all that, I have to take this last step. I took the step, and with all my power focused, I let loose that contracted arm, unleashing a torrent of power into the spider's head. I yelled. Let the spider's head be crushed together with the cry of the earth. My fist sunk into the spider's head, penetrating it, and smashing it into the ground. Hey! Hey! The death match decided, time and sound returned. Hey! Hey! Freebnoll.com, the spider, impaled into the ground, can no longer move. The only thing I can hear is my breath. The only thing I can feel, the burning pain and fatigue. The world is blurry. I can't think anymore. But I won. Like that I lost my consciousness. You have leveled up. Level 45, greater than 99. Skill, greater than acquired. Your strength will increase relative to how close you are to death. When only 1/3 of your life is remaining, physical strength 20% up, agility 20% up. When only 1/5 of your life is remaining, physical strength 30% up, agility 30% up. When only 1/10 of your life is remaining, physical strength 40% up, agility 40% up. Author's note, make the fight scenes more detailed. Was requested, so I tried making it detailed. Skill, will activate when the basic conditions are fulfilled. /12 Volume 1, Chapter 12, Alchia's Temptation Race, Goblin, Level, 99, Class, Noble, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Alchia, attributes, Darkness, Death. He can hear voice from the dark abyss. Boy. It was gentle, full of hate, and at the same time, nauseating. Awaken. A fluffily floating like sensation blew an intense will into me. Awaken, my child. That will dominated my body. At the voice's dictate, I opened my eyes, and before me was a woman accompanied by countless snakes. Have you finally awoken? To actually make your mother wait, how bold of you. Snakes of different colors coiled about around her voluptuous naked body, declaring her divinity. Her body looked to have been sculpted by the gods themselves, having no trace of imperfection. On her abundant breasts, was a four-eyed snake, colored like that of fine dress, snugly wrapped around her, seemingly emphasizing her seductive features. From her perfectly sculpted feet to her thighs, loosely crawling about was a black, twin-headed snake. And covering her lower body, was a green Yamada no Urachi with a red spiral pattern engraved into it. Her red lips were redder than blood itself. Her face perfect without any fault. Her nose, her mouth, every part carefully positioned to perfection. Her eyes shone gold, a color of lust gleaming through them. Her slightly wavy hair was bluer than the blue sky. And behind her were innumerable snakes. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, I suppose. Her honey-like sweet voice resounded in my ears, carrying with it seduction and a tinge of blood. My heart was greatly rattled. Who are you? She is alluring, so alluring that if I were to relax for even a moment, I would surely find myself bowed to her. I fought that urge while I kept my heart calm. But you already know that, right? What an enchanting smile, so much so that it feels as if it could melt any man's heart. To that vicious smile that could charm even a demon, I could only grit my teeth as I endured. Inja, goddess of the underworld, is it? Yes, that's right. Oh, how I adore clever children. Those words almost broke my hips, but I somehow managed to fill my heart with hate and keep my calm. A soul that doesn't match that small body. How amusing. It's good that we're finally able to talk like this. As Inja spoke, I was at my wits' end. At any time it felt as if I could be washed away by the feeling of being loved that was like lukewarm water. How cruel. That relaxed atmosphere suddenly, in one instant, turned cold. Her gold-colored pupils gazed into me a bone-freezing glance. That atmosphere finally allowed me to regain my composure. There's something I want to ask. Inja, looking down on me, scowled without emotion. Were you the one who interfered with my thoughts? What about it? That smile she showed me almost charmed me, but knowing that it's fake, I was somehow able to resist. I won't forgive a second time. And if you don't forgive me, what are you going to do? Having my selfishness answered as if it was perfectly natural. Overpowering others with my overwhelming will. In normal times, that's how it'd go. But the being in front of me wouldn't falter from something like that. No. Do you envy Zenobia, goddess of healing, that much? The atmosphere froze. Are you maddened by jealousy, Inja? Shut your mouth. What's wrong being maddened by jealousy? I loved him so much. Yet he only ever had eyes for Zenobia. Why? I won't forgive Zenobia. Never. I, who fell into depravity, pushed into Hades, will never, ever forgive her. I will never forgive that woman who has never done anything but monopolize his love. Her beautiful countenance, gone. The corners of her eyes torn, blood flowing. The corners of her mouth torn to her ears. Why won't Etiv, the ancestor god who birthed the earth, look at me? The lamenting goddess of snakes was there. Exhaling hot air, she pressured me. The snakes responding to her wrath, simultaneously threatened. My child, my small, hideous child. Inja cast her eyes down. Grant your mother's wish. An absolute decree. Lay waste to Ativ's world. Zenobia's, to that supreme bliss of an order that no being who has received divine protection could ever think of contesting. I refuse. I shook my head. For a moment, Inja was at a loss to what I was saying and she titled her head in confusion. Not a trace of the demon snake princess's visage from a while ago could be seen. Her face now was exactly the same motherly face she showed me at first. I will not forgive that who has trespassed me. I rebel, therefore I am. You. The snakes wriggling under her all simultaneously surrounded me. That overwhelming force that could instantly destroy anything were they to attack. That same overwhelming force was now threatening me. You will betray me while having accepted my divine protection? Gazing at me with a look that looked like it could kill, I gazed back looking directly into her eyes. I will decide how I live. I have already died once. Let all regrets be left to the time I lived as man. I haven't the faintest attachment to this life of mine as a monster. And that's precisely why I no longer have any reason to bow my head in servility to any man or god. But, if they get in the way of my way of living, then I will, on my own volition, uproot them. The snakes continued to threaten me as the mother goddess asked. And what is this way of life of yours? Gambling everything I am as a monster, I threw out my chest. Conquest and domination. A path that can no longer be associated with peace or tranquility. I will make everything in heaven and on earth acknowledge me. I will trample on everything, and take everything for myself. And I will carve my name into the annals of history, never to be forgotten. A small poo came out, followed by short pauses of laughter, until eventually, Inja burst out laughing as she held both of her sides. Ha 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 ha. You're amusing, really amusing. So what you're saying is that you're going to fight them by your will and not by my order. But still. Conquest and domination, ha 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 ha. How arrogant. How insolent. And to actually declare it so boldly with that tiny stature. Ha 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 ha. That laughter was completely inappropriate for the bewitching goddess of snakes. It was as if Audiobook had turned into a normal girl laughing her heart out to a funny story. "Very well. I am pleased with you," said Audiobook as she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Silently, I stuck my tongue out. To think she would actually laugh at my heartfelt declaration, as expected of a goddess. In any case, it's good that I won't be dying for the meantime. "Boy, you're quite the rebel, aren't you?" Audiobook looked at me closely, her face sparkling like that of a little girl who's found a new toy. Her face, looking like she wants to mess with me and get all sorts of reactions. Then she lightly grabbed the tongue I silently stuck and pulled it. "All right, whatever. A kid being as cute as he is stupid is a universal truth anyway. I can't talk with my tongue pulled like this. Sticking my tongue out was a mistake. Ho ho, now that I've taken a closer look, you have quite the charming face, don't you?" She looked at me from top to bottom while tugging on my tongue. "But. Nah, you're definitely ugly. Be a bit more handsome, will you? Don't ask for the impossible. I can't even if I want to, you know? If the shape of the soul yearns for it, I could remold you." The underworld goddess's golden eyes gleamed on me. "Well, whatever. Let us return to the main issue." The goddess of the underworld released my tongue, and clapped her hands. Immediately, the world changed. In a space where nothing can be seen, statues of demons that govern over death are lined up in the darkness. By the time I noticed it, Audiobook had already positioned herself, sitting on the throne with her legs crossed. Wearing a pure white toga, she appeared both beautiful and divine. The very personification of an overwhelming god. "I shall leave you with a gift." One snake from the innumerable snakes by Audiobook's feet, crawled over to me. A small, one-eyed, red snake. "I don't need a snake." "Well, don't say that," said the goddess with a chuckle. Then immediately, the snake came at me at a frightening speed, slipping itself into the arm I tried to drive it away with, injuring me, and going all the way to my chest. Toy. This thing actually went inside and merged with my body. That child is quite the adorable little thing, take care of it well. "I don't care. Take it out. It's almost time. Then, until next time, my cute, little boy." Immediately, darkness took everything, and I fell. Warm light trapped around me. The bustling noise by my ear urged me to wake. And slowly, I opened my eyes. The sun's strong, piercing light, was harsh. "It's probably around noon." "Ah, the chief is awake!" exclaimed Jiaiga as he choked in tears of joy. "Let everyone know." I can hear Jiaigu running. And then. Why? Why are you doing something like this? When I saw Rishi laying her hand on my forehead, my heart jumped out. Then the nostalgic smell of blood wafted to my nose. The smell of blood. What happened? I asked, with this still dull and aching body. Jiaiga hung his head in shame, and Rishi answered instead. "Your village was attacked. And from the looks of things, over half of your subordinates have been injured or killed." "By who?" I slapped my face with all of my strength, knocking awake my drowsy head. "Orc," as Rishi promptly moved her hand away from me, she appeared to be concealing her emotions. "Oi, what happened to that female swordsman?" I suddenly asked. She became a decoy in order to protect me. Suddenly, I gritted my back teeth. Rishi didn't say any more. "How much time has passed?" "Since morning today, Chief. We had our hands full protecting the chief's treasure. We can still make it." I patted Jiaiga's back to encourage him. "We'll get them back, just wait." I left Rishi with those words, and I moved my body up as I shrieked. "Jiaiga, how many soldiers can be moved?" 10, my chief." "That's enough. And my sword?" "Here." As he pointed to a direction, there laid my sword, the iron second, large steel sword, smeared in blood. "Anyone who lays his hand on my possession will not be forgiven." I take the steel sword, and wield it over my shoulder. "Please wait, I will also go." I clicked my tongue in annoyance when I saw Rishi dusting off her robe's sleeves as she stood. You'll only get in the way. The one who healed you was me. The firm light of her amethyst eyes gleamed on me. Fine. Jiaiga, protect Rishia. Whenever anyone's injured, bring them over to her. As you command. Let's go. Skill, acquired. /13 Volume 1, Chapter 13, Attack Race, Goblin, Level, 99, Class, Noble, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, the attack of the Orc Horde. I let my guard down after settling the issue of the orcs living in the area. The threat of an orc horde was far greater than I'd expected. The number of orcs that attacked the village was 6. Excluding Jiaigu who ran to protect me, all the other orcs have been scattered, and their whereabouts are unknown. I headed towards the village with Jiaigu while I had him tell me what happened, putting together the information we have as we went. What bad luck. I know I was knocked out, but still. No, this all really just boils down to how I'm not yet in a situation where I can let my guard down and fight to my limits. I shudder at how I could have died while I was asleep. Anyway, my subordinates shouldn't fight needlessly until they're able to fight the orcs by themselves. So if there's one thing fortunate, it's that I'm now at a level where I can deal with the orcs. Currently, my subordinates number 10 plus GI Georgia, and then, there's Rishia who tagged along to save the female swordsman. We're only this few, and yet we're facing them head on? What a reckless plan. Jiaigu, at times like this, being a little tricky is needed. So I called over the former leader of the village, Jiaigu. Move ahead of us, and get the attention of the orcs. Then lead them to the hunting grounds. Okay. Regarding the orcs' movement patterns, they're somewhat similar to goblins in the sense that they move according to their desires. First, they'll take what they like, then they'll eat to fill their stomachs, and then they'll satisfy whatever desires they have left. So there's a high possibility that the orcs are still within that village. You should be able to buy some time with traps. Don't try to recklessly hunt them. I shall buy time. Oh, and running's fine too. The orc leader won't chase down Jiaigu's group, no, instead, the ones weaker and dumber, in other words, the lesser ones are the ones who'll be chasing Jiaigu's group. Therefore, victory should be attainable, provided we're able to split the orcs as planned. Without saying anything, Jiaigu nodded. And at the vanguard of his horde, he ran. Guru. At the rise of his raging voice, he led the 4 goblins into the village. The rest of you, go pick up stones and hide at the northern gate. After I gave orders to the rest of the goblins, I called out to Jiaiga and Rishia. As for us, we're heading to the southern gate. Then, with the great sword on my shoulder, I declared to myself, I will take it back. All of it. At the stirrings of war, the northern wind blew, and the branches swayed. Within the village of the goblins, inside that partial enclosure of crumbling fences, were the orcs, eating. Seeing as how there are only 3 orcs, Jiaigu must have succeeded. If he had failed, then I would have had to use Rishia and Jiaiga as decoys. That's one of the reasons why we're here at the southern gate. But since Jiaigu has succeeded, there won't be a need for that anymore. All that's left now is to focus on these 3 orcs. As I looked on at that small group, I noticed that one of the orcs wielded a long spear, and wore a necklace of fangs around its neck. It was clearly different from the other orcs. As I looked at it, I focused my eyes. And faintly, information appeared within my mind. Skill, greater than activated. Race, orc, level, 67, class, leader, horde chief, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, none, so that wasn't a dream. The skill of that one-eyed red snake had activated. As I think that, I took a peek at the skill's description again. Skill, greater than, when the target's level is lower than yours, it will show the status of the target. Level, huh? The condition for activation is quite limiting. If it was just number, then it wouldn't be so troublesome, but since it's restricted by level, I won't be able to use it much after evolving to a higher class. Fortunately though, I stopped at 99 and didn't evolve. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use it right now. Caution will be necessary. But that's a matter for later. Right now, I'll just gratefully accept this fortuitous coincidence. Decisions are, after all, easier to make when your opponent's strengths are an open book. Thinking on the situation now, there are 3 orcs before me. The only point of concern is the leader who's wielding a long spear. Aside from that one, everyone else should be a normal one. If it's just this, then I should be able to manage by myself. Jiaiga, Rishia, run past the center and head for the northern gate. By your will. Jiaiga looked at Rishia, waiting for her reply. And Rishia nodded at my words. She might have her doubts, but right now, there's no other choice but to follow my command. Go. While the orcs had their backs turned, Jiaiga and Rishia ran. And at the same time, I rushed towards the orcs that were still leading in a trance. 10 more steps. They still haven't noticed me. This is another reason why I went to the southern gate. The orcs have good nose, but from this direction, they shouldn't be able to detect me as fast. 7 more steps. At that range, I saw it. The corpses of my dead subordinates and the unmoving female swordsman. Grrr. Unconsciously, I grinded my back teeth. Gua. 4 more steps. But at that, the orcs finally noticed me, crying out in anger. But it's too late. They're all already within my range. I swung iron second, steel greatsword, and brought it crashing down on an orc's head. The weight of the great sword plus the acceleration from the centrifugal force, this two put together, turned that one blow into a deadly force, easily crushing the head of one of the orc leader's followers. With a follow-up blow, I aimed for the leader, but as expected, it was able to use its spear as a shield, and was able to get some distance. Fujiua. Jua. It was maddened by rage. But, do you really think I would lose to you when it comes to my fury? Pay for the crimes you've done. Gyua. At the cry of overpowering howl, one of the orc followers cowered. That one should be weaker than me. But, suddenly, the orc leader attacked, interrupting my thoughts. That spear, having doubled the range of my great sword, came sweeping at my head. Missing, it swept against the empty expanse above my head. If your range is bigger than mine, then let's bring it into a melee. The moment that spear swung past me, I compressed my body, and bolted towards the orc. Fujiua. Freebnovel.com, like a beast, I went on all fours. And concealing my great sword, I aimed for the orc leader's head. But then I saw it grinning. When I saw that ugly face that was perfect for the pig it was, smiling, my back froze. And I saw something from the corner of my eyes. Without even confirming what it was, I reflexively moved to meet it. At that instant, heat rushed up my leg as an attack hit me, and without giving me time to rest, the long spear descended on my head. But by rolling on the ground, I was somehow able to dodge it. Then I picked myself up, and made a run for the northern gate. I wanted to whittle down their strength a bit more, but it doesn't look like it's possible to do any more than this. Pujua. An angry voice bellowed out from behind me. The orc that had seen blood, has gone full berserk. No longer can it be stopped by something half-baked. Like that I ran for the northern gate, leading the orcs whose blood has gone to their heads. The path beyond the northern gate is closed by the forest. Ever since people had stopped living in this village, almost no one's gone to the mountains. So naturally, the path leading to the mountain has worsened over time. Turning it into its current condition where half of the road's been corroded, thickets are crawling out from both sides, and small plants could be seen growing on the road. Bristling with trees, it was within that narrow road that I decided to use as the stage for my duel with the two orcs. With the goblins having already been deployed, these two are the only missing puzzles. Once I kill these two, everything will end. But of course, the opponent before me isn't weak enough to let me do that easily. I chose this place specifically because it was narrow. Being narrow, I expected the orc to have difficulty moving its long spear, but that expectation was completely blown away. The orc brought the spear above his head, and he spun it. By taking advantage of the effect of centrifugal force, that spear became a force to be reckoned, easily mowing down the surrounding small trees. In fact, the power contained within that spear was so strong that unless I wielded my great sword with both hands, and with all my power defended against it, I too would be blown away. If I was going to take it by surprise with a sudden attack, then I should have taken advantage of this. In my regret I showed a slight opening. The orc follower failed to miss that, and it attacked at that very moment, unleashing its long sword. At the same time, the orc leader's range kept me from making a move, effectively sealing my movements. Fucking pigs, don't use your heads. I grew more and more impatient. And with it, I slipped faster, falling into the enemy's pace. And although small, the countless wounds I received, caused blood to flow without rest, greatly weakening me. Goo. As I dodged the orc follower's long sword, the long spear came immediately after it, blowing me away. I can see the orc follower's face twisting into a grin as it swung its SW. /14 Volume 1, Chapter 14, Counterattack Race, Goblin, Level, 99, Class, Noble, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death. Jiaiga felt impatient as he watched the chief fight a difficult battle right before his eyes. But at the same time, he had to do the job he was ordered to do. Jiaiga turned to glance at the human woman. And there she was, her face as expressionless as usual, watching the chief fight. Jiaiga was ordered to protect this woman. But at the rate the fight is going, if he doesn't jump out now, then the chief will be devoured by the orcs. The chief prefers to be alone. Whenever there is danger, the one who goes is he. The chief never lets his subordinates do something reckless. To Jiaiga, this kind of conduct was abnormal. When Jiaiga was only a goblin, the leader of his horde then had red skin like he does now. Each day that leader would order the goblins to hunt for food. And the older goblins would take for themselves the best of the spoils. Power is everything. That was true even for the goblins. Jiaiga never thought it to be strange. When he reaches the top, he too would do the same. But of course, there was dissatisfaction. And what was most unsatisfying was the matter regarding the females. The boss of the horde monopolized the females, keeping coitus with the females all to himself. The whole horde was unsatisfied. Freebnol.cm, but even so, for Jiaiga who was only a goblin, rebelling was not possible. But then one day, a goblin who would leave that horde appeared. Jiaiga followed that goblin. Jiaiga followed him since it seems like he'll allocate the females, and since the food was better compared to what it was then. There were many young goblins following that goblin. Young goblins that had circumstances similar to Gi Georgia. Eventually they found a place they could settle down in. But then, the orcs also came. The new leader said he would drive those orcs away. And so he gathered the 30 goblins that were with him, and he told them to surround the 3 orcs. But it failed. By the time Jiaiga noticed it, the encirclement was broken, and Jiaiga was sent flying, knocked unconscious. By the time he woke up, the leader was an unknown red goblin. Little by little, the horde acknowledged that goblin as their leader. Well, history will just repeat itself. This forest is just too harsh of an environment for goblins to live in. Like that Jiaiga followed after the new chief with his heart partly resigned. That leader taught Jiaiga and the other goblins a new method to catch preys. A method that used traps to disable the preys. Jiaiga doubted his eyes as he stared at the leader who thought this up, completely dumbfounded. Try it. At the chief's words, Jiaiga timidly attempted to use the traps. And almost as if it was a lie, he managed to catch his prey easily. This leader is a good leader. In no time at all, Jiaiga changed his opinion, and he recognized the new chief. Freebnol.com, Jiaiga thought it was strange. The new leader actually allocated the food. He didn't monopolize the females. And he even gave them names. And more than anything, the leader saved his life when he became confused from the orcs' cries. What is this? This goblin? When Jiaiga evolved, That question surfaced at the back of Jiaga's head. Compared to the time he was just a goblin, his ability to think had grown, and so he pondered the question. The answer he arrived to was, a king. This goblin is the king who has come to save us. And so Jiaga, who had evolved into a goblin rare, bowed his head to the chief. With joy and absolute fidelity, he swore his loyalty. My king. Goo, but that very chief right now was under pressure by the hateful orcs. The chief won't expose us to danger. But what will happen once the chief passes? The chief must be saved. No matter what. Woman. I, go. You, hide. Even though you are ordered to protect me? For, my king, I, go. King, save. You, hide. While he was talking, fire filled his body, spreading to every corner as if trying to set his body on fire. That erupting sensation was sudden. But it felt warm. With enough reason to stake his life, he felt strength fill his limbs with power. Guru-ah! Jiaga jumped from the thickets, and struck the orc with his sword. Not good. I can't dodge. Guru-ah! As I thought that, a black shadow bellowed out a howl from the corner of my eyes. Jiaga, who should have been hiding within the thickets, suddenly appeared, and went for the orc, wielding his iron spear. Didn't I leave Rishia's protection to him? King, save. I, save king. That iron spear was rusted, but at Jiaga's beast-like charge, it penetrated the orc's flesh, and both the orc and Jiaga fell to the ground. Sheet. Gripping my iron second, steel greatsword, I moved my body in an attempt to save Jiaga, Piga. Maddened by fury, the orc leader swept his long spear horizontally. In response, I exerted all of my strength to block it. Ku? Pubyuu-ah. Guru-ah. The war cries of Jiaga and the orc resounded from behind me as I focused all my strength to dodge the incoming spear of the orc in front of me. If it hits, it'll be fatal. With the follower gone, I thought I'd manage somehow, but apparently my calculations were way off. This orc is undoubtedly strong. I have no choice but to recognize that fact. Support Jiaga. Throw it. At the bellow of overpowering howl, I ordered the subordinate goblins to throw the stones. I have better chances of winning than Jiaga, who is fighting the other orc behind me, so I don't have the luxury to have them support me. Skill, swordsmanship C+ activated. It is now possible to parry the heavy attack of the spear. I need to get the orc inside my range. So go. Go deep into the range of the long spear. I drew close towards the orc as I meticulously parried an attack that was strong enough to fray my nerves. 3 more steps, and it'll enter my great sword's range. But at the thought, blood suddenly spilled, barely failing to receive the spear handle from above. My feet were hit directly. Goo-ah! Soundlessly, I groaned. And without being given time to rest, the spear that broke my feet crawled on the ground like a snake, and it came slashing again. That spear came from below, and with my great sword as a shield, I blocked it. But because of the pain from my broken feet, I wasn't able to absorb all of the impact, and I was sent flying all the way into the thickets. Fortunately, the thickets cushioned my fall, and I didn't fall on my back. But because of that blow, I lost sight of what was in front of me. Pubuya. Pugua. The orc that I was fighting leapt. But now it wasn't aiming for me but Jiaga. What the hell? Goblins should just follow my commands. It's enough for you goblins to do as I say. Don't try to save me. I won't accept that. Because once I do, I'm not confident that I'll be able to calmly accept your deaths. The long sword of the orc follower swung at Jiaga, cutting his arm. And the orc leader's long spear swept, sending both the iron spear and Jiaga, flying. Jiaga's arms were twisted to the wrong direction, and as he lay on the ground, he coughed blood. That image burned itself on my eyes, and lit something within me. Guru-ah! At the explosion of overpowering howl, I bolted towards the orcs to stop them. Having carelessly gone close, I entered the range of the orc follower, and it brought its long sword down on me. I read the trajectory of that slash, and with a move that could only be considered by others as unthinkable, I went deeper into its range and received the brunt of its attack. My shoulder was burning. Having been deeply wounded, blue blood spurted from my wound. But this is exactly what I wanted. Now, tell me. Do you think you'll be forgiven? Guru Puji. The orc tried to dig the sword even deeper, but I seized the blade of that long sword, grasping it within my bare hand. Skill, greater than activated. Physical strength and agility 20% up. But it's not enough. With that blade in my hand, I sunk it myself even deeper into my wound. Skill, greater than stage 2 activated. Physical strength and agility 30% up, not yet. I lifted the iron second, steel greatsword, that should be lifted with 2 hands with only 1 hand. Pubi. I lifted it over the confused orc's head. And with my anger at its greatest, I swung it down. The greatsword descended, and as it reached the orc's head, it smashed it, cutting down until half of its chest was severed. And then finishing it off, I sent it flying with a kick. After I'd kicked the orc away, the orc leader's enraged voice bellowed, and with it, came lunging his long spear. The swung spear easily crushed the left arm that held the orc follower's long sword. Skill, greater than stage 3 activated. Physical strength and agility 40% up. The crumbling body, my consciousness barely kept together with anger. I ignored all of those as I stepped onward. And with that step, I swung the great sword, sending the orc leader's long spear flying. The orc that could absolutely not lose in physical strength had just lost in a contest of physical prowess, leaving it confused. I held the great sword above my head, and in one straight line, I brought it down, crashing into the orc's head. But the foe before me was also in existence who led its horde. There was no way it would just stand still and watch its death. At the descent of that attack, the orc leader intersected its hands, and thrusted itself towards me. This sword is being swung one-handed. It can cut flesh, but it won't be able to crush the bone. Moreover, with the distance shortened, the damage received should also be mitigated. A good decision. The falling sword met halfway with the orc's hands. But this attack is, my muscles on my right arm that was swinging this sword down, suddenly enlarged abnormally. This wrath of mine cannot be stopped with something on that level. The sword, unstopping, continued unfazed, crushing the head of the orc. Blood spurted, and the orc crumbled to the ground. As I glanced sideward at the bloodied, unmoving orc, I pierced my sword into the ground. Rishia Felzeal. As I called that name, I helped Jiaiga up. Rishia pushed her way out of the thickets, and I brought Jiaiga to her. Heal this one. Although her face was expressionless as usual, a curious expression slightly appeared on her face. Even though you're also heavily injured? This one takes priority. Hurry. Enduring both that gradually increasing impatience that felt like it was trying to burn my body, and that sensation welling from deep inside that felt like it was trying to tear me apart, I urged Rishia to heal Gi Georgia. I understand. Rishia looked like she couldn't fully comprehend it, but she still winked to Jiaiga and chanted her healing magic. Seeing that, I finally fell to my knees. Inside my body, something was trying to change me. That something that could also be called a chill, crawling beneath my skin, was coming from my guts, attempting to recreate me anew. It's hot. Steam came out from every part of my body. Gulp. I heard a surprised gulp, but I ignored it. As my eyes closed themselves. The shape of one's appearance is the shape of one's soul. I wonder why? I suddenly remembered the words of the annoying mother goddess. Level, because you have broken through level 100, class, will rise. Class, noble, horde chief, greater than, class, duke, horde chief. Your level will also reset to 1. Because you have evolved to goblin duke, your abilities will also rise. Skill, greater than will become greater than will become greater than, because you have defeated the orc leader, your level will rise. From level 1 you will rise to level 10. Divine protection, the one-eyed red snake that was bestowed upon you by Algia, the goddess of the underworld, will also transform inside your body. Skill, greater than acquired. Items acquired, long spear, long sword, fang necklace. Author's note, I tried writing from the perspective of someone other than the protagonist. I plan to do this for several others too. /15 Volume 1, Chapter 15, A New Power Race, Goblin, Level, 10, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Passing over the lake, the gentle wind blew past me, a gentle caress. The image reflected on the lake's mirror-like surface was nothing like that of a goblin noble's. Tawny skin and a human adult's height. The image of a spiraled red snake on the arm, a lone horn reaching out to the heavens from the head, black fur much like that of a horse's mane reaching from the head until the hips, and that nostalgic sensation of having 5 fingers. Is this really a goblin? The image before me is enough to make me doubt that fact. But since my goblin subordinates have become more subservient, I shouldn't dwell on it too much. The changes truly are quite shocking though. Look, even my face has changed. That expression that once couldn't be thought of as anything but brimming with repugnance has now turned into this turtle-like apathy. A smirk surfaced at that thought. But then at that, a dreadful, brutish image reflected on the lake's surface. Freebnoll.com, don't say anything. One's appearance is the shape of one's soul. Was it? Hogwash. Speaking of which, I've started to use the loincloths Lily's zone. I've always been naked all this time, but lately, I feel like I've begun to regain my sense of shame. It might be because I've started talking to the humans again. After repelling the orc leader who had attacked the village, and after my class had gone up and after going through that unpleasant experience again, we went to the hunting grounds right outside the village to Agiagu. I could barely feel the weight of the iron second on my shoulder. After reaching the hunting grounds, I managed to find some good targets to test my body out. Those orcs that were trapped and unable to move were literally felled in one sweep. With my new strength, I can now tear through the orcs and crush even their bones easily. Having confirmed that is enough for now. Regarding the female swordsman, Lily, who was knocked out in the village. Well, she's safe. Not that I care, but from the looks of things, the orcs prioritize food over women. Taking only the unconscious Lily into custody, I ordered the surviving goblins with overpowering howl together. Amongst the gathered goblins there's Jiaiga who's been healed, Jiaigu who would obey despite his injuries, and then the rest of the other goblins. The numbers visibly decreased. The horde that once numbered 50 has gone down to 40. And the number that can fight, number to 30 at most. The injured goblins that can't move number to 7. Aside from the ones healed by Rishia, the number of subordinates that can be used to hunt has significantly decreased. The numbers could reach only this much even after including the surviving larvae and females as part of the war forces, showing just how much damage the orc attack did. And the number of females preparing the materials are 6. The one female goblin that's finally gotten pregnant has also been killed by the orcs. Most likely because she was pregnant, she couldn't run, and in the end she was killed. In order to prevent something like this from happening again, I should train them to run ahead of time. The captive humans are all safe. Although it's quite ironic, it seems the goblin prioritized protecting my treasures over their fellow females. As expected, a beast is a beast. Because they actually thought that I'd be happy hearing what they did. Be that as it may, the old goblin seems to have some intelligence. But even if you tell me that their sense of values is just different, it's no use. The captive humans are behaving better now than before the orc attack. Especially the female swordsman, Lily. Even though she kept snarling at me before, now she's so subservient to the point it feels like a lie. In fact, the annoying one now is Rishia. I think it's because she saw my level up. Now, every time she sees my face, she bombards me with question after question. What a hassle. The more I talk to her, the more it feels as if I could get swept by her charm. Because of skill greater than I'm able to keep it in check, but it's not easy. I once asked her if I wasn't scary, and she just looked at me blankly and shook her head. Apparently, because I've already put a lot of thought into things regarding her and the others, she doesn't think I'll do anything bad. After all, I've already made Lily and the other male humans so, and Rishi has been assigned to healing duty. So there's no other way left for me but to keep on going like this. Right now, the power I have is still too weak to encroach into the territory of humans. So I won't have any choice for a while but to continue to increase my power like this. Afterwards, I went to check my new skills. Skill, greater than, the number of subordinates you can lead will increase greatly. Charm towards the same race will increase greatly. Focusing my will, I check the new skills I've acquired. Charm towards the same race will increase greatly. So only the charm towards the goblins will increase. Unless I misuse this skill, it should serve me well. I'm not fond of female goblins, so if I make a mistake, it could turn into a disaster though. A two-edged sword so to speak. Skill, swordsmanship greater than, most likely due to having 5 fingers, I've become able to do more delicate movements. As expected, having 5 fingers which I'm used to the most is best. And now it's possible for me to beat each others down, and then immediately switch to slashing with my sword. Skill, greater than, it's now possible to manipulate magic according to one's attribute. In a sense, the true charm to living in a different world is the ability to use magic. I didn't want to meet Risha, so I went to ask the old goblin to teach me magic. Considering it's sage, I thought it might know something, but as expected, a goblin's a goblin. Sheet. It couldn't be helped, so I ended up having to go ask Risha. Teach me how to use magic. When those words entered Rishia's ears, she looked at me as if she'd just seen a dog talk. Of course, she tried to keep that from showing on her expression, but I can read even the slightest change in her expression. I can read even the slightest change in her expression? Seriously, how far have I fallen? Sheet. Magic is the world. That is to say that the gods cannot be replaced. And magic is the miraculous incarnation of that contract. Is what Rishia said. Somehow this conversation's turned really abstract. After that Rishia started to prattle endlessly while carrying a hint of pride. Wanting to just get it over with, I pestered her to just tell me what I want to know. So in other words, how do I use it? Having been interrupted in the middle of talking, Rishia scowled at me. Magic can be invocated with the use of an aria and an image. As for what to say, it's fine to speak freely what's in your mind. It would have been fine if you just said that from the start. What's the point of putting on theirs? Image. When I thought of that, what floated to my mind was that Friar's fireball and barrier. I wonder if it doesn't matter what attribute I have. Let my body be inviolable. Suddenly, darkness wrapped itself around my body. And an armor of darkness that dimmed my visage, capable of stopping my enemy's attacks, appeared. Oh? Surprisingly, I actually managed to pull it off. WWH? Contrast to my slightly surprised reaction, that woman who's always been poker-faced all this time, Risha, suddenly forgot to keep her appearance up, and her face twisted, completely dumbfounded. Beside her was Lily whose mouth was wide open, also shocked. Why? Why are you able to do it? Rishia became serious all of a sudden as she inquired that while drawing near me. Well, it's because you taught me obviously. Is what I wanted to say, but I decided to keep that Tsukumi at bay. How do I cancel this? Ignored, Rishia pouted, annoyed. Chant the aria of cancellation. As for the wording, do whatever you want. Just as she said, I recited the aria. Release. Seeing the darkness recede, I was satisfied. From now on, I should experiment with this. As I was thinking that, Rishia suddenly spoke up. Isn't this against the contract? What is? I'm only supposed to heal and talk with you. What do you want? I wish to bathe. Huh? I might have made a dumb expression, as Rishia repeated her words angrily. I said I want to bathe. I called Jiga over, and had them escort her. There are too many things that need to be done. Level, has increased. 10, greater than 11, the buff has been cancelled. Author's notes: the audible loud laughter of a goddess seems like it should be added. It really is unfortunate that he couldn't become human, huh? There's no B-san, but hurry up and make him human. Abbreviated, eh? You want to know if he can become human? Well, that's a spoiler, so let's keep it a secret. /16 Volume 1, Chapter 16, Tremor's Race, Goblin, Level 11, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Turn me into a blade, Enchant. At that chant, the darkness wrapped around me moved itself to the sword. I'm hidden amongst thickets, watching my praise. When the magic finished casting, I immediately jumped out, and pursued the praise before me. My target, the herd of viral deer. These preys were found by my goblin subordinates after I ordered them to look for some. And as for my target, it's the biggest one amongst the ones spotted today. Right now, there are around 30 deer drinking water from the lake and feeding on the grass. And these are all going to serve as my practice partners. With that thought, I took a step. But as soon as I stepped out of the thickets, they noticed my presence. Was it because of their instincts as beasts who grew up in the wild? Or was it just because my killing intent leaked out? I don't know, but as their ears perked up, all of their gazes focused onto me. Without flinching, I proudly took another step, then they turned their back to me, and they began to run. But as soon as I took that step, I had already prepped myself to sprint at maximum speed. And in the blink of an eye, the running prey's back was before me. But then all of a sudden, the viral deer stopped, and then turned right. The force of having sprinted at maximum speed weighed heavily on me. Enduring that, I paused, and then turned, continuing to chase after my prey. As soon as it entered my range, I swung my enchanted iron second down. And in an instant, the deer was cut down. It was so fast that the deer wasn't even given a moment to utter a cry. Seeing that, I couldn't help but find myself dumbfounded. The resistance was so thin it was as if I'd just cut butter with knife. Amazing. While I was caught up in my fascination over the prowess of magic, the goblins seems to have already gotten used to hunting the viral deer. Looks like the three-man cell's been more effective than expected. As soon as the larvae grow up, they're put in with experienced teams and instructed how to use traps. Because of this, it's become possible to acquire preys without hurting their quality. Freebnovel.com. As a result, the efficiency of our hunts have increased, and the food situation's gotten better. Leading to an increase in the survival rate of the birthed goblins, which then consequentially leads up to an increase in war potential. But even without that, I'd still want to have our bellies filled. After all, you can't fight with an empty stomach, right? All the more so since we get our provisions from hunting and not from vegetation. So I want to get some now while we can. It's a pity thought that smoking's the most we could do when it comes to preserving food, but I guess it'll all work out somehow. While I was up there in my own little world, thinking of all sorts of random things, I suddenly heard the death throes of a deer. Guyuo. Oh? And as my eyes moved towards the direction of that scream, I saw the goblin who killed it, transforming as it sat there on the ground with vapors coming out of its body. He's evolving? As I continued to watch the goblin's evolution, its skin turned red, and its muscles grew bigger. Its stiff expression also changed into a fiendish one. And as its evolution finished, its cries changed to that of a goblin rare. It might be because it's my first time seeing someone evolve that I couldn't help but stare at the new goblin rare. But then as I continued to stare at it, some text suddenly appeared within my mind. Race, Goblin, Level 1, Class, Rare, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, None, Attributes, None, huh? Looks like the skill, Greater Than has activated. Moreover, from the looks of things, apparently it doesn't work on just my enemies, but also on my allies. That's unexpected. But really, I shouldn't have assumed it to be so in the first place. Sigh. I just feel like hitting myself with a stone right now for thinking it could only work on my opponents without even confirming it. That aside, I wonder if I should end the hunt right here and now, and start a meeting. It's that striking while the iron's hot. But, wait. My level right now is only 11, and, skill, greater than activates based on level conditions. No, I shouldn't be impatient. Right now the focus should be on hunting for provisions. Right, I shouldn't change the order and focus on gathering food first. Freebnoel.com, Chief. Hearing a voice call out to me, I snap out of my thoughts. Oh, come to think of it, someone's managed to evolve. I need to give it a name. I name you Gigi. When I granted the kneeling goblin a name, it bowed to me deeply several times as if it had just received something divine. Incidentally, I took the chance to take a look at Gigi's skill. Beast Tamer. When it was still a goblin, the most it could manage were a few dogs. Now that it's evolved into a goblin rare, its ability to control beasts should have increased an appropriate amount. I'm looking forward to see just how much it can bolster our war potential. After that, time passed, and when we got 2 idle deer and 3 armor rabbits, we ended the day's hunt, and returned to the village. When I returned to the village, I made my subordinate goblins sit in order. Right now, I'm going to interview them. What I want to get from this is each and every goblin's aptitudes, as well as the skills that can be used to increase our war potential. Once I know what useful skills they have, I'm going to train it by having them use it more frequently. But unfortunately, skill, greater than wouldn't work for more than half of them. And amongst the goblins I've looked into, the only ones that have something that could become a part of our war potential was at most 2. With the exclusion of Gigi, the number really was small. How disappointing. But then again, there's no way it would have gone well on the first try. So for now, I should just focus on increasing my level in order to be able to determine the other goblins' aptitude as well. And if ever I come to find that they have a useful skill, I should make them use it as much as possible every time we hunt in order to harness it. Right, let's go with this. Oh, incidentally, I also couldn't see into the statuses of the other goblin rares, the former leader Gigu and the spear-wielding Gi Georgia. I'm quite curious about this two's status, but I guess it can't be helped for now. Right, I shouldn't pester for things that I don't have, and just make use of whatever's available. Talking with Rishi has almost become a daily thing, but at least now I've started to be able to drag information out of her. The only way for this to happen was to either win her trust or get her used to it, so in a sense it's partly thanks to the orcs' attack that my impression with her has gone up so much. Seriously, who would have thought those orcs attacking would actually do some good? They helped me evolve, they became food for my subordinates, and they became the key to help me to get the information I want. Fuckers. Honestly, I'm not that happy about it, but it's true, so. Still. Even if the loss wasn't that high. Fuck. But still. What's usable is usable, and I should make use of what's available to me. Even if that thing is something that came at the cost of my subordinates' lives. Moreover, this is also a form of memorial service for them. No, it's not just that. If I don't use it, I'll be wasting their deaths. So in order for that not to happen, I need to do this. Fuck. What the fuck am I thinking anyway? They're pieces. Mere pieces on a chessboard. They're monsters. Fuck. What am I thinking? Even though I should be well aware that careless sympathy will only bring with it destruction. Are you listening? Rishia's voice knocked me awake. Sheet. Focus. Sorry, I was thinking about something. If you're not in the mood, then why should we even continue? No, that'll be a bit troubling. Especially since we're at a good part now. How dare you say something like that, when the one who wasn't listening was you? I'll let you take a bath every 2 days. Oh? That's not bad. But since we're on the topic, I'd also like to request permission for Chinos and Mattis to take a bath as well. Fine, I thought. Looks like this girl's talent doesn't end just with her healing alone. With that talent of hers to bargain, she could probably become a formidable merchant. Fine, but let's move the time. At the same time, I'll give you some escorts. Very well. Then, Let's continue. What I wanted to learn from Rishia, even at the cost of giving in, was geography. How far is the nearest human habitant? What is the population of the nearest human settlement? How many soldiers do they have? Their country? Their literature? Their overall strength? Their relationship with other countries? And what do they know about this forest? Every day, I would come to her and listen to her talk about such things. But of course, I didn't blindly believe everything she told me. After which, for the first time, I left the hunting grounds to Jiagu and the rest of the goblin rares while I went out to explore alone. Come to think of it, it's been 10 days since I've caught Rishia, so it wouldn't be strange for the humans to start looking for her soon. By exploring the unexplored areas of the forest alone, I won't only be exploring, but also increasing my level. So in a sense, I'll be killing two birds in one stone. But of course, it's also quite dangerous. Even if I have become a goblin duke, at most my status is most comparable to that of a giant spider's. The only difference is that my head's a little better, and I can use skills and magic. But as for whether those three alone can make a huge difference in my fighting potential, I don't know. In fact, there's most likely someone amongst the humans in this forest who wouldn't even bother looking at my skills and magic. For example, if there was a being who had a skill that could kill me in one hit, then my greater than wouldn't even have the chance to activate. Or perhaps a strange, powerful weapon that I've never seen before. If there's such a thing as that, then greater than won't activate either. If never I happened upon something like that, there's no guarantee of me surviving. But despite that, despite the feelings of tension running up my back, I continued deep into the forest. Then along the way, I met 3 orcs. And my mouth twisted into the shape of a crescent moon. An enemy. There's an enemy. Turn me into a blade, enchant. The dread of losing my life hung over me. The excitement that was no different from trembling, wrapped around me. As the orcs noticed me, they moved towards me. Then from the deepest pits of my entrails came a scream, the bellowing excited roar of a maddened soul. Guru-ah! With my gaze fixed upon the mighty, I took a step. Since your attributes are darkness and death, magic casted by you will be black magic. Since you are using black magic, your mind will be affected. Skill, greater than acquired. Because of, skill, greater than you will slowly lose your mind. /17 Volume 1, Chapter 17, Beast Subordinate Race, Goblin, Level, 11, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Skill, Greater than Invocated. Your sight will be dyed in red. I dodged the approaching spear without any effort. With a step, I close in on the orc. And with a thrust from the enchanted iron second, the orc's stomach was pierced. Guru-ah! Screamed the orc. With iron second still stuck, pierced into the orc's body, I swung it up. As that great steel sword rose, blood and guts scattered about in the air, and a literal rain of blood descended. The falling rain of blood coupled with my resounding laughter, painted a dreadful, gruesome scene. Why? Why am I so excited? The cowering visage of the orcs filled me with jubilance. And my face twisted into a wicked smile of sadism. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Die. 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 I chased after the orc. It showed me its back. I swung my sword down, and its screams resounded. With its back gouged out, it fell to the ground. And mercilessly, I crushed its head under the weight of my foot. Turning my head, I went off for the last orc. When I got close enough, I cut off its leg. Then I decapitated its shoulder, sending that piece flying with a fountain of blood in its trail. As I crushed its head with my grip, a raging roar bellowed out from the pits of my guts. Led by the voice within me, I had slaughtered a massacre, leaving the land dyed in red blood. No. What am I doing? Skill, greater than invocated. The effect on your mind from the skill, greater than will be mitigated. With my senses back, I looked around me. The surrounding area was a mess. No matter what you say, That exhibition was too unsightly. To think that this is what happens when I get a little bit of power. How disgraceful, I thought as I clicked my tongue. Using my heightened hearing, I searched for a waterside. Leaving the corpses here is fine, right? As for the meat of the orc, I'll just get what I need. Besides, there's something I want to see. Even something small would have been fine as long as I'm able to fit in, so when I saw a waterfall, I immediately entered it. Inside the water lake, I cooled my seething head, and I washed off the blood from my body. When the stench of the orc's flesh mostly left my body, I went back to the place where I had previously slaughtered the orcs. Looking at it now, I can't help but sigh. I'm well aware that the one responsible for this is me, but this is really just too much. Still though, since I've already done it, I should at least make the most out of it. So with that, I gathered the corpses to fish for scavengers while I hid somewhere nearby. Then a few hours passed, and I began to worry as to whether it was a waste of time hiding behind the thickets, fishing for scavengers, or not. But fortunately, at that moment, it came. Its back was hunched, its face was that of a beast, and in its hand was a beast's fang. It walked like a man, and behind it swayed a tail. Its stature was slightly smaller than that of a goblin. And its fur was colored brown. I wondered to myself whether I've seen it before from somewhere. But when I looked at my own skin, I shook my head, and concluded that it must have just been my imagination. There are 5 of them. These things are called kobolds, and they are supposedly weaker than goblins. They do possess some intelligence, however. Dashing out from the thickets, I caught one of the kobolds. When the other kobolds saw that, they immediately dispersed. "Can you talk?" I asked. With the scruff of its neck caught under the grip of my hands, I even went as far to bring it right before my face, but it just bared its fangs against me. Maybe it's not smart after all. I cut off a portion of the orc corpse's flesh and inserted it into the kobold's mouth. As useless as it was, it just chewed on the flesh. Thinking I had just wasted my time, I tossed the kobold to the ground, and went off to search again. After walking for a bit, I looked behind me. There I saw that the kobold was still following me. "You," begged the kobold as it made a face that seemingly looked like it really wanted something. Despite supposedly being a dog that had just snarled at me moments ago, drool dribbled out of the corners of its mouth as if saying, "I'm hungry." It looked back on the corpse, and then it looked back up at me again. That questioning gaze seemed to be half filled with the anticipation of being fed. "You," begged the kobold again. For the record, the one who begged a while ago was the kobold and not me, okay? You know. Just in case. I could have just chased it away, but being troubled, I threw it a slice of orc meat instead. Like a trained dog, the kobold ran after the slice of orc meat, and as soon as it got it, it went back to my side. "And? What are you planning to do by coming back to me?" It looked like trouble, so I tried to shoo it away with my hand. Somehow, it apparently misunderstood the sign, and instead it nodded at me, then it stuffed its cheeks full with the meat I'd just thrown it. It'd be troublesome if it continued to follow me around like this, so I went ahead and continued my search. But in order to lure out the kobolds, I continued to wait somewhere near the orcs' corpses until the clock struck night time. Thinking that it's almost time to head back home, I began to make way for the village. But then I heard footsteps aside from mine echoing throughout the forest. When I turned to look behind me, I saw the kobold looking up to me. Seeing me turn my head, it became curious, and it also turned its head to look behind it. "No, it's you, it's you. Why are you following me?" I asked. The kobold tilted its head in response. "Why are you making a strange face?" "Strong," replied the kobold as it pointed its finger at me. "Bring me," it continued, this time pointing to itself. With my mind already exhausted, I didn't feel like dealing with it anymore, and I just quietly continued to walk to the village like that. The goblins and people of the village sent me curious gazes as they watched the kobold follow me with its unsteady steps. Fortunately, they didn't ask anything. "Oh, you've brought back something interesting with you," commented Rishia when she saw the kobold. No one but Rishia anyway. Although for some reason her gaze looked unsatisfied as she looked at the kobold swaying its tail as it sat there under my feet. Whatever, I nonchalantly reply. It's a pain to explain. I want a pet too, said Rishia. Exactly what does Rishia think of this displeasing face of mine? Where do you place the kobolds amongst your people? I asked. At that, the usual discussion began. Although Rishia considers me and other monsters to be in one group, she differentiates between us and the monsters who captured her and the other humans. That is to say that she recognizes us. With that as the topic of conversation, we passed the time talking for nearly an hour. Freebnovel.cm. During that time, the kobold stretched itself on my feet as it made itself at home. Seeing that, I quietly thought to myself, bastard, you actually plan on staying? Kobold has been subordinated. Your level has risen. 11 equals greater than 12. Author's note, it seems that there's a legend that says that kobolds and goblins are the same thing. I'm purposely writing them as two different monsters however. I suppose it could be considered as a therapeutic sort of monster. If you could see it in real life, you might just get charmed. /18 Volume 1, Chapter 18, Charm of the Saint Race, Goblin, Level 12, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9. I caught the kobold thinking it would have intelligence, and was even planning to have it as a part of my main force. But who would have thought that my expectations would be so far from the truth? Right now, that supposedly intelligent being that should have become a part of my main force is at my feet, grooming itself with its tongue. No matter which way you spin it, this is unarguably a pet. And watching it yawn as it scratches its face with its fang just makes me want to throw a succomy at it and ask, are you an old man? On my way back, around a half-day's distance on Goblin Foot, I've already mostly finished my search after having walked to every direction from the village. And in my search, I've come to understand that there are currently no monsters in the surrounding area that could pose a threat to us. Roughly speaking, the distribution goes like this. At the east of the village, deduced based on the rising of the sun, resides the kobolds. At the north is where the spear deer are. While in between, the north and the east is the lake. And then as for the south, that's where the triple head and the triple boar live. The only problem remaining is the west. According to Rishia's group, this forest is known as the Forest of Darkness. The boundary of human life lies north from the east of the forest. The south and the west are untouched. There are no problems regarding the south. There are neither any dens in which a powerful beast might dwell in, nor are there any traces of a village. There were no dangers at all whether it was in my search or when I used my goblins to hunt. Now, the reason I find the west to be a problem is because the orcs have mostly been coming from the west. The orcs generally form groups of either 3, when small, or 8, when big. They're always moving because they don't have a permanent home. They look for a place, settle down, then after eating everything, they move again and repeat the same thing. Just like grasshoppers. Not that I have any intentions of talking about the pros and cons of their way of living, mind you. The only thing that matters is that I know how they live their lives. Now, the problem is why they're coming from the west. According to the humans, the deeper into the forest, the stronger the monster. So there are 2 possibilities. Either the orcs are being driven away by something frighteningly strong, or the orcs have many villages. Regardless, the threat's from the west. Troubled, I consulted the elder goblin about my thoughts. And I asked him whether it'd be possible to merge with the other goblin villages once we track them down. My current pieces number, 3 goblin rares, 32 male goblins that can fight, and 9 goblins that can't. It's a rather worrying number. Thinking back to it, I once asked whether there was a king amongst the goblins or not. And if I recall correctly, there should be no unifying leader but rather, 4 main groups. So if each group had 30 goblins, then that would total to 120. If I'm able to take all of that, then it wouldn't be such a bad army now. Would it? I want information regarding the goblin villages that are similar to ours. If possible, their chief as well, I said. I explained the circumstances to the old goblin. And in response, the old goblin replied with a frown. My king, it will do us no good to be hasty. To begin with, the East isn't even under our control yet, replied the old goblin. Hearing him point out a sore spot, I unconsciously knit my eyebrows. Certainly, I can't just ignore the humans. How long will it take before those bastards reach this village? I need to have a precise answer to that, otherwise, I might just make a blunder. And if I do, then the only future left for this village is destruction. Especially since I have Rishia with me. It's definitely not far-fetched to believe that they're putting together a unit to bring her back. But at the same time, if I keep worrying over something like that, then I'll never be able to make my move. But the thing is, it's difficult to predict when the humans will make their move. In fact, I can't even ascertain how much Rishia's group is worth to the humans. So considering my priorities, the only path I have left to me is to deal with the humans. Oi, I said, calling out to the kobold at my feet. You are to let me know when the humans enter the forest. Understood? A curious expression appeared on the kobold, then as it barked out a woof, it wagged its tail. At that, I gave it some meat. And as soon as it took it into its mouth, it ran away at full speed. When humans come, I'll let you know, said the kobold. I don't know how trustworthy that kobold is, but it's better than nothing. But just in case, I better spread some goblins to guard the area. With this, the East should be fine for now. After this, I should increase the number of goblins at the eastern hunting grounds. The East should be fine now, right? I asked the old goblin. To which in response, the old goblin unwillingly nodded. Then let us talk. With those words I persuaded the old goblin to give me the information I wanted. And from it, I found out that our village is apparently one of the smallest amongst the goblin villages. It would seem that our village's survival so far has mostly been due to good luck. Then again, I've always had a feeling that was the case. But while that may be true, that doesn't mean that the other groups will be able to break through either. Because if there was such a group, then there should be another one like me who would attempt to gather the nearby villages and increase their power. The fact that there's no such thing just goes to mean that there's no group that sticks out from the crowd. Now, the closest group to us has about 30 goblins as its fighting force. It should only take us around a day on foot. At the same time, they appear to be living in a sturdy cave. And their chief is only a goblin rare. Unfortunately though, this information isn't that reliable as it's only based on the old goblin's memory. As for why knows it, apparently his father was a mutual goblin rare and the chief of this village 3 generations ago. A father, huh? Well, in any case, this isn't such a bad deal for our first invasion. The lack of information is a bit troubling, but there's not much time left, so this'll have to do. Gi-gu, Gi-gi, begin the preparations. We'll take 10 goblins with us, while Gi-ga will defend the village in our absence. After I ordered my subordinates, I ordered the old goblin to guide us. The old goblin hesitated a bit, so I threatened it. After which, we then had to prepare our food supplies before moving out. We took some raw meat, and smoked it in a small shed. I mobilized what little knowledge I had, and then left the meat for a few hours. The result? Burned. Where did I go wrong? At the depths of my despair, a voice came. What are you doing? It asked. That voice came from a curious Rishia who was in a nearby shed. It would appear that she's quite excited, but in contrast to that vigor of hers, I replied with barely any, saying, I want to make some preserved meat. What for? She asked. I need it to destroy a different village, I replied. Now I don't know what she thought of my words, but she suddenly clapped her hands, and then suggested, please add some fruits to our meal. I know, how about some keju for everyone? Apparently, this woman's tougher than she looks. As for that keju, it's supposedly a fruit that grows on trees, and turns red when ripe. It's kind of like an apple. Alright, I'll have it ready from this day's lunch onwards, I agreed. Goblins love meat. The goblins with the skill can eat relatively anything, but they still love meat. They can eat leaves, they can eat roots, and even fruits. But they still prefer meat. That's why we don't really have much of that kedra gathered. Or at least as long as I don't order them to anyway, but. Jinos, called Rishia. What does the saint require of me? Replied Jinos. Apparently he wants to smoke some meat. Would you mind teaching him how to? Asked Rishia. If that is the request of the saint, then. Replied Jinos as he turned his quivering gaze at me. But without another question, he began to explain. After hearing his explanation, I then proceeded to order my subordinates according to his instructions, and lit a flame in the same way. The result? A success. Why? I asked. A sense of disappointment filled my heart as I persistently asked the quivering Jinos, why? And as it turns out, the secret was in the strength of the fire. Maybe it also has something to do with his skill? I thought. But without pursuing the matter any further, I just gave up and rewarded Jinos with rabbit meat. After all, there's a problem of whether or not the goblins would be able to recreate something so subtle like that. The goblin bears and the goblin nobles might be able to, but it's too big of a hit to our forces to tie down such important pieces with a menial task like that. Besides, if humans can do it, then why not just leave it to them, right? Please don't forget your promise, okay? Reminded Rishia cheekily. Hearing that, I nodded. But almost immediately after, I was startled, and couldn't help but turn back to look at her. Why? Because Rishia spoke to me as soon as I finished thinking. No way, right? And not only did she take into consideration the odds of me using the food supply to attack a human settlement, she's even made the humans indispensable. Did she really calculate this far? Right now, what I'm feeling from that girl is not that same girl who was just asking for better food, but rather the wisdom of a higher being, a saint. It's past lunch already. I'll add the kedja starting with supper. Intriguing. Very intriguing. To what extent is she Rishia? To what extent is she the saint? In the same vein, to what extent am I a man? To what extent am I a monster? Suddenly, a desire wishing to ascertain that bloomed from within me. Freebnovel.com, regardless of whether it's because of her charm or not, this formidable emotion is simply far too strong for me to resist. The believer of the healing goddess, Zenobia, has manifested her skill, greater than, your mind will be slightly affected. It will be difficult for you to harm the saint. /19 Volume 1, Chapter 19, Grey Wolf Level, 12, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, subordinate beasts, kobold, LV9, abnormal status, greater than. It took us around a day of walking west before we finally found a cave. That cave had an extremely narrow entrance, making it look like nothing but a crack in a giant piece of rock. But interestingly enough, its interior is actually quite wide. Jim. A large number of goblins were hanging out by the entrance of the cave. It should be fine though, as I highly doubt that they'd attack. Gi, I said, calling out to the two goblins. Go inside, and ask their chief to come out. Understood, replied the two. Then from the goblins I've brought with me, I picked 8 more and made them go as well. As for the remaining 2 goblins, I had them patrol and hunt some prey while we waited for the others to return. I could have gone to the cave myself, but I didn't because of the cave's entrance. It's too narrow. In fact, it's so narrow that a goblin bear is about all that could fit. Even a goblin noble who is only one size bigger would find itself hard-pressed to try and pass through. What more someone like me who is pretty much a walking mass of rock? I'd have to whittle myself with something first if I wanted to pass through that. But that'd be stupid and inefficient, so instead of doing something so pointless, I sent the 2 to ask their chief to come out instead. Besides, there shouldn't be anything to worry about since Giga possesses the skill. Greater than with that skill he's able to take a triple boy along. It's also partially due to his limits that we brought that thing, but surprisingly, it's actually proven to be quite the boon to us. In a narrow cave like that, who'd be able to dodge the triple boar? So with that, I was able to patiently wait for them without any worries. And after some time of waiting, voices reminiscent of jeering reached my ears. "It would appear that they've arrived," muttered the old goblin. At his words, I turned my head, and there, a goblin rare stood in between Jiaigu and Gigi. "Are you the chief of this horde?" I asked as I looked down on it, exuding an aura of dignity. "On your knees!" yelled Gigi as he forcibly made the goblin rare kneel. While Gigi was manhandling the goblin, I couldn't help but catch something quite curious. The goblin rare in front of me seems to be severely scarred. Some, old. Some, new. And some were even fresh. "Answer the king's question," bestered Jiaigu. "I am indeed the chief of this horde," said the goblin proudly as it courageously gazed at me. Its firm resolve could be visibly seen reflected on its eyes. Although only a little, I suddenly found interest for this goblin's proud from within me. And to think I was actually thinking of just lopping its head off. "What kind of goblin is the chief of this horde?" I asked. Having had a change of heart, I decided to approach things a bit differently. "A friendly goblin we have known for generations. He is gentle. His feelings of camaraderie are strong even amongst goblins and..." Before the old goblin could prattle on, I interjected, saying, "In other words." "In other words, the old goblin does not want to kill this goblin. This goblin is exceptional," I continued. "Yes, that's exactly it," agreed the old goblin. I glanced at the goblin rare once again, and then said, "Freebnoll.com, become my subordinate. I don't need unnecessary words. Whether you reply with a yes, or whether you reply with a no, that is everything to me. Under the condition that you save the goblins under me," bargained the goblin. Without any hesitation, I nodded at the goblin rare who had its head still bowed on the ground. "Save, huh? Come to think of it, all of the subordinates of this goblin rare are thin all over. In fact, even this goblin rare itself is thin. I'll give you food," I said. Then along with those words, I had the food we smoked prior to coming here along with the praise we had hunted along the way brought out, showing it off to the goblin rare and its horde. "And I'll even give you a name," I added. Dumbfounded, the goblin rare could only stare at the food before it. Then when I called out to it, it looked up to me in surprise with its mouth still hanging. "I name you Jiaigo. After this, leave this cave and come live in my village," I ordered. At those words, Jiaigo prostrated itself before me. Satisfied, I began to walk out of the village. But at that moment, Jiaigo suddenly spoke. "Ah, chief. Please wait," said Jiaigo as it quickly followed after me. At that, I turned back to it. Then with a stiff posture it began to talk about the dangers of this land. Apparently there is a dangerous beast living in this part of the forest. And according to the old goblin, it's known as the Grey Wolf. With a number of subordinates under it, it's reputed as the forest hunter. Then Jiaigo continued in fear, mentioning that the Grey Wolf eats enough food to feed its pack. Even going as far as to eat its own kind. Curious however is that for some reason we still haven't come across that ferocious beast. But if that beast is really around, then wouldn't that mean that we wouldn't be able to go back to the village unless we deal with it first? The food I gave them won't last long either. I need to do something about that beast or I won't be able to leave. HMPH, then in that case, I just have to kill it, right? At that bold proclamation, I ordered Jiaigo to bring goblins that can fight. At the same time, I ordered Jiaigu and Gigi to stand guard. Counting our forces, the goblins that can fight from Jiaigo totaled to 28. With my own goblins, that numbers to 38. The number of goblins that can't fight is 20. And we need to protect all 20 goblins from the beast while we move out. After thinking for a bit, I decided to divide the horde into 4 squads. Jiaigo will be leading the main unit. Being the most appropriate person for the job, I decided to leave to it the duty of protecting the group that can't fight while they evacuate to my village. Then escorting the main unit is Jiaigu's group, who will be there protecting their flanks. Having originally come from my village, the goblins in Jiaigu's squad excel at rock throwing and covering for others. Should the Grey Wolf come to attack, then Jiaigu's squad will hold them off while the main unit escapes ahead. Thirdly, Gi's Beast Warrior squad will be leading the whole horde. The beasts' noses are good, so with them leading, they should be able to detect the foes from a distance. And finally, the last squad will be led by me. Stopping the wolves will be my duty. With the strategy decided, I distributed the goblins to their respective squads. Then afterwards, I immediately ordered Jiaigo to have everyone prepare for departure. Right, we can't afford to waste even one of these goblins. It will take us around a day of walking to get to my village from the cave. Unlike humans, the goblins don't have any valuable possessions, so if it weren't for the differences between the warriors and the non-combatants, then we would be able to get to the village in only one day. In fact, we didn't even bring any unnecessary food with us either, as it's imperative that we get to the village as soon as possible. The one leading is Gi's Beast Warrior squad. His triple boars and his wild dogs lead the way, using their senses to ascertain that the path is safe. And from behind that squad follow Jiaigo's squad. Freebnol.com, and protecting the flanks is Jiaigo, who paid careful attention to its surroundings as they gathered food along the way. Jiaigu is quite the honest goblin, so Jiaigu made sure to get the gathered food distributed to the main unit. As for me, I was walking at the very back, paying careful attention to the surroundings as I followed the rest of the group. There are only 5 goblins around me, but should the worst case happen, then these guys might have to sacrifice themselves in order to thwart the wolves' pursuit. Then halfway through our path, Gi contacted me. Apparently, the beasts won't proceed any further. Is it coming? Jiaigo, take the rest of your squad with you and go ahead. At those words, the squad in front became noisy. With the main unit being that noisy, it would normally be the center of attention, but Jiaigu, escort the main unit. But if my prediction is correct, then, as a great howl resounded from the back. I unsheathed Iron Second, and firmly wielded it in my hands. Then with its pack following from behind, the Grey Wolf appeared. /20 Volume 1, Chapter 20, Grey Wolf 2 Race, Goblin, Level, 12, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater than. The Grey Wolf was 2 meters long, making it bigger than me. Scars could be seen here and there on its grey fur. But those scars did not give the image of weakness, instead it exuded an aura of experience. Wolves with a small build and brown fur followed the Grey Wolf. There were 20 of them, but in contrast to the fearsomeness of that Grey Wolf, those wolves were but fodder. Now, although we might be inside a forest, it's not as if there are trees abound everywhere equally. There are also some places where the trees are less dense, and some areas that are plains. And the Grey Wolf chose the plains, an area with little trees, for their hunt. I need to buy time for Jiaigu and the others until they're able to find a way out, and run back to the village. As I thought that to myself, I looked on at the approaching threat. I have never fought with a Grey Wolf before, but I know. That thing is without a doubt formidable. Yet despite that, I couldn't help but smile. Strong? Formidable? What's that got to do with me? A place like this isn't fit to be my grave. At those thoughts, I raised my voice, and ordered the goblins, I will hold the rear. Now, run. At my voice, the goblins ran with the escorts. The attacking wolves formed a line as they began to close in, their fangs ready to strike from a multitude of angles. Let my body be inviolable, shield, I chanted. I braced myself for the oncoming fight, and casted a shield over my body, keeping the damage to the absolute minimum. Just dodging won't be good enough in this fight. Even if I were to dodge all of their attacks, that won't be good enough to create an opening for a counterattack. One of the wolves went after my legs from my lower right. Another tried to seal my arms from the opposite side. And from behind me, another leapt, aiming for my neck. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. A speed at which Iron Second couldn't possibly hope to reach. The small stature of the wolves didn't help, as the colossal size of my sword in contrast to their dwarf stature left me in an uncomfortable position. Yet despite that, I swung my sword. With an overbearing strength that could summon winds, I swung my sword. Iron Second flashed, and the wolves before me were cut in halves. The sword completed its swing, but it rested not. Following the trajectory it had come from, the sword returned, and in its path, it blew the remaining frightened wolf away, sending it into the air. The skill, greater than had shown its worth. My dignity in full display, I bellowed out an earth-shattering howl, activating the skill, greater than, Guru-Urua. With it, my foes stopped in their tracks, unable to move. Now, what will you do? The gray wolf before me remained unperturbed. Perhaps it's planning to leave the hunt solely to its subordinate wolves without lifting a finger, but I can't have that. Of course, killing all of these wolves isn't a problem for me, but that's not the problem. The problem is that there's a possibility that the wolves might just ignore me, head straight for the main unit instead, and kill the non-combatants one after another. That result is unacceptable. Which is precisely why I must show my strength, and keep them pinned here. When their leader comes to understand that it's not possible to defeat me unless it personally comes to fight, then it will make its move. And once it does, its subordinates will stay in order to protect it. And as expected, regardless of how composed that gray wolf was, it still took a step forward from its pack. Oh? So you feel like doing it? The subordinate wolves were already that fast. What more this gray wolf? I'll have to pay careful attention, and make sure to accurately measure the distance between us. Yoo-woo-woo-woo. At the gray wolf's howl, its body turned into a blur. Before I knew it, my body was in midair. A blow had hit me from the side, sending me into the air into a flip. Fast. Although it got me, thanks to the shield I casted earlier, I didn't receive any fatal damage. Only, my chances of winning had just gotten dimmer. How am I supposed to fight against something that's so fast I can't see it? No, right now, my focus isn't to kill it, but to buy time. I shouldn't. As I was ruminating on the situation, the wolf turned into a blur again. I felt a blow land on me, and I was sent into the air again. Then the gray wolf calmly closed in on me. Not good. At this rate, I'm going to lose. Who is the hunter? Who is the hunted? At that moment, the gray wolf had clearly answered that question. With a slash from its long sword, Jiaigu slayed the brown wolf before it. Then it looked behind. Jiaigu's revered chief had not yet returned. The first time Jiaigu had caught sight of that chief, he was already far stronger than Jiaigu. A blue-skinned body that was far bigger than Jiaigu's. That memory left in the goblin a sense of fear that to this day ruled over it. Jiaigu had after all only become the leader of the Horde because of its predecessor's death. A position that merely rolled over to its feet, so to speak. There were no goblin bears during that time either. Jiaigu believed in its own fortune. And at the same time, it had hoped not to repeat its predecessor's mistake. And just as Jiaigu had hoped, in its time as chief of its horde, they were able to gather more food. And they had even succeeded in catching humans. But then that goblin came. And it easily slayed their enemies. And once again, Jiaigu and its horde had found themselves under someone's lead again. Freebnovel.cm, but this time, they were far more numerous than before. And their food supplies were even more abundant. So much so that they probably would never taste the pain of starvation ever again. Then there was that time when Jiaigu first learned the taste of the double-head's meat. It was a taste that he would never forget. But that goblin was not content. No, that goblin carried with him a frightening ambition. He wished to gather under him the numerous goblin villages. And that ambition sparked desire in Jiaigu's eyes. Each time Jiaigu saw the chief, fire would light from inside its heart. But whether these feelings that Jiaigu felt were loyalty or jealousy, Jiaigu did not know. Jiaigu knew only one thing. the chief leaving would be problematic. That alone Jiaigu understood. The king hasn't come yet, thought Jiaigu. Jiaigo called Jiaigu out to the newly added goblin rare. The goblins were currently struggling hard against the wave of wolves before them as they fought to make a path of retreat. Keep going like that, ordered Jiaigu. Then Jiaigu ordered the opposite to its own men. Come. We need to save the king. Without trying to bite at me, the wolves rammed themselves against me as the gray wolf waited for me to run out of strength. That overly calculating fighting style rendered me powerless. If only the wolves would come to bite at me, then I might still have some chance at winning so long as I'm able to stop one or two of them. But the gray wolf continued to have the wolves relentlessly throw themselves at me, while it waited outside of my range, rushing towards me from time to time in a speed I can't match. And each and every time I would be sent flying. Goo, roo you oo. Using my sword like a cane, I helped myself up. Even though I know they're just trying to tire me, I can't let up the shield, otherwise, the surrounding wolves will tear me to pieces. I don't have any other choice, but to cast my shield, and try to kill the wolves to the best of my abilities. The situation is getting bleaker and bleaker. But at the same time, there's no other path for me to take. What to do? But then right at that moment, the area behind me suddenly became noisy. I saw Jiaigu kick away the wolves surrounding me as it came to my side with reinforcements. Chief, please return, said Jiaigu. Thank you, I thought. Only, this still leaves us with the problem of the enemy here. But I understand. We'll retreat like this. Restrain the wolves, I ordered. And slowly we retreated, carefully making sure that the wolves won't be able to surround us. The wolves probably chose a place with few trees because of their fighting style. So in that case, retreating to a place with plenty of trees should increase our chances of winning. You. At the gray wolf's howl, the subordinate wolves spread apart, widening their surround over us. Jiaigu, keep your guard up as we enter the forest. As I gripped my sword, I kept my gaze on the gray wolf. I slowly retreated, and the gray wolf calmly closed in on us. So long as we keep this, we'll be able to retreat as soon as we enter the forest. But as I thought that to myself, I let my guard down. It was only a moment, yet it was at that very moment that the gray wolf attacked, and my response was too slow. At the very moment where we were about to enter the forest, away from the flatlands, the gray wolf vanished, and it instantly closed the gap between us. You. That loud bellow shook the earth. Behind me was a tree, in front of me was the unstopping rushing gray wolf. At the same time, the brown wolves closed in from all directions. Jiaigu, run. Don't let, without even any time to give any orders, the gray wolf sent me flying. My body slammed into the trees, and the force of the trees breaking passed through the shield into my body. After 2 or 3 bounces, I stood up. Goo, coo. As I stood up, I braced myself for the wolf's next attack, but it didn't come. Not the gray wolf, nor the wolves surrounding Jiaigu could be seen. All of them were gone without exception. Did they let us go? Freebnovel.com, staggering, the worst scenario flashed through the back of my head. Don't tell me, they. Jiaigu, we're heading for the main unit. I struck my unmoving legs, and I began to sprint for the main unit. Release, I muttered. As the darkness surrounding me receded, Jiaigu and I made way for the main unit at full speed. For driving away the gray wolf, your level has risen. 12 equals greater than 14, /21 / Volume 1, Chapter 21, The Scar of Defeat Race, Goblin, Level, 14, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater than, the thick scent of the shed blood permeated the air. I had gone after the main unit, but it was already too late. By the time I had caught up, the hunt had already ended. The damages? I asked, heaving, still out of breath after having sprinted so desperately. The beasts under our command have all been killed. From the main unit, 3 goblins have been killed, replied Jiaigo with his head bowed deeply, a hint of apology in his voice. I read wrong, I said. The gray wolf wasn't alone. It could have been a pair, I don't know for sure. Regardless, while I was fighting with one of the gray wolves at the back, another one attacked the goblins from the front. That's why that gray wolf left me so easily. Without putting itself in any more danger than necessary, it took what it needed, and left. Fuck. I cussed to myself, gritting my teeth in frustration. Then exhaling, I asked, is there anyone injured? Only shallow wounds, nothing serious, replied Jiaigo. Then let us go. I wish to reach the settlement if even a moment sooner, I declared. In the end, the gray wolves never came back, and it became clear that we would eventually reach the settlement safely. But at the same time, there's no doubting that I had lost. And the bitter taste of that defeat remained within my chest. I had lost. To a beast no less. A beast. Anger seethed, and I gritted my teeth in its fervor. This humiliation. I will definitely make you pay for this, you mutts. Ah. The red snake coiled around my right arm is itching. I've been restless ever since the day I lost to that gray wolf. Even running without rest continuously is unable to exhaust this body. The word, fatigue, had completely vanished from my senses lexicon. The only sensation left, the incessant itching of this red snake. Before I knew it, the greater than had been raging without my behest. Like fire in my brains, scorching its pith, magical energies violently flowed from my body as if it were being wrung out from the very nucleus of this flesh. Where are the enemies? Begged my soul. My eyes ravenously darting as I watched over my horde. Enemy. 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 Give me an enemy. Beckon my soul. Something to kill. Something to cut. A foe. A threat. An enemy. Cried every fiber of my being. Is there no one? Is there nothing? Where are you? Those craving, almost wishing thoughts stormed a gale at the back of my mind, driving me into lunacy when the village entered my eyes. To the village. I shouted, ordering the horde to enter. Then I rushed back to the rear end of the horde's line. Come after me, you mutts. I'll kill every single one of you bastards. Guru. That restless howl left from the pits of my stomach, echoing out loud as I glared viciously towards the path we had come from. Then from my back, a voice entered my ears. King, it said. It was the old goblin. A king? King. Right. I'm a king. A king. Me. 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 A king. I am a king. By forcefully invocating the skill greater than you are able to resist against the urges attacking you. I want to swing my arm. I want to release this never-ending gush of magical energy. Destroy everything you see. Crush them. Break them. Kill them. Kill every single one of them. Kill. 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 Oh. At that bellowing roar gushing forth from the inner pits of my stomach, I struck iron second into the earth. Silence. I commanded within my mind. Gritting my teeth, I focused all of my strength, and activated the skill greater than. Then the old goblin spoke again. King? It asked. Are you done evacuating? I asked back, at the same time wondering whether my voice was shaking or not. Yes, without any problems, replied the old goblin. I see. I want to be alone for a moment. Don't let anyone near me. Yes. The old goblin left, while I remained. I didn't move one bit from that spot until I had managed to calm down the greater than. Jiaigo's horde of goblins that were injured were able to reach the settlement safely. This settlement still has plenty of room left, but thinking that if I don't do something I'll end up remembering that loss again, I decided to go mark the boundaries between the different areas in the settlement. At the center is an open space where the goblins are to have their meals. Some stones have been piled up in the center of that open space, serving as a fireplace. Then north of that open space is the dwelling place of the prisoners. Then east of that is the king's, my house. I then decided to let the goblins that have evolved into goblin rares live near me, while the other goblins are to be situated around the open square, following the fence. I decided on this arrangement in order to make it easy to distinguish who is close to the king and who is not, as well as to make giving out orders quick and easy. As for the non-combatant goblins, I gave them the area west of the goblin rare's dwelling. The horde of goblins that Jiaigo was leading, even after being reduced by the Grey Wolves, raised our numbers by 45. Although that's for both combatants and non-combatants, having that many goblins added to our number would still definitely cause friction. So in order to avoid that, I arranged them in this way. After that a day passed since returning to the village. There are now 92 goblins in total, but the goblins are too weak. I handed the thin ones over to Jiaigu, while I thought up of a countermeasure for the Grey Wolves. We are, after all, only a day's distance away from a number of powerful beasts. While they won't be able to destroy the village in one raid, they could certainly prove to be a hindrance in our hunts. But really it's just that I can't stay put unless I do something. For the meantime, I ordered my subordinates to spread their hunting grounds towards the west and the east. From what I know there are at least 2 Grey Wolves. I need to think something up quick. I walked while thinking, and before I knew it, I found myself in front of the shed where Rishia was being kept captive. You, cooed someone. Or something. That voice sounds familiar. Knitting my eyebrows, I looked for the source of that voice. And when I found it, I saw the kobold from before being fed by Rishia. Suddenly, the kobold turned around, and then it wagged its fluttery tail vigorously. Rishia threw it a bone, and the kobold chewed on that as if it were in heaven. With it looking completely intoxicated like that, it's really no different from a dog. The shed Rishia is using was originally meant for domestic animals, so it's easy to see what's going on from outside. It's not even locked. Really, the only thing that's guaranteeing their safety is my word. While thinking that, I noticed the kobold staring at me as it wagged its tail. In the next instant, it ran towards me, and played at my feet. But despite that, it didn't let go of its bone once. What a glutton! Skill, greater than has activated. Oops, I guess stared too much. Race, kobold, level, 9, class, puppy, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, none, attributes, none, master, enslaved to a goblin duke. Am I supposed to laugh that all it can do is literally eat? Looking at this guy is kind of exhausting. All that anger is slowly seeping away. Sigh. As I breathed out a deep sigh, a voice called out from inside the shed. Are you back? Yeah, although we didn't come back unscathed. Having calmed down to some degree, I entered the prisoner's shed. A bit cranky today, aren't you? I asked. To which the goblin in front of me responded with a smile as if deriding itself. I lost some of my subordinates. Even though I dared call myself king, it's unsightly. In other words, you're depressed? Even though you're a monster? Ever since I was acknowledged by the goddess of healing, Zenobia, and received her divine protection, I've been given a number of special privileges. The best education, exemption from taxes in different countries, preferential treatment should I enter a guild, and more. One of the things I've been taught is the ability to see through lies. No matter who it is or what it is, as long as they possess intelligence, what they're thinking will definitely show in their eyes. This is knowledge I received from humanity's highest institute of education, the Ivory Tower. And just as I've been taught, I gazed into the goblin's eyes, but it's not wavering. It's common sense in human society that monsters are nothing but brutal, egoistical creatures. Feelings of camaraderie don't exist. They are slaves to their lusts, and would attack all humans as their instincts would dictate. And yet, what is this goblin? Ever since I've been caught by this goblin's done nothing but topple all of my common sense, shocking me time and time again. That time when the orcs attacked too. Even though it's obvious that goblins are far weaker than orcs, and yet it still purposely went to oppose them. On top of that, it actually asked for its comrades to be healed first before it. For it to have that kind of nobility. his visage when he proclaimed himself a king. If only. If only he were human, then he would surely be remembered as a wise king for generations to come, forever preserved within the annals of history. There's no doubting it. Feudal lords frantically scrambling amongst themselves for land while they ignore the people. The royal families, that would ensnare even their own kin to protect their own position. The officials that know only to feather their own nest. The commoners who would betray even their closest friends for a little gold. And that unsightly mess of a church for what should be a guide to God. Why? Why won't people be a little kinder? I hated the capital's atmosphere, that's why I had hoped to work at a church somewhere near the borders. For a moment, I held on to the hope that as long as the atmosphere is different, then even the people would act differently. As a follower of Zenobia, I would save those who have been abducted, but instead I was driven into the forest of darkness. And now, for some reason, there is a goblin in front of me who is calling itself the King of Goblins. The change in the environment was a bit much, so I was pessimistic at first. But lately I've started to get used to it. On top of that, the goblin in front of me doesn't act like a goblin at all. A goblin's a goblin, but for some reason, this one stinks of being human. I can feel it, in its behavior, in its words. I can feel traces of complex emotions. Even though I was taught that goblins are simple. Even though my experiences prove that to be true. Even though goblins were supposed to be monsters that could do nothing else but live their lives, slaves to their desires as filthy, gluttonous beasts. These goblins took that common sense, and turned it upside down. And in the short time I've stayed here, I couldn't help but find them to be more human than humans. Yet despite that, I am human. If they were to fight against the humans, I wouldn't be able to stand with them. So please, I prayed. Don't fight with the humans. I am dreaming. I know this because I know it to be so. A dream wherein a sword-wielding maiden is facing against a monster. The monster is towering, they are not equals. But the brave woman minded that not, and she opposed the crafty beast with her sword in hand. The maiden had with her neither the craftiness to outwit, nor the strength to stall. The one thing she possessed was her courage. Her brandished sword was proof of that, though her breath found itself tottering. Ah, I thought. She's going to lose. The ferocious, mighty beast pitted against a frail maiden, who would believe otherwise? Yet the woman showed no signs of retreat, her steps, not faltering even once. The maiden walked. And a howl that could swallow both heaven and earth erupted. Yet she faltered not. The earth split, she dodged the threat. Slipping through the monster's attack, she opposed the monster with only a sword in hand. And then she reached it. The bosom of the monster wielding a flaming great sword. In the instant that the flaming great sword fell, the monster's face met with mine. It was me. The monster stopped in its tracks. And the maiden's sword pierced into my chest. The flaming sword fell from my hands, and it pierced itself onto the maiden. Then a voice spoke. "This is destiny," it said. "Your destiny, that is." Clicking my tongue, I woke up, jumping from my bed, drenched in cold sweat. In the darkness of the night, the moon and the stars were brightly shining. To think I'd actually have an extraordinary nightmare, enough to make me jump awake, shown to me. Speaking of which, whose voice was that? Destiny? Mine? Ha ha ha. Interesting. So you're telling me I'm going to be killed, huh, Destiny? As the two red moons shone brilliantly in the night sky, I stood up, letting the evening wind pass through me. The wind passing through the forest from the lake was a delight to my sweat-drenched body. As I walked, with no direction in particular, I found myself unusually cautious of the rustling trees. I've probably just become too timid, I thought. But paying it no more mind, I continued to walk. Before I knew it, I was once more, in front of Rishia's prison. She's probably sleeping, I thought. I'll know though, since I can see even in the dead of the night with this pair of eyes. I suppose it can be quite convenient. But as I went closer, what reflected on my eyes was Rishia, praying. Praying towards the two crimson moons. "Are you going to curse me now?" I jokingly asked. Her eyes opened slightly, but the expression on her face immediately made me gasp. Bastard! Who are you? I asked. A resolved face. If it was only that, then it wouldn't matter. No, it wouldn't really be a good thing, but regardless, right now, I can't feel even the slightest hint of life from Rishia's expression. Normally, her face would at least show some displeasure or anger or perhaps sorrow, but right now, there's nothing. A completely blank expression. Not the sharpest knife, I take it, replied Rishia, or at least that should have had been Rishia's voice, but for some reason, something was different. But exactly what was different I wasn't sure. Her amethyst-colored eyes shot at me. A mere gaze, nothing more, yet my body felt as if it had turned into ice. My body is heavy, and my limbs wouldn't move. Freebnovel.com. This sensation is activating the skill greater than I went against that pressure at full power. But then in the middle of that, a cursed scream suddenly echoed at the back of my mind. Zenobia ah! Screamed the voice. Algia, the goddess of the underworld scream, eroded whatever control over my body that I had. I implore thee, to that which must be, and to that which must not, bring unto him, peace. The words Rishia recited kept the goddess of the underworld away. Heaving, I fell to my knees. Ignoring the sweat that has gathered on my forehead, Rishia seems to be, no, we've gone this far, there's no other way but to accept it. The person before me right now is no other than the goddess of healing, Zenobia. You seem to be suffering, said the goddess. Thanks to you, I replied, putting on as much of a tough act as I could, but unfortunately, my body wouldn't move. Why do you rebel so much against destiny? She asked. Let me throw that question back to you, why do you accept destiny? I asked back. I thought I heard her sigh, but as expected, I couldn't tell what she was thinking behind her voice. My elder sister revolted against her destiny to rebel. And again, just now, she opposed me as soon as she saw me. Don't you think it's foolish? Said the goddess. Then how about leaving us alone? Me, and even Rishia? I answered. The source of your power, the will to rebel, insurgent will, is not infinite. In fact, it is already reaching its limits. As the goddess said that, Rishia's glowing fingers touched my forehead. And I felt heat move from my forehead to my chest. Freebnovel.com, again? You won't be able to break free from the saint's charm, declared the goddess. You wish to trample on my heart again? Who would have thought that being too busy to check my status would actually bite me back like this? The charm of the goddess I had neglected released a great power that pressed hard against me. Goo. I groaned. I tried to stand up, but I failed, and I fell to my back instead. As if to obstruct the moon up in the sky, Zenobia, who's been hiding Rishia's feelings, looked at me. It's not really my place to say this, but please take care of this child, said the goddess as she neared me, bringing herself over my chest. How much longer do you wish to toy with people's feelings? I yelled. Rishia's glowing finger headed towards me once again. When her finger pierced into my chest, I felt something change within me. A gift from me. This should release the curse from Sister, said the goddess as her voice slowly faded. Rishia tottered a bit, then finally losing all strength, she fell on my chest. But you should take care. The more you use magic, the closer you will be to Sister, whispered the goddess through Rishia, as she twisted about on top of me. My sister is also known as the goddess of rebellion. The goddess who rebelled against my father, the goddess of revenge and rebellion. That's why. Please. Protect this. My beloved daughter. After that, the only thing I could hear was Rishia breathing as she slept. Not long after, I noticed that my arms could move again, and the voice of the goddess of the underworld no longer echoed. I stretched my hands toward the twin crimson moons. Zenobia. You said that it was foolish of me to rebel against destiny. And you also told me to protect Rishia. But the destiny I saw. Aren't you aware of it? The face of the sword-wielding maiden? That maiden, she was crying. Rishia was crying. If you're telling me to protect that Then just as I've thought, I don't have a choice but to rebel against you and your brethren. I won't die, and I won't kill Rishia. If that is a revolt against the gods, if that is a rebellion against destiny, then so be it. I shall gladly become a rebel. The effect of the skill greater than has increased. Because of the divine protection of the goddess of healing, Zenobia, the mental attacks of the goddess of the underworld, Algia, will be suppressed. Author's note: think the protagonist's mental irregularity is at its peak yet? /22 Volume 1, Chapter 22, The Soul of a King Race, Goblin, Level 14, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater than, 3 days has passed since Giago and its horde has come to our village. I had the newcomers form 3-man cells along with the rest of the goblins. At first, they were confused, but after seeing for themselves the effects of using traps, and how it can easily corner prey to secure food, they seem to have appreciated it. The fact that there's no friction is proof of that. I ordered the goblins to focus their hunting on the east and west. At the same time, I warned them not to hurt the kobolds. Freebnovel.com: if we hunt too much, we might just break the barrier that's protecting us from the humans. I also reminded them not to forget my orders to run if they come across any of the orcs coming from the west, or if they happen to meet a giant spider. Of course, they would probably still run even if I hadn't ordered them to. But lately, Giago's been challenging the stronger beasts in the area, so just in case, I made sure that they wouldn't do anything stupid. After I was sure that the goblins could do their rounds around the village well enough, I headed over to the old goblins. Naturally, my objective is to gather information for the next village. My plan won't change, I will still start with the closer villages. There is someone, but, said the old goblin, slightly hesitating. But he's a bit dangerous. Those words full of bitterness brought a smile to my face. Irrelevant. I will make it understand my power, I replied. I need to make those grey wolves who attacked us pay. For the sake of that goal, I need to gather the strong and not the weak. There is a village of goblins opposite the lake with a group of druids living in it, said the old goblin. In other words, a village ruled by magic users. From what the old goblin told me, these druids seem to look down on all goblins other than their own class. Druid, huh? I muttered. It's a kind of goblin my village doesn't have. And since he says it's a group of druids, then there should be a number of them there. Even just one of those druids would greatly strengthen my forces if I were to add them. The next prey's been decided then, said. The land they rule is at most about a day's distance. The hesitant, old goblin can just lead us. Getting there safely is important after all. Still, it would be great if I could get a map, but unfortunately such luxuries aren't possible. After all, this forest here is the forbidden forest of darkness. Humans don't come in here. Well, as soon as I walk it, I'll remember the way. Speaking of which, who should I take with me? Gi has just recently caught some new beasts, and is currently busy, so it won't be possible to take it along. Giago and Giagu, on the other hand, have their hands full teaching the new goblins how to hunt. The former leader teaching brings the best results after all. So that leaves Giaga. I yelled. Giaga's been greedily wishing for a fight ever since the orcs raid, so I decided to have it come with me. By your will, replied Gi Georgia, and so I left the village with Giaga to scout. We know that there's plenty of spear deer to hunt until the lake, so we didn't get lost on the way. Then we got to the lake, we did our reconnaissance by walking around it, observing the surroundings to try and get a grasp on the area, answering questions such as, is there a path a large number of goblins can use? Are any strong monsters? Or conversely, are there any preys that we could hunt easily? Questions like that. When it comes to fighting, the forest is probably better. The druid's magic is worrying too. It's something I haven't fought against yet, so I'm both anxious and excited. Then while I was absorbed deep in my thoughts, Jiaiga called out to me, "Chief," it said. Looking over to Jiaiga, I noticed it pointing its spear towards a direction. Following that, I saw a monster that I have never seen before. As I looked closely at it, the skill greater than activated, and its status came up. Skill greater than has activated. Race, Lizard Man. Level 10, Class, Larva, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, none, Attributes, none. The monster that lived on the lake roused a wariness in me. At that moment, Jiaiga asked me excitedly, "Chief, fight, let me." It said. Jiaiga was so eager to fight it was about to jump into the fray, but I stopped it, and continued to observe the lizard man. Then I asked Jiaiga, "Why? Why are you so eager to fight?" To be honest, I really don't understand Jiaiga's feelings. Then Jiaiga replied, "I become Chief's strength." Hearing that caused my eyes to open, moving the pair from the lizard man to Gi Georgia. Looking at it like this, Jiaiga's as excited as usual. It really isn't one to lie, so. It's telling the truth? I gain power. King, help, it continued. Am I that unreliable? I asked. Jiaiga shook its head, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it just likes me. Damn it, this is embarrassing. But still. So you're going to follow me, huh? I looked at the lizard man again. With its alligator-like exterior bathed in beach's sunlight, the lizardman actually looked to be quite charming. Only there was a sharp, curved sword in its hand. And on its other hand was a sharp nail extending. And those scales. It doesn't look like it's been cut by a hard blade, so it must be because of the water that there's a part that's somewhat swelling. Is there such a thing? How curious. Then Jiaiga yelled again, trying to hurry me in its excessive excitement. Chief. It said. Jiaiga was panting in excitement. Freebnovel.com, don't push yourself too much, I said. Jiaiga shook its head up and down so vigorously it made a buzzing sound. Also, I won't lend you a hand, okay? At those words, fighting spirit lit within Jiaiga's eyes. This is the battle Jiaiga desired, so I made sure to make it understand that it should accept the results no matter what it may be. Harsh as this may seem, it is imperative that Jiaiga understand this. The goblins under me. I wonder, will they remain as nothing more than livestock under my rule? Or will they grow into full-fledged warriors? I don't mind either way. You goblins can become livestock for all I care. Your lives are no different from the pigs served on the table. But, should you happen to acquire the honor of a warrior, then. At those thoughts, I made my decision. I won't let even a single of you to die meaninglessly. The warriors that once existed in my country. Those brave, gallant figures that I never had the pleasure of seeing. If you can make me feel even a trace of their glory, then you shall become my pride. Even if I come to be called, the king of monsters. Even if I come to be ridiculed, the king of pygmies. I will not abandon you. I will lead you and your people, and I shall raise a new country. To follow me is to walk the path of war. You shall fight foes leagues above you to no rest. So, go. I yelled, and the goblin rocketed off. And I watched over it silently. This might be a detour, but it's a necessary one. As I told myself that, I gripped Iron Second tightly. I'm worried about that lizardman's greater than skill. If that's something that could call others of its own kind, then I might have to risk my life. Jiaiga's spear grazed the lizard man's scale, and green blood oozed out. But the lizardman was, by nature, a race above the goblin rare, and it did not falter. Instead it gripped its curved sword tight, and it slashed towards Gi Georgia. The thrust spear returned to Jiaiga's hands, and the goblin blocked the curved sword. Supposedly, in a battle between a spear and a sword, the spear should win out in range. However, Jiaiga's excessive fighting spirit caused it to challenge the lizard man in a close fight instead. Not good, I thought. The battle continued, and the lizard man closed in. In a series of attack, the battle-hungry Jiaiga was driven into a corner. Even if Jiaiga blocks one attack, another blow follows right after it. Curved swords were originally made to make cutting easy. The sword flew in a flurry, uncontested, striking from above, from below, from the right and from the left. The lizard man was clearly not just superior in race, but it also made full use of its own advantages. I gritted my teeth, but I wasn't going to join the fray. Just as I had said, this is the battle Jiaiga wished for. So I will only look on, quietly, without lifting a finger. Even if death shall visit you, I will remain still. It doesn't matter whether you're a monster or human. Once a man decides to fight, he must see it to the end. That's what I believe. The blade of the lizard man has finally begun to wound Jiaiga's body gradually. And the goblin's red blood spurted into the air. My brows furrowed, and my glare intensified. So much so that I was certain my looks could kill. And sweat gathered at my palm that tightly gripped iron second. Jiaiga pulled its spear back. And the lizard man's sword came swinging at it. Panicked, the goblin took some distance, and I finally felt a bit of relief. Good, I thought. That's exactly what you should be doing. Take some distance, and fight from there. If you do so, you'll have a chance at winning. From the looks of things, even the lizard man's at a loss at what to do with Jiaiga's spear handling. Jiaiga definitely isn't behind in skill. But the wall Jiaiga needs to overcome is that overwhelming difference in physical abilities. After Jiaiga took some distance, the lizard man immediately tried to close it. At Jiaiga's one-sided defensive battle, my patience began to approach its limits. The lizard man slashed from belowwards, cutting Jiaiga's feet. Red blood spurted out of them, and the curved sword drew a circle as it flashed. But Jiaiga only gripped its own spear again. At the same time, the brandished curved sword swung down. That's not good. As those thoughts exploded within my mind, I rocketed towards the lizardman and Jiaiga. I knew I wouldn't make it, but still. But then all of a sudden, Jiaiga suddenly took a step forward. The descending curved sword cut Jiaiga's shoulder, and more red blood gushed out. TCH, clicked my tongue. Don't die, Jiaiga. But then right at that moment, the bellowing sound of a howl suddenly entered my ears. Guru-ah-ah. Then Jiaiga put all of its strength into the spear, and thrusted it, leaving me surprised, and the lizard man's eyes opened wide. The thrusted spear pierced into the lizard man's chest, and blood gushed out a pool of red. Then Jiaiga fell to its knees, and it looked dumbfounded towards the lizardman that took its spear. Jayua! The lizard man shrieked an ear-piercing scream, and then it breathed its last. Jiaiga! I yelled. Chief, I won, said Jiaiga, weakly. Ah, it was a spectacular victory, I replied. Then, as if having lost all strength, Jiaiga bowed, and fell to the ground. Quickly, I ran to where he was, and when I got to him, he was deep asleep. I felt relieved from the bottom of my heart when I saw that. I guess even I don't understand my own feelings, I muttered. As I held Jiaiga up, I heard something shriek. I left Jiaiga somewhere around the lake, leaving him there to rest. Then I looked back. And there, before me, was a lounge of lizardmen crawling from the waterside. 5 lizardmen. Coming? I asked, my face twisting into a smile. I wielded iron second over my shoulder. I can't lose. Not to 5 lizardmen whose power is equal to that of goblin nobles. The gallant figure of the man who said he would become strong for my sake scorched within me. I am the king of that man, the proud king of monsters. Be it Zenobia. Be it Algia. None shall stand before me. Turn me into a blade, enchant. The abyss-like flames of darkness clad my sword. And as my heart burned, so did the flames of enchant rage. Level, has risen. 14, greater than 22, skill, greater than has evolved into, skill, greater than, because of having adherents within your horde, magic power up. Every time you gain an adherent, your total magic power will increase. However, each time your magic power increases, so will the ability of the goddess of the underworld to control you increase. Loyalty from subordinate monsters up. /23 Volume 1, Chapter 23, Deformity Race, Goblin, Level, 22, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater than. After taking care of the lizardman, I carried the sleeping Jiga back home. I had to stop the reconnaissance of the druid village halfway through, but it's fine since I got something good in exchange. And after night passed since returning to the village, Jiga evolved, confirming his status with the skill greater than. The class that came up on his status window was a little different from mine. Race, Goblin, Level, 1, Class, Noble, Guardian, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, none, Attributes, none. He has a number of skills I don't have. But by focusing my will, I was able to see the various skill descriptions. Skill, greater than an attack that aims at the foe's vital points. Skill, greater than when fighting near the king. Strength, dexterity, and fighting spirit will increase by 10%. Skill, greater than can throw spear from a long distance. Skill, greater than when dueling with someone. Stamina and skill proc rate will increase by 10%. Spear throwing and the likes are technique class abilities. It works similarly to swordsmanship. His skill class is basically decked out to peak when fighting near me. As long as I don't misuse his abilities, he could become a huge power in my army. Especially in our coming rematch with the Grey Wolves. A crowd was formed around G.I. Georgia not just because goblin nobles are rare, but also because he looked different. His skin's bluish black just like my time as a goblin noble, but his arms are completely different from what mine used to be, being long enough to reach even the ground. At the same time though, his body is also smaller than a duke's. So if it's just length we're comparing, mine's longer. A deformity, muttered the old goblin. That's that, but first comes rejoicing, I replied, patting Jiga on his shoulders, as I granted him the long spear we got from the orcs. This could prove useful when we go meet the druids. Take it, Jiga, I said. Humbling himself, Jiga gratefully accepted the spear. Then he said, by this spear, I swear absolute fealty to the king. Oh? His speech has gotten quite smooth. So this is also one of the benefits of evolution. After that I went out again to scout the lake's path. Going around the lake, and then going north of it, I passed by the lens of the lizardman, and reached the north area of the lake. The atmosphere of that place was different. The ceaseless cries of the wind played with the scraggy rocks, resounding a tune that took the whole land. Its lands were barren despite being inside a forest. The few trees that grew in it were at most a man's height. Looks like it's here, I thought. Well then, I should withdraw. Discreetly, I left the lands of the druids, and hurried back to the village. Jiagu and Jiago both managed to ready their respective hordes. It's been a mere 3 days, but plenty of results have been had. I still have some concerns regarding cooperation and leadership, but that can't be helped. I do think it's a bit premature, but I want to deal with the druids quickly, and challenge the Grey Wolves again. So we'll strike now. Honestly speaking though, I think even in our current state, we're more than good enough to challenge the Grey Wolves. But doing that will inevitably result in large numbers of casualties. My army's finally starting to gain momentum, decreasing it at this point. That's not exactly the wisest of ideas, is it now? As for the battle against the druids, we'll take them with sheer numbers. They will fall before our overwhelming numbers, and then I'll add them to my army. The old goblin mentioned that the druids look down on other goblins. To despise means to have emotions close to that of humans. So it might be amongst the druids that I find someone capable of leadership. I went back on the battle with the Grey Wolves several times, and the conclusion I came to was that our loss was the result of a difference in the number of leaders. That time's defeat was both from my incapability to predict the Grey Wolves' movement, and my lack of manpower able to oppose the Grey Wolves. There were other problems as well, but because I was too busy fighting one of the Grey Wolves, I couldn't lead the horde. Times such as that where I'm unable to lead, the hard will definitely come. Who will lead then? And besides, even if I had fought with the Grey Wolf until the end, I might have not gotten off lightly either. The way I am right now would, at most, lead to a draw. But despite that, I have to win. And for that, I need stronger men. Jiaiga is foolhardy, but Jiaigu and Jiaigo can do things he can't do as well. Jiigi is currently desperately raising new beasts. What I have to do right now is to strengthen the horde. To add something to the horde that it doesn't have now. A new factor like the druids, for example. According to human, Mattis guidance, we made some smoked fish and meat to prepare for the battle. We didn't just use smoke though, we also used the sun to preserve some of the food. Also, because the armor rabbit apparently had some salt mixed in its blood, we were able to preserve the meat by rubbing that on the meat. Freebnovel.com, who would have armor rabbit blood could be used in that way. The knowledge of men is really hard to despise after all. There are so many things that even I don't know. And the one race that's been given plenty of opportunity to retain that knowledge is man. In the form of books, by mouth, or even in the form of tales, man is able to preserve a great number of their knowledge. Jiaiga and the rest of the goblins thought Mattis was using magic. They even actually went to ask him whether he could use magic. Of course, Mattis just told them that it's not magic and was just a skill. A reply to which the goblins were utterly dumbfounded. Well, it's not surprising. The techniques that goblins know are mostly destructive after all. The fact that there could be skills that could create instead of destroy, that fact left a deep impression to G.I. Georgia. Incidentally, I had the man named Janos make some farmland. Of course, with a bodyguard watching over him. Then under his instructions, we cut trees around the village, and uprooted the stumps, changing the land into one for cultivation. The land's not that big, but it might prove useful. As for Lily, she's in charge of sewing. Using the hide of armor rabbits and the fangs and leather of shape alligators, she's able to make us some nice armor. Lily, being an adventurer, knows much about the vital points to protect, so I left it to her to decide which parts to cover with her armor. But as expected, it would take quite a bit of time to complete. That's most likely a side effect of having her made it to specialize for each individual. As a result, I had no choice but to put it on hold for the meantime. 6 days since Jiaigo's horde has arrived in our village, and 7 days since I embarrassingly lost to the Grey Wolves, I gathered most of the village, and gave out the order to take the north. We shall march for the north, and make the druids one of us, I declared. Jiaiga, Gigi, and Jiaigo, you three shall ready your men. Jiaigu, you shall stay to protect our village. Everyone bowed, and I gave out instructions for our formation. Each one of you shall take 10 goblins with him. And I will also do the same, taking 10 goblins under me that I will directly control. Now, Jiaigu, should the kobolds contact you, informing you that the humans have entered the forest, immediately abandon the village. Then I showed Jiaigu where to run. Most of our men are coming with me on this expedition. We have to win. Tomorrow, on daybreak, we march. And so, the expedition to take the druids began. Incidentally, Rishia will also be coming with us, but for some reason, she didn't voice any complaints. Regarding the setting, the goblins currently under the protagonist are, Jiaiga, the goblin in that estranged group that was with the protagonist when he defeated an orc. He is currently a noble class, the highest amongst the protagonist's subordinates. He prefers to use the spear. Jiaigu, the former leader of the village. He was pressured by the protagonist in his goblin noble form, and was added to his subordinates. He uses the long sword, and is relatively smart for a goblin rare. Gigi, known as a beast warrior, a goblin with the ability to tame beasts. He evolved while hunting spear deer with the protagonist. He prefers to use the axe. The strongest known tamed beast is currently the triple boar, but for the sake of the coming battle with the Grey Wolves, he's raising different beasts. His goblin class is rare. Jiaigo, a goblin with many wounds on his body. The food of his horde was stolen by the Grey Wolves, So he made a decision to follow the protagonist. He is the most experienced amongst the goblin rares. His weapon is a curved katana. /24 Volume 1, Chapter 24, Duelirace, Goblin, Level, 22, Class, Duke, Horde Chiefs, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, greater than. Our expedition to the north proceeded smoothly. After a day and a half, we continued to move north of the lake, hunting beasts at our leisure as we progressed. During this time, we didn't encounter any strong beasts. But along the way, I realized that I hadn't taken Rishia's pace into account. Even with a guide, walking these parts of the forest is quite tough for a human, so her pace was quite slow. If we were to continue like this, we would end up taking too much time, so I picked Rishia up, and carried her instead. Immediately she complained, but I ignored her and sped up the army's pace. "We'll march till noon," I declared. The crying wind breezed throughout the desolate lands, singing a hymn for all to hear. These winds might have been held by the power of magic, I thought. It could be here to show that the Druids rule these lands, but even so, we marched on. From here on, we need to exercise great caution. Under the guidance of the old goblin, I threw Rishi away, and led the horde to proceed cautiously. "So this is where the Druids live?" I asked to the old goblin. "Yes. Ahead us is the area where the giant tree absorbing this land's nutrients is. The great heaven-piercing tree, the home of the Druids." According to the old goblin, the Druids dug a cave at the roots of that giant tree, and they created their base there. "So that's where they are," I muttered. From a distance stood a great tree that reached the heavens, towering over everything around it. As we gradually neared it, the tree and its surroundings grew fuller. A green lush could be seen spread around the tree, while the roots sprouting up were hugging the nearby rocks. The new trees of the giant tree were being cultivated in that land. It was as if it was trying to create a new forest with nothing but its own kind as it caused an invasion of foliage that extended 30 meters around it. And then out of that tiny forest within this giant forest came out a goblin. It looked over to where we were, then it panicked, and it quickly came back and it called for its friends. "Good. It did our job for us," I remarked. Then in order to make them surrender, I ordered the army to be deployed. After all, there's no quicker way than scaring your foe. Gigo's army of 10 marched to the right, Gi's army of beasts marched to the left, Gigo's army of 10 took the rear of the tree, while I took the front. Like this we surrounded the giant tree of this small forest. I stood there quietly, waiting. Wondering to myself how the opposing goblins will come out, when the old goblin suddenly came over. "Oh King, please hear my request," he said. "What?" I curtly replied, my eyes remaining fixed on the giant tree. "Please let me be the one to demand their surrender." "What?" The old goblin assertively bowed his head toward me. A complete change from that old goblin that fervently contested going here. "Why?" I asked. "It's difficult to say, but the leader of Druids is most likely my son," replied the old goblin, a hint of hesitation in his voice. "You would demand their surrender? Even though it's your own blood and kin? I've never heard of a goblin having emotion as a father. How could goblins have any emotion of fatherhood when they make their children hunt as soon as they are born? Such a thing shouldn't be possible. For humans, they develop such emotions since they need to protect their own children after birth. But for goblins who need to hunt, immediately even as a newborn, such emotions shouldn't exist. So why? It can't be helped. Someone needs to go," replied the old goblin. The old goblin did not falter from my displeased voice, instead it tenaciously faced me. Something tugged at me. Something that caused me to find displeasure in the old goblin's proposal. But what that something was, I didn't know. So I only stared at it coldly as I gave my approval. "Fine," I said. I watched the old goblin's lonely back as I saw him off into the large tree by himself. "Wrong. What is it that's troubling me?" It was as if there was a black mist within my head, suppressing my thoughts. Is it you? Algia? Skill, greater than activated. Freebnoel.com, you don't think the goblin will betray you? How cute, said a voice inside my head. Freebnovel.cm, shaking my head, I shrugged that voice off, and looked towards the departing old goblin. Follow your heart's lead, I yelled, sweeping away Algia's interference. Then the old goblin bowed toward me, and it entered the giant tree alone. After a while, the old goblin came out with another goblin beside him. Oh? There's quite a bit, aren't there? Said the enemy goblin as it smiled defiantly. But I know very well that contrary to that smiling fate of his, the goblin carries with him great confidence. With a robe wrapped around him, and a staff in one hand, he exuded great pressure. And this goblin? Rather than a goblin, his appearance is much closer to that of a human's. With his red skin, he's most likely a goblin rare. But this atmosphere that I can feel on my skin. This goblin is strong, my body is telling me that. Are you the chief? I asked. The goblin that stood before me, his bold appearance made it clear that he would not bow his head. But that's that. I'll still advise him all the same. That's right. I am the chief of the druids, replied the goblin. There's a distance of 20 steps between us. It's too bad, but that's not a distance I can close in an instant. Surrender, and offer yourself to me, I declared. Coo. You know it to be meaningless, and yet you bother anyway? Replied the druid's chief as he laughed. But fine. If you can defeat me, I'll give you everything. A duel between two beings that call themselves king. Just like the history books. But with this the casualties will be few, and the gains will be great. If I win, you shall give me everything. But then if you win? When I said that, it was only for a moment, but the druid's chief stared at me blankly. Then quickly, he broke out into laughter, and then said, what a funny guy. You plan to die? A smile like that of a beast appeared on my face. It was as if a delicious spray had just been thrust before me. Then with that vicious smile, I answered the druid's chief, we can gamble precisely because there are two equal things sought. Even I didn't know I would feel like this. Perhaps it's because this goblin's visage is so close to that of a human's. I see. Then in that case. As the druid chief was thinking, Rishia suddenly came out. Hello? Do you mind? I can't see a thing. Without a care in the world, Rishia's voice resounded throughout that tense atmosphere. And the goblin in front of me froze. Toy, Gramps, what is that thing? Asked the druid chief to the old goblin who was behind him. The king's treasure, a human female, replied the old goblin. A toy, in other words? No, the king doesn't engage in such activities. Rather he seems to be quite fond of talking with her. Oh? A sharp light shot from the druid chief's eyes. I've decided. I want that girl. Rishia froze. I gave her a sidelong glance, and clicked my tongue at the back of my head. Then I looked at her and sarcastically said, congratulations, you've been personally requested. You must be jumping for joy. What are you talking about? Asked Rishia, not following what's going on as she compared me and the druid chief. The reward for our duel. If I win, I'll have his hoard. If I lose, I'll hand you over. What are you deciding by yourself? This girl has absolutely zero awareness of being my prisoner. Well, I'm not treating her like one after all, so it's only expected I suppose. Don't worry, I'm not planning on losing. I have no intentions of handing you to anyone either, I said, trying to comfort her. TCH? Replied Rishia, clearly still panicked. Gripping iron second, great steel sword, I stared at the foe before me, and calmed my burning heart. He probably didn't hear Rishia's mumbling, I thought to myself. Then steeling myself, I focused all of my strength to face the fitting opponent before me. Come. At the resound of my voice, the battle beneath the tense atmosphere began. Author's note, it's a druid fight. Who would have thought that the old goblin would have a family? The old goblin's ability to talk so well right from the start is because of its high intelligence. But it is after all only a normal goblin, so it can't match up to the druids. /25 Volume 1, Chapter 25, Duel to Race, Goblin, Level, 22, Class, Duke, Horde Chiefs, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, greater than, kicking myself off the ground, I filled my body with power, and accelerated. The ground broke, and I turned into a blur. At the same time, I raised Iron Second, Great Steel Sword, and with a growl, I swung it down, seeking to cut the Goblin Rare into two. Surprised, the Goblin Rare quickly retreated. But he was too /V. Does he think I can't chase such a slow retreat? Iron Second crashed into the ground. And using the force of its recoil, I swung the great sword and slashed at the Goblin Rare. The skill, greater than guided my sword, leading it towards my foe. And with the mere legs of a Goblin Rare that's inferior to mine, he couldn't possibly dodge. But just as my blade was about to hit him, the Goblin Rare chanted a spell. My vessel is cloud in the wind, Excel, he chanted. And suddenly, the goblin before me vanished. And the blade I had swung, hit nothing but thin air. What splendid swordsmanship, remarked a voice from behind. A vicious smile appeared on my face. Then remarking, I see you're quick on your feet, I turned towards the goblin. But at that same moment a blade of wind flashed towards me. Quickly, I swung my sword to repel it. Then I gripped my sword with both of my hands, and I looked on at my foe. As I thought, this one can't be dealt with by ordinary means. Skill, greater than activated. When the numbers favor me, this skill can show me the weaknesses of my enemy. His weaknesses, the head, the heart, the staff. So his staff is his weakness even though we're both goblins. As I was thinking quietly to myself, analyzing the goblin, he yelled, "Nothing will happen if you just stand there." As he yelled, the goblin thrust his staff into the ground, and chanted another spell. My heart rides on the wind, Windia. As soon as he chanted those words, the atmosphere shook, and 4 small tornadoes appeared around the Goblin Rare. Are you planning to suffocate me? I thought to myself. Turn me into a blade, enchant. I chanted. Seeing the Goblin Rare conjure those gusts of wind, I cast my own spell, and clad my sword with the flames of darkness. Gurua! I howled. With a flash of my spirit, I crushed those tiny tornadoes with a great sword. But one of the tornadoes managed to cut through, and like a blade it struck me a wound. It's hot, I thought, as I felt the warm sensation of an open wound upon my feet. But contrary to those feelings, the Goblin Rare before me was quite happy. So you can also use magic, he happily exclaimed. Then the Goblin Rare began to chant a more powerful attack. Oh wind, let the wings, but I wasn't having any of that, and I immediately charged towards him with my sword wrapped in black flame, leaving the Goblin Rare no other option but to run away. TCH, my vessel is cloud in the wind, Excel. I wielded my great sword at my side. And I thrusted at the Goblin Rare as fast as I could, trying to catch him as I thrusted a thrust that could pierce even the wind. Yet the enemy was still faster. The Goblin Rare channeled the power of Excel, and moved at a speed that made him seem as if he had vanished. But as soon as I lost sight of him, I quickly reacted by swinging my sword as I turned back. Yet I felt no resistance as my blade swung through the air. Did I miss? I asked myself. The resounding chant answered that question. Like a strong wind. Like a whirlwind, windcutter, chanted the Goblin Rare. And immediately, 2 blades shot at a speed undiscernible even by the eye, stirring up clouds of dust in its path. Behind those 2 blades, the Goblin Rare began to chant again. I yelled at the back of my mind, dodge. Then as I took a step with enough power to bore a hole in the land, I howled, Gurua. I swung my great sword at the nearing blade, crushing it. Then as the wind blade vanished, I rushed to the enemy with my sword still raised. And just when I thought the goblin rare would take a step back, he took a step towards me. Fuck, that was a good call. I thought to myself. But it's still too slow. It takes great courage and insight to make the decision to take a step forward and aim for your enemy's defenseless bosom instead of running away. But even so, my sword is still faster than he gave me credit for. And I swung my sword down with a force that could crush even boulders, but then the goblin rare chanted another spell, "By the authority of the wind god, boost," he chanted. And suddenly a film of wind appeared around him, causing my attack to slip, while his own attack continued to make its way from my chest. "No!" screamed my instincts as the swinging staff continued to move, and immediately I chanted, overlapping with the goblin rares. "Let my body be inviolable, shield," I chanted. "The windbird scythe sings, slash," he chanted. Our chants overlapped, and as my body was wrapped in black flames, the surging wind of scythe my foe had conjured crashed into me. The force of that power was such that it sent me flying. But somehow someway, I managed to stand up. I had braced myself for an attack as soon as I got up on my feet, but what came instead was the goblin rare's voice. "Not bad," he said. The goblin rare looked to be enjoying himself from the bottom of his heart. Is that because of his unwavering confidence? I wondered. But not forgetting my manners, I replied, "You too." After taking a short rest, I sprinted to close the distance between us again. I won't let myself get caught up in his pace. Or more specifically, I can't afford such luxuries. Being a goblin rare, he might not know this, but the heightened vision of a goblin duke is nothing to scoff at. I didn't miss the slight weakness he showed when he was bluffing a while ago, his shaking leg. The proof of his fatigue. Now, I'm going to have you let me take advantage of that, goblin. "Why the rush?" asked the goblin rare. But without stopping, I swung my sword again. And with it I chanted, "Turn me into a blade, enchant." Black flames clad itself around my blade as I swung it. My physical abilities are far beyond the goblin rare's, so I'm going to make full use of that and vanquish your magic. The goblin grew more exhausted with each slash, brimming with the power to finish him in one hit. "My vessel is cloud in the wind, excel," chanted the goblin rare. "A war of attrition will only lead to my victory." The goblin rare knows this, so he will definitely take a gamble sometime during this fight. A gamble that will lead to my instant defeat. So I kept my eyes open, paying careful attention for any signs of such a plan. But at the same time, I'm not so nice as to let this goblin take that gamble. "If you're not planning on anything," I thought, "I'm going to cut you down right here." And I chased after the goblin who had just vanished again. I slashed and slashed, never letting him rest, a ceaseless flurry of attacks. "What's wrong? Your movements have gotten slower," I taunted, trying to provoke the goblin in the midst of the onslaught. But he only replied with a sarcastic smile. "I guess I still can't let my guard down then." "Like a strong wind. Like a whirlwind, wind cutter," he chanted. The goblin rare casted another wind blade, and I dodged it by moving only half of my body. At the same time, the enemy accelerated. "My vessel is cloud in the wind, excel," he chanted. And in the next instant, he vanished from my vision. Immediately, I swung my great sword behind me as I turned, but the goblin managed to dodge my attack. The goblin rare turned around, heaving, breathless. He was clearly exhausted. "Surrendering?" I asked him, as I gripped the great steel sword tightly. But the goblin rare only laughed as he raised his staff towards me. "If you're not surrendering, then I'm going to see this through till the end." I should get rid of his staff, I thought. So I mustered my strength, and directed it to the soles of my feet. Then with a step, the ground cracked, and in the next instant, I rocketed towards the goblin rare. But then at that moment, I saw the goblin rare stick his hand inside his robe. Not good. I thought, my instincts screaming for my life. What the goblin rare took out was a glittering, silver jewel. Then he began to chant, "Exalted name of God, hear my call, cries." Immediately, I used all of my strength to break my charge, and then I rolled off to the side. But the goblin rare still thrusted his staff into the ground as he continued to chant, "Thy name. Wind god, caster." Immediately, a tornado with a radius of 4 meters appeared with a goblin rare at its center. The tornado stood tall, towering over everything in the shape of a dragon. It groaned there high up above the sky as it looked down on me. I couldn't help but gulp at its dignified appearance. When I saw it come down to attack me, I felt cold sweat permeate my back. My mouth alone smiled. Magical energies flowed from the red snake on my arm, filling me with energy. It was as if it was urging me to howl at the monstrosity before me. "Right, let's tear it apart," I said to myself. "It's only a one, right? Then let's go crush it." I took a step with my left foot forward, and held the sword upright. Then I mustered up all of the magic within me, and transferred it to my sword. As the dragon of wind descended, it opened its mouth, aiming for my head. "Turn me into a blade, enchant." I chanted. This is the third time I've used this chant, but this time, I used a great power incomparable to anything so far. Oh ah ooh 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 ooh. I howled freebnovel.com, then with all of my strength, I met with the dragon of wind, and I cut it. With all of my strength, I cut it. Just one slash. The raging storm covered my vision. It lifted up the fallen rocks in its rampage. And at the great loss of magic power, I fell to my knees, the angry cries of the billowing wind, echoing in the background. Until the wind ceased, clouds of dust enveloped the area. Then when the wind ceased, I stood up, and swung my sword, sweeping the dust away. And then I wielded my sword in front of my chest once more, and I waited. "The windbird scythe sings, slash," chanted the rare goblin. Believing this to be the end, the goblin rare used the rest of his remaining strength to finish me off. That attack of his was like a great sword. I calmly parried his attack with my own sword, and the goblin's eyes opened wide. Then I pulled back my sword, and I swung it. The goblin rare no longer had any strength to dodge, and he flew into the air, drawing an arc. A foe I could not let my guard down even for a moment. The goblin rare gazed at the sky as he fell down to the ground. Then I touched his neck with my sword. "To think I would misread at the last moment," he said. "I just got lucky," I said. "Hey, luck?" replied the goblin, seemingly dissatisfied. "If you can't accept that, then it's simply the difference in the object we seek," I said. "The object we seek?" he asked. "Ambition, in other words." "Ambition, you say?" The goblin rare looked up despite his anguish. And knowing that the goblins in the village were also listening, I said out loud, "I am going to build a country. I will gather all the goblins and create a mighty country. So follow me. I need your strength." The goblin rare had a hard time just breathing, but as if there was nothing funnier than what I had just said, he laughed. "A goblin's kingdom, you say? Ha ha ha. I see, no wonder I lost." The goblin rare closed his eyes quietly, and then he took a deep breath. "All right, go. Go and take everything that I have." I carried the bloodied, weakened goblin rare, and I carried him to where Rishia was. Rishia puffed her cheeks but ignoring her eyes said, "Heal this one." As the goblin rare opened his eyes, he asked, "Why did you save me?" And I answered, "Your so-called everything. That includes you yourself, right?" The goblin rare stared at me blankly, then he broke out into laughter. Magic manipulation has advanced. The third impact, the third chant, acquired. Your level has risen. 22 equals greater than 26. Author's note, I'm going to leave the relationship between the old goblin and his child for later. My apologies to those who were expecting it. The next opponent is finally the awaited rematch with the Grey Wolves. /26 Volume 1, Chapter 26, Legend Race, Goblin, Level, 26, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater Than, amongst the newly added Horde of Druids. 30 could be counted as warriors. Within that 30, 25 are able to actually use magic in combat. I gave a name to the goblin rare leading that horde. I name you Giza, I said. The goblin rare thanked me, but at the same time, he made a difficult face. This is the first time I've gotten this sort of response. What? Unsatisfied? I asked. No. I just realized that there really is no such thing as a perfect man, shrugged Giza. Well, I'm sorry I have no taste. The non-combatants from the new horde along with the combatants totaled to 50. We took all those goblins along with us, and we returned back to the settlement. With the druids added, we now number 142 goblins in total. 92 combatants, and 50 non-combatants that include the female, the elderly, and the larvae. We've become quite the big family now. Jiagu also fulfilled his task of protecting the village with no problem, and our hunting right now is proceeding favorably as well. I reformed the 3-man cells with the druids, then I showed them how we hunted, and the day ended. The next day, I used the skill greater than to evaluate the goblins, picked out the promising goblins, and then had them form 3-man cells under G.I. Georgia. When the sun began to set, I led G.I. Ga and his group to hunt the south. And when the sky began to turn dark, we took our spoils and went back to the village. When I got back, I followed my usual schedule, and went over to Rishia's jail. But then I noticed that someone had gone ahead of me. Giza, what are you doing here? I asked. Nothing in particular, he replied. Giza seems to hunger for knowledge quite a bit. Even in our previous duel, it was for that reason that he had asked for Rishia to be his reward. But because of that, it seems Rishia's come to hate him, and has been refusing to talk to him. Unfortunately for him, Rishia is the king's treasure, leaving him at a standstill, unable to do anything. It's quite rare actually, seeing this goblin make such a bitter smile. It must be because his features resemble humans that his expression now strangely reeks of humanity. You got here at just the right time. I was just about to visit Rishia. Come, I said, to which Giza replied with a bow, saying, thanks. A rather rare sight seeing this goblin bow. But then again, I wonder just how exactly you rejected this goblin, Rishia. For this overconfident goblin to be troubled so. I'm actually more concerned about that than my discussion with Rishia. As I entered the jail, Rishia saw me. Then quickly after, she saw Giza follow from right behind. Immediately, a deep valley bore through her forehead. Why is that goblin here? She asked, visibly irritated. He wants to talk too, apparently, I replied. I'm talking because it's you. I don't want to talk with that goblin, bluntly replied Rishia. Oh, come on, don't say that. Consider it as a request from me, I said, trying to coax her to agree. Rishia mumbled to herself, then replying in a faint voice, almost whispering, she said, fine. But only when you're around. Looks like I'm hated, shrugged Giza, bitterly smiling. What a persistent man, I thought. Then continuing, I said, today I want to talk about the gods. You mean, their legend? Asked Rishia, curious. Yes, especially the story of the god who birthed the earth and his daughters. What's the matter? For some reason, Rishia was frozen still, shocked, with a strange expression on her face. Ah, no. I was just a bit surprised. I didn't expect that you'd actually be interested in the pedigree of the gods, she replied. I looked back towards Giza, and asked, is it that strange? Well, you'd normally ask for something more normal. Like the practical uses of magic for example, replied Giza. Hearing that, I thought, oh, so that's what he's after. Then I asked Rishia. Rishia, do you also find the stories of the gods to be meaningless? Ah, no, I don't think so at all. After all, to gain knowledge from the study of the history of the gods is the raison d'être of us, apostles, replied Rishia. The raison d'être of apostles. That apostle of God of yours. Is there some special meaning to it? I asked. Yes. In our world, that is to say in the human world, there is something which we call religion. Do you have something like that as well? Replied Rishia. Do we? I asked, throwing the question to Giza. Nope, curtly replied Giza. Our way of living is simple. Those with no power, die. Those with power, we obey. But of course, we do also have some hand of love for the gods that grant us their divine protection. There are also cases like me though, where we don't find ourselves having any sort of attachment or gratefulness even after receiving divine protection like the one I got from Maltgia. But then again, I'm probably in the extreme minority. As I thought that to myself, Rishia said, I see. Then it might be difficult for you to understand, but amongst humans there are those that receive, and those that don't receive the favor of God. Well, this discussion has turned rather troublesome. Rishia doesn't look like she's planning on stopping anytime soon either. I feel like I've pressed a dangerous switch. Not good, I'm starting to regret bringing this topic up. At that, I decided to interrupt Rishia. Hesitating, I said, wait Rishia. In other words, yes. What is it? Said Rishia as she shot me a gaze that looked like it said, even though we were at such a good part. I know I don't understand religion well, that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the gods, I said. Sigh. Alright. Let's talk about religion some other time then, she replied, a little downhearted. The ancestor god, Kushiarga. It was he who created the world. Freebnovel.com, he created the land within the Great Sea in 7 nights and 8 days. Then he cut off a part of his body to create a new god that would watch over his creation. The mother goddess, Dina. Kushiarga worked together with the mother goddess that was born of a part of his own flesh, Dina, to create new life one after another. The god of water, the god of forest, the god of wind, the god of land, the god of illusions, the god of dreams, the god of starfring. Many, many gods. For where there is life, there is a god ruling over it. The world became filled with gods, and Kushiarga and Dina were satisfied. But when the mother goddess gave birth to the god of fire, she was burned. That wound became the reason for her death, and her trip to the world of the dead. Kushiarga was saddened. After all, he had just lost the person he had created life with, his literal other half. In his grieving, he sank his body into this world, leaving only behind the order to create more life to his children. And his wish for him and Dina to become a part of the world they had created together, came true. Following his wishes, the remaining gods worked together to create new life. The gods of forest and water created the elves after the mother goddess they had looked up to. The gods of land and wind shaved doors to create the Dimahumans. The gods of illusion and dreams weave together the dreams and illusions, creating the dragons. The gods of starfring passed through the different stars, gathering resources. And with those, they created the giants. All that remained was the god of fire. It was because of him that the mother goddess who had given birth to him, died. All alone and the youngest, he was the only god who could not create new life. For the other gods knew that it was because of him that the father and mother gods had died. And his brothers and sisters refused to work with him. The oldest amongst the gods, the god of water, felt pity for the god of fire. He called the other gods, and everyone gave what they had left over to the god of fire. The god of forest gave a long vine. The god of water brought cold water. The god of land brought a lump of land. And so on. Each of the gods brought to the god of fire the parts that they could not use. But the god of fire persevered. With his clumsy hands, he mixed water with the lump of earth, and kneaded it. He wished with all of his heart to mix that with all of the excess things he had received. He recalled the figure of his father that he had once seen in his younger days. Please, he wished. Let me give birth to life just as my father had. And so, the humans were born. And the gods scattered the life forms that they had created all over the land that their father had created. The elves were sent to the deep secrets of the forest. The Dimahumans to the windy meadows. The dragons to the colossal mountains whose heights were almost dreamlike. The giants to the ground beneath. And the humans to the small beach. As the different life forms worked together, they prospered, and grew in number. Satisfied, The gods gradually made more life. Beasts, magical beasts, and even those that the gods thought to be a failure did the gods bring forth into the world. But the god of fire was sad. For the humans he had created were far too weak compared to the other races. So the god of fire consulted the god of water. "What should I do?" he asked. And the god of water spoke of the time their father created their mother. The god of fire cried and complained to the god of water, saying, "But no one wants to work with me." And the god of water suggested, "Why don't you take half of your body and distribute it?" The god of fire was overjoyed. "Ah, I see," he said. "If I do that I won't be alone anymore." And so the god of fire used his own legs, and created the two moons. He used his right arm, and he gave man the god of knowledge. He used his left arm, and he created the spirits. Then he used his own head, and gave birth to the god who birthed the earth. And lastly, he used his body and created the sun. The spirits broke contact with the humans as soon as they were born. They were saddened by the death of the fire god, so they changed their form, and melded into the earth to save their creator, giving birth to the volcanoes that would birth new land. Then the gods born of the fire god's right arm and head came to be called the new gods. The god who birthed nations came to be known as Ativ. The goddess of wisdom, Hera. The two gods wedded each other, and gave birth to the gods and goddesses that would guide humanity. The eldest daughter, Algia, took charge of valor. The eldest god, Gertica, took charge of weapon and magic. The next daughter, Hekaterina, took charge of victory and glory. The third daughter, Liuriuna, ruled over destiny. And the fourth daughter was the goddess of healing, Zenobia. They guided humanity. And Ativ and Hera worked together to create the concept of kingdoms. But as the humans were developing, the gods' world were on the verge of destruction. The gods who has birthed life thoughtlessly began to argue amongst themselves whose creation was the greatest. Eventually the argument grew, and though the god of water, the eldest amongst them, tried to quell the fighting. Gradually, even the older amongst them were dragged into the fight. Until eventually, the gods came up with an answer. They told amongst themselves, "Let us find out whose creation is the strongest." And so began a gruesome exchange of life and death. The elves and the demihumans, the giants and the dragons, without mercy did the races kill each other. Yet within that chaos, that war of races, it was the humans protected by their gods that triumphed. Clad within the valor of Algia, the weapons and magic of Gertica in their hands, the promise of victory and glory from Hekaterina, and through the guidance of the goddess of destiny, Liuriuna, humans known as heroes appeared to sacrifice themselves, saving humanity as Zenobia's love saved the wounded. And before anyone knew it, the humans held the biggest land and influence. They burned the forest, they shaved the mountains, they dug the earth and gathered precious ores, expanding their dominion. The other races hated each other just as their gods had willed, but they possessed no power to fight the humans. The power of the new gods led by Ativ was simply that powerful. One of the gods looked on at that in annoyance, and eventually, that god proposed to the gods an idea. "Let's have our mother, Dina, return and bring peace to our world. Fighting is stupid after all," said the god. The other gods agreed as even their power had fallen after all the killing. And so the door to the world of the dead opened. The gods prayed. "Mother goddess, Dina," they prayed. "Please guide us this one time." But what greeted them from the other side was a den of snakes. The snakes feasted upon the gods, and the world descended into darkness. But the snakes were not the only ones to pass through the door. Magical beasts, monsters, and even the dead, all passed through. The filthy and the corrupted beasts were released into the world. The god of water who had somehow managed to survive along with the elder gods all felt fear at this crisis. "At this rate the world our father had created will be filled with death," they cried. But the elves, demihumans, and giants that they had given birth to were powerless against the ceaseless forces of death. It was then that a ray of light shot before them. The humans that Ativ led, although only a little, were able to fight against the forces of death. So the gods focused their powers towards the gods of the humans, and the demihumans, the dragons, The giants, the elves, and the humans were all unified under Ativ. Ativ and Hera placed Halgia as the vanguard, allowing her to lead the coalition. Show your courage. Draw your weapon. Believe in your destiny. To victory and glory. Halgia led the coalition, and with Gertica, Liariuna, and Hekaterina, they desperately fought the endless army of death. Halgia was the vanguard, leading from the front with her sword brandished. Gertica was at the center, creating weapon and magic one after another. Liariuna would save those who would die from their destiny, and Hekaterina would sing praises of victory and glory, lifting everyone's spirits. After 100 years of fighting, they were finally able to drive back the army of death through the door they had come from. As Halgia's sword pierced into the remains of Didna's corpse on the other side, the battle ended. The old gods thanked the new gods, and they all returned to their respected regions without arguing. And they decided to live onwards without choosing a path of conflict. It was the same for the lives they had created as well. The elves went to the deep secrets of the forest. The demihumans to the meadows and forests. The dragons to the high mountains. The giants went beneath the ground. It was the age of the new gods. When distressed, Halgia would come. And Gertica would solve problems with his magic and weapons. While Liariuna would lead the destiny of the people, and Hekaterina would promise glory and victory. But their age of prosperity would not last long. For the god who birthed the earth, Ativ, was charmed by the beauty of Zenobia. The goddess of wisdom, Hera, changed her appearance at Ativ's change of heart, while Halgia burned in jealousy. The weapons and magic Gertica created eventually brought chaos to the world, and he stopped. Liariuna, who should be saving humans from death, found herself intoxicated with the death of humans. Hekaterina found herself in a dilemma in who to provide victory and glory to, that she eventually forgot to bless anyone at all. With the gods in that state, humanity gradually fell. Depravity, putrefaction, and jealousy spread like the plague, and the humans grew to forget the pride they once carried with them as they grew fearful of sickness and death. And Halgia continued to burn even more in jealousy. The one who led the army, and drove away the army of death was her. Not anyone else, but her. And yet, why is it only Zenobia? Why is it only her that is loved by Ativ? The flames of jealousy burned within Halgia, and Ativ grew to become sick of her. So he handed to her the country of the dead for her to rule. The country of the dead was left alone since the passing of Didna, and was currently on the way to destruction. At this rate, the country of the dead will be completely destroyed. When their country is destroyed, they will leave theirs, and find themselves into the country of the humans again. Halgia went to the country of the dead by herself, pulled Gerdica's blade from the corpse of Didna, and slayed the snakes. Her wrath was terrifying, and eventually she came to rule the country of the dead. And this time, the one to attack the country of the humans was her. In the blink of an eye, she conquered the human world. Ativ, who had forgotten everything because of his love for Zenobia. The goddess, Hera, who had changed her form. Gertica, who had already decided not to create any more magic or weapons. Liariuna, who found herself amused toying with destiny. Hekaterina, who had forgotten to bless victory and glory to anyone. It was only when they were pierced by Halgia's sword did they understand the depths of Halgia's anger and despair. The gods awoke when half the world had been taken by Halgia, and they put their powers together, and fought Halgia. Ativ remembered to work with the people. Hera shone the light of knowledge upon man again. Gerdica began to create weapons and magic once more. Liariuna began to weave the threads of destiny, guiding the heroes. Zenobia healed the wounded. With the gods working together, they were able to fight against Halgia. But there was no one who could fight against Halgia in the front lines. The giant snake that would break the earth as it crawled. The black dragon that ruled the sky as it flew. The twin-headed snake that would rot the waters, and the snake that burned everything with its black flames. With them, no one could stop Halgia. Ativ was greatly perplexed. It was, after all, a disaster he had caused. So he asked the old gods for help. Many of them hesitated, but it was a fact that they owed him from the previous war. So they joined the fight as Ativ's allies. And together, They were able to push Algia back to the country of the dead. Ativ and the other gods then swore an oath not to interfere with the humans too much. And then, in order to weaken Algia's power, the gods went to sleep. Here ends the age of the gods. And the curtain on history is drawn. It was bright already by the time the story ended. The only ones awake were me and Rishia. Even Giz and Lily, who should have already been used to this, were asleep. "Do you understand?" asked Rishia. "Yeah," I replied. "There's just one thing that I absolutely have to confirm. Have you ever met Zenobia?" I asked. "No? I've said it just now, but the gods hate to interfere with us," she replied. "Is that the same with Algia?" "Of course. That's the very reason why the gods went into slumber." "I see. So for the humans, this is nothing but a legend. Or is Algia just generally uninhibited? In any case, she's not as distant as the humans say the gods are. Which also goes to say that those heroes that I must kill might appear." "Show your courage, huh?" Why is it when I hear those words, I can't help but see Algia's dazzling, gallant figure clad in armor at the back of my head. Thump, as I thought that, I felt an itch rise up from the coiled red snake on my right arm. "It was a good lesson," I said, thanking Rishia. "Right?" replied Rishia with a smile as she went to sleep. I need to remember to exercise enough caution when talking to Rishia. Anyway, I better sleep. Author's note: Rishia Sense's lesson on the story of the gods. The entire lecture lasted a total of 8 hours. As for breaks, they took 10-minute breaks every 3 hours. /27 Volume 1, Chapter 27, Grey Wolf 3 Race, Goblin, Level, 26, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. I had the druids get used to fighting as 3-man cells, and at the same time, I had Giz teach me the basics of magic in order to defeat the Grey Wolves. As for Rishia, I've sort of learned my lesson. And while I thought to keep my distance from her for a while, I happened to see a tottering kobold pass by me. So I took a slab of dried meat, and waved it in front of it. It vigorously wagged its tail. So knowing full well that it was interested, I threw the meat into Rishia's jail. The kobold followed the slab of meat, jumping into Rishia's room. "Hey! This is for keeping me awake all night." I think I heard Lily scream just now, but let's ignore that. "Ignore? How adult of you," remarked Giz as he shot a cold glance at me. "Considering last night, something on this level is just fine. That aside, teach me your magic," I said, brushing away what just happened. "Amen," replied Giz as he nodded, then he began his lecture on magic. "I think you know this already, but..." "Yeah, just keep it short and simple." With another nod, the lecture on magic began. To put it simply, magic is God's grace, while magic power is something exhibited through the consumption of something within living beings that is known as ether. For humans, they call it mana, for everyone else, they call it ether. And it is by consuming this ether that Giz is able to summon blades of wind and tornadoes. Ether is something that belongs within the body of living things. As soon as it touches the air or the water, it will immediately disperse, and return to the body. Magic can be demonstrated as long as the ether hasn't dispersed yet. Because ether disperses upon contact with foreign body, gathering power and casting powerful magic is not something common. "So what you're saying is that ether is something that is normally used within the body?" I said. "No, that's not it either," replied Giz as he shook his head. "Ether is difficult to use inside the body. For example, if one wishes to strengthen his muscles with ether, he would have to fill his body with ether, set a course for it, and manipulate it until one achieves his desired effect. The fireball casted by the friar that I fought before wasn't just throwing a ball of flame. If he had made a mistake in his control, that fireball would have simply dispersed. But if he had tried to pour the ether into his body to strengthen himself, in the worst case scenario, his body could have been torn apart, while consuming the ether within. But there's no way to know other than trying it out, right? I said, arguing to use said ability. To which Giza sarcastically asked, in the middle of a fight? That question left me at a loss. Is it impossible after all for someone with an unstable mind like me? After thinking for a while, I asked for something else. Then would you happen to have any techniques for increasing speed? Like that Excel you used, I said. What I need to watch out for the most in the coming fight with the Grey Wolves is that speed of theirs. If I could just put a stop to that speed, then in the worst case, I could at least exchange blows. That spell only requires ether to be released around the body with a direction set. However, getting used to the force is quite difficult, said Giza. A one-way jetpack in other words. But then again, it seems like Giza was casting it quite a lot. But of course, after all, I have the divine protection of the God of Wind. I can create a boundary in front of me as long as I have magic power. Divine protections have that sort of effect? Unfortunately, mine isn't that reliable. In any case, I should go and practice this. Alright, come with me for a bit. I'll give it a shot. Now? Asked Giza, a little surprised. Of course. Whether I can use it or not in battle depends on your guidance after all, right? So please help me out, teacher. Teacher. That doesn't sound bad at all, replied Giza, pleased. Taking that goblin rare who was quite pleased with himself, we left the village, and I practiced magic. 9 days has passed since I began my special training in magic. Somehow someway I managed to get my control over Excel good enough for me to be able to use it in battle. It took a long time, but finally, we're ready. Giza, do you know of the Grey Wolves? I asked. Yes, a rather powerful enemy, he replied. I'm going to hunt that bear. If it was up to you, which goblins would you bring? Giza folded his hands and pondered. Then after a while, he said, the goblins under me alone will be enough. In other words, normal goblins can't do anything. I'll have you change that way of thinking, I said back. Then wielding my steel greatsword on my back, we ended the training. When I got back to the village, I called the goblins above the rare class, and ordered them together. Giga, Gigo, Giza, Gigi, take 10 goblins with you each, and prepare for a hunt. Our target. The Grey Wolves. It shall be done even at the cost of my life. Replied Gigo. For him, this battle is also a funeral for the goblins he couldn't protect. As you will, replied Giga as he kneeled. The goblins each nodded to me. Then after they finished picking their 10 goblins, we prepared the necessary rations, and then left the village, heading northwest. Leading from the front were Gigi's beasts. What he brought with him this time was a double-headed ostrich. Its body was big enough to easily carry a goblin, and with enough strength to do so without even losing speed. Gigi rode on a double head, while giving his subordinate beasts orders. Giga guarded our rear while following the main unit from behind. And Gigo and Giza protected our flanks, while keeping vigilant. It's too quiet. When these many goblins are moving, there would at least normally be some birds or rabbits who would be startled. But right now, not even a single cry could be heard. No way, could it be? Could it be that the Grey Wolves have already eaten everything in this area? If so, then the Grey Wolves should appear by themselves without us having to look for them. Such delicious preys are throwing themselves before it after all. There's no way it wouldn't come. And as if my mind was read, the vanguard unit led by Gigi stopped. Are they here? They're coming. I yelled. Immediately, Giga went in front just as I've ordered him to ahead of time. And Gigo and Giza emerged with the main unit to protect the flanks. And just as much as I could wish for, the land before us was a land with few trees, almost like a meadow. The Grey Wolf led over 20 wolves behind it, gazing at me with the gaze of a predator looking at its prey. That dignity, that majesty, the aura of that Grey Wolf shook my soul. And my face twisted into a smile. The arm-wielding iron second. the tips of my feet that bore into the ground. From the red snake coiled on my arm all the way to the entrails beneath my skin and the blood flowing through my veins. Everything was screaming to me, burning into me the sensation of my brimming power. My soul maddened, I bellowed out a howl. Skill, greater than activated. The subordinate wolves have been stunned. At the same time, the gray wolf howled an indomitable howl, and many of my subordinates fell to their knees. Jiaiga. By your will. I left the command of the forces to Jiaiga, who was at the rear. Jiai's cover me. Leave it to me. Jiaigo, don't lose focus. I know, replied Jiaigo as he drew his curved sword. Gi, this time, don't let your beasts die. Yes, Chief. Could it be that the one who's having a hard time keeping himself together is me? Go. I yelled. At my lead, our force became one unit, and we charged into the pack of wolves. But the wolves were only a moment slower. The howl of the gray wolf woke the subordinate wolves from their stupor. But this is exactly what I was aiming for. Wielding my sword on my side, I gripped it tight. We'll do this in one breath. My life is like a cloud of dust, Axel. Ether gathered behind me, then like an explosion, I was sent flying forward. Then focusing the ether towards my blade, I chanted, turn me into a blade, enchant. Having been propelled at a speed that instantly shortened a distance of 30 steps to 0, it was as if a wall of air was pushing against me, keeping me from breathing. But even so, this is something worth doing. The howl of the gray wolf seemed to have echoed, but my ears failed to catch anything. Only that the gray wolf's giant frame suddenly appeared before me. TCH. Grinding my teeth, I endured the force. My body grazed against the gray wolf, causing its power to weaken slightly. I tumbled on the ground, but immediately, I stopped the momentum, and stood up. Where is it? Ga'awa. A groan from right beside me? With the power of the skill, greater than I swung my sword according to instinct. The sword smashed into something that felt like a giant tree. Then immediately after, a great pressure came. It was the gray wolf. Using all of my strength, I forced back the gray wolf. The sight of its sharp fangs and its giant claws sent a chill running through my back. No, that's wrong. This is something that I've been yearning for. This is something that I myself should have been yearning for. A strong foe. A chance to wash away the shame of that day. Activating the skill, greater than I scanned for my opponent's weakness. The eyes, the fang. The heart. It's close to its back? Skill, greater than activate. For the first time, I released the rampaging soul on my own volition. While suppressing the urge, I released my power. I activated skill, greater than and greater than at the same time. And brimming with power, I stopped my great sword with my arm, and supported my body with my legs. Magical energies flowed through my body, and my blood boiled within me. Sparks appeared as my great sword clashed with the fangs of the gray wolf. Focusing more of my strength, my feet sank into the ground. And the gray wolf's pressure challenged me from in front. Gurawa. The frothing cells within me, the rushing blood within, and the magical energies within burned hot like scorching flame. Turn me into a blade, enchant. My blade ignited, and with its flames out, I pushed the sword into the gray wolf's fang and nails. And then I swung the blade. Arg! But at the last moment, I missed. Right before my great sword hit it, it jumped back. I suppose it's just what you'd expect from the reflexes of a wolf raised in the wild. But after taking a better look, blood was clearly flowing from its right leg, and from the left part of the scruff of its neck. It was wounded from Waxel and Enchant. The distance between us is short. The gray wolf howled, and its subordinate wolves began to retreat. Looks like it told its pack to protect the rear. And then gradually, the gray wolf before me began to retreat. But I won't let you run. Silently, I sharpened my resolve, and I yelled, after them. With that order, my subordinates began to chase after the subordinate wolves. If the Grey Wolf tries to interfere with my subordinate's chase, I'm going to make use of that opening, and pierce it dead. Each time the Grey Wolf retreated, I would move forward to shorten the distance lengthened. That leg of it is most likely no longer capable of using the same speed as it did before. Then in that case. But then suddenly, the Grey Wolf's body became hazy. What? Goo, ha. Then without even having the time to cast shield, I was blown away. But the power of its attack has weakened. Victory is right before me. Tumbling on the ground, I stopped the momentum, and I picked myself up. TCH. But the Grey Wolf was already running by the time I managed to stand. I told you. I'm not going to let you run. Canceling enchant, I chased after the Grey Wolf with all my strength. As I ran after the Grey Wolf, I recalled something I had forgotten in my fervor, causing cold sweat to permeate my back. Why is that Grey Wolf fighting by itself? It was definitely a pair before. Where did the other Grey Wolf disappear to? The worst scenario flashed through my mind. Could it be that the Grey Wolves purposely ordered its subordinates to withdraw in order to separate us? If so, then I've been made a fool out of by a beast-wise. Fuck. In any case, I need to beat the Grey Wolf as soon as possible, and gather my subordinates, otherwise. But the more impatient I become, the worse I'll move. Even if the Grey Wolf is wounded, its legs are still better than mine. Following the trail of blood and stench, I left the meadows and entered into the dense forest. Fuck, now even if I gather the goblins, it's still going to be a tough fight. Even if I use skill greater than and call the goblins, they'll have a hard time finding me. Then again, if this isn't a trap, then this might be the best opportunity I'll get to destroy the Grey Wolves. While gradually getting impatient, I reached the end of the forest. But just as I was about to go through, one of the Grey Wolf's subordinates attacked me from above. I quickly cut it, but then another 3 came, attacking me from below, and from both flanks at the same time. My body is inviolable, shield. Immediately, I casted shield, and swung my blade to get some distance. Then I kicked away the biting wolves, crushed them under my foot, and sheathed my sword. Are they buying time? For what? Could it be that they're missing a part of their group, and are waiting for the other group's return? If so, then the wolves can't win against me. Immediately, I activated the skill greater than weakening the wolves. And then I left the forest. What greeted me ahead was a cave where the Grey Wolf was lying in. It's not dead. Having lost too much blood, its legs shook as it stood. I can't let my guard down. Slowly, I shortened the distance between us. But then, I heard a voice from inside the cave. For just a moment, the Grey Wolf looked towards the dark cave. Those pupils of it seemed to be enduring something. Then as its gaze returned to stare at me, anger could be visibly seen in them. And then it howled a howl with ferocity unlike any of its previous howls, causing my hair to stand on end. Without any care for its defenses, it literally turned itself into a bullet as it rammed its body against me. TCH. A sudden change after hearing that voice from within the cave. Something's definitely up. Its subordinate wolves attacked me from behind. I held back the urge to click my tongue, and swung my blade behind me. Raging in anger, the Grey Wolf rammed itself into me, blowing me away along with its allies. Has it lost its sanity? The wounds on the Grey Wolf has been bleeding non-stop. But without even so much as looking at it, the Grey Wolf ran towards me to kill me. Have it your way then. Have it your way, you mutt. My body is inviolable, shield. Freebno.com, wielding my blade, I received the Grey Wolf's fangs that were aimed for my neck. And then, turn me into a blade, enchant. I can't cast enchant and shield at the same time, so the shield was cancelled when I used enchant, and the Grey Wolf bore its fangs into me. Blood spurted into the air. But in exchange, skill greater than activated. You think I'll lose? With a vigor that sought to exhaust my ether, the flames of darkness wrapped itself around my blade. This is the end. I thrusted iron second into the grey wolf, piercing through its hard fur, gouging out its entrails. Gruu. But the grey wolf, renowned for its life force, refused to release its fangs from the scruff of my neck. And instead it bore its fangs even deeper into my body. At the same time, half of my strength left me, and the condition for a skill was met. Greater than stage 1 activated. Physical strength, agility 20% up. Freebnol.com, Goo. The thrusted blade sank even deeper into the grey wolf's body. The gushing blood from the wolf's mouth mixed with the spurting blood from my neck. Whose blood belonged to who could no longer be discerned. But even then, the grey wolf refused to let its fangs go. Our gazes locked, and we spat curses at each other. I'll do it as many times as you want. Skill, greater than stage 2 activated. Physical strength 30%, agility 30% up. Iron second sank even deeper, and its tip could now be faintly seen through the back of the grey wolf. Guru. Mustering the last of its strength, the grey wolf howled. And it bit into my shoulder as it continued to spit out more blood. Madness and killing intent mixed. And the fountain of blood dyed my vision in crimson. But, even then. Victory will be mine. Mine. Skill, greater than stage 3 activated, at the same time, a second greater than activated. Physical strength 40%, agility 40% up. Along with that rise in power, violent, burning emotions surged from the depths of my body. Fine. Since it's become like this, I'll accompany you until the bitter end. More blood spurted as the grey wolf tried to tear off the tip of my shoulder. It knows that its wounds will open if it tries to forcefully raise its head like that with its fangs stuck to me, yet it still refuses to let go. As that pain that felt like I was being torn to pieces, insanity took me. And I raised my sword while being skewered by the grey wolf. At the abnormal bulging of muscles, more blood spurted from the grey wolf, showering my whole body in blood. I swung my great sword. AAA exclamation mark, and I severed the grey wolf's body into two. The grey wolf died with its fangs firmly sunk into me. Then, as if I had entered silence itself, all the sound around me began to fade. Half alive, and half dead. A pool of blood spread around me. There was no one else here. No grey wolf, no subordinate wolves. Just me and a pool of blood. Chief. Then I heard Jiaiga swallowing his breath. So they're safe. Thrusting my sword into the ground, I leaned on it like a cane, and I sank down to the ground. I don't want to show such an unsightly appearance to my subordinates. But I've lost too much blood. Gi, call Lady Rishia now. I can hear Jiaiga's voice. Jiaiga, I said. Chief? He asked, panicked. Make sure that the other goblins are safe. I'm going to sleep. For a bit. Like that I lost my consciousness while leaning onto my great sword. Your level has risen. 26 equals greater than 60, after having gained proficiency with, skill, greater than you have unlocked a hidden power. Soul of a crazed warrior will now attack you mentally. Physical strength 30%, agility 30%, magical power 30% up. You will also not be affected by other mental attacks aside from the effect of Soul of a Crazed Warrior. Your fighting spirit will rise towards opponents you have defeated before. Damage reduction 20%, /28 Volume 1, Chapter 28, That Which Should Be Protected Race, Goblin, Level, 60, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld. Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes were Rishia and my subordinates. Rishia looked like she was about to cry at any moment, and my goblin subordinates looked deathly worried. Looking around me, I saw that we were still in front of the cave. The fangs that were sunk into me during the fight, however, were no longer there on my shoulder. The wound was also being closed at a frightening rate. What an absurd healing power, I thought. I waited for the wound to finish closing before standing up, but I still tottered. Anemia, I suppose. Wryly smiling, I shook my head, and confirmed my surroundings. Then I asked Jiaiga, how much time has passed since then? To which he replied, I ordered Gi to run as soon as I could, so not much time has. At his reply, I looked up. The dazzling sun above us was yet to set. Then Rishia's complaining voice reached my ears, saying, Mr. Gi overworked his beasts just to carry me here, you know? So you should thank Mr. Gi. And you should thank Mr. Jiaiga as well, because if it wasn't for his quick thinking, it might have been too late to save you. Oh, right. Sorry for worrying you, I curtly replied. Then I placed my hand over her head to stop her from giving a long-winded sermon. There's no way I'd be worried for you, she argued. Ignoring her, I went ahead and thanked Gi for a job well done. Gi, good job. Go ahead and spoil your beasts, I said. Then Gi bowed, and I thanked Jiaiga next. You too, Gi Georgia, you saved my life. Don't mention it, he replied. Then after thanking him with a nod, I called out to Jiaigo, who was currently looking at the cave. Has anyone entered the cave? I asked. No one has entered, he replied, a hint of worry in his voice as if bracing himself for rebuke. Shaking my head to his misunderstanding, I said, that's not it. Rather, you did a good job holding back. It's better to keep people from entering rashly so as to prevent unnecessary sacrifice after all. But although that decision might have been clear as day, for Jiaigo, who must have been feeling eager to go in because of his history with the wolves, it might not have been the easiest decision to make. Yet despite that, he actually managed to make the right call. That's something worthy of praise. Then reporting the damages incurred from the fight, Jiaiza spoke. Few have died in this battle. That 3-man cell you taught us. It's pretty good. It's more or less thanks to luck though, I thought. Well then. Compensating the blood I've lost comes first. After that come the cave. So grabbing the entrails of the severed grey wolf, I took a mouthful of it, grinded it under my fangs, and then swallowed it. Then I said, this much should be fine. As the surrounding people stared at me, I ordered them to enter the cave. Gi's pick 3 elites amongst the druids, I ordered. You mean 2 others aside from me, right? He replied, showing that ever so confident smile of his. Then continuing, I gave the rest of my orders. Jiaigo, ready yourselves. We're entering the cave. Gi, you stay here to keep watch. If anything happens, let us know immediately. As the goblins bowed toward me simultaneously, I took another bite out of the wolf's entrails. I need to make up for the lost blood. Unfortunately, I can't think of any other method aside from this. Well, it's still better than nothing. Then suddenly, Rishi objected, saying, you're not thinking of going into battle again, are you? I couldn't help but smile wryly at those objecting eyes of hers as I said back, if I don't finish off the grey wolves here, more of my subordinates will die. Besides, I'm not one to let opportunities slip by. Destiny knows no mercy for those that fail to take the chances they are given. It's a divine tale of old, I'm surprised you know this. I don't. I'm just using my head. You know. In order to survive, that is. Did I just hear you call me stupid? Oh? You're aware? That's great. That means there's still hope for you. Heaving, and her eyes ablaze, Rishia stomped, and then she yelled, I'm coming as well. I can't guarantee your safety, I warned. I'm fine by myself. Stomped Rishia again. Do as you wish, I replied, wryly smiling at her stubbornness. Sending off the enraged lady, I looked towards the cave. Now, I wonder just what it was that drove that grey wolf mad, I quietly asked. We entered the cave, and what greeted us was a dim environment with little light. Darkness of this level is no problem for us goblins, but for Rishia, it's hopeless. So to compensate for her eye's inability, she's using light magic to light the path by her feet. The cave itself isn't that wide. And after a bit of walking, the reason why the grey wolf went mad finally showed itself. So that's why, I muttered. The remains of a grey wolf within a sea of blood appeared before us. Its eyes were wide open, but empty. Nothing reflected on them. Maddened by the death of its partner, huh? I thought to myself. As I neared the corpse, I wondered to myself what caused it to bleed to death. Then something caught my eye. The wound that continued to bleed was located right below its stomach. Exclamation mark. The moment I saw that, the grey wolf's somber eyes with resolve hidden within it flashed again at the back of my mind. I thought it was anger I felt then. But that's not it, is it? It was resolve. Right. It couldn't retreat. Not with this. The madness I saw when our eyes met as it sunk its fangs into my shoulder. I finally understood the reason behind those eyes. Freebnovel.com, Rishia, come, I said. The reason why it couldn't let me go no matter what. Is here before my very eyes. And I held that reason within my arms, lifting it up in an embrace. 2 grey wolf pups. I don't know if they're dead already, or if they're just sleeping. But I can still feel them warmth from them, so it shouldn't be too late yet. Embracing the 2 grey pups who were rolled into a ball with their eyes were closed, I ordered Rishia, heal them, I curtly said. Why you just love saying whatever you want, don't you? She complained. Rishia's voice was a bit stiff, but she still held her hands out immediately. In an instant, all signs of doubt and confusion left her face, and that inhuman expression of a saint appeared in its place. That is the proof of her resolve. Let relief be given to all, heal, she chanted. A pale light shined within the cave, wrapping the newborn pups in its warmth. And in the next instant, Rishia declared, saying, it's done. And lo and behold, the pups were there, sleeping peacefully. To which I muttered, hypocrisy. A sudden burst of self-derision. I killed its parents, and stole its children. And under the pretense of saving it, I lied to myself, saying I won't kill these pups. I'm not heartless, true. But at the same time, I'm a bit too bloody for something like gentleness. Then without any hesitation, Rishia said, there is more than just one side to things, you know? And I couldn't help gaze at her with my eyes wide open. Both because she was able to hear me, and because I had no idea what she was talking about. The fact that you are suffering means that you have a conscience, right? Then in that case, you should just follow that, she said. Those amethyst eyes that were looking at me were not stiff like those of the goddess. But those eyes still contained with them a piercing light that could pierce through any man. Don't say stupid things, I retorted. I am a monster. I only saved these to bolster my own war potential. Don't misunderstand. Embarrassed from having been seen through, I spat out a lie. But at the same time, it was a likely story. We've seen all there is to see. We're going home, I said. Leading my goblin subordinates, I exited the cave. A real monster wouldn't call itself a monster, muttered Rishia. But I pretended not to hear her words as I continued to walk. /29 Volume 1, Chapter 29, Swordsmanship Race, Goblin, Level, 60, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. When we got back to the village, I immediately went back to my own room, and lied on my straw mattress. The battle this time was actually quite dangerous. I managed to somehow cover for the blood loss by eating the grey wolf's meat, but that's not something I can rely on all the time. As I laid down the pups beside me, I closed my eyes, and fell into slumber. Time passed, and then I felt something hairy touch my face, and I woke up. There, I saw the grey wolf pups sleeping before me. Ah! I muttered to myself. They're alive. I'm glad. As I heaved a sigh of relief, Thinking something that was out of character for me, I closed my eyes again. And the breath of the goddess of sleep, Luna, immediately took me. When I woke up the next day, the first thing I did was to go interview the goblins that leveled up. As I sat cross-legged, the gray wolf pups frolicked about on top of my knees. And for whatever reason a sense of rivalry was ignited within the kobold as it kept trying to play with me. It's somehow irritating, I thought. In any case, having already reached level 60, the only goblins whose status I can't see with my skill greater than are those that are above level 60. In other words, goblins that will soon promote up. And it is to those goblins that I need to present as much opportunities to fight in as possible. And since there are no more major opponents, I should be able to send them to observe the west and hunt around that area. I also interviewed the rare goblins, but to my surprise, I couldn't see the statuses of Giigu, Giigo, and Gize. Which goes to say that these goblins will also promote to a new class soon. It shouldn't take much longer for them to reach the noble class. But compared to them, although Gi and Giga have been steadily accumulating levels, their growth is still far slower than mine. I guess I'll have to focus on them. I continued the interviews until the sun was high up the sky. And after interviewing mostly half of the warriors of the settlement, around 40 goblins, I ended the interview for the day. I might have overdone it actually. In today's interview, what caught my attention the most were the throw type skills. When it comes to fighting orcs and other monsters that specialize in close combat, the most effective way of fighting them is to fight them from afar, dealing damage to them while not taking any ourselves. The druids may be able to learn magic, but having the other goblins do the same thing is quite difficult. So instead I want them to learn those throw type skills. Skills that let them throw projectiles. I could gather all those that can throw projectiles, and have them form a group, but what should I do? The current 3-man cell works by having one goblin lure the enemy, while another goblin breaks the opponent's stance. And then with the opponent's stance broken, the 2 goblins are pinned the opponent down to let the 3rd goblin kill the enemy effortlessly. This is the current pattern, so the question is, how will the 3-man cell operate once I mix long-range support like the druids with that? I don't know. Or at least, I don't have anything certain yet. In any case, I need a change of pace. After finishing the interview, I got myself some food, and went to the prison. I'm entering, I said. As I entered the prison, the gray wolf pups and the kobold followed me, frolicking by my feet. Fluffy! Muttered Rishia. See ? Cute, muttered another. Rishia's and Lily's eyes were sparkling. Lily would normally just hide behind Rishia and not talk to me, but today she's giving me the armor I asked her to adjust. Freebnovel.com, I've adjusted the armor. Here, said Lily with an uncomfortable expression. The materials are armor rabbit and shape alligator. The armor she made for me before got too small, so I asked her to fix it. Taking the armor from her hands, I wore it to try it out, and it fit perfectly. It fits perfectly. Thank you. Just when I thought she was about to shake in fear, she shook her head instead. I need to give you a reward of some sort. Any requests? She performed better than expected. I should spoil her a little. But then Rishia suddenly interjected, saying, then in that case, some more food. And I curtly replied, not you. Ignored, Rishia puffed up her cheeks, and Lily answered, then in that case, I'd like to have an opportunity to swing my sword. What's going on? I wondered. At the same time, I snuck a glance at Rishia, only to see that she was surprised too. So she doesn't know anything either, huh? I concluded. You want to fight with us? I asked. What are you thinking, Lily? What's with the sudden change of heart? I want to move my body, she replied. Is that really all there is to it? What's hidden behind those eyes of yours, Lily? But this is a good opportunity. If you just want to move your body, then I'll have you spar with the goblins. I don't know what Lily is hoping for, but this is a good opportunity to gather experience when fighting against the humans that are called adventurers. And I might even solve the problem with the 3-man cells if she seriously helps out. Understood. With that curt reply, her sparring days were decided. Right after lunch, I had Lily and a nearby 3-man cell unit spar. Rishia might be able to heal them, but it's still too dangerous to play around with a real weapon. So I prepared wooden swords and wooden spears with rounded ends for the spar. Now I wonder what's going to happen. Lily hasn't held a sword in a while, so I let her warm up for a bit first, while I kept Rishi away. And then the mock battle began. Start. At my call, the mock battle began. The first ones to move were the goblins. Following the essentials when hunting their prey, the 3-man cell unit slowly approached Lily from scattered directions as they tried to surround her. Lily held the wooden sword tightly in front of her as she measured the distance. As the 3-man cell unit surrounded Lily in a triangle, roaring voices bellowed, and the 3 goblins attacked Lily at the same time. A 3-pronged attack. But Lily remained calm. When being attacked from 3 directions, one only needs to move toward a single direction to break the triangle formation. And of course the goblins were expecting Lily to break through from the front, but betraying their expectations, she moved the other way instead. The opponent was right in front of her, yet she chose to show her back, and faced the other way. By doing so, she betrayed the expectations of the goblin, and she ended up facing the very goblin whose duty was to defeat her from the back. That movement caused the goblins to stop momentarily, and in that short opening, her sword passed by the flank of the goblin in front of her cleanly. A splendid clean strike, I thought. Then immediately following the first strike, she spun and struck at the panicked goblin that was now behind her. The goblin fell, and the remaining 2 stopped in their tracks, frozen. But Lily showed no mercy. With a cry of fighting spirit, Lily moved her body, and struck at one of the 2 remaining goblins. The goblin was somehow able to block the wooden sword attacking from below, but the following attack from above was unexpected, and he couldn't help but let the wooden sword in his hand slip. And in the next instant, the goblin was retired. 2 of the goblins were down for the count. The only remaining one, the one in the front whose duty was to keep Lily from moving. But without even so much as a challenge, the mock battle ended. Spectacular, I praised. And as if she was the one fighting, Rishia puffed her chest up. For some reason though, the grey wolf pups were hugging her. Seeing that I couldn't help but wonder, when did she win them over? Then Rishia said, but of course, after all, she did study under the Zwl style in the capital. After defeating the 3 goblins, Lily dedicated her sword towards Rishia. A knight's ceremony. But that seemingly natural act to them was truly like those of the drawings on the olden scrolls. All the more so with the beautiful features of a young woman such as hers. Then all of the sudden, Jiaigo kneeled before me as he called out to me. Chief. He said. If it be possible, please grant unto me the opportunity to wash away this shame. Hearing that, a gleam of understanding flashed through my eyes. And I thought to myself, so those goblins were from his village. Since Jiaigo and Jiaigu were both former leaders of their respective villages, they were able to naturally form unity amongst the members of their former villages. In other words, it's what you would call a faction. Nothing's happened yet so far, but I might have to think of some measures or ways to deal with them in the future. In any case, it's nothing urgent for now. Jiaigo, I said, calling out to the kneeling goblin before me. Yes, chief? He replied. Why do you think they lost? I asked. Because they were weak, he curtly replied. Well, he's not wrong. Then what should be done in order to win? I asked again. And without any hesitation, he replied, numbers. Numbers, huh? That might work here, but eventually, that method will reach its end. So I told him, think of a way to defeat humans with only 3 goblins. From now on, I want these goblins to start thinking by themselves. It's about time they stopped relying on me so much. Think by yourself, and make your own decisions. If you can't do that, then it'll be difficult to survive the coming battles where our lives are at stake. As Jiaigo was about to leave, I stopped him, and said, Don't punish the 3 goblins that just lost, alright? Understood, he said, bowing his head deeply, before going back to his own place. Well, well. Things have taken quite an interesting turn, haven't they? Now I wonder who will think up a good method first. For that, let's go and stir up some rivalry. Lily, can you fight one more time? I asked. No problem, she replied as she let her wooden sword sing with a swing. This girl might just be a godsend. As I thought that, I called out to Jiaigu. Jiaigu, I said. Yes, he replied. Pick 3 goblins from your faction and have them form a unit. Jiaigu bowed, and he picked a 3-man cell from his faction, and had them fight Lily. I did the same for the other factions, and in the end, not one of the factions could put up a good fight. Of course, with the condition that the goblin rares above can't fight. Then, seeing the time, I ordered the goblins to hunt. We'll be continuing this for a while. But for now, go and hunt until the sun sets. After this we'll repeat these mock battles a lot. Now, I wonder who amongst the goblins will be the first to break from his shell. Grey wolves, LV1, have been tamed. Note, I don't know Luna's gender as it wasn't specified. But Luna or Runa sounds like a girl's name, so I'll treat her as a goddess for now. /30 Volume 1, Chapter 30, Fortress of the Abyss Race, Goblin, Level, 60, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Grey Wolf, LV1, X2, Abnormal Status, Greater Than, having wanted to move her body, Lily became the sparring partner of the goblins. It's been 5 days since then. As expected, the first one to defeat her was Gi's faction. Magic was prohibited, but the druids were originally a class that's used to using their heads. And after continuous research through trial and error, they eventually found Lily's weakness. The other factions tried to emulate what Gi's faction did, but in the end they couldn't defeat Lily. Perhaps it might be for the best after all to form teams with the druids as the center. However, the druids aren't without fault. Their personalities for one are far too dry, and they have a tendency to look at their fellow goblins as chess pieces even more than I do. It's good that they're passionate about researching and studying, but I've gone to great trouble to bring together this army I have today. Having that army weakened because of their whims would be a shame. In the end, thinking by myself just ends with me running around in circles like this, leaving me at a loss. Then with the end of the afternoon training, I called out to Lily. Lily, I said. Thinking it'd be interesting to hear what she thought of her sparring partners, I asked her for her thoughts. And she replied, which group was the hardest to beat? You say. A questioning look appeared on her face. You don't mind trusting me? She asked. I'm just asking for your opinion, I replied. Come on, don't hold back. Let me hear what you think. Seeing a deep crevice appear in between her eyebrows, I quietly thought to myself, what a serious woman. As you'd expect, it's Gi's group, she answered. Well, that's about right. And next would be Gi's group, she continued. Oh? That's slightly unexpected. It's not Gi's faction who has a high level, but rather the Beast Warrior, Gi's faction, that she found second strongest. Gi's faction is currently serving as the vanguard in the group when moving out, responsible for detecting the enemies ahead. I've been having the beasts work in one big group, but it might be a good idea to start having them as a part of the 3-man cells. Then while I was lost in my thought, I noticed Lily sneak a glance at me. What? I asked. Lily being quite tall, our heights were nearly the same. It's nothing, she curtly replied, averting her eyes as she did. I wanted to ask her what it was, but without enough material, I couldn't pursue the matter. Well, it doesn't really matter. If she's scheming something, then I'll just have to appropriately punish her. Then suddenly, a voice called out to me. King. It said. And using that opportunity, I left Lily. Do you know of the Fortress of the Abyss? Asked Giza. What is that? I asked back as I knitted my brows. It's only natural that you don't know about it, but it's a stronghold with many influential goblin clans, he answered. The sudden jump from fortresses to goblin clans baffled me. Gordob, Geja, Barajua, Genra. Starting from these 4 clans along with all the goblins in the world, save for the humans, the goblins are probably the most numerous, he said. Gordob? Geja? What is he talking about? But these 4 clans aren't united. Of course, they don't like the humans, but they also carry ill will for their fellow goblins, he continued. As Giza began to prattle, I decided to keep quiet, and listen. As for why? It's because Giza's eyes carried with it the same will, the same resolve when fighting. But there is one thing that they have in common, he said. In other words, if I want to unify the goblins, I have to aim for that fortress. Is what he's saying. The fortress of the abyss, he declared. Why is a fortress a common point, I wondered. If you go, you'll know, said Giza. His eyes remained unchanging, carrying with it the same resolve it did throughout his entire story. You want me to put my trust in that? I asked him. Then, as if carrying the dignity of a prophet, Giza's words brimmed with madness in his fervor as he answered me, saying, King, if you are to lead us, goblins, then. So this is what means to be speechless? I thought. That place is our home. It is the home to which every goblin must return to. And as such, if I wish to rule over the goblins, then I need to aim for that, huh? The home of goblins. The fortress of the abyss. Those words carried with it a mysterious sound, resounding within me. It's certainly something to stir one up. Even Giza, who's normally so calm, has gotten this passionate over it. Or does that place actually have a big impact to everyone else except for me? But even then. Why now? I asked. As thanks for before, he replied. Thanks? It's thanks for showing me something interesting, Grand Giza. If he's talking about the Grey Wolves, then he's mistaken. That wasn't something like that. But. And? Where is that fortress? I asked. Freebno.com. I don't know how much effect that fortress has on the goblin clans and the scattered goblins, but if I can use that to gather them, then it's not a bad move. Whether I make that fortress mine, whether I use it, or crush it. I'll do whatever it takes to build my kingdom. Deep in the forest, to the west. A distance of 10 days from here, answered Giza. West. The orcs should be there. West, huh? I muttered. Giza nodded at my muttering. It seems he understands what I'm thinking. The orcs must be dealt with. The fortress is the first gate they need to pass, said Giza. The orcs. There's a debt that needs to be paid. I guess I'll have you pay up, orcs. I'll have you pay for attacking my village before. But first, I need to train my goblins. They need to become strong enough to defeat the orcs as 3-man cells. What are you planning? I asked. And the king answered me without even so much as looking back, saying, I'm saving them. The children of the same Grey Wolves who tried to kill you? Even though these might grow to become stronger than you one day? I inquired. Freebnovel.com. As the king embraced the Grey Wolves in his chest, his eyes narrowed, and he answered back, saying, If so, then I shall respond in kind with all of my power. Be it vengeance, be it treason. I mind neither. If there is someone that wishes to stand before me, then I shall receive him as king. Why? Why are you going so far? Going so far as to even raise the child of someone who might become your enemy. The same goes for you, Giza, continued the king, shooting a sharp glance at me that caused my body to quiver at the coldness of those eyes. If you wish to defeat me, he declared. Then come. I'll gladly welcome you anytime. When I heard those words, I couldn't help but let out a laugh. What is it? Asked the king. Nah, it's nothing. I'm coming with you, I replied. As I followed the king's back, I recalled the time when I was banished from the village that would later become the village of the Goblin Druids. When the boss of the horde then found out that I was a druid, he rallied all of the goblins, and he banished me from the village. The only one who protected me then was my old man. But in the end, even he could not go against the boss. Chased by the horde, I barely escaped with my life. But I toiled, founded a new horde, and in the end I was able to reclaim the place I once lost. But then my old man appeared before me again. He was the one who taught me words. The benefactor responsible for my evolution into a druid. But at the same time, I also couldn't forget the hate I bore. And I asked him, why now? I asked, why do you have to appear before me now? And he replied, the king has come. I couldn't believe my ears. The king. That fabled figure spoken of only in the bedtime tales. He's saying that such a being has appeared? He who will unify the goblins. The deliverer who shall deliver us into a land of peace. Impossible, I scornfully laughed. But the old man's gaze was earnest. Then in that case, let me test him, I said. Holding my favorite staff in my hand, I laughed, fully aware that I'm merely bluffing as I said, if he is a king, a true king, then. As I hid a magic gem in my chest for my trump card, a whirlpool of wind blew at the tip of my staff. Defeat me. But should I win, then I shall lead the horde and take the fortress of the abyss for myself. For I, who have gathered the druids, am also fitting to be king. Author's note, new information and Gi's recollection in other words. Note, as I mentioned before, the author switches to different characters to indicate when his characters are becoming more beastly. The first italic is to show that the protagonist spoke in katakana for a moment. /31 / Volume 1, Chapter 31 Race, Goblin, Level, 60, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, Kobold, LV9, Grey Wolf, LV1, X2, Abnormal Status, Greater Than, with the skill, Greater Than. I found out that there were over 10 goblins that have surpassed level 60, excluding the rare and the noble classes. Finally, I'm about to reap the fruit of putting in all that time of training the goblins. This is what you call a sense of high, I suppose, after doing a job well done. On top of that, there are also 20 goblins that have reached adulthood since the time I took control of the horde. The larvae this time around also didn't suffer from starvation because of all our food, so the goblins from this batch are bigger than the previous goblins. Their heights could be compared to that of a goblin rare. At the same time, their faces are also softer than the others. It's proof that they were raised in a good environment. GIs A, GI-gu, GI-go. I called the 3 who were close to evolving to go near the lake, and hunt around its vicinity. The vicinity around the lake is a good place to hunt because it's safe. Moreover, the enemies in the area are also just strong enough, neither too strong nor too weak. GI-ga, protect the village. I left the protection of the village to the only goblin noble we had. It's a precaution in case the orcs attack when I'm not there in the village. GI, come with us. I took GI, the beast warrior, along with us as well. And left to hunt along with 5 other goblins. We're headed for the east. The region where the kobold and the humans live. I want to have a system in place that will monitor one of the more crucial areas. In order to reach the Fortress of the Abyss, which is the home of the goblins, we need to first get rid of the orcs in the west. But while scouting the west is important, that doesn't mean we can just ignore the threat behind us either. The recent spars with Lily reminded me again of the fearsomeness of the human race. The humans are currently peerless under the heavens. There isn't a single race today that can hold a candle to them. And while the humans are currently amidst troubled times, there are people known as adventurers who still try to invade the forest. Even if that weren't the case, for the humans, monsters are prey, targets to be subjugated. So even if the monsters within the forest don't slip out into the land of the humans, there are still those who will try to go in and subjugate monsters. There's also no telling when an accomplished feudal lord who will try to invade the forest will appear. Adventurers could also be hired to go into the forest. Regardless, there are plenty of reasons why I can't ignore the humans at the east. They are a threat, and it is imperative that I either suppress them or monitor them. But as much as possible, I don't want to wage war with them until I have enough power to win against them. There are two enemies in front, warned Gigi. My eyes narrowed. Chiefs. Kobold, said one of the goblins as it let the dogs sniff my kobold to have it remember its smell. After that we let it run off to look for the kobold ahead. Pushing our way through the bushes, and through the dense forest, we came across a small den by a tree. "You," cried my kobold as it wagged its tail. "Can you call your friends?" I asked, giving it food as I did. "Oh," it answered. As the kobold howled toward the cave, I had the goblins scatter themselves, and had the stand guard to watch our surroundings. Suddenly 10 kobolds came out of the den. The 10 kobolds could be said to be quite adorable as they wagged their tails. Not that that's something that I should be making a fuss out of though. After I gave each one of those kobolds meat, I ordered them, saying, "Gather your friends. Do that and I'll give you more food." "Friends, bring lots, foods," nodded the kobold, to which the other kobolds nodded as well, showing their approval. "Go." At my signal, the kobolds went deep into the forest, looking for their friends. "Looks like you're going to be quite busy now, Gigi. After that, I called my subordinates, and left that area to go hunt. After hunting armored rabbits, triple bears, snakes, and all sorts, we went back to the den of the kobolds. When we got back there, over 30 kobolds were waiting for us. As I fed them, I quietly thought to myself, it's like taking care of a plague of rats. "Eat," I said. But the kobolds only quietly watched over the food with their drools dripping down their mouth. It wasn't until a moment after I told them to eat, and my tamed kobold gave the signal that they began to wolf down the food before them. I signaled my kobold. Then in an instant, all the food we had brought, suddenly disappeared into the stomachs of the kobolds. Then having had their meals, the kobolds suddenly started rubbing their head on my feet. At that, I gave them some simple commands: "Go find the orcs. Do that, and I'll give you more food." And the kobold replied, "Orc, find." The kobolds all simultaneously barked as they ran off to look for the orcs. "Is that all right?" asked Gigi, titling his head confused. "Freebnol.cm, it's fine," I curtly replied, sweeping away whatever questions Gigi had. This is a good opportunity to see how far we can tame the kobolds, and how vast the scope of their observation skills are. Alright, this time let's go get food for ourselves. The goblins bowed at my command, and I led them to hunt a second time. "Chief," called Gigi, looking at me with prompting eyes. "The kobolds are here." Apparently, the beast warriors can talk with the kobolds. After sending out the kobolds to search, and hunting our own food, we took a nap somewhere near the den of the kobolds. There, the tamed beasts of the beast warriors woke us up. "Orcs!" yelled the kobolds. Seeing the kobolds bouncing excitedly, I gripped Iron Second tightly. "Gigi, are you ready?" "Yes," replied Gigi as he rode on the back of his double head. With his long axe, and his tamed beast as his mount, he was truly like a knight from a warring country, or a knight from the west. "Let's go." At my words, we moved out. And the kobolds followed us from behind. Our destination: the area where the kobolds spotted the orcs. There, 2 orcs that were unaware of us loitered. Leading the horde, I was the first to crush one of the orcs with Iron Second. The crushed orc fell to the ground as blood spurted into the air, and I ordered my subordinates, "Don't hold back. Kill the orc." Following my orders, Gigi pounced with his double head, and swung his long axe against the orc. "Puku!" cried the orc, shocked, as Gigi's long axe came swinging at its head. A blunt sound echoed as the axe made contact with the orc's club. Then Gigi turned around, and ran while the orc tried to chase after him. But that created an opening, and the other beast warriors spurred their tame dogs to bite the orc, inflicting several wounds on its limbs. But as expected, the dogs alone proved incapable of defeating the orc. The wounds were shallow, having only peeled off the skin, and gouged out the meat at most. The dog's fangs weren't strong enough to reach the bones. Then in that case, go for the open wounds. As I ordered them that, I received the blow of the orc's club with iron second. Then as I kept the orc suppressed, I let Gi's subordinate beast warriors widen the already open wounds on the orc. Pukuuo. This stupid muscle brute. I stopped the orc's movements with all of my strength, but the attacks aimed at its wound couldn't inflict any fatal damage. Then suddenly, the kobolds barked, Matilda, and they suddenly joined the fray. Unexpected, I thought. The kobolds used their dagger, and went for the orc's legs. Ha! Don't fall behind the kobolds! I yelled. The kobolds cut the orc's toenails and toes. Then afterwards, the kobolds jumped back to take some distance, and then they repeated the same attacks again, piling up small damages against the orc. I couldn't help but tryly smile at the sight of the kobolds jumping around the orc. Guruu! Bellowed the orc. The orc bellowed, but it only added oil to the fire as the kobolds were roused even more. And they lacerated the orc even fiercer than before. Even the goblins themselves joined the kobolds, and started cutting at the orc. Gi then brandished his long axe, and struck it against the orc's back. The rest of the kobolds and goblins aimed at the open wound made by Gi, and they pierced their blades into it. Pugi. The orc cried at the pain, but its arm was unable to budge under the lock of my sword. You're not going anywhere. My great sword and its club was at a stalemate, keeping the orc from moving. But in order to make sure it didn't run, I pushed my sword even further until his club was hitting his chest. I'm not going to let this orc attack the goblins directly. Time passed with the orc showered in lacerations, and eventually, the goblins and the kobolds managed to successfully defeat the orc. I'll distribute the orc's meat to all of you. Eat yourselves full, I said. The meat of the orc was then fed to the kobolds that were wagging their tails in excitement and the tamed beasts of Gi and his men as prize. At that moment, I suddenly heard a groan, causing me to look down to my feet. There, I saw the kobold subordinated to me, shaking, biting its neck as if trying to pull it. And then, Uoon. The kobold howled in pain, and its body shone brightly. This is. In the next moment, the kobold had grown a size bigger, and its fur had gotten longer. Both its fangs and its claws were also sharper than before. Its face had also changed, and was now closer to a wolf than a stray dog. Still doubting my eyes, I used the skill, greater than, race, kobold, level 1, class, high, pack chief, possess skills, greater than divine protection, none, attributes, none, master, goblin duke. I tilted my head. It evolved into a high kobold, but it seems this evolution or class promotion stuff differs depending on the race of the monster. Goblins become rare class, while kobolds become high class. What's the difference? I tilted my head, pondering that question, but in the end it's something I didn't understand, so I just decided to leave it. Greater than, strike an opponent with a speed faster than the eye can see. Only effective for the first strike. Greater than, call for help. Not limited only to your own pack. Also works on other packs or friends. I don't think there's any need to see what fast eater means. Are you the leader of your pack? I asked the kobold as I sat beside it. Woof! I should give this one a name too. A dog. How about, Hasu? I asked the kobold, rubbing its head as I did. Woof! I threw it a slab of orc meat at its reply, and in a short amount of time, it reached the bones. Fast eating. Huh? What a waste of a skill. Hasu, from now on I'm going to be leaving the west area to you. Let me know whenever orcs or humans come, alright? Humans, orc, let you know. You give meat? Asked the kobold. Yeah, as much as you want, I replied. Hasu became playful at that bold response. I'll leave him to you when I'm not around. Yes. I won't put the chief's guidance to waste. Gi's definitely smarter than the other goblins. He also seems to have understood my method of teaching the goblins how to beat the orcs, by not killing the orc outright. Hasu, Rely on Gigi when I'm not around, okay? Then slowly, Hasu near Gigi, and Gigi silently gave him meat. Hasu quickly ate that meat, and then it played by Gigi's feet. So much for fidelity. In any case, with this I've seen how good the kobolds are at surveillance. What's next is to train the goblins, and muster enough of a force to fight against the orcs. There's still a lot to do. Subordinate beast, kobold has evolved. Kobold will become high kobold. The effect the kobold has on his pack will increase. Author's note: I haven't properly explained it before, so let me give some extra rules regarding the differences between the high kobold and the goblin rare. The greater than that the protagonist uses shows the status of his target. But what it shows is actually the social ranking of his target. Meaning, what it shows is the achieved social rank of the target within its race, as well as its role. In terms of importance for their respective races, it goes like this: rare greater than, divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, subordinate beasts, high kobold, LV1, grey wolf, LV1, X2, abnormal status, greater than, I rested at the village after dealing with the surveillance issue of the East. And now, I'm watching the different factions fight desperately with Lily. Whose faction is fighting today? I asked. Ours, my chief, answered Gigo as he bowed. I don't know if it's because of all his scars, but Gigo always reminds me of the ancient warriors. Have you found a way to defeat the humans yet? Not yet, he replied. Gigo, I have a plan I'd like you to teach to the 3 goblins that are coming out today. My face twisted into a grin in my mischievousness as I uttered that sentence. To anyone else, my face must have looked vicious. Lily, are you ready? Yes, there are no problems. Lily stood there as always, swinging her wooden sword, and cutting the air. Then, let's begin. And so, the battle between Lily and the 3 goblins began. Lily approached the 3 goblins slowly, but the 3 goblins approached her as a group. The basics of the 3-man cell hasn't changed. One goblin will block, another will break the foe's stance, and another will kill the prey. Only this time, the 3 goblins grouped up, and they blocked Lily's attack. Lily wasn't called an adventurer just for show though, and she threw a flurry of attacks, leaving no gap for the goblins to take advantage of. Any attempt to move away would quickly be met with a flash of her sword, forcing the goblins to be restrained in one place. But those light and flexible attacks were by no means capable of killing in one swing, so the goblins gradually grasped the movement of the swings until finally, they caught it. Got it, I remarked. Lily swinging her sword to her heart's content was the very thing that gave the goblins the keys to victory. Reflexively, I yelled, "Go!" But to my surprise, a goblin was blown away instead. And the other 2 goblins scattered to opposite directions. TCH. A goblin went down on all fours, and tried to take Lily from below. The sword was originally a weapon meant to grasp victory while standing. It doesn't have much techniques for fighting opponents grazing by the ground. All the more so with a surprise attack like this one. Having been perfectly executed, Lily shouldn't be able to counterattack. Lily struck with her sword, and it hit against the ground. At the same time, the goblins from her left and right went for her legs. Something like this, TCH? Lily tried to jump back, but the goblin that was on all fours got to her legs first. WH? Before Lily knew it, a goblin was by her legs, keeping her legs from moving with a wooden sword. The match was over. That's enough. I can still fight. Fiercely argued Lily. Then how about another round? I suggested. Of course. She promptly replied. Then in that case, next one up is my faction. The one who stepped up was Gigu, a goblin who was born in this village. All right, bring the goblins over then. I'll tell them the plan. I gathered the goblins who were to fight Lily, and quietly, I whispered to them the strategy. When I finished discussing, the goblins went to face Lily. I won't lose again, declared Lily. Lily grit her teeth, and she swung her sword. Begin. At my signal, Lily plunged forward toward the goblins. But the goblins all went down on force, and went for Lily's legs. No matter how many times you do that. Lily jumped back and fixed her stance. But the goblins continued to crawl. TCH. The three continued to attack from below, leaving Lily unable to do anything but defend. Her legs were also injured from before. Were she to move her body forcefully, her injuries would only get worse. Taxed with the burden of having to fight as she endured the pain on her legs, her fatigue piled on top of one another several times faster than normal. The attacks grew fiercer, and when her body finally reached its limits, her sword was knocked away. Heaving, and with her sword gone, the match was over. That's enough. TCH. I shook Lily's shoulders, then I left her in Rishia's care. Afterwards, I called Jiaigu and Jiaigo. Freebnovel.com. Why do you think they won against Lily? The two goblins remained silent, so I answered the question. The reason is simple. It's because there was a clear plan to follow on how to engage the enemy. Clear? Plan? Is it too hard? In other words, I told them where to attack. I see, nodded the two as they answered at the same time. Moreover, I also told them the opponent's weakness. Pressure the opponent's weakness, and with the weak point identified, the three goblins will be able to attack in coordination. And naturally, victory will come. In other words, it essentially comes down to, make the most out of the three goblins' number advantage. And attack the opponent's weakness. From here on out, I'll be expecting you and the others to put this into practice. We can't win with power alone against the orcs. That's why I have to train their ability to see through their enemies' weaknesses. With enough experience, even without the skill greater than they should be able to do it. Understood. As you will. I nodded back to the two goblins, and then I went to check Lily's condition, who has already been brought back to the jail. How are your wounds? I asked as I entered the jail. It's fine. There are no problems, replied Lily. It must be because of Rishia's healing that she's already able to stand. We'll end here today. Are you still planning to continue tomorrow? Oh, of course. As Lily stared daggers at me, the corners of my mouth twisted. Since you're that lively, I guess you'll be fine. Obviously. I'm not going to let those goblins get ahead of me any more than this. I'll be looking forward to it then. I left the jail with a mischievous smile plastered on my face. I think I really need to do the hunt with Giza's faction as the center. The fact that they were the first to overcome Lily is really something. So I'll form the groups like this, one druid at the center and two melee goblins. Right, I'll have them hunt with this formation. But just in case, I'll have to make sure to order Giza not to kill the two goblins that will be in front. I don't really mind, he said. But then right after, Giza gave a rather delicate response toward my orders. Why do you want to keep those goblins alive so much? He asked. Why? Let me ask you in return, Giza. How much of this world do you think we can conquer? Another abrupt question. That wry smile, and that shrugging shoulder of his really stinks of human. You know. I plan to conquer everything of this world. Emotion like fire welled up from within the deepest pits of my body as I uttered those words. Everything, huh? That's right. This forest of darkness. The land that the humans dwell on. Or the mountains that the dragons rule over. Or even the labyrinths that are under the giant's dominion. Everything. Giza, speechless? I faced toward him, and I declared, which is exactly why I can't have these goblins dying here. If they are to welcome me as king, and if I am to be the king you wished for, then I must guide them. The place where they shall die, the place where they shall fight, I will dictate. And that place is not here. For them to lose their lives in something as meaningless as these hunts. I absolutely forbid it. Coo. Giza held his tummy as if it were the strangest thing he's heard. Then stopping himself, he looked at me seriously, and said, I'm looking forward to it, my king. You've made me want to follow you. In response to his resolve, I puffed out my chest. Of course, look forward to it. The skill, greater than will be added to Giza. /32 /Volume 1, Chapter 33, Influx Race, Goblin, Level, 60, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Grey Wolf, LV1, X2, Abnormal Status, Greater Than, it was the High Kobold, Hasu, who informed me of the humans' presence. The humans are here, he said. Cold sweat drizzled down my back. Their numbers? I asked as I threw food at Hasu. I waited for him to chew it before he finally replied. 15, he said. TCH, that's a lot. Are we a match for them right now if all those 15 are adventurers? It might be possible if we could just strike them at their weak point. But either way it's a huge gamble. Alright, let's go. I have to prepare myself for the worst. It's been around a month and a half since Rishia's group was captured by us. I don't know whether 15 is actually a lot or not, but the goblins I've been preparing to fight with the orcs have mostly learned the 3-man cell. There's no telling whether that will be effective against the humans, but if we retreat, there's no telling how far they're going to chase us either. We can't retreat. There's no other path for us but to fight. Jiaiga, gather everyone. As you command. When all the goblins that were rare class and above were gathered, I gave my orders. Jiaigo, protect those that can't fight. Yes, Chief. Everyone else, gather your men. We're going to intercept the humans. Yes, Chief. 3 were visibly fired up, while Jiaiza quietly burned, ready to fight. I made 5 3-man cell groups, totaling to 15 goblins. Then I left the remaining goblins under Jiaigo to protect the village. I gripped Iron second. Then I petted the grey wolf pups playing by my feet, and handed them to Rishia. Quite a large group you have here, remarked Rishia. It's because I don't want to fight needlessly. Take care of these guys until I come back. Rishia took the grey wolf pups that were playing around, and embraced them in her arms. Don't worry, I don't mind taking care of Junai and Cynthia. What's with the names? Are they not to your liking? Junai means Vanguard God, and Cynthia, the Lady of the Lakeshore. Those names are no good. Especially Junai. That one definitely needs to be changed. It doesn't seem like you have the time to argue though. Let's talk about it when you come back, suggested Rishia. Of course, I don't like the names. Don't you think it's pitiful to name this pup a Vanguard God? It's a good name though in my opinion. Right, Junai? The 2 grey wolf pups wagged their tails as they followed Rishia. Is that alright? I hope you two realize that you've just been named something absurd. We'll be waiting, said Rishia. For a moment, I was speechless when I heard those words. She's encouraging me. Don't worry, I plan to minimize the casualties on the humans' side. Right now, my enemy are the orcs, and not the humans. Right. It's not time to fight the humans yet. Yet, that is. I don't know how Rishia took my words, but she nodded. Lily, do you want to come? To fight with humans? She asked. Her eyebrows lifted up. I thought to have you ask for their surrender, I replied. All right, replied Lily. Miss Lily? Asked Rishia. Lily calmly shook her head. Lady Rishia, please wait here. I will keep the casualties to a minimum. This will be a good opportunity to find out if she's scheming anything. Cleaning up all the problems here in one swoop is a swell idea if I've ever heard of one. Right, I should put out a bait. A chance to kill me. That should bring out whatever Lily's scheming. Hurry up and prepare, I said. Then I left the jail. We sprinted away from the village into the forest with the druid, Giza, the beast warrior, Gi, the former leader of the village, Gigu, the only noble class, Giga, and Lily. Hasu led the way, bringing us through a path that was so narrow it could be called an animal trail. It wasn't until half a day had passed that we finally spotted the humans. Along the way we met some double heads and triple horns, but we ignored them, and we continued on our way. There was no need to hunt them as the smoked and dried meat that were prepared by Mattis was enough to stave off our hunger. We ran like this for several hours. And just as what one would expect from adventurers, Lily kept up with us despite her heavy breathing. After a while, Hasta stopped. We reached our destination. I ordered Gigi and Gigu, who were the first to arrive, to search the surroundings. Then I ordered them to go first. Afterwards, I gave orders to Giga and Giza. Giga, go with Lily. Giza, cover our backs. More units came later, and I gave them their orders too. Then Gigi's squad returned. Humans, ahead, he reported. They're near. Good, let's continue like this. Don't make any noise. Gigi's squad followed closely behind me while keeping low. A little later, I heard some noise from ahead of us. Some sort of fight. What happened to Giagu's unit? I asked. According to Gigi, they're already positioning themselves behind the humans. Alright. We saw the humans right after that. This is. The humans were fighting with an orc. The center of the forest where their little trees are, after all, the orc's turf. I thought it was rather reckless of the orc to face 15 all by itself, but unexpectedly, the orc's the one winning. Well, that's not really surprising as the humans were visibly tired. But why? Didn't they come here to rescue Risha? Aren't they adventurers? I can see a woman feeding her babe, a man carrying a heavy bag, screaming. They had at most only 2 men to fight off the orc. Lily, come here for a bit, I called. Lily came out of the bushes to take a look. What are they? I frankly asked. Lily knitted her brows. They're most likely refugees. Oh? There are refugees in this world too? People whose homes were burned, and were driven off into the forests, you mean? Lily reluctantly nodded. I guess she doesn't want to accept it. I might be able to use this. I wonder if I should kill them, I quietly whispered to myself. Let's lead Lily around, and make her show her true colors. Lily gazed at me, dumbfounded. Didn't you promise Lady Risha not to cause unnecessary casualties? She asked, her voice, tinged with anger. It's better to have less mouths to feed, I snapped back. Then I began to compress the encirclement we had laid out. Gigi, go to the left. Surround the humans. Giza, to the right. The goblins nodded without saying a word. Even then, Then are you going to save them? Lily looked furious. I don't mind sparing them, but you'll have to be the one to persuade them. And naturally, you'll also have to look after them yourself. If you're fine with that, then fine. I'll spare them. The humans were gradually being driven into a corner by the orc. I got it. They won't do anything to trouble you. Good. There's not much time though, so hurry. This area is too close to the human region. Gurua. As my mouth twisted into a grin, I stood up and activated the skill, greater than, Giga. Kill the orc. I ordered Giga, who was still next to me, to kill the orc. Accompanied by his subordinates, Giga quickly bolted out into the fray, and pierced the orc. As a pain scream rose, the orc was mangled by Giga's subordinates. I left the bushes as the orc continued to scream, and I made my appearance before the humans. I wonder what the humans thought of Lily, a human, following me. The 2 warriors that were fighting the orc a while ago turned pale as they wielded their swords again. What is that? Isn't that a high-class goblin behind you? One of them asked. Lily was visibly perplexed, not knowing where to begin explaining. I silently cursed the humans' incessant vilifications. But I am the one who made her do this. Still, I don't like these humans, but if they're useful, then I'll use them. I'll use them until their lives are torn and dragged. I don't wish for all of you to die, Lily said. The humans and the warriors glanced alternately between me and Lily. The non-combatants at the back froze. So please, shut up, and obey, she continued. But the humans were not pleased. You think we'll do something like that? One of them yelled. You call yourself human while being tricked by goblins? Yelled another. Lily couldn't stand up to the humans' abuse. So I decided to help her out a bit. Oi, Lily. You don't have much time left. TCH. Lily's impatience grew, and I called out the goblins in the surrounding thickets. Show yourselves, I said. The goblins who were hiding by the thickets all this time, all stood up at the same time. And they shrieked at the humans. What is with this number? I can hear the screams of the warriors. I did my best to calmly observe them. Especially, the warriors. How much can I use these humans? Are they worth the risk? TCH, there should still be time. Please, don't lay a finger on them, said Lily. The humans should know now that Lily's just barely hanging on to me. I smiled at that thought. What will it be, humans? I asked. Then wielding iron second on my shoulder, I continued, obedience? Or death? I asked. 10 seconds is all I'm giving them. So I decided to put on another show. And I took a step forward in front of Lily, standing right before the humans. Which will it be? I asked. Is it death you wish? And Lily began to beg as she pointed her sword at me, saying, please stop. Please. She knows she can't win, yet she still dares to point her sword at me. It's clear as day that she's afraid. Even the tip of her sword is shaking. All the while, the humans were at a complete loss, not even able to come up with an answer. You wish to fight me? I asked Lily. I won't be sparing you this time. Around this time, Jiaiga, who had just defeated the orc, wielded his blood-stained spear. But I signaled him with a raise of my hand to stop. Now, Lily. Show me your true nature. If you think you can defeat me, then come. I will take you on whenever you please. But Lily begged again. I beg you, please. Lily struck her sword into the ground, and she fell down on her knees. That last act of hers doused whatever will the humans had in them to fight. Very well. Bring all of these to the village. If anyone tries to rebel, I will kill him. I swung the great sword on my shoulder. That swing was only to threaten, but the sharp wind pressure that came from that swing was enough to rouse fear in their hearts. Lily, you'll be responsible for guiding these humans. Understood? I understand, she replied as she sheathed her sword with her face down, keeping me from seeing her expression. Jiaiga, watch over these humans, and make sure they don't run. As you command. Gi, go feed meat to the kobolds. Yes. For everyone else, hunt as you go back to the village. When I finished giving orders, I went back to the village. The refugees are as follows: adventurers, 2, farmers male, 6, women, 4, children: 3, /34 Volume 1, Chapter 34, Chains Race, Goblin, Level, 60, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Grey Wolf, LV1, X2, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. The basics of treating a prisoner is to bind them without killing them. When I got back to the village with the humans, the goblins welcomed us in high spirits. Lily, I called. I ordered her to deal with the humans dwelling themselves. Make your own things, I said. You want us to make our own house? She asked. Exactly. We don't have enough buildings to house these many humans. There's no choice but to make new ones. It will take some time to build new houses. What should we during that time? Freebnovel.cm. Lily's fatigued state tugged at my mischievous heart. You can throw them at my house. The women can go to the jail. The men can be halved. One half to Chinos and Mattis jail. The other half to my house. I'll let you decide who goes where. Is that clear? I didn't say anything out loud, but I made it clear to let her know not to let a revolt happen. I understand. I'll choose carefully. Good. With this I've chained her feet. The chain that is the life of humans. She risked her own life to save theirs. That's why their lives can be used as chains to bind her. As the 2 Grey Wolf pups running towards me entered my vision, I saw Rishia.
A wry smile that could be said to be the very picture of unhappiness appeared on my face. Here are the spoils for the day. Make you sure you distribute it fairly, I said. The sun had already set by the time we came back with the double head and the triple horn, so we started a great fire, and gathered around it like one would in a banquet. Why did you accept the humans? My subordinates surrounded the fire and ate the double head with me. The one who asked me that question was the leader of the Druids, Giza. Because I still have use for them, I replied as I chewed the meat. Giza remained silent for a while, brooding to himself. Then he opened his mouth, and he said, I don't understand. The kobolds are one thing, but do you plan to take the humans in as well? It'd be great if I could. Their knowledge is not something a fool could come up with after all. That's great and all, replied Giza. But the others aren't happy, you know? Half of the 15 humans are children and women. The remaining 7 are all fully grown men. 2 are able to fight, but the rest are farmers that don't even have any swords. Because they can't touch the women in front of them? I asked. At Giza's nod, I turned toward him a gaze that could kill. If anyone tries to disobey my order, I will respond in kind and punish them appropriately. Don't make such a scary face, complained Giza. I was just inquiring. What are you planning to do? It won't be easy to put the goblins' dissatisfaction to rest. Women, huh? Come to think of it, I forgot to ask. What? My face right now might be smiling, but my heart is actually in a whirlpool of emotions. I still haven't forgotten that sensation. The sensation when my blade was at the woman's neck. I can still feel it in my hands. Do you want female humans that much? I asked. Well, yeah, Giza hesitantly replied. I stuffed my cheeks with meat as I enjoyed myself with Giza's troubled expression. Embracing the female of another species is like a drug to goblins. A pleasure so poisonous that it can drive them insane. The only reason they haven't been taken over by that mania yet is because of the skills greater than that I possess. According to Giza, that desire to obtain the female of another species is like a spasm in the ferocity of its fervor. How troubling. I wryly smiled. And Giza knitted his brows. This horde is abnormal, he said as he shrugged his shoulders and smiled. This is a horde of warriors under the king's command. I hope you could just nod and agree, I jokingly replied. I should let you know. I'm not having an easy time either, replied Giza as he left. He has a point though. It's certainly not good for the goblins to pile up their dissatisfaction. So what to do? It's easy enough to allocate female humans. But while it isn't a problem now, what about later? Something like that will become a hindrance later on when I annex the humans to my rule. I'll have to find a different outlet for the goblins' desire. Alternatively, I could also just keep their desires tied down. A different outlet, huh? Do I desperately train them to deal with it? Or is there another method? Like thoroughly telling them that there's no time for sexual desires? The next day, I prepared a new form of training for everyone else who weren't hunting. I had a fifth of the horde do the following drills alternately: the method of swinging a sword, the method of thrusting with a spear, throwing practice, and a drill to strengthen coordination. The opponent of the goblins was mostly me. We couldn't rely on Rishia's healing as she had her hands full with the humans after all. I made the goblins swing heavy wooden swords. I made the goblins aim for their foes' feet. And I made the goblins slash with their long wooden rods as they matched the timing of their surroundings. Moreover, in order to practice the throwing skills of those under Giga, I had them throw wooden rods at their targets repetitively. Anyone who slowed down even for a bit were met with a strike from Gigo's and Gigo's wooden rods. Then I trained the 3-man cell groups that were already in tatters. I have no intentions of holding back. There's no point in training unless we go at it with the intention to kill. I struck down the incoming goblins. I kicked them. And I dragged them, and made them stand again. As for the goblins that ran, I grabbed them by the scruff of their neck, threw them and trampled on them. I dealt with 20 goblins in one day. As expected,
Having to deal with what is approximately 7 groups by myself took a lot out of me. But it was a small price to pay if it meant getting rid of the goblins to satisfaction. It also wasn't just all pain that I brought to the goblins. I made sure to prepare some rewards for those that did well as well. I let them lay with the female goblins and eat good meat. I later heard from GIs on the 5th day, that this day was known as a day of fear amongst the warrior goblins. It's true that fear was a huge part of my training, but there's also no doubt that the result was good. After all, I was able to instill the fear of me into the goblins while training them. Then after I finished beating up the goblins to the point that they could no longer walk, I went out to hunt. It's been 10 days since I began the training, and the goblins have mostly gotten used to it. By the 2nd day, less goblins ran away. And majority of them were able to oppose me. The training progressed faster than I expected. When I went to take a look at the dwelling place of the humans, I saw that they did a good job. They made a good jail. There are some amongst the men that have experience making houses. I might be able to use them. Lily also ordered them to fix the fences surrounding the settlement. I later asked Lily, and as expected, their home was burned because of war, and they were all refugees. And although they ran to the forest, they eventually got lost. A fence, you say? Asked Lily. Right. I was thinking of giving this settlement to you. I'm dangling bait in front of the humans I brought here 10 days ago. It's been 10 days since we started living alongside each other, and although they're still a little stiff, they've at least acknowledged the fact that I have no intention of hurting them. True, they're still afraid. But at least we're now able to converse. My words caused the humans to look at each other. What do you mean? Nervously asked an elderly man. Humans that can build buildings such as these are definitely useful, I thought. We will soon depart this village and head west. I just thought I'd give this settlement to you humans when we do. An even bigger commotion than before arose. It's easier to repair a settlement than to make a new one after all. Of course, if you want, I could also leave you with a few goblins to protect your people. This area is a target for enemies from outside the Forest of Darkness. Chinos's efforts in cultivating also seems to have paid off, I continued. I had Chinos cultivate the land near the village. It's somewhat taken shape now. Potatoes should be ready for harvest by next year. Yes, the soil here isn't bad, nodded Chinos. To which I nodded back, satisfied. The humans became noisy again. But this time, there were voices of happiness mixed amongst the commotion. Of course, I have a reason for telling all these things to the humans here. I'm not doing this purely out of goodwill, of course. One reason is to properly put the carrot and the whip into practice. Another reason is because the larvae are growing up, and the goblin adults are increasing more and more. It takes approximately 20 days for a larva to grow up into an adult goblin. But the female goblins can give birth without pause. Well, not completely without rest, but that's only 5 days at most. After that, they'll become pregnant with another goblin. As of now, there are 20 female goblins. And all of them are pregnant. Because of the 3-man cells and the abundance of food, and on top of that, the results of the training, barely any goblins have been dying recently. Moreover, the larvae are all mostly guaranteed to become adults. At this rate, the horde will become too big to fit into this settlement, so we have to find a new home. Alternatively, I could also find different homes to assign the goblins to. There's also the option of expanding this settlement. But I have to decide what course to take. I could separate the horde, but then comes the problem of deciding who to entrust their leadership to. If they're too far from me, their loyalty might become a problem. I'll need someone who can deal with that. Isaac could do it, but he refused it himself, so the plan's no good. As for expanding the settlement, if the settlement catches too much attention, the humans might become fearful of us. There is a settlement of humans not too far from here after all. It wouldn't be strange if they attacked. As for the third option, we'll all eventually have to go to the Fortress of the Abyss, but for now there's the issue of the orcs in the west, blocking our way. With all that, I have no choice but to compromise. The land here is best for hunting prey. The area surrounding the lake in the northeast doesn't have any strong beasts. The only danger here is the threat from the west. And deep in the west lies the origin of the goblins. Eventually, we too will settle there. So since this settlement has served its original purpose, what other purpose does it have left? Once I take over the fortress, I hope to use this settlement here as a foothold toward the world of humans. Whether this plan goes well or not is another story, however. But regardless, I don't want to throw this settlement away. So at the very least, I'll have to leave the minimum power required to maintain it. If I can use the humans well, I'll be able to expand the area I control. Without using the goblins, that is. There's still time left. Think it over. As I left my proposal to the humans, I turned my back and thought of the predicted outcome to myself. Speaking of which, I forgot to mention this, but when I came back, I had Rishia change the name of the Grey Wolf pups. The Vanguard of God is just too much. At most, she could name it Ru. It's only a wolf after all. After a long and fierce debate, we settled on Cynthia, the Lady of the Lake Shore, and Gastra, Sovereign of the Wind's Howls. The last one came from GIs and the old goblin. I don't know why, but for some reason they too got dragged into the debate. The two Grey Wolf pups were making themselves comfortable on top of my knees as I debated with Rishia, so I took the opportunity and used more than on them. Race, Grey Wolf, Gastra, Level 1, Class, Pup, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, None, Attribute, None, Race, Grey Wolf, Cynthia, Level 1, Class, Pup, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, None, Attribute, None. That charge skill is a troubling one. These pups might still be small, but there's no doubt that they inherited the blood of those giant wolves. Level has risen. 60 equals greater than 61, /35 / Volume 1, Chapter 35, Omen Race, Goblin, Level, 61, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Grey Wolf, LV1, X2, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. Lily came to inform me of the humans' response to my proposal. Their answer? A yes. The humans will work to improve this village under the condition that this village will be handed over to them in the future. And since they'll be living in this village in the future as well, I doubt they'd cut corners in the village's renovation. With the monitoring of the East and the renovation of the village settled. Moreover, with the plans to eventually develop the village into a fortress in place, I finally reached a point where I can start planning for the West. Regarding that, there are only two things I know. 1. The goblins' home, the Fortress of the Abyss, lie in the west. And 2. We need to pass through the region controlled by the orcs. I should send some scouts first. Following that train of thought, I had a scouting party formed with Gigu, who is from this village, and Gigi, the beast warrior, as the core. Incidentally, I decided to go myself as well. Gigu will be heading northwest. Gigi, southwest. And I'll be heading directly west. We'll each be scouting for half the day in our respective areas. I also ordered them to retreat immediately in case they happen to meet an orc. But of course, I'll be killing the orcs without question if I ever meet one along the way. Unfortunately, that's still impossible for Gigu and Gigi. I had each of them take 5 goblins. And when night came, we set out. I'll be going with 3 goblins myself, but I'm not having them take the goblins along just for scouting. The other reason is that I want to increase the goblin rares in the army. So 5 goblins each, since there are 10 goblins whose levels are over 60 from the interview. We'll study the ecosystem of the area as we go. Our goal in this mission is to find a place nearer to the Fortress of the Abyss that we can use as a base. It's a 10-day distance from the village. That's not something to make light of. There might be other threats aside from the orc raids as well. That's why I want to find a place that we can use as a base.
a village held by the orcs, or perhaps a fortress. If possible, I'd like to find a place that has excellent defenses and plenty of stocks. If that's not possible, then at least a place where we can sleep at. The orcs tend to dwell in areas that have plenty of open space. It's an orc trait. So I should be able to find orc settlements in those kind of areas. We diligently continued onwards as we cut down the sparse trees and vegetation. Along the way, we came across giant hornworms that had horns growing out of them. I used more than and I found out that it was called arrow caterpillar. We hunted them as we went along. The only thing we needed to pay attention to were the horns growing from their head along their back. Aside from that, they were nothing special. We cut off their abdomen, and tasted their meat. It had a heavy taste, but was surprisingly popular even amongst the goblins. We might be able to use these as provisions in our expedition. Incidentally, we also came across some giant ants along the way. Unfortunately we couldn't eat them. Then there were those giant, double-neck lizards known as lizard double. These ones we could eat. Lastly, we came across some giant snails with thorns growing out of their shells known as pickle snap. We couldn't eat them either. I'm well aware that the monsters we will come across as we head west will change, so I want to ascertain beforehand which ones we can eat and which ones we can't. As expected though, there weren't any monsters stronger than orcs. The orcs are definitely the ones in control of this region. Yet for some reason, I can't find them no matter how much I try. Or could it be that I'm mistaken and the orcs actually only pass through the west? As suspicion started to cloud my thoughts, I noticed that the sun was high up the sky. I shouldn't go too deep yet. The ringing bells in my chest, warning me of danger, said that, and I decided to put off the area I suspect the orcs to be living at for later. As we went back, I had the goblins trained by fighting the lizard doubles and giant ants as much as possible. When the other scouting parties, Jiaigu and Jiaiga, came back, we ended our reconnaissance. Freebnol.com, the other scouting parties didn't find any orcs either. Why? The northwest is one thing as the grey wolves were there, but there being no orcs in the west and southwest as well? What's going on? Could there be something going on in the background? If there is, then there's only one question. That is, whether that change is good for us or bad for us. The next day I left Gi's and Jiaiga in charge of protecting the village and hunting for our food while I took the remaining goblin rares with me, and headed northwest. When I left the village, Gi's asked me if there was anything that needed to be done, and so I asked him to have a path open toward the hunting grounds of the spear deer. After all, it wouldn't be very efficient to have to struggle just to bring back the spoils, so having the route cleared would be best. I couldn't find any trace of the orcs, so we're heading back to whatever's left of Jiaigo's village to use as a base for our reconnaissance. From there, I'm going to send my subordinates to all 4 directions to scout. And so, with 2 goblins under every goblin rare, we headed northwest. We already knew the path this time around, so we were able to get to Jiaigo's village much faster. We left in the morning, and by night time, we were already at the ruins of Jiaigo's village. It's already night time, so we'll retire for the day, and scout tomorrow. Only, there's a little problem. I can't fit into the entrance of the cave. Sigh, well there's nothing else to it. I'll just have to spend the night out in the fields. It's only one night, so it should be fine. I had the goblins alternate keeping watch, then I hunted some prey at my leisure. After that, I went to sleep. The next day, we went out to scout. I instructed the goblins to return immediately should they sense danger. Then I went to the nest of the grey wolves that's near the village. This cave coupled with Jiaigo's cave should be able to house approximately 100 goblins. There's danger in living in 2 different places, but it's not bad considering we'll only be using them temporarily. If there are any problems, it would have to be my feelings. After all, this is the same cave where I killed the grey wolves and picked up their pups. When I entered the cave, the only thing remaining there was the lifeless corpse of a grey wolf that's now only pelt and bones. I won't ask for forgiveness for killing your spouse. But in exchange,
I will raise your pups healthy. I gathered the bones, and dug a hole. There, I buried the lifeless corpse of the gray wolf. As for its belt, it could be useful, so I took it with me. You will let me use this pelt? For the sake of furthering my dream. I looked around every corner of the cave until my subordinate's return. The cave was big, but it seemed to have only been inhabited by the gray wolves. That's convenient, I muttered to myself. I waited for my subordinates as I pondered on the candidates for our base. When dusk came, my goblin subordinates returned, and I received their report. There were no orcs in the surrounding area. What's the meaning of this? I muttered. I ate as I listened to my goblin subordinates' reports, then I thought of the course we will be taking to myself. There are no orcs a day's distance around the settlement. Normally, that's something I would be happy about. But for some reason, I don't know why, there's something tugging at me, and I can't settle down. We've searched so much. We've gone here and there, looking for any signs of orc, and yet we can't find any. Is anything the matter? Asked Jiagu as he observed my pondering face. Tomorrow, we'll look for a route toward the west, I replied. There's no point in racking my head over the orcs forever. Tomorrow, we'll go deep into the orcs' territory, and look for their homes. Jiago, I called. Yes, he responded. Are there any areas a day's distance from here where 100 goblins can sleep at? Jiago thought for a while, and then he nodded. There is the rock mountain that we used before, he said. I asked for the details, and apparently, when Jiago was still a normal goblin, they lived at a rock mountain. But the orcs took over that rock mountain, so they left. I wonder. Is it too early to attack the orcs now? Should I keep on scouting? I suppose we could take a look first, and then retreat when their numbers are too many. With those thoughts, I decided. Good. We'll prioritize that area in our reconnaissance tomorrow. Jiago, I'll rely on you to lead the way. Understood, nodded Jiago. After that, we retired for the day. The next day, as soon as we finished gathering food, we headed toward the rock mountain with Jiago leading the way. We walked through the thickets, carefully paying attention to our surroundings. But as expected, there were no orcs. The rock mountain, though called a mountain, isn't very tall. It's at most around 4 meters high. About a head taller than the taller trees. Many holes could be seen on the rock, making it look like heaps of bedrocks piled on top of another. The area surrounding that rock mountain showed proof of the orcs' habitation as the area was cut clean. This way, said Jiago, who appeared to be puzzled at the orcs' disappearance. We continued to observe the rock mountain from a distance while hidden in the thickets, but no orcs ever came. As expected, no orcs, I muttered. Night drew close, and still, no orcs came. Let's climb it, I said. With Jiago and the rest in tow, we climbed the mountain. No orcs were there either. What's going on? Those puzzled words echoed at the darkness, unanswered. There, at the apex of the mountain where the land could be seen, I looked west. The forest extended throughout the whole land, but there were spots on it where little trees could be seen. Then from a distance, a mountain that was so tall it appeared to reach the heavens could be seen. Something is happening. That premonition tugged at me, and when we descended the mountain, I ended the reconnaissance, and headed home. Grey Wolf Belt acquired. Author's note: describing topography is so difficult. Sad frown. The reason why the cave of the Grey Wolves isn't inhabited by any other creature is because the Grey Wolves' stench there is thick. That smell prevents other creatures from entering. By the way, the pelt and the bones being left behind sure feels like an item drop, huh? /36 Volume 1, Chapter 36, Madness Race, Goblin, Level, 61, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Grey Wolf, LV1, X2, Abnormal Status, Greater than. I had the goblins hunt lizard doubles and pickle snaps as we headed home.
My worries haven't been eased, but there's no helping it right now. All the worrying in the world won't change anything. I should focus on what I can do for now. And that thing I can do is to raise everyone's level. I watched over the fight of the goblins as I thought that to myself. The prey today are two lizard doubles. Jiaigo, the samurai warrior, and his 3 goblins surround the prey from the left, while the leader of the former village, Jiaigu, and his 3 goblins, surrounded from the right. The 2 groups attack the lizard doubles from both sides, repeatedly aiming for their feet. The lizard doubles have 6 feet each. The attacks of the 2 groups aimed for those feet at almost the same time. The attacks coming from both directions disoriented the lizard doubles, leaving them helpless. There, Jiaigo's curved katana and Jiaigu's long sword struck out, and blood spurted out into the air. The open wound left by their attacks were then stabbed incessantly by their subordinate's chipped sword. As the lizard doubles screamed and writhed in pain, 2 blades struck at their necks, and the battle ended. Looks like the goblins have gotten used to fighting together. Freebnoll.com, at this level, they should be able to deal with at least 2 orcs. Any more than that though is still a problem. We hurried on our way as the goblins ate the lizard double's meat. At our hurried pace, we managed to reach the village by midnight, and Jiaiza welcomed us. "I see you're in quite a hurry," Jiaiza said, as he eyed the knackered goblins lying on the ground. He is a druid and a goblin rare, but his appearance looked much closer to that of a human's. "Well, there's something bothering me," I replied. "I don't know what's bothering you, but that aside, how about seeing the newly made house for the king?" He said back. "What? Newly created? The humans you brought here have been working hard since the village has been left in their hands. They even tried building houses for the goblins," proudly replied Jiaiz as he led me to the king's house. As we walked, I listened to his report on the things that happened while I was out. The route leading to the hunting grounds of the spear deer have apparently been widened. Goblins have been hunting spear deer for a while now, so they looked for a way to make it more convenient to get there. With that, they were able to answer to my orders regarding securing a good route toward the spear deer. The spear deer are situated northwest from the lake. The goblins love to eat them for their large body. Moreover, their hunting grounds are also frequently used to raise levels. But because their bodies are big, it takes a considerable amount of effort just bringing them back. With the widening of the road toward them, securing food should be much more convenient now. As I listened to Jiaiza's report, we eventually reached the previously mentioned house of the king. It felt like the house I was using before had gotten bigger. The work put into this bigger house is about what you'd expect from a 3-day work that took place while I was gone. "Isn't this too extravagant?" I asked. "You're too V. You should at least use your resources like this," replied Giza. "I'm aware, but I have my own methods," I complained. "That might be so, but isn't it fine?" shrugged Giza as he opened the door. Inside was Rishia, sleeping with Gastra and Cynthia curled into a ball in her arms. Cynthia and Gastra both looked much bigger than when I had left. Lily was also there along with the other women. As soon as we entered, the pups' ears perked up to the sound of the door opening, and the 2 pups looked my way. "Woof!" barked the 2 pups. The 2 pups' voice woke Rishia up. "Oh! Welcome home," said Rishia as she rubbed her sleepy eyes, then she went back to sleep. Contrary to Rishia's attitude, the other women were looking at me stiff with fearful eyes. Cynthia and Gastra frolicked by my feet. "Can you explain exactly what is going on here?" I asked as I scowled at Giza. A mischievous smile appeared on Giza's face. I explained the results of my reconnaissance to Giza and the old goblin, and they both knitted their brows. "I don't know anything aside from the information I have," said Giza. "But a new king might have been born amongst the orcs." "A king? Well, if the goblins can have a king, then I suppose they can too. It's not that strange. Just as the goblins have 4 big clans, the orcs have their own clans as well," began the old goblin as his wrinkled face wrinkled even deeper. "According to the old goblin, when a king is born,
The orc clan that lived next to us, along with the rest of the orc clans, will all gather under the Orc King. The orc that leads the orcs is known as the Orc King. That being will lead the orcs out of the forest, and attack the human world. A sort of mad phenomenon apparently. But the scariest part is that the orcs won't stop until the Orc King is dead. The orcs led by the Orc King will keep moving forward even when their legs are struck, even when their arms are lost, and even when magic is casted against them. The orcs won't stop unless they're dead or the Orc King is. Orc King. That's an existence that's more handful than running triple horns. So that's how it is, I nodded. There's definitely a possibility that the surrounding orcs disappeared because of the birth of the new Orc King. The orcs under the Orc King will become maddened, and they will run together as one horde. I don't know what their goal or purpose is. Well, isn't this a lovely situation? I cursed to myself as the edges of my mouth curved. All of the orc clans, huh? I muttered. The orcs normally move in hordes of 2 to 6. But with the king's appearance, they will march as one horde. If that frightening battle prowess of theirs that's strong enough to threaten the human world is pointed toward this village, it won't be something to scoff at. Can you pinpoint the course their horde will take? I asked. The old goblin shook his head. Well, in any case, it's not something we can make light of, shrugged Giza. Make light of? Exactly how are we supposed to make light of a horde of maddened cows? Do you know anything else about the madness of the orcs? I asked. Giza and the old goblin both shook their heads. We lack information. But in the worst case, we'll have to at least strengthen our defenses. Make holes outside the village tomorrow. We'll make pitfalls, I ordered. If it was just me and the goblin rares, avoiding the orcs would be an easy task. We could scout, and just simply avoid them. But the settlement also has humans, non-combatants, and female goblins. Their legs are too slow, running won't be an option with them around. So there's no choice but to strengthen the settlement as quickly as possible. Understood, nodded Giza. The old goblin quietly nodded too, and we ended the discussion. Still, for a king to be born amongst the orcs, I was beaten to the chase, but madness? If that is something that occurs when one becomes a king, if that is something that occurs involuntarily, if that is something that occurs regardless of the goblin's will or perhaps even my own, causing us to move by instinct, then, when I thought of that, the sound of gritting rose as my teeth gritted against itself. I closed my eyes, and confirmed more than written there on my status. If that phenomenon does occur, how far will I be able to resist? It feels as if the more my magic power increases, the more I hear the footsteps of that woman, Algia, coming from the darkness. Her influence has been kept away because of Zenobia's power. If so, then wouldn't the power of her interference become even stronger the next time she tries to interfere with my thoughts? I need more power. A power that does not belong to anyone else. A power that belongs to me. My own power. Excuse me, may I take some of your time? Said a voice. I opened my eyes. There, Giga was meekly standing before me. Go ahead, I nodded, as I kept my anxiety hidden within me. Lord Giza said it was not necessary, but I asked him what he was talking about, and when he explained, I was shocked. Apparently, there was a goblin who tried to attack a human female while I was gone. Giga executed that goblin. Actually, the one who ordered the execution was Lord Giza, said Gi Georgia. Lord Giza said that since he was in charge while the king was gone, he should take on the thankless role. I closed my eyes with my arms folded. I did think that a situation such as that might occur one day, but I wanted to believe in the goblins, so I closed my eyes. But apparently, I was too v. I recalled Giza's vow of fealty and his wry smile. I didn't believe that Lord Giza should be the only one responsible for the execution, so I took it upon myself to share the burden. So I came here today to ask you, O King. Please, please, be lenient with Lord Giza, begged Giga as he prostrated himself before me. Reflexively, I looked up this building.
So that's why he made a new house. It would appear that the goblins have been looking after me a lot more than I thought they were. And apparently, I've also been blessed with subordinates better than I thought. I understand. I'll close my eyes to this matter this time, I told him. I am grateful for the king's generosity, thanked G.I. Georgia. You did well informing me, G.I. Georgia. No. And regarding my punishment. Since I won't be punishing GIs, naturally, I won't be punishing you as well, right? Thank you, King. I had G.I. Ga withdraw, then I fell into deep thought again. I need to tighten the bridle again. And then, I looked toward the nearby Risha and the curled up Cynthia and Gestra. I can't be as soft to G.I. Ga and GIs all the time. The matter needs to be investigated as well. There's the possibility that a truth opposite to what had been stated might come. It's possible that contrary to what G.I. Ga said, GIs himself executed a goblin at his own leisure. It would be better if that's not the case, I wished that from the bottom of my heart. But I have to consider the possibility. And the fact that I had to consider that possibility made me disgusted with myself. Author's note: the king's house has become the biggest building in the settlement. It's now big enough to accommodate all of the female and children slaves. Unfortunately, though, there are barely any furniture. In fact, the bed in it is just straw with greenery spread on top of it. Really, the interior gives off a desk, chair, bed? What are those? Feeling. The only thing it really has is a door. /37 Volume 1, Chapter 37, Preparations Race, Goblin, Level, 61, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. The orcs could attack us at any time, and yet the situation inside the village isn't favorable. Many in the village are dissatisfied and even the goblins themselves are in a shaky situation. But still, I can't give up here. I asked Lily and Risha to investigate G.I. Ga's recent report. From their investigation, I found out that G.I. was telling the truth. That incident isn't something to scoff at, however. Its effect can be visibly seen in the humans. The fear that had once been stilled has once again risen in their hearts. The eyes they look at me, brimming with fear. But with the bad comes the good, and I now see GIs with a stronger sense of security. Not only is the goblin's visage close to that of humans, but he also handled the previous situation excellently. Surely, I can rely on him more. From now on I'll most likely be relying on GIs as Horde of Druids whenever I leave, but I still need to make more goblin rares. I'll be needing them to achieve my goals. Freebnovel.com. Goblins get smarter as they evolve. A single class up can make a huge difference. You could liken it to the dispersing of a great, thick fog within the mind of the goblins, freeing them from a rabid thirst. The more goblin rares I have, the less chances there will be of such incidents as the one before from occurring. Moreover, in this way, I can also strengthen my army. As for the village, Giz has proven that I can rely on him, so I'll be leaving the protection of the village in his and his druid's hands. If possible, I'd like to avoid any friction in the village as there's a pressing issue that needs to be addressed. How do I deal with the maddened orcs? I need men working to solve this problem. I can't afford an internal dispute now. I had gone out to scout before, so I had to put a stop to it, but now that I'm here again, I'll have to start that training again. The goblins tend to think of dumb things when they don't know who's in charge. So once every 5 days, I'll have the goblins stand before me, and I will subdue them with my strength. If they know who's boss, they won't dare cause trouble. A lot of problems come up when I personally go out to scout, so this time I had a scouting party made with Gigu, the former leader of the village, as the center along with Gigi and Gigo. They are to head northwest of the village. Then I ordered Giga to take out the goblins that are close to leveling up to hunt the spear deer. It's imperative that we bolster our forces as soon as possible.
Then I had the remaining goblins dig holes around the village, creating pitfalls and ditches. I did this until the sun was high up the sky. At which point, I then left the command of the trap-making squad to Giza. And I scurried off to begin the goblins' so-called Day of Fear. When that ended, I took the Grey Wolf pups, Cynthia and Gastra, out to hunt. I wonder if I could use these two to keep watch around the village. Fortunately, thanks to Rishia and Lily, they're not scared of humans. In fact, they've even taken a liking to them. But liking's just liking. As for whether I'll be able to use them in that way, that's left to be seen. With the two Grey Wolf pups in tow, we ran through the forest. I know little of the ways the Grey Wolves hunt, but the pups would by themselves try to kill any prey we would come across, saving me the headache of instructing. Unfortunately, they still have a long way to go as even rabbits could outrun them. So I caught an armor rabbit, broke its legs, and then rolled it over toward the two. Like this they should naturally understand where they need to bite to kill the rabbit. I suppose this should count as one way of studying hunting. After I had ascertained that the Grey Wolf pups had stuffed themselves full, we went back to the village. The ditches and pitfalls were still only 33% done by the time we had returned. Evening came and Giga's hunting squad returned. There, I saw an unfamiliar goblin rare. "King," said Gi Georgia, "a new goblin rare has joined our ranks." At that introduction, the goblin rare kneeled, and I took a look at the new goblin rare with the greater than its status floated up. Race, Goblin, Level, 1, Class, Rare, Possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, none, Attributes, none. I took a look at the description for the new skill greater than, allows one to meld with the surrounding, making himself harder for the enemy to spot. Come to think of it, I have been employing stealth tactics lately. Concealing ourselves and quietly closing in on our enemies. It's probably because of that this goblin learned this skill. I thought that to myself, then fixing my glance back at the goblin, I spoke. "I'll give you a name," I said. "Yes," the goblin nodded exaggeratedly. "Your name shall be Gig." I gave the best of the spoils amongst the meat hunted today to the new goblin rare whose head was still deeply bowed, Gig. His eyes sparkled as he received the meat, and then he withdrew himself from my presence and enjoyed his meal. Meanwhile, Gastra and Cynthia slept peacefully atop my shin guards that were built with the pelt of the Grey Wolves. I caressed the pups as they slept, thinking to myself, I need to train the goblins how to fight as a horde as well. Gigo, Gigu, and Giz are all former leaders of their respective villages. As such, they have plenty of experience leading their subordinates. But Giga, Gigi, and the new goblin rare, Gig, are different. They have always been living under another goblin's rule. They don't know how to lead. Although, Giga and Gigi, I have to say, aren't too bad at it. After all, they have been hunting along with their horde for some time now. They have already accumulated some experience. But Gig on the other hand. I suppose I could have them do a mock battle. No, I probably should. After all, I don't think I'll be able to laugh if the goblins can't coordinate with each other when the orcs attack. Not even their clumsiness would put a smile to my face at such an unfavorable predicament. The goblins should also keep up their hunt to level up into goblin rares as soon as possible. Although whether that'll be enough experience depends on the situation at hand. Right now, we have far too little time. And in this short time, I must build a horde strong enough to fight. We can't take our time. We must go with haste before the orcs' forces become a wave, and crashes itself against us. The goblins shouldn't be able to do anything foolish while I'm around. And with Lily and the other two warriors around, we should also be able to train how to fight against humans. Regardless, there are many problems. Many things that need to be addressed. Realizing that, I couldn't help but smile wryly to myself. Amongst those problems, there are some that I simply cannot do anything about. I can only wait and hope for Giagu's return. Hopefully he finds a route to the west. When it comes to waiting, patience is a must. Or in Rishia's words, she would laugh and say, "Good. You finally understand what it's like to be me, always being made to wait by you. Although, I do think this is more of a problem of character. Goblins, you see, prefer striking to waiting. Yesterday, I thought of having the goblins do a mock battle. After much pondering, I finally thought of how to do it. And so I ordered GIG and the Druid, GISA, to partake in my new training. Each of them are to take 5 groups of 3-man cells under them, totaling to 15 goblins under each of their lead. They are to be equipped with wooden swords and spears, while I made sure to instruct GISA to hold back on the magic. After all, I wouldn't want anyone to die. That'd be troubling. When the goblins finished their day of fear, I had them line up, and when I counted 30 goblins, I had them prepare. Mock battle on this scale is extremely rare amongst goblins. When the old goblins saw it along with the other goblins, they were alarmed. But shortly after, they quieted down and only watched attentively. Lily, Risha, and the other humans also watched with interest. In order to differentiate the two groups, I had the goblins on GISA's side paint their arms red, while the other group was left colorless. Then after confirming that the goblins were ready, I gave the signal to start. Start. At that, the colorless group led by GIG gathered into a lump as they ran. The goblins prefer striking over defending. That fact was truly embodied in GIG's decision to charge madly. Go! Yelled GIG. Win and the king will reward us. Spurred by the prospect of being rewarded, GIG lead his horde as he charged toward his foe. Spear. But in response, GISA only had his horde raise their spears forward. Being able to instruct them with such few words, it seems he's been training his goblins well. Raise your spears. At GISA's command, the goblins under GISA uniformly raised their spears toward the sky. Strike. Did he calculate the distance? I thought to myself. And as if responding to that question, the raised spears all struck down toward the incoming horde. Paint cries rose, and many goblins fell, but still the colorless horde charged. Again. Swords. At GISA's command, the red horde raised their spears once more. And at his command, the goblins wielding wooden swords went around the colorless horde, and attacked them from their flanks. Onwards. GIG grappled with the spearmen of the red horde, unfazed by the strikes of the wooden spears. He swung his sword as he pleased, and no one could stop him. But the red horde struck from the flanks, and the front line was pushed. Surround them. The red horde allowed the colorless horde to take their distance, but meeting them at the back was the red horde's swordsman. With his horde surrounded, GIG lost the fight. That's enough. At my command, the goblins kneeled and their heads bowed. Just as expected, the gap between a goblin rare like GISA who has had experience as a chief of a horde and someone like GIG who has just become a goblin rare is big. I want to lead a horde of goblins to fight against a goblin that's above the goblin rare class, so I need to train these goblins and produce some results. It doesn't matter whether it's hunting or fighting. When it comes to teaching, the best way is to take a step yourself. /38 / Volume 1, Chapter 38, The Night Before the War Race, Goblin, Level, 61, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater Than. 4 days had passed by the time GIG's scouting party returned. When I went out to meet them, I was shocked. GIG's appearance had changed. Blue skin and a lone coiled horn. A stature that was a size bigger compared to GIGO. I took a peek at his status with the and there was no doubt about it. He was now a noble class. Race, Goblin, Level, 2, Class, Noble, Subleader, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, None, Attributes, None, Greater Than when fighting under the orders of the Horde's leader, Fighting Spirit up, Physical Strength 10%, Agility 10% up. Greater Than attacking together is possible with goblins of the same or lower rank. Greater Than can use any melee weapon, and receive assistance up to rank C+ regardless of type. Greater than chance of success when scouting increases. Chance of successfully tracking the enemy also increases. Jiaigu is a former horde chief. The strength shown in his status is proof of that. The greater than skill is quite useful for ordering squads. As for this greater than, I wonder if it'll work even when we're separated by distance. Lastly, this greater than skill, I wonder if he learned this because I've always been using him to scout. I'll have to clarify the points I don't understand later. I have returned, said G.I.S as he kneeled. The wounds on his body showed proof of the mission's harshness. Tell me what you found. I left the training of the goblins to Jiaigo for the time being, then I went ahead and asked the results of his scouting. At the same time, I gave them fresh meat to eat. The goblins quietly bowed to me. I'll begin with the results. We have confirmed the orcs' numbers. Currently, there are over 80 orcs in their horde. As of now, they are en route toward this fortress. 80? So this is where that bad feeling has been coming from. Sheet. My heart wavered, but I meticulously paid attention not to let it show as I continued to inquire. How long before they arrive? 2 days at most. As I nodded to Jiaigu, I folded my arms. Sheet. It's too early. So you're telling me they won't even give me time to prepare? But that doesn't mean I'm the kind of idiot that would just sit and wait here doing nothing. Their course? They are marching directly west of us. 80, huh? I fell into a deep thought as I looked over the horizon to the west. Confining ourselves to the village was a bad idea from the start. Once the village is surrounded, I won't be able to see everything from the front. So that means confining ourselves to the village is a last resort. Besides, the traps aren't even complete. They are at most only 50% done. Even if the orcs charged from in front, it wouldn't be strange for them to just trample over the traps. I understand the situation now. Good work. I locked my feelings deep inside me, not letting even the slightest emotion show as I closed my eyes. After I allowed the goblins that had just returned to rest, I went over to help complete the traps. From the start, goblins specialized at making holes. Holes that orcs could fit into that are filled with sharp bamboos and wooden spears. The holes themselves are also deeper than the orcs' stature. I also want to fill the holes with water, but unfortunately we really don't have the time for that. We'll just have to make it vertical enough that the orcs won't be able to climb up. I'll also order the humans to concentrate their fences toward the west side of the village. I don't know how much they can repair in the next 2 days, but hopefully we can at least have some fences ready from the west to the northwest. The orcs number too many. We can't fight them directly. A head-on confrontation like that will only lead to our immediate defeat. There's no other way. We'll have to hit them first. We needed to get resources for the village constructions, so the trees in the surrounding were cut. Thanks to that we have a better view of the area now. Too bad we don't have bows though. A weapon that would allow us to defeat the orcs from a distance would have been great. Not that there's any point in talking about things that aren't around. In any case, if we are to intercept the orcs, then the best place to attack is the forest. If they're planning to charge here directly, then we should be able to delay them by attacking from their flanks. And then by using the druid's magic and the goblins with the throwing skill, it should be possible to minimize the casualties. After that, we could take the remaining orcs in a melee. And after wiping them, we could then take the Orc King's head. When I finished thinking up the strategy, I ran over it again to check for any holes. I need to carefully choose who to send in the intercepting squad as well as the location. I'll also have to prepare an escape route in the worst case scenario. It's not just because we're heading west that I'm doing this. There's also the fact that we can't leave this area. Ignoring the welling impatience from within, my mouth twisted into a wry smile as I headed over to Jiaiga to check on his progress. The training needs to be halted for the time being. It's imperative that we have the holes dug as soon as possible. A day had passed since I received Jiaigu's report. Right now, I'm having Jiaigu lead me to confirm the Oryx trail. Following us were Jiaiga and Jiaigo. In the meantime, The excavation of the holes and the ditches have been left to GIZA. While I had the Beast Warrior, GIGI, and the stealthy GIG see just how close the orcs have gotten to our village. It's not that I'm doubting GIGU's information, it's just that I want to ensure that nothing unexpected happens. Of course, I made sure to make it clear to GIGI and GIG that they were to return without fighting. It should be possible as long as they made use of GIGI's beast sniffing abilities. We tried following the trail GIGU led us to follow, but the only thing that entered our sights were the flat woodlands that had nothing of note. Now I wonder where we should wait for the orcs. Being this rattled over something on this level. It seems I haven't been blessed with insight by the goddess of wisdom, Hera. The number of orcs that we can deal with using the 3-man cells is 30. So we'll need to somehow reduce that 80 orcs into 30 using traps. If the orcs reach my village, that'll be the end. Even if we're not annihilated, my dream of building a kingdom will end right then and there. At that thought, the image of Rishia and the other humans being trampled by the orc horde flashed through my mind. But even then, it's still better for them to head straight for the village. If the orc king has been blessed with wisdom, and instead leads his people through a different path, then the village will surely fall. The humans only built the fences to cover from the village's west to its northwest. Normally, it would have been better if I'd thought of an escape route, but we don't have enough information about the orcs' madness. If they just up and left and headed east after forcing us out of the village, that would be great. But if they still pursue us, we'll be nothing but helpless prey before them since we don't have a place to run to. So there's only one option for us to make. That is to ambush them, lead them to the village, and annihilate them. We can only hope that the orcs will trip themselves here. Honestly, something like this can't even be called a plan. At most it's just wishful thinking. That fact doesn't sit right with me, but it can't be helped. Alright, we'll put up the traps around this area. And then we'll get a scout to, King. Just as I was about to order Jiagu and the others to put up the traps and scout, a voice called out from behind. It was Gigi, who was riding on a double head, rushing toward us with a desperate expression on his face. The orcs have changed route. He exclaimed. They're coming from the north. Fuck. The worst case really happened. Come to think of it, the west is full of trees, woodlands with not much room to step on. While the northwest that the Grey Wolves favored have patches of unobstructed plains. Damn it. I should have seen this coming a mile away, and yet. Return to the village. Now. At my order, we made haste for the village. Freebnoll.com, the traps in the village were concentrated toward the west. Do we have enough time to set up traps for the north? Do we have enough time to set up the necessary traps to deal with 80 orcs in a day? Impossible. Of course, it's impossible. If it was just the fight against the orcs, then I'm confident I could beat them with my skill and strength. But in this fight I have to protect the village while annihilating 80 orcs. Damn it, why the north? But not only did they change route, they even chose a route with plenty of space. They're definitely being led by the Orc King. And apparently, the king isn't an idiot. With that, the chances for the traps to succeed have dropped significantly. There's still a chance that they might just head east afterwards, but those bastards need to eat. So, no. There's no way they would let delicious prey such as ourselves run. The orcs are headed here from the north, but exactly from which direction will they come from? Will it be directly north or northwest? No, thinking about it a little, it would probably be directly north. As for why it's directly north, it's because the path toward the lake to the north has been widened. The route we widened to make hunting convenient has unexpectedly backfired on us. Think. There has to be something. Something that could stop them. By the time we got to the village, I still hadn't thought of anything. For the meantime, I decided to focus on making traps to the north. But even while I was digging holes, the only thing that was in my head was thinking of a way to beat the orcs. But what can I do? In the end, the day passed with me being unable to think of anything but to make traps. As for the humans, I had them repair the fences as fast as they could. And then for the goblins, I had them dig holes that the orcs could get stuck in. But that's all. Can we win with just this? My heart grew impatient as my thoughts continued to race. In the end, I could do nothing but lament my powerlessness. Who would have thought that the responsibility of having so many lives on your shoulders would be this heavy? And the image that keeps flashing through my mind, showing the orcs trampling all over us, is honestly scary. Sheet. I can't lose. I can't possibly lose. I know that. It's precisely because I know that it's so heavy. But despite all my efforts, in the end, the night came with no good news. As the twin moonlight lit the evening sky, I looked up. I have been loitering around the village all this time by myself, pondering to myself, when suddenly, a voice came. "Can't sleep?" asked a voice. The moonlight fell on her visage, revealing her unparalleled beauty. Bathed in moonlight, it was as if she was the moonlight goddess, Vidina, herself. It was dark, but my eyes could see as if it were day, and I saw her expression. It was as unfeeling and expressionless as always. But somehow, it carried with it a tinge of gentleness. Yeah, I looked toward the evening sky again. "A strange sight," Rishia said as she walked over, stealing a glance at the expression on my face. "I suppose," I quietly replied. "Perhaps I am scared. That might be it. The war will be upon us tomorrow, yet the path to victory remains a blur. But even then, I have to win. Even if it means throwing this body away. If I lose everything." "I see," muttered Rishia, seemingly deep in thought. Then after a while, as if she had thought of something, she looked up toward me again. "Mind if I take a seat?" she asked as she sat beside me, who was sitting cross-legged. "Can we talk for a bit?" "Do what you want," I curtly replied. Like that we began to talk. Her voice was smooth, velvety in its flow, like those of a minstrel's. Each of her words resounded within my shaking chest. "In the past, there was a beast known as Moonbeast," she said. "I wonder if she has a script at the back of her eyelids?" I've never heard her stutter over her words. Each word of hers were clear and fluent. "That beast was hated by the humans, but even then it lived beside them," she said. The tale she spoke of was that of a beast that possessed a human's heart. But though it possessed a human's heart, its belt was sharp like needles, hurting allies and foe alike. The closer the beast tried to be, the more pain it inflicted on its friend. And the further the beast went, the colder the beast became. It was that sort of story. But then one day, a lone girl showed favor to that beast, Rishia said. The outcome is a tragedy. That's a given. There's a similar story in my country as well. But of course, the moonbeast hurt the girl, and it was greatly saddened. At this point, I suddenly felt like asking her what she wants to tell me. It was then that the girl thought of something. "What?" "Then how about we pluck off all the needles," she said. "Oi?" Surprised, I couldn't help but move my gaze away from the moons back to Rishia. And so the girl and the moon beast no longer had to fight. And they were able to live happily ever after. The end, Rishia said as she concluded her story. A rather original story, I commented. This girl, she changed the ending, didn't she? And? What's the moral of the story? I asked. Who knows? She grinned. Hey, is that really alright? Aren't you someone from the church? Having received a response like that, I couldn't help but look at this sweetly smiling girl with a suspicious gaze. Well, it can't be helped. I didn't just make up the ending after all, she confessed. As expected. But I prefer this ending. A short and tragic story is fine too, but in the end, I'd rather everyone be happy. It's not wrong to wish that sort of wish, right? Is that the dream of a girl that doesn't know reality? Or is it because you dream such dreams that you are called a saint? Perhaps, I replied. If you can understand that much, then I think it's more than enough for a moral lesson, Rishia said as she excused herself to a night's rest. Ah. Wryly smiling, I looked up toward the moons. Apparently, she was trying to cheer me up. I suppose what she was trying to say is, if the result is obvious, then why don't you try to change it forcefully? Or something. I guess. Did my worries show on my face? I caressed my face, trying to check if it did, but in the end, I couldn't figure it out. But my heart has gotten lighter. It's not so bad. The lessons from an adherent. At that moment, a flame was lit in that now peaceful heart. A flame called resolve, the resolve to fight. I had forgotten it just a while ago, but now I remember it well. As I looked up to the moons floating in the evening sky, I thanked Rishia. And then it hit me. Forcefully, huh? I see. Maybe, just maybe, there might be a chance for victory. It took a long time, but finally, the goddess of wisdom's, Hera's, blessing has come. There, I stood up, and I went to wake Gigiza. /39 Volume 1, Chapter 39, Clash Iris, Goblin, Level, 61, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater than, GIG reported to me the last known information regarding the Orcs' route. And as expected, they'll be attacking from the north. Giza, I'll leave the traps to you, I said. Good grief. We've been working since last night, Giza complained as he gave the orders to the other goblins. The Orcs will attack in the latter half portion of the day. We don't have time to relax. Gigu, go lead 5 groups each, and prepare to intercept the enemy. After attacking once, go hide in the forest to the west, I said. As you will. Understood, they each replied. Gigu, the both of you as well. Take 5 groups under each of your command, and then come follow me, I said to the other 2 goblins. As you command. Very well, they each replied. As for the village's defense, I'll leave that under your care, Giza. Give the Orcs hell, I said. Leave it to me, he replied. Giga has already gone ahead under my orders. Are there any questions left? I asked. The goblins did not say anything. I nodded in response to their silence. Today, we shall battle with the Orcs, I began. Know this fight is not only to defend our home, it is also an opportunity given to us to end the Orcs once and for all. We have been at war with them for far too long. Let this battle be the last. Let it end our long struggle against them. Let it end as triumph for the goblins. Hoo! They cheered in affirmation. Under me are 10 groups, totaling to 30 goblins plus a rare class, and a noble class. Fighting as a separate force are 15 goblins under Gigi's lead. As for Giza, he has 23 groups with him that total to about 70 goblins. It's because he is also using the goblins that had just turned adult along with the old goblins that his forces number turn that way. As for the humans, they are being led by Lily. Once the orc enters the village, the humans will have to fight for themselves. Now, go. At that last command, we departed. As the sound of trees being pulled resounded, Pugwa, an orc wearing heavy armor and shield could be seen, leading a horde of orcs. And following that orc was an orc wielding a long spear. Clouds of dust rose as the orcs reached the lake. In an act of recklessness, the lizardmen tried to put a stop to them, but they were pulverized. Trampled underfoot, their entrails left a trail toward the south. That is to say, a trail toward our village. Damn bastards! Split into 2 groups, I commanded. The squads of Gigu who had just turned into a noble class and Giga whose arm was longer than other goblins, together, totaled to 30 goblins. Then under me were samurai warrior Gigos, and the stealthy Gig squads. We will attack the moment they enter the forest. Don't miss the signal. Traveling through the forest, we waited under the wind. We can't make light of these bastards and their good noses. There are many other living creatures that come to the lake to drink water, so the area around the lake is fairly open. From there, there's a road being maintained by us to make the transport of the spear deer easier. But aside from that lone road, the area around is still a forest. Taking advantage of that, we positioned ourselves on both sides of the road. One group to the left, another to the right. Orcs have a tendency to cut down swaths of forest as they proceed, but it's not like they'd actually bother to cut everything. If there's a road, then they'll make use of it. But because of that, their horde will naturally shape itself into a line. And once the orcs have lined themselves up nicely like that, then commanding them will obviously become harder. Now's the time. Take them from behind. When half the orc horde had entered the road, we began our attack. I led the charge with Iron Second, while Jiaigu and Jiaiga attacked from the other side. Like this we pummeled the orcs at the back of their horde. Turn me into a blade. Enchant, I don't have the luxury of holding back, so we'll go at full power right from the start. Gurua. I invocated more than and at the same time, I clad my blade in magic power. Like that my blade sunk into an orc's large frame without even giving it time to fight back. Fight them with the 3-man cell like we practiced. I ordered the other goblins that after killing an orc, Jiaigo and Gigi's squad fought against the wave of orcs that started fighting back. The first shall break the foe's stance, the second shall stop his movement, and the last shall finish the foe. That is the method to defeat the orcs. However, that too was quickly overturned. Pigugwa. An orc's stance was broken as planned, but suddenly the orc bellowed out in rage, and he grew mad. The maddened orc then quickly fixed his posture as he stood up. At this time, the orc horde that had entered the road began to regroup with the orcs that haven't entered yet as the center. They began to turn around, and they started fighting back without any regard to their own bodies. In response, Jiaigo was able to pull the orcs away to help the other goblins, but Gig who had just become a rare class could not do such a risky stunt. The goblins somehow managed to dodge the orcs' attack by themselves, but because of that, they were not able to fight with the same vigor as they did before. If someone's gonna save them, then I guess it'll have to be me. As I cut down the orc headed toward Gig, I gave him an order. Follow me. I commanded. Follow the king. Ordered Gig to his subordinate goblins as he raised his sword. In response, the goblins formed 3-man groups again and followed after me. I charged forward, and I blew away an orc with my Iron Second. When the orc fell, I ordered the goblins to finish him. Pigua. But killing the orcs couldn't be done in one hit. So I had to stop the orc's flailing club with my great sword. Our weapons locked. And another orc passed by me, and headed toward the other goblins. This is exactly why it's a pain fighting against so many. The orc wielded his sword against one of the goblins in a 3-man cell. That goblin somehow managed to stop the orc's sword, while another goblin attacked the legs of the orc. But just as the third goblin was about to kill the orc swept with his sword again. In turn, the goblin made a quick decision to stop his attack, saving his own life. Like that, they fought against the orc again. Gig and Jiaigo continued to fight hard, but the orcs' large bodies were like walls that could stop the goblin's attack. It was a deadlock, neither side managing to severely injure the other. Shit, this isn't good. I wanted to scatter them while we had the momentum on our side, but with a fight like this, it's difficult. My horde is already having a hard time with just the orcs here at the back. If the orcs from the center manage to return, this situation will topple over to their favor. I want to leave before we suffer any losses, but we haven't even hurt the orc horde enough yet. What should I do? Shit. We're retreating. Jiaigo, Gig, protect the back. I decided to retreat and meet up with the ambush squad in the forest before we suffered any losses. Move. I momentarily stopped the orcs with greater than as we retreated. Jiaigu and Jiaiga also seems to have heard the command as they began to distance themselves farther and farther from the orcs. Now, we have to stop and weaken the orcs as much as possible before they reach the village. For that we'll need to drag them into the forest later. Fortunately, the orcs didn't pursue us when we retreated this time. But at the same time, it's not something to be happy about. Because this means to say that they're fully intent on attacking the village at full force. How many are wounded? I asked. We need to regroup now. We have to attack the enemy horde again as soon as possible, or else Freebnovel.com, quite the view, muttered Giz as he smiled. His gaze remained unfaltering despite the unfolding scene before him. Aim at the trapped enemies, and prepare your projectiles, he commanded. The orcs have started flowing out toward the village from the northern road. Their numbers were no less than 50 or 60. Giz ordered his subordinate druids to prepare their magic. And at the same time, he ordered the normal goblins to pick up a stone from the mountain of stones that they prepared. The king's words aren't wrong. Giz strongly believes that. And it is precisely because he believes that he can laugh despite the unfolding scene. Not an ounce of fear nor anxiety could be seen in his heart. Only feelings of excitement as he wondered to himself, now, how will the king exterminate these guys? But in order to see that, he needed to fulfill his duty. You are all to attack the area where my wind is attacking, understood? He needs to kill the orcs efficiently. He may be using the druid's magic, but there are still not many who are strong enough to take out the orcs in one hit. They need to at least hit them twice or thrice if they want to take them down. It's because of that they can't waste a shot. Goo. As the orcs cried out, showing off their strength, many goblins could be seen shivering in fear. Hear me, goblins. Warriors of the king. Suddenly, a voice sounded out from an area that could be seen even during the war. That voice reached the entire village. It was Giz. Believe in the king. He said. Freebnovel.com, the goblins of this village should understand it, he thought. At the very least, they should be starting to see it. The greatness of the king, that is. It was because that man appeared that they stopped being hungry. It was because he appeared that their larvae stopped dying. It was because of him that the horde began to grow. And it's growing even more. Giz's words spread through the village in a twinkle. And at that, we believe in the king. We believe in the great king. Cheers sounded out from all over the village. That's right. If it's that man who's fighting, then we will definitely not lose. At that moment, the resolve to fight suddenly burned within the eyes of every goblin. Goo. Giz narrowed his eyes at the attacking orc horde. Ready your projectiles. He commanded. The war has only just begun. Level has risen. 61, greater than 62, /40 / Volume 1, Chapter 40, Clash 2 Race, Goblin, Level, 62, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater than. The orc horde showed an opening from their flanks. And I decided to take advantage of that as they continued to close in on the village. Freebnovel.cm, don't make any sound, I ordered as we ran through the thickets. Freebnovel.com, I kept my hand on the iron second on my back as I made haste for the orc before us. Turn me into a blade, enchant. Immediately, I clad my blade in magic power. And with a stroke, I cut down the orc before me. Pugwa! Screamed the orc. We need to leave before the orcs gather because of that orc's dying scream. But before that, we cut down more of the crowded orcs. And after Gigos and Gig's squads pushed back the orcs a little, we withdrew. We couldn't even kill 5 orcs in this surprise attack. And even back when we attacked the orcs from behind a while ago, the number we killed could not even reach 6. This is bad. The orcs are tougher than expected, so the attacking power of the goblins aren't as effective as I expected they'd be. Even the battle on the other side isn't going favorably. Gigu and Giga, 2 noble class goblins, are leading their squads to fight, and yet the number of orcs they're killing are still below the expected number. It's as if we're fighting against monsters that do not tire. No matter how much we cut them, the orcs refuse to show any signs of weakening. I stood at the back as I ended the charge against the orcs. I sent Gigi last night, but he still hasn't returned. When is he coming back? Those thoughts that reeked of weakness suddenly appeared within my heart. But so I wielded iron second, I swept those unbecoming thoughts away. I am the king. If the one the retainers believe in stops believing in himself, what do you think will happen? I must not waver. Once more. As the orcs began to move ahead again, I resumed our attack. We'll cut you orcs as many times as we need to. It was clear even from a distance. The current situation was headed toward the worst possible conclusion. After attacking the orc horde for the fourth time, I saw the state of the village. Sheet. Half of the traps have already been used. They haven't reached the fences yet, but that's only a matter of time. The stones and the magic are continuously being shot at the orcs, and are keeping the situation together, but that too is only a matter of time. At some point, this situation will topple over in favor of the orcs. The orc horde's attack is too fierce. It might be because their king is leading them, but either way, they're charging recklessly. They're not even bothering to help their trapped brethren up as they trampled them over underfoot. Don't they know fear? I couldn't help but think that as I watched their fearless charge unfold before my eyes. After a while, the orcs finally reached the ditch. Sheet. Quickly, I looked toward the orc horde. There's still plenty of fighting force left in by the orc king who was leading the raid against the village. Compared to that, where? I glanced at the goblins behind me, and I observed that they were all clearly exhausted. Each time we attacked, the goblins had to dodge the orcs' attacks that could fatally injure any one of them with a single stroke. Of course, we could also whittle away the orcs' forces slowly, but at this rate, the village will fall before we accomplish anything of note. And while Gigo, Gig, and the other goblin rares still have some strength, the normal goblins are clearly about to reach their limits. But, even then, I have to make them march. Otherwise, the village will fall. Onwards! I commanded. They don't even have the strength to speak. Even that silent nod of theirs only bore hope at most. Sheet. What king? I call myself king, and yet the most I can do is rely on their strength? With my body lowered, I approached the orc horde from the thickets. Pugwa. At the orc's cry, I looked up momentarily. There, I saw the orcs quickly gather into one group as they began to head toward our direction. How did they notice us? Retreat! I immediately commanded. We have to retreat. Otherwise the goblins will all be eaten. Then in order to weaken the oncoming orcs, I stood before them, and swung my great sword. As we began to retreat, it suddenly hit me. The direction of the wind has changed. The orcs' sense of smell is strong. Did they notice us because of that? Orc clubs came swinging at me from my left and right. One of the annoying things about fighting in war is that the attacks come from so many directions, causing the kind of opponents that would normally not be a threat in a one-on-one become dangerous. Not to mention that there are actually more orcs than us. On top of that, they're strong enough to kill the goblins in one hit. Knowing that, I immediately ordered the goblins that had painstakingly tried to ambush the orcs to retreat, while I dealt with the orcs threatening them myself. I swung my great sword, and pushed aside the oncoming clubs. Then I forcefully changed the direction of the swung sword, and swung it back where it came from, slashing the chest of the orc that had neared me in order to chase the goblins. Normally, this orc would have already faltered from this attack, but now it was as if it was not even phased. In fact, the orc even grew angrier, and attacked me even wilder than before. An orc then tried to catch me from my right. I dodged him, and at the same time, the club that had been swung from my left passed by my eyes. These bastards, they're not considering the damages they could incur at all. If just now, I had instead cut the arm of the orc that tried to capture me, that club would have landed itself firmly on my body. They just tried to kill me even at the cost of that orc's arm. On top of that, they did it so smoothly. So this is the orc's madness. The power of the orc king. Fixing my aim at the oncoming attack from the orc to my left, I swung my great sword. With the assistance from greater than that swing went straight for the orc's head. The orc tried to defend with his club, but my sword was faster, and his head splattered into blood and gore. I wielded my great sword over my shoulder as I fixed my posture. As I did, an orc entered deep into my range, challenging a melee.
In response, I led my sword descent with great power. At the sword's descent, the orc's skull split, but before I could cut the orc all the way through, I stopped. It's because another orc was attacking me from behind. The orc extended his spear, and it whizzed right past my shoulders. I was vexed at having to deal with the fear of being attacked from behind, but I only gritted my teeth as I focused on the fight at hand. Suddenly, a short sword was thrown, drawing a parabola before piercing my feet. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As I quickly retreated, I hid my body within the thickets, and crawled about. Like that I desperately ran from the orcs. I then followed the goblins' trail of smell. It was dark by the time I reached them. Chief. Gig drooped his head powerlessly. Seeing that along with Gigo, who was silently staring at me, made me seethe in anger. Why? Why am I so weak? Why is there such a huge gap in strength? Am I going to lose? Am I going to be defeated? At this rate, the village will be annihilated. A place like this. In a place like this. As I gripped iron second, I remembered the sword's weight. There's no time. In that case. Gigo, Gig, as I quietly closed my eyes, I sighed deeply. I need to win while minimizing the casualties. Yes, it was because I thought of such things that we were pushed by the orcs. It was because of that I had to run away with my tail in between my legs. As I thought that to myself, I began to speak. And I asked, "Are you prepared to follow me?" I don't know if the goblins felt something amiss, but they glanced at each other. At this rate, the village will be annihilated, I continued. The goblins remained quiet as they listened to my words. This is no longer a fight that can be fought without sacrifices, I declared. I am the king. Therefore, I must order them to put their lives down to protect that which must be protected. If the king commands it, then. Gig looked at me straight in the eyes. Yes. That is exactly it. I am ordering you all to die. To all of you, who shared a meal with me, who hunted with me. To all of you who lived with me. I am ordering you all to die. My life already belongs to the king, Gigo said as he bowed his head. I don't know how to describe this feeling. But unless I give this order, the village will fall. My dreams will be crushed. And all the blood that have been spilled will all go to waste. But, yes. In the end. I am ordering you all to die for me. From here on, we will be attacking the orcs. This time, you are to stop them in their tracks. And you shall not stop until the orc king is dead. As you will. As you command. As I stood, Gigo and Gig commanded the goblins. I haven't the time to waver. The moment I hesitate, the village will fall into ruins. Onwards. With the iron second on my shoulder, I made way for the orc king. Orc total number, 85, heavy armored, sword, shield, armor, 16, clubs, 43, long spears, 19, short spear, 8, /41 Volume 1, Chapter 41, Clash 3 Race, Goblin, Level, 62, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater Than, gripping the iron second that was over my shoulder, I ran as I cut through the thickets, exposing myself to the enemy. Following from behind me was Gigo with his curved sword, the stealthy Gig, and the 5 groups of 15 normal goblins. The orcs that had spread out before the village were already aware of us. They faced our direction, and they arranged themselves into a wall. A literal wall of flesh. If it was a while ago, we would have run upon being spotted, but this time is different. With a yell, the skill, greater than bellowed, giving the signal to the noble class, Gigu, and the long-armed, Giga, on the other side. I saw the orc before me swing his club the same time as I held my great sword in a side stance. You're slow. My life is like a cloud of dust, Axel. There was no hesitation.
A wall of air pushed me from behind with crushing pressure, propelling me toward the attacking orc as I thrusted out my sword. In the blink of an eye, my body crashed into the orc as my blade pierced into its flesh. Guru-a. In the same instant, the skill greater than activated. In exchange for the madness brought on by the crazed warrior's soul, physical strength 30% up, agility 30% up, magic power 30% up. The orc's club hit me from the side, but thanks to the damage reduction of 20%, it wasn't fatal. Then with my great sword still pierced into the orc's body, I clad that same great sword in magic power, and then swung it up to cut through the orc's head. Turn me into a blade, enchant. My blade moved through the orc's body, cutting it as if it were a mere sheet of paper. And when the sword clad in black flames exited through the orc's head, it descended once more onto a nearby orc. Pugwa, the orc tried to use its club as a shield, but to its dismay, both the club and its chest were cut through by the great sword. And as the sword moved back the course it had gone, it cut through the orc that was just right behind that orc. Move. We have to go even deeper. That was the only thought in my mind as I continued on my way. Guru-a. Everything that stands before me is an enemy. Move. Cut kill cut. Oaguaga. Two orcs stood in my way as they swung down their long spears. As their spears descended, I struck with my sword, sending their spears flying away. The moment the orcs lost their weapons, they brought their fists up, and they rushed toward me. Meeting them, I rushed toward them as well, and I swung my great sword up from below. The tip of my sword met with the nape of one of the orc's neck, cutting it and decapitating it. The skill greater than had fully demonstrated its abilities, bringing forth a sword that knew no hesitation even in the fury of one's emotions. I forcefully swung down the sword that had been raised up high, drawing a line like a meteor toward the other oncoming orc. My blade met with the orc's thighs, piercing all the way to the core of the orc. As I removed the great sword from the orc, I fixed my posture. Then with a flash of my blade, I decapitated the orc that had lost its balance and was falling down with its back turned toward me. There are enemies. 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 I swung my sword at the behest of the maddened more than, everything around me is an enemy. Concern is needless. So bring forth your power, bring forth your magic, bring it all out and cut them all down. Guru-a. Magic power once again gathered behind me. My life is like a cloud of dust, excel. I opened a path by crashing my body into the orcs that tried to block my way. Then as I finished off an orc that toppled over, I swung my blade toward two other orcs that were approaching me from both of my flanks. I managed to cut off one of the orc's arms, but he didn't stop, only continuing to charge toward me even more. So in response, I grabbed his head, and using all of my body's strength, I flung the orc away. Then suddenly, I saw it from a distance. A body that was considerably big even amongst the huge builds of the orcs. It was the Orc King. Move. Using only the surrounding orcs' presence, I grasped their positions, and swung my sword according to instinct. Left, right, in front, back. TCH? When I turned around, what entered my eyes were the goblins desperately defending against the orcs, surrounded. I had gone out too deep, and the goblins couldn't follow. Not good. The moment I thought that, a club came sweeping at me from in front, sending me flying away. Greater than was released, and the power that had brimmed in me withered. I fixed my grip on my great sword with my right hand. Then with the other hand, I grabbed a short sword that had been prepared beforehand from my armor, and I threw it toward the orcs that were surrounding the goblins to contain the situation. Follow the king. At Jigo's command, the goblins began to pursue my back even at the cost of sacrifices. The moment we stop, we die. We cannot stop until we reach the Orc King. If you want to live, then run like you want to die. Move. Turn me into a blade, enchant. I clad my blade in magic power, and I swung it against the orc standing in my way. The blade cut through the orc's large body, causing blood to spurt out.
The rain of blood fell on my, dyeing my body in its hue. I continued on my way. 10 more steps until the Orc King, 3 orcs wielding a shield and sword appeared before me. "Leave this to us." But then a voice came from behind me, and Gigo and Gig faced the 3 orcs. With only 10 of them now, it was questionable whether they'd be able to even handle 3 orcs, but even then, I left the orcs to them. Because of the skill, greater than and the consecutive uses of greater than widening this already desperate gap even wider. I have no name. But with this my own greater than will also be sealed. As I tried to near the Orc King with my great sword over my shoulder, the foe before me lifted the great sword that he had used to destroy the ground. The resulting force of the wind as he lifted his sword stopped my charge. If I receive a hit from him, I will surely die. I probably won't also be able to use greater than. The same goes for greater than since we are currently being surrounded by the orcs. I need to have the advantage in number to use that skill, so it's impossible. I don't have a way of identifying my opponent's weakness. With so many of my options blocked, the only ones left are more than greater than, my greater than cancelled out with his as well. This isn't looking good. What should I do? In that case, a heavy voice echoed out from Golgol's mouth. I thought he would take a step forward, but then his giant figure suddenly approached me at a frightening speed. I don't have time to think. Twisting my body, I forced myself off the Orc King's trajectory. The sound of an explosion literally blew up from beside me. I tried to increase the distance between me and Golgol, but he rushed toward me again. He headed toward me with his sword pierced into the ground. In response, I desperately fought his sword with my own, but meeting his blade was the most that I could do. Like that, I was blown off into a large tree. I didn't even have time to use a falling technique to soften the blow, so my body received the brunt of the force as my back firmly planted itself onto the tree. With me gasping for breath, and my body unmoving, it was clear that death was just around the corner. Despite that, I calmly glared at Golgol's giant body. "Ho, you can still fight?" That voice no longer contained the scorn it had contained at the start. All it had now was admiration. "Well, it's all or nothing, should I try it out?" Exchanging blows with him with greater than, no, that sort of power isn't greater than can do something about. That power is like an ice crusher, destroying anything that gets into its range. A one-hit instant killing attack, in other words. Seriously, it's so strong, I'm feeling envious. But. Again, Golgol brandished his sword as he rushed toward me. "Turn me into a blade, enchant." I still haven't run out of cards. I followed the course of his great sword with my eyes. And as it descended, I met his blade with my own blade that was clad in flames. My aim was his weapon's destruction. My arms creaked as I received the pressure of his great sword. Ho! I can't stand that grin of his. I managed to succeed to some extent, but unfortunately I couldn't break his sword all the way. It must be his skill that he managed to force this kind of result. Still, I at least managed to crack his sword. I thought that to myself as I gleefully stared at the crack on his great sword. Then, suddenly, I saw red ether seep out of the orc's body. I am strong, I am peerless, bless. Just like mine, he clad his blade in magic power. His sword flickered within the burning flames of red ether. With this, it won't break. Golgol smiled as he glared at me. He grasped his great sword in his 2 hands as he faced me. "Calm down, the situation won't change. I'll still die in one hit if I get hit by that sword. That's all. That's all. Gurya. Defeat is unacceptable. Such a thing is an insult to those who have died for me. Moreover, to those who are still desperately fighting now. I will win." A pleasant pressure. The one who will come out the victor is me. I'll kill this bastard while he's still taking me lightly. Go and die along with that hubris of yours. I moved at my fastest. I slashed with my brandished sword, but Golgol easily stopped it. I wanted to click my tongue, but bearing it, I attacked again. Sparks erupted between the black and red flames. Shock waves visible even to the onlookers exploded.
But despite the fearsomeness of that scene, I willingly thrust my body into it. As I stepped in, I struck my sword up against the Orc King. But I knew that he could also stop this. That giant body of the Orc King's remained unmoving. It didn't move even the slightest bit. The Orc King only leisurely responded to my attacks. And each time I desperately met his blade with mine, my feet would dig into the ground. Fucking brute. We exchanged blows within a space of 3 meters square. The battle hasn't ended yet, but I'm gradually being pushed back. That's a given. My attack is a far cry from my opponent's strength. Golgol's attack is so strong it can even paralyze my hands with every hit. Freebnoll.com. My body had already been blown away 10 times in this fight so far. Then Golgol's blade swung again. That was my limit. His blade descended from above, carrying gravity with it. I dodged. You backed off! Exclaimed Golgol happily. In a twinkle, Golgol's giant body suddenly appeared before me. I didn't even have time to dodge as I received the brunt of his blow. I was sent flying to my back like I was just hit by a truck. I was probably sent flying 5 meters away as I mowed through every thin tree in my path. Finally, I stopped when my back hit against a strong tree. Somehow though, I hadn't let go of my sword once despite that. It was strange even to me. Gah! I spit out red blood and I coughed. You did well. Little king with no name. Ho, you can still stand up? Using my great sword as a cane, I stood up. And the black flames flickered. Of course. I poured power into my shaking arms. /42 Volume 1, Chapter 42, Conclusion Race, Goblin, Level, 62, Class, Duke, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater Than, Guru. The chief's voice can be heard from afar. The very voice of the chief that they should have been supporting. Neither the long-armed Jiaiga nor the former chief of the village, Jiaigu, could look each other in the eye. Under each of them were 15 goblins. They led them to march against their enemies as they targeted the weak flanks of their foes, attacking them at the same time as the chiefs on the opposite side. But despite that, the damages they incurred were big. Although they were both noble goblins, the goblins they led were just mere goblins. Already 3 have died. And none of the goblins under them were uninjured. The king is in trouble, muttered Jiaiga as he spun his spear to his long arm, sweeping the clotted blood of the orcs away. We have to go, but... Jiaigu responded as he looked at the scene before them. What spread before their eyes were the hordes of orcs blocking their way. The king had broken through the hordes of orcs. They needed to support him. Being the former leader of the village, Jiaigu was learned in the ways of battling as hordes against hordes. He watched over everything. If they were to attack from here at the same time, then even just a little, it should be possible to separate the forces of the orcs from the king. As Jiaigu concluded that to be their role, he turned his gaze toward Jiaiga who was beside him. Jiaiga was skillfully fiddling with his spear through the use of his long arms that, true to its label as a deformation, reached the ground in its length. Let's go to the king, said Gi Georgia. Hearing that, Jiaigu couldn't help but sigh in the back of his head. Jiaiga was loyal, but his knowledge in leading hordes was lacking. That's the reason why he wishes to go to the king's side so. For that, we must break through here first, replied Jiaigu. After confirming Jiaiga's nod, Jiaigu ordered his subordinates. They gradually neared the orcs as they measured the distance. Fortunately, the orcs were also wary of them, and were not proactively attacking. When their hordes had neared the foes enough, they charged. Go! As Jiaigu released the full strength of his greater than skill, he struck his long sword against an orc. But that attack that would have easily split a common goblin's head was easily received by the orc. Still, it was within the scope of his prediction. At his attack, the goblins around him all moved closely to the ground, almost to a crawl, and they approached the orc. They struck the orc's feet, then broke away. The orc's pained voice rose, and Jiaigu leaned in, and struck the orc's head once more. This time, he killed the orc. Suddenly, the wind blew past him from his side as a long spear pierced through the body of an orc. Looking at that spear's pommel, it was Jiaiga who had struck out that spear. Formidable, praised Jiaigu. The reason Jiaigu hadn't been receiving attacks from his surroundings, was mostly because of Jiaiga who was fighting by his side. With his long arms, Jiaigu's range was bigger than the others, allowing him to strike against the orcs freely with his. That's why Jiaigu used the goblins, and challenged the orcs to a melee. With Jiaiga, they could demonstrate the effectiveness of the three-man cell to its limit. We'll continue toward the king like this. At Jiaigu's command, everyone nodded. Lord Jiaiga, said a goblin wielding a long spear as he followed behind Ji Georgia. Don't push yourself, Jiaiga told him. That goblin was one of the goblins born after the chief had taken control of the horde. And under the chief's orders, he is one of the goblins Jiaiga had taught the spear to. A recent recruit that had just reached adulthood. But although a fresh recruit, he had to partake in this war. Naturally, the goblins that Jiaiga had taught gathered around him. And like his own chief, he made them follow his back. Don't fall behind, ordered Jiaigu. At Jiaigu's voice, Jiaiga lightly nodded. It's for the king, said Jiaigu. Of course, replied Ji Georgia, Jiaiga, with his spear. Jiaigu, with his long sword, they each gripped their respective weapons. At last, we can finally begin. Skill, greater than stage 2 activated. Physical strength 30% up, agility 30% up. Also, skill, greater than has also activated. In exchange of the mental corrosion due to the crazed warrior's soul, physical strength 30% up, agility 30% up, magic power 30% up. Guru. Bring it on. This much strength was added to the great sword I held over my head. Then with a step, I went beyond my limits, adding pressure to my internal wounds. As blood vomited out of my mouth, I attacked. For the first time, I had managed to return Golgol's great sword. Continuing, I struck again. I don't have the time to bother with my internal injuries. Oh! Even though he was being pushed back, the Orc King's mouth happily twisted into a smile. Annoying, I thought. Oh, like I could understand his feelings. Something like that is for people who are equals. Right now, all I need to think about is defeating the enemy before me. As my blade met with my foe's, I sent his great sword back. For the first time, I was able to injure him. My great sword had struck against the Orc King's chest, allowing red blood to flow out. I'm happy, said the Orc King. It was the first time the Orc King had jumped back. I am the maddened one, Berserker call. The strong king, Golgol. As soon as the Orc King spoke those words, my instinct immediately warned, not good. Following my instinct, I immediately moved forward. Golgol stared at me as I struck my blade against him. Acceleration, sword speed, that attack that could not be criticized in any way was stopped with Golgol's one-handed grip on his great sword. Small king, I will no longer ask for your name. The Orc King's heavy, cracking voice, reminded me of the dead of hell. Just fight. Fight with me. Goblin King. King. Suddenly, I felt as if I heard a voice yelling at me from afar. When I looked over during the downtime of our fight, I saw a horde of goblins drenched in blood, surrounded by the orcs. Then a storm blew before me. The ground was hollowed, the sky was torn, and the wind whirled. Fight with your fists, fight with your weapon, fight. It was truly a maddened giant. I was right to step aside. It seems the Orc King rampaging in the world of humans isn't a lie. The unfolding scenery before me was enough to prove that. Anyone who entered this storm would surely be crushed like ice under an ice crusher. Freebnovel.com, but even then, what will a long battle bring me? Behind me are the goblins desperately defending against the orcs. I can't run. I stopped the fear crawling up my back. Don't be afraid. I defeated the orc leader. I defeated the gray wolves. I've finally come this far. As I thought that, I gritted my teeth, keeping them from chattering out of fear. Then I held out my sword against that rampaging storm. Our blades met. Oh, oh! Fight! The Orc King screamed as his body shook in joy. I took back my sword that was blown back, and I struck again. Our blades met. Having mustered every ounce of strength I could, I was able to send his sword back. At that, blood spilled out of my mouth, and shock waves exploded at the meeting of our blades. Then I took my unfeeling hands, and wielded my sword tight again. But even then, I was at a disadvantage. The Orc King's been attacking with only one hand, and yet all I can do is barely stand up to him despite using both of my hands. At this rate, I won't last long. Isn't there something? Something? Even a moment's fine. Suddenly, at that moment, I heard a war cry bellow out from afar. Focusing my sight toward the opponent before me, I used my ears to surmise the source of that voice. That war cry gradually grew closer, and then, Guru. TCH? I'm perfectly controlling greater than that has never failed to take my foes' lives. On top of that, I even have greater than and yet. And yet the Orc King is still stronger. As Galgal let out his fighting spirit, an attack fell down from my head, possessing pressure like that of a falling giant hammer. I reflexively received that attack head-on with my great sword. At the exploding impact, my feet sunk into the ground, blood spilled, sapping my stamina, and a fatal opening was opened. King! There, I heard the cries of goblins. Is it no good after all? As I thought that, looking up toward the giant, something passed before me. A giant shadow. New. As Galgal exclaimed out loud in surprise, the great sword that was right before my eyes was blown away by a spear deer. Spear deer. It's here, it's here. The plan I had given to Gigi to direct the herd of spear deer from the lake is finally here. Moreover, within my hazy vision was the Orc King being forcibly pushed around by the herd of spear deer. It's now. My body is like a cloud of dust, Excel. Ignoring my screaming body, I rocketed off, and I aimed for the small opening made by the spear deer. The pressure that had solidified into a wall mercilessly attacked me. Turn me into a blade, enchant. Even if it's unreasonable. Using the increased magic power, I casted both Excel and enchant. I even activated more than, as I wielded my blade in a side stance, I confirmed the course to follow as I ignored my crumbling vision. Then I let it loose. My field of vision became blank white. Impudent! Said the Orc King. Is it? Here? Chief! I heard Gigo's voice. Giga, don't rush. To the direction of the voice, Excel, goo. As I felt the impact's shock, the Orc King's scream entered my ears. Pursue him. I forced my body, ignoring the sounds of muscles being torn apart. And I moved the now unmoving sword. Now, there's no other time but now. I took the sword that had been stood, and I raised it up over my head. Gobbo, ooa. Relying only on the sound of the foe's cries, I brought forth all of my strength. Be assured. Not yet. My life is like a cloud of dust, Excel. Almost there. Sticking close to the Orc King, I accelerated, and I cut through his body even deeper. Goo, AAA. Not yet. Not yet. Turn me into a blade, enchant, TCH? I tried to activate a skill, but pain suddenly ran through my right arm, causing the power in my body to decline. Have I used it all up? Immediately after the thought, my body was blown away. After activating all those skills, I finally reached the limit of my ether. My body can no longer move, but even then, I have to fight. With only that thought, I forced my body to stand up. But then it occurred to me. My great sword was no longer in my hands. Not good. If I were to get hit now, I won't be able to retaliate. Not good, not good. Suddenly, At the bottom of that well of despair and panic, the vision that had been lost began to clear up. What greeted me next was the image of a giant orc, lying motionless with his feet pierced by a spear, and his body skewered by a great sword. It was the dead Orc King. Did I win? When I looked down my own body, I saw a deep wound extending from my shoulder to my stomach, bleeding incessantly. At its gushing, a pool of blood had gathered under me. What had been done could no longer be undone. King. Just when I thought I heard Jiago's cry, my consciousness fell into the abyss. Skill, greater than acquired. When your life is in danger, you can avoid it by relying on your instinct. Evasion increased by 20%. Author's note, and so, the orc battle came to an end. But, due to fighting a bit recklessly, a certain someone is. /43 Volume 1, Chapter 43, The Goddess, again race, Goblin, level, 62, class, Duke, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, subordinate beasts, high kobold, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, abnormal status, greater than, what spread before me was a familiar scenery I'd once seen before. How are you feeling, boy? There isn't anyone but that woman, Algia, who would call me that. As of now, the worst, actually. I need to keep up an abusive tone when dealing with this one. You've gotten quite handsome, haven't you? Sarcasm? The goddess of the underworld who narrowed her eyes was being patient. And? Are things going well? What things? That conquest and domination of yours. You are making progress, right? Or so her smile seemed to say. On top of the goddess' seductive charm, she also released a contrasting innocent charm. In response, I activated more than, yeah, it's going well. As usual, the goddess had snakes serving her by her feet. She also wore the same pure white toga over her body. And even the demonic statues lined up in the surroundings were exactly as they were before. If this place really is the underworld, well, I have to say it's a lot easier to go in and out than I thought. The goddess who sat in her throne, emanated a dignified and coercing aura befitting that of the ruler of the underworld. Was she satisfied with my answer? Or was she not? Her two golden eyes narrowed themselves into a slit like a snake's. While her white porcelain skin was as usual, beautiful beyond perfection as if a sculptor had, to his soul's exhaustion, carved her body. And she folded her hands together, resting her perfectly sculpted chin over it as she stared at me. Then I guess that means it wasn't a bad idea to go easy on you after all. Freebnov.com, go easy? What are you talking about? As if satisfied with herself, the goddess of the underworld, Algia's face twisted into a smile just like a little girl who's enjoying herself and her own deviltry. I'm talking about the divine protection. The interference has gotten weaker recently, right? So she was talking about the goddess of healing, Zenobia. So you say, yet your mood remains foul. I purposely provoked her. If she were to keep up this aid of hers as a seductive goddess, I'll eventually fall prey to her charms. Talking will be easier on me when she's mad. You really are smart. You purposely choose to provoke me to weaken the effect of the charm you receive from the divine protection, but unfortunately, I have no intention of falling for that anymore. Seeing her smile like that, I can't help but think she finds this haggling amusing. But contrast to her, her happy demeanor's no different from binding me in chains. What are you scheming? Gradually, I've began to breathe harder. But even then, I continued to resist against that as I kept my temper in check. Nothing in particular. As of now, she chuckled. Just that, it's been a while, so I kind of wanted to talk to you. Don't lie. Oh dear. How vexing. I was telling the truth too. She looked at me with the complacency of a mother looking down her child. No, I suppose this is more the strong looking down the weak instead. The high-pitched laughter of the goddess of the underworld, Algia, resounded within the pits of my mind. Also, it seems you've taken good care of it. That thing I gave you. Thump, suddenly, the coiled black flame snake on my right arm pulsated in response to its master's voice. Even pitch black, Virid, seems to have taken a liking to you. Looks like I was right in lending him to you. Pitch black, Virid. Is that the name of the snake coiled in my arm? Yep. A cute hell snake, Alta, I gave birth to. I suppose you could refer to him as your elder brother for the time being. Stop joking. I don't recall you giving birth to me. Ha ha ha. Well, it'd be great if you could recall that sort of stuff. While we were talking, it suddenly occurred to me. I'm not feeling the same pressure I felt when we met last time. Why? She couldn't possibly seriously just want to talk to me, could she? Come to think of it, I still haven't heard the reason why you fight. Is Zenobia's daughter, Rishia, the reason why you picked up your sword? Now what? Don't make me laugh. Didn't I tell you? There is only one reason I fight, and that's for conquest and domination. Then you wouldn't mind if you lost that girl, right? No tears, no sorrow, yes? Her gaze was sharp, piercing through me into my very core. Of course. See, could it be? Did I not make it in time? Have the orc overrun everything already, and set it all on fire? Keeping up a front, I tried to act tough, but in the end, I couldn't fool myself of my own feelings. I am, after all, horrible at lying. Ah ha ha, calm down, calm down. Zenobia's daughter, Rishia, as of now, is still safe. Freebnoll.com. When those words entered my ears, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Annoyed, I grit my teeth. To think I would actually unconditionally believe the underworld goddesses, Algia's, words on my own. The more I want to believe her, the more she'll lead me astray. That fact tugged at my heartstrings, pulling both shock and anger. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. But danger is approaching, declared the goddess with an expressionless face. The goddess of destiny, Liuriuna, has already found someone to her liking. Do you know what this means? Liuriuna, the third daughter who manipulates destiny, and guides heroes to fight against the forces of the underworld. You mean to say a hero has been born? The goddess smiled. Quick as ever, I see. That's right, it's your natural enemy. If I, who is a monster, will try to subjugate the world, then there will definitely be an existence who will stand before me. If he who leads the monsters to conquer the world is called the Demon King, then the one who stands before that existence is the hero. If I am to become the High King of the world, then the hero who possesses overwhelming power shall undoubtedly appear to stand in my way. As of now, the hero's but an innocent child that knows nothing. But it's only a matter of time before he gains power, and becomes a hero. A voice that declared the absolute truth. And the one who shall stand beside the hero is no other than the saint. Forcibly, she slipped into the gaps in my thoughts, and she forcefully dragged out my innermost concern with the uttering of that one word. And that saint is Rishia? I asked. You will lose her, you know? She confirmed. I couldn't say anything back. Or rather, you could say my mind had gone completely blank as words of denial continuously surfaced within my heart. Shall I lend you my strength? Algia proposed. What? The goddess smiled with the smile of a loving mother. Gently embracing everything, that motherly love of hers filled my chest. I've also been troubled much by those so-called heroes in the past. Besides, seeing a cute boy beaten black and blue is, right? Spontaneously, I ended up wanting to nod. I want power more than anything else. The fight with the Orc King made it clear to me just how weak the goblins are. But the sliver of will left within me activated more than. What will you do? Do you want to try clinging on to me? Ah, I would. If I weren't a king, that is. I refuse. The fog in my head cleared up. Oh my, that's rather unexpected. Why refuse? I will fight on my own volition, I said. I will be the one to choose where my men die. I will be the one to send them to war. And it shall be for my sake that they will shed blood. And in so doing, should the day of defeat come, it shall be mine, all mine. The goddess of the underworld, Audiobook quietly looked at me. As usual, I had no idea what she was thinking. I am fighting my own battle. To cling to you is to accept my own defeat. That's why I have no intention of clinging to a goddess. Obstinate, huh? The goddess wryly smiled, and I smiled a bold smile in return. You gambled on me, so just shut up and watch. I won't lose. When I mouthed those words, the goddess' face went blank. Then she burst out into a guffaw. Ah ha ha, blah ha 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 ha. She held her tummy as she laughed out loud in front of me. She's laughing again, but as usual, I don't see what's so funny. Interesting. As expected, you're really interesting, smiled the goddess as she wiped the tears off her eyes. As she finally contained her laughter to some extent, she clapped her hands. At that, a gate appeared behind me. If you pass through that door, you'll be able to return to your own body. Happily, I turned my back to the laughing goddess. Hey. She said. At times like this, what do you guys say? My back remained facing toward her as I replied. The old you. The goddess of valor, the old you, what would she say? Just for a little, I heard her gulp. Show your courage, she said. Nodding, I passed through the gate. The voice I heard, although just a little, might have been shaking. Are you all right? When I opened my eyes, what first entered my ears was Gi's voice, who was unusually panicked. What's the matter? I asked. Where'd your usual composure go? When Gi saw me reply like that, grinning, he couldn't help but nod back, dumbfounded. Damn it, seriously. You're way too reckless, I say. I think my life just got shorter just now. Well, thanks to you, the casualties have been minimized though. I wanted to ask him whether he was always this sort of character or not, but I decided it was wiser not to. What happened to the orcs? I asked as I raised my body. They withdrew as soon as you defeated the Orc King. Although it's also because Gi successfully lured the spear deer. Last night, I ordered Gi to take 15 goblins under him to go look for herds of spear deer to lure and crash against the horde of orcs. He took a lot more time than expected, but that can't be helped. After all, the only way he had to control the course of the herds was through the goblins' overpowering howl. It should be the first time for Gi to use beasts too. But still he managed to accomplish his task well. The damages? I asked. The holes we've dug around the village are mostly no longer usable. The fences have also been pulled down. As for the damages to the troops, 20 goblins have been killed. But considering we managed to repulse that orc horde, it's actually quite small. As Gi matter-of-factly reported the situation, I nodded. The damages we incurred were much, true. But in the end, the damage incurred wasn't fatal. I got it. I'll take care of the rest. Go rest. Also, speaking of Jiga, I began to stand when Jiza began to speak again. But then at that moment, I felt the sensation of something eating at my guts. Oi? It's nothing. The snake, pitch black, virid, coiled around my right arm, throbbed. What I heard was the deep voice of a man. Show your courage, was it? What nostalgic words, huh, little brother? The voice came and left, leaving only those words. As you have broken through level 100, your class will now change. Your class will change from Duke to Lord. Skill, greater than has risen to greater than, skill, greater than has changed into greater than, skill, greater than acquired. Skill, greater than has leveled up. Author's note, the goddess that has changed her approach from brute force to a more roundabout way. The protagonist that's aware, but can't do anything about it. And the red snake that grows in power with each evolution. Now, what will happen? /44 Volume 1, Chapter 44, Mad God Race, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater than, focusing my consciousness, I searched my own status. Skill, greater than the strength of your followers will be raised. Charm toward those of the same tribe will also increase. Skill, greater than when fighting with the leader of another horde, magic power 20% up, damage received 20% up, and in exchange, damage dealt 30% up. The greater than has a good effect both for me and the horde. The charm part definitely means that it will now be easier for adherents to appear. Meaning, on top of my subordinate's strength being raised, I'm also going to get more magic power. What more could I ask for? As for the greater than, it can basically be summed up into a skill catered towards a short conclusive duel. It's a skill that kind of gives off a kill or be killed feeling. It is true though that if the respective leaders of two opposing hordes could finish their duel faster, less lives will be sacrificed. It applies even for human opponents. After I finished checking my own status, I went to see how my subordinates were doing. I feel bad for Rishia, but I'll need to have her work for a bit. As I thought that to myself, I walked. I stopped moving for a moment to view the village that had managed to pass the night. Horrible. I muttered. I have heard Gi's report, but I still can't help but be surprised seeing the damages with my own two eyes. But on the bright side, the threat from the west has been completely dispersed. With the threats from the west gone, the only thing left to threaten the survival of the goblins are the wild orcs and the spontaneous giant spiders. There won't be any more raids to the village, a fact worthy of celebration. Having a safe place to run to when things go south is really assuring. It makes it easier on the heart when going out to hunt. We paid a price for it, now I must make something out of it. As I forcibly made myself agree with that line of thought, I continued to check on the village's situation. King. What called me was a blue-skinned goblin. Lord Gigo has evolved. Kneeling before me, it was the former leader of the village, Gigu. In the previous battle, I had him take command as my right-hand man. And naturally, being the former leader of the village, he was able to do a good job. He is a noble class goblin, the highest class next to me. There are also others who have evolved into a rare class. Would you like to see them? He asked. They're what we received in exchange for 20 goblin lives. I have to go and see them. Report, I ordered. As you will, Gigu replied. Summarizing Gigu's report, the one who evolved into the noble class is the Samarish Gigo. While the number of goblins that have successfully evolved into a rare class is 6. I'll have to think of a name. What a pain. What are your instructions regarding the newly evolved goblins? Right. It'll probably be fine to go and see them together. Besides, I need to properly check up on them. I also have to think how I'm going to make use of them. Call Gigo, I ordered. And he seemed to want to say something more. Is there still something? I asked. No. There's nothing. After sending off Gigu, I continued to go around the village. After a short wait when I got back to my house, Gigo came. I took a peek at Gigo's status. Race, Goblin, Level, 1, Class, Noble, Subleader, Possess skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Sword God, Rabarusa, Attributes, none. His swordsmanship skill is quite high. If it's this high while he's still a noble class, then won't he surpass me once he goes up another class? Greater than will cause his growth to take some time, but in exchange, he'll get more bonuses once he evolves up. Greater than will keep his opponent's critical rate in check. Enemy critical rate reduced by 30%. Moreover, when fighting at the front lines, physical strength 10% up, agility 10% up, and damage received 20% down. Greater than will increase his charm toward fellow goblins by 20%. Greater than is the same as GI Georgia, and then, the one that I'm most interested in, his, Divine Protection. It's my first time seeing a goblin other than me be blessed with a Divine Protection. His Divine Protection comes from the Sword God, Rabarusa. Divine Protection, Sword God, Rabarusa. Reinforces the growth of one's swordsmanship. If the receiver of this Divine Protection can reach swordsmanship A+, then usage of the skill
greater than will become possible. Using a weapon other than a sword will cause the received to lose the divine protection. After seeing Jiago's status, I began thinking of a way to make the most of it. Jiago also received the sub-leader title when he evolved into a noble class, but the impression Jiago gives off is different. Jiago is the type to lead the other goblins with skill, whereas Jiago is the type to lead others through his charms. Jiago's way is more refined, but there are many amongst the faction of Jiago who admire him. Regarding the greater than skill, I can make the most out of it as long as I have Jiago fight in the front lines all the time. The skill will also keep his opponent's criticals in check, so losing to a weaker opponent would be unlikely. He'll also last longer against stronger opponents. Right. If I'm going to make the most of him, it's gotta be the front lines. Jiago, you did a wonderful job in our battle this time. As reward, I grant you this sword. I picked a sword out of the piles of loot we looted from the orcs, and then I handed it to Jiago. Freebnoel.com, please excuse this one, but. As he continued to kneel down with his head down, Jiago shook his head. I would prefer a curved sword rather than a straight one. Well, that slipped through. My bad. Right. The sword god, Rabazura, is watching over you after all. Then in that case, I should give him the same type of weapon. He did receive the divine protection from polishing his technique with a curved sword to this extent. So, I guess it's not strange at all that he might not want to use a different weapon even if it is also a sword. Well, as for me, I would hate it if he lost his divine protection, after finally seeing another goblin receive one. Picking out a curved sword that's still in good condition from the heaps of loots, I bestowed it upon Jiago. I gratefully accept. As Jiago happily accepted the curved sword, the surviving, stubborn old goblin ordered for the next goblin to come in. This time it was a rare class. The next goblin has defeated 3 orcs despite being only a goblin. 3 orcs? Impossible. Excuse me. The goblin that entered was a rare class goblin that was a size bigger than Jiago and Jiagu. Race, goblin, level, 1, class, rare, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, mad god, Zuaru, attributes, none. If I recall correctly, this should be a goblin that was born after I became chief. But the face of this goblin is completely different from before the fight. The once peaceful face has gone, wounded by war, and replaced by this face that doesn't have a drop of charm to it. His gaze is twisted by hatred, shooting strongly against even me as if I'm considered an enemy. Focusing my consciousness, I delved into the goblin's skill further. Greater than aim at the target's vital point. Greater than due to receiving the divine protection of the mad god, Zuaru, it will no longer be possible to use any skills. But in exchange, physical strength 40% up, agility 40% up, and damage received reduced by 40%. Status abnormalities will also be lifted. Isn't this divine protection too strong? Even without checking it with my own divine protection, I know that divine protections generally give some power in exchange for some side effects. In Jiago's case, he yearns for curved swords so much that he would even go against my will. In Rishia's case, her body will sometimes be taken over her goddess. And so on. I wonder if this goblin is having his mind influenced by the god who gave him his divine protection. As I felt sympathy for him due to the similarity of our circumstances, I asked him a few questions, and then just as I was about to give him a name. Chief, please. Let me hunt. Please. Together. Even without activating the red snake's eye, I know full well that the greater than has already been activated. But as for whether he activated it, or it was activated, I don't know. Alright. If I leave this goblin like this, he'll be a danger to the horde. I'll have to save him. After all, I've finally gathered some good men. It'd be a shame to lose them right under my nose. We'll end here. The rest I'll deal with tomorrow. As I declared that to the old goblin, I went out to the forest with the goblin that has been consumed by the mad god. Author's note, Jiago's fate will be revealed next chapter. /45 / Volume 1, Chapter 45,
Sacrifice race, Goblin, level 5, class, Lord, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, subordinate beasts, high kobold greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, abnormal status, greater than, after having walked some distance from the village into the forest. He'll be fine. I confronted the goblin rare that's been enthralled by the mad god, Zuaru. Chief. The eyes before me swayed back and forth between various negative emotions. That jumble of emotions revolved around hostility. Mad god, I do not know why you have taken a liking to this goblin, but I won't let you do as you please. Goo. Overview all of. Drool slobbered out of the goblin's mouth as his eyes turned into two dots. The goblin's body recent wounds gushed opened, causing blood to splatter and his body to convulse. Mad god. According to Rishia, the mad god is a god born during war. Originally, he was a compassionate god, but after having his friend fall in battle, the gravity of the sorrow he felt broke him, and he turned into a mad god. Our chief. Why? The goblin's mind continued to be eroded by the mad god, but it seemed to want to say something to me. Lord Gigiga has SS. Giga has. Freebnoll.com, but then the pressure finally proved too great for the goblin, and the goblin swung his fist. A triple A. That fist driven only by emotion tore the air. But I couldn't just leave what he's saying alone. What happened to Giga? I dodged the descending fist. Why didn't you? The descending fist crushed even the ground, prying into it. Triple A. With his fist still buried into the ground, the goblin flashed his sharp fangs as he tried to bite the back of my neck. What happened to Giga? A moment after blanking out, I suddenly remembered the voice that called out to me while I was fighting the Orc King. That voice was Giga's, wasn't it? The worst possibility flashed through the back of my mind. Then while I was blanked out, thinking to myself, the fist enthralled by the mad god landed itself into me. My brain, shaken, I was sent fleeing away. I know he's borrowing the power of the mad god, but who would have thought that he would be this strong? That power that could cross over two class differences made me wonder of its possible applications. But Giga. I held back the goblin's fists. I can hear the sound of his teeth grinding. I suppose it's expected of a madman. What happened to Giga? Gradually, I pushed back the goblin's fists. A triple A. As the goblin's fists were pushed back, the goblin swung his own head wildly in an attempt to headbutt it into me. I lightly clicked my tongue. I could only blame the shallowness of my own foresight. If this goblin were an actual enemy, he wouldn't pose a problem for me. But as I don't want to hurt him, the battle is quite troublesome. Strength and agility empowered by the mad god. A maddened goblin that only recklessly wishes to crush the enemy before him. To make things worse, I can't focus because of G.I. Georgia, the goblin's fist filled my vision. Not good. Because I couldn't concentrate, I left an opening. And the arms that were being held down by me hit me. That attack was far heavier than I'd expected it to be, and I ended up letting go. TCH, Aga AAA. Putting the sky down comes first. The goblin was exactly like a maddened beast with his limbs on all fours as he stared at me. Sorry. Forgive me. Freebnoll.com, I'm well aware that the goblin's gathering strength in his limbs, so I took advantage of that opening and activated more than, Gurua. But it had no effect on the goblin that had activated more than, but I knew that. The mad dog of a goblin wouldn't remain quiet after hearing that overpowering howl, and just as expected, Gigigua. A howl that strained even his own soul bellowed as the goblin pounced toward me. With as little movement as possible, I dodged that Tadasuke by sidestepping to the side. Then I struck the back of the goblin's neck with full intention of breaking it. I had taken the 40% damage reduction form greater than into account with this attack, but if I were to make even the slightest mistake, this attack would undoubtedly leave a fatal wound. This fearful attack. No, Rather than to the goblin, this attack might be actually scarier to me. But fortunately, the attack I let loose successfully knocked the goblin's consciousness away. Carrying the goblin's body up, I ran back to the village. The worst possible situation flashed through the back of my mind. Jiaiga, please be safe. After the war, I had left a building to Rishia to use for healing the wounded. I entered that building with the goblin in my arms. What I saw left me speechless. Jiaiga. At those muttered words, Jiaiga opened his eyes. His right arm was missing from his right shoulder. His left leg was also gone from his left knee, which was dressed in bandages stained in blue blood. Chief. Are you well? Yes. I'm all right. I'm all right thanks to you. As I lay the goblin in my arms, I rushed up to Jiaiga's side. The other goblins also opened their eyes, and they looked at me, but I couldn't say anything back to them. Then. That's good. Relieved at my words, Jiaiga closed his eyes. Right. From now on continue to work for me. This isn't the place for you to die. Jiaiga smiled, but only one side of his cheeks rose. Chief. How strict. Of course. The enemies that we will face from now on will only grow stronger and more numerous. If at that time you're not around, then who will protect me? I'm happy, Chief. To hear those words. Quietly, I nodded. Chief, please. What is it? Please congratulate these men as well. At the other end of his line of sight were the goblins who were looking toward us. Right, of course. Of course. With my shaking legs, I stood up, and I went to each of the goblins. Some had lost their legs. Some had lost their arms. Some had taken a hit to their head, making it a wonder how they were still alive. I walked to each and every one of those goblins. And then as I looked them in the eye, I patted them on their shoulder, and I thanked them for their service. Then I went to Jiaiga again. Jiaiga, live, I ordered him. You have to. But my body can no longer fight is what he seemed to say as he struck his own shoulder. I will think of a way. So. Stand with me once more, and fight with me. Chief. As I said that, I left the building. Well? Was that leg hopeless? I inquired Rishia when I went out. She must have been trying to be considerate as she leaned her back to the wall while she looked up to the sky. Yeah. I can't compensate for the loss of a limb. I see. Having heard only that, I left. The fire that blazed within my chest could not be quelled. So I ran. I ran and ran. All the way from the village to the lake. As I neared it, I yelled. I want to spit out my soul. He can't fight. He can't fight anymore. The warriors who lives to fight can no longer fight. I want to scream. I want to howl, and spit out this anguish. Rishia can't restore limbs. Even if she uses her power, it's impossible. Of course, I thought of it. And I was supposed to have been prepared for it too. But. Somewhere sometime, I turned my face away. Intoxicated by the heat of battle, drunk in the fervor of defeating a worthy adversary, I failed to think of the result. If I had only thought of it for a little, then I would have understood what it meant to sacrifice. And its weight. The one who took his limbs away was me. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it at all. The weight of 20 goblins' lives. I can't waste it. No, I can't waste their sacrifices. So I mustn't forget. I must never allow myself to forget this pain. I will not run. I will not run away from this pain. And I will definitely become the king. Facing toward the calm lake, I howled. Author's note, he might not have been the protagonist, but I didn't let him die yet. Sorry if I misled some people with my suggestive words. /46 Volume 1, Chapter 46, Pursuit Race, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold Greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, abnormal status, greater than. Reflected on the surface of the mirror was a figure with gray skin, and golden eyes like those of a snake. The mane extending from the head to the back was black, and the body was slightly bigger than that of the Duke class. The figure was just barely small enough to pass for a big human. On the right arm was pitch black, virid. The area he was coiled around was now a little bigger than before. As for the figure's face, it hadn't changed much. It had the same banality as that of the reptiles. Then from the head could be seen 3 horns growing. 2 were wrenched, while the other reached for the sky. But what was most surprising was the tail that had now grown. When I tried touching my skin, I noticed that some body hair had grown. I could move my tail at will. As for how it feels, it's difficult to put to words. After all, it's something I didn't have as a human. If I were to give an illustration, it would be somewhat similar to having an extra leg by the tailbone. I continued to swing my tail, trying to understand the sensation. It seems I'm not able to swing my tail as quickly as the kobolds can. Exactly where is my evolution headed, I wonder? With my feelings renewed, I went over to the lake, and took a good look at my own reflection. Unfortunately, I could only tilt my head when I saw my reflected face. If this is the hobby of that goddess, then I say, she has no taste. My face had few wrinkles on it, and was even smooth like that of a human's. But undoubtedly, it was still definitely a goblin. If you add the mane and the tail on top of that, then I'm no longer a goblin, but a beast. It's hard to come to terms with it. Still, Rishia and the other goblins didn't flinch when they saw this appearance. If so, then this is undoubtedly me. If anything, I'm more surprised about their reactions. Normally, when someone changes this much, you'd wonder who it is when you first see them. Well, I did grow some body hair, so I guess it's something to be happy about. I'm a bit closer to mammals now instead of the previous reptiles. Well then, let's leave the discussion on this figure that I don't want to see. When I saw how fiendish my laughter was when reflected on the lake, for a moment, I thought my heart would stop. I'm surprised the others can take this without batting an eyelid. When I got back to the village, I went back to the king's house to receive the report, and fully understand the current state of the horde. At the same time, I also took the opportunity to see the status of the goblin rares. Normally, I wouldn't push myself, and just do it tomorrow. But unfortunately, there's not much time left. The next goblin is a druid. The goblin that entered looked exactly like a human. It was a druid. Race, goblin, level, 1, class, druid, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, water god, IRN, attributes, water. Come to think of it, this is the first time I'm seeing the status of a druid with the greater than. So the class isn't rare, but druid? So if they were to promote up a class, they'll stop being druids. I'll be looking forward to GIs as next evolution then. I might see a new kind of goblin. I name you Gizo. Thank you, Chief. I am most grateful. So he really can speak smoothly. It seems Giz isn't an exception. Giz might be a good successor to leave the village to. If I were to leave everything to him right at the start, disputes might happen. So I should instead gather some trusted ones first to leave everything to, and have him gather experience, that way. After I sent the goblin off, the old goblin's voice came. Continuing. The next goblin is a student of the Spear under Lord Gi Georgia, race, goblin, level, 1, class, rare, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, none, attributes, none, greater than compensates for one's spear technique, raising it up a level. Greater than allows one to move for a short moment after receiving enough damage to die. As expected from Gi Gau's faction, they are well versed in the way of the spear. If I were to fight his men with only the spear, I probably won't be able to win. I name you Gida. Thank you. You really can't expect goblin rares to be able to speak well. Not that it's inconvenient or anything. The goblin enthralled by the mad god was also promoted to the rare class. All these goblin rares being born from Jiaiga's faction is undoubtedly a testament to the fierceness of the battle they were thrown into. But at this rate, will his faction end up dissolving? No, in fact, I should probably have it dissolve as soon as possible. How about if I have him teach the newly born goblins and the injured ones? It might be worth trying out. The next goblin is from Lord Jiaigu's faction. Race, Goblin, Level, 1, Class, Rare, possess skills, greater than allows one to see the opponent's weakness. Greater than makes it easier to perform coordinated attacks. A skill with similar effects to my Eyes of the Blue Snake, and a skill that makes coordination easier. As expected of Jiaigu's faction. I name you Jiaiji. Understood. Aside from those, there was also Jiaida who learned the Beast Warrior skill. And the wind-using druid that I named Jiaidu. These goblins will be the ones to become the Horde's new strength, and will lead the goblins. If there are any problems, there's nothing else except of that goblin rare that was enthralled by the mad god. I won't do something about the issue, but right now, I have to prioritize giving orders to my other subordinates. The war didn't only leave damages to the buildings and to the people. There's also the countless corpses of orcs buried in the holes we dug around the village. As we won the battle, it's up to us to do something about that putrid smell emanating from those holes. I've never seen an undead, but it would be a problem if those corpses were to turn into one. It'll also be bad for our mental health. Gigi and Gig have arrived. At the old goblin's words, I raised my head. Good work, I said. The two goblins kneeled before me. The ones who were called were the Beast Warrior, Gigi, and the stealthy one, Gig. I want you two to follow the trail of the orcs, I declared as the two goblin bears raised their heads. Understood, they nodded. Go as soon as you're ready, I said. After I sent the two goblins off, I called for the former leader of the village, Jiaigu. Jiaigu, I'll leave the protection of the village to you. While I'm gone, do not allow the hunts to be delayed. And at the same time, you are to continue the village's repairs. By your will. Then quietly, I whispered right into Jiaigu's ear. Also, please take care of Gi Georgia. Filled with sympathy, Jiaiga bowed his head deeper than ever. By your will. He exclaimed. Good. Now, go. I commanded. He is a noble class, and at the same time, he even has the sub-leader title. So he should be able to do the job well. As I dismissed Jiaigu, I called over the druid, Giza, and the receiver of the blessing of the sword god, Rabarusa, Jiaigo. Tomorrow, both of you shall lead your own troops, and pursue the orcs, I said. Are you sane? Asked Giz as he paid careful attention to my response. To that, I nodded. The repairs of the villages are still far from completion, and we haven't grasped our own foothold. And yet you're saying we are to pursue the orcs? Asked Giza. Freebnovel.com, yes. If we don't chase them now, the orcs will recover strength, and, eventually come back. At that time, it'll be too late. So it's a gamble then. While the threat from the west is gone, we should pursue the orcs, and push on toward the west. And because of the quickness of this attack, the village will truly be released from the grasp of the orcs. This time too. The one who shall prevail will be I declared. Very well, King. I shall follow you, replied Giz as he turned on his heel. As the king commands, simply complied Jiaigo. And so, Jiaigo and Giz left to prepare for the pursuit. From the newly evolved rare goblins, I left Water Manipulator, Gizo, along with Jiaigu to protect the village. I also left Giida who learned the Beast Warrior skill to keep up communication with the kobolds. It might be a bit abrupt for Giida, but I had his tame dogs remember the smell of the kobolds, and then as I gave him some meat to bring, I immediately sent him off. This is the so-called lineup. As for the rest of the goblin rares such as the Wind User, Gidu, the Wide Open-Eyed, Gig, and the Spear User, Gida. I had them join the pursuit squads. The next day, with Mattis preservatives in stock, we began our pursuit. In our ranks were 1 noble class goblin, 4 goblin rares, and 30 normal goblins. I had them form 3-man cells, and then I had the higher class goblins lead 2 group each. In addition to these, there's also the beast warrior, Gigi, and the stealthy Gig who had gone ahead with a group of normal goblins under them each, which totals to 6 normal goblins. Then back in the village, the number of goblins defending, without taking Giga and the injured ones into the calculation, is 38. Of course, I also removed the pregnant female goblins, the larvae, and the old goblins. I want to put an end to this battle as soon as possible. As we were about to set off, a rare class goblin neared us. "Chief," he said. The goblin whose head was scraping the ground is none other than the goblin that had received the divine protection of the mad god that I had fought with yesterday. "Please, King. Let me come with you in this expedition as well. It certainly might be better to have him somewhere I can observe rather than somewhere far away." All right. Go make your preparations. I immediately came up with a name to this subordinate of Giga's. "I name you Gizu," I said. "Thank you. I happily receive it." As he generously nodded, I made way for the west. Note, Gig is actually just Gig with a long G sound with a different character. But just G is kind of confusing, so I'm calling the goblin Jimstead. /47 Volume 1, Chapter 47, Timid Beerace, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold Greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Abnormal Status, Greater than, as we exterminated the lizard doubles, the giant ants, and the pickle snaps that were in our way, we headed west. "Have you grasped the trail of the orcs?" I asked. The druid Giza nodded to my inquiry. "Of course," he replied. Giza and the newly evolved druid, the wind user, Gidu, were positioned within the center of the magic-using goblins that were at the center of the army formation. Moving in front were the wide-opened eye, Gig, and the receiver of the divine protection of the sword god, Rabarusa, Gigo. The next highest class to me is the noble class Gigo, so I'm having the goblins from Gigu's faction that specialize in coordination follow him to support him. Substituting for Giga, who couldn't move due to his injuries, is the spear specialist, Gida. Positioned in the back are he and the one who received the divine protection of the mad god, Zuaru, Gizu. The ones who I sent today ahead are the beast warrior, Gigi, and the stealthy Gig. It's thanks to intermittent communication with them that we are able to follow the orcs' trails. "King, a messenger from Lord Gigi has arrived," said Giza. What entered my vision was the figure of a dog big enough to tower over the goblins, running through the meadows. As I nodded to Giza's words, I ordered the army following from behind to stop. "Enemy, seems divided to 2 groups," reported Gig's subordinate, who could also control beasts, after he spoke with the dog. "So they're separated into 2 groups. Do you know how many there are?" I asked. Gig's goblin subordinate shook his head. "The direction?" The goblin pointed toward the west and the north. Seeing that, I gave out my orders. "Gigo, take 3 groups under you, and meet the enemy in the north," I commanded. "Understood. Gig, you're coming with me," said Gigo. "Yes," quickly nodded Gig as he began to run with Gigo and the others. If it's the noble class Gigo, then he should have enough strength to contest the orcs by himself. Moreover, with Gig who specializes in coordinating with him, they should be able to manage even against 6 orcs. Of course, I've also taken into my calculations psychological pressure they are receiving from the ones being chased. Gida, take the lead. Gizu, go protect the back. We're moving out. I took a mouthful of jerky into my mouth, and bit it. With the tamed dog in lead, we chased after the orcs. It's been 2 days since we began pursuing the orcs. We quietly moved in the dead of the night. Eyes that work in the dark are really convenient.
The darkness of the night is considered a natural enemy for humans, but since coming to this world, it's become an ally. The path the orcs traversed was not a complicated forested path, but rather, a relatively open area. It's true that this path is faster, but this also means that the pursuers' attacks will become relentless. If they can run quickly, then we can also chase quickly. Moreover, they're carrying wounded orcs with them. We confirmed it in the meadows this afternoon. There are patches of blood here and there, so they're definitely carrying their wounded with them. I don't know how far they've gotten by now, but I want to close the distance while we still have the upper hand. It would be pointless to attack when the ones tired are us after all. I looked around the surrounding area as I took a mouthful of my meat jerky. Then I followed the guide dog. Suddenly, at that moment, a pungent smell wafted to my nose, causing me to stop at my tracks. The dog ahead also stopped, and even began to groan. "The smell of blood," muttered Giza. Freebno.com, I quietly nodded in affirmation. My eyes swam around, searching for any hints of presence. The smell must have been brought by the wind blowing from ahead. Which would mean, we caught up? Gida, take your subordinates, and see what's ahead. The spear specialist Gida, who I had left the position of the vanguard to, slowly nodded his head, then he moved ahead. Although he was paying careful attention to his surroundings, he moved surprisingly fast. "King, it's the corpse of an orc." I neared the corpse while keeping my guard up. So this is the source of the smell? Looking at it carefully, I see there are scars all over the body. It's not hard to realize that this orc exhausted all of his strength here. So he exhausted himself here, huh? I muttered to myself. I ordered Gida and his men to deal with the corpse. They're close. Can we catch up to them in a day? Asked the druid chief, Giza, as he took a peep at the corpse. If possible, I wish to do just that. But if they were running to just one direction, then it would be fine. But I have to also consider the possibility of them lying in wait to ambush us. I can't let my guard down. The fact that they left behind a corpse means that they're being driven into a corner. They didn't have the luxury to hide the corpse. Or is it a trap? A trap to weaken our noses? I thought of that possibility as well, but I shook my head. No, there's no one left to lead the orcs, right? If there was, then I wouldn't have been left alone while I was on the verge of death. There's nothing to fear. We'll continue like this, and pursue the orcs. Because they have been walking throughout the night, fatigue could now be seen amongst the goblins. But their efforts were appropriately rewarded. The stealthy Gig had finally caught up to the orc horde. Right now, we are rendezvousing with Gig, and will rest in the forest as we observe the orcs. The orc horde currently number 20. It's a lot bigger than what I had expected, but they are clearly exhausted. We continued to observe the orcs while being wary of the wind's direction. "That orc has been controlling the orcs since a while ago," said Gig as he pointed his fingers. On the other end of the direction he was pointing at was an orc that was a size smaller than the others. "A child?" I asked. After thinking for a while, Gig shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be that young. But that orc's definitely responsible for keeping the horde together. The fastest way to win a fight between hordes is to finish off the head." As I narrowed my eyes, I took a peek at the orc horde again. There, I saw a bigger orc push away the smaller orc. "They seem to be having some internal disputes," I commented. "Yes. It's been like that for some time now," responded Gig. "It must be dissatisfaction from being ordered around by someone with a physique clearly weaker than theirs. And right after suffering a defeat too. Tell me about the orc horde that split off from this one." "Yes." While I listened to Gig's report, the orcs continued to fight. Apparently, the horde that split off from this horde separated after fighting with a smaller orc. The one leading this horde is that smaller orc. It seems to want to completely retreat. Chances are it probably wants to retreat back home as soon as possible. And since it actually brought the weakened orcs with it, it doesn't seem to be tainted by the law of the jungle. In other words, it's an intellectual. Or at the very least, it's smarter than the bigger orc that pointlessly pushed it. From my fight with Golgol, I know the orcs can more or less talk. Up till now we haven't shared any conversations aside from with our overpowering howls, but if there are also intellectuals amongst them, then it should be possible to negotiate. If anything, it would mean that there's no need to completely exterminate the orcs. There's no reason to fuss over a few pebbles on my way to become the Goblin King after all. The restoration of the village is also halfway done. I don't want to needlessly expose the goblins to danger. You will lose her, you know? Algia's words echoed within my mind. The human threat coming from the east. Rather than destroying the orcs, the danger lies in the east. I need to use everything I have in order to strengthen my weak pieces. As I was caught up within my thoughts, I saw the bigger orcs take 5 with it as they separated from the horde. Freebnov.com, what shall we do? Asked Gig. Attack, of course, I curtly replied. The corners of my mouth naturally rose up, forming a smile. If there is any question, that would be, which to attack first. Master Bill. As the gazes of my wounded brethren fell on me, I raised my fallen gaze up. Master Goy and the others have. Their voices were all shaken up. In order to soothe their panic, I clearly replied. I had them fight the goblins as a separate horde. It's clearly a lie, but even then, I mustn't show any weakness. I couldn't throw my wounded brethren away, and we spent so much time gathering our comrades. I don't think I made the wrong choice, but even then, I can't help but fear. It's almost as if the goblins chased after us right after we left. I ran away from the goblin village after the death of Master Golgol with my wounded brethren in tow because I was scared. That Goblin King. Even though he had a small body like mine, the aura surrounding his body was completely different. It was scary. Using a flame-clad greatsword, a mere goblin actually exchanged blows with Master Golgol. And won. A heaven-earth revolving event or a bolt from the blues. I don't know. I don't know what I should call it, but anyway, it was a shock. Let's rest a bit, I said. Right. We should have also inflicted plenty of damage against the goblins. They shouldn't be able to chase after us right away. So it should be fine if we just rest here for a bit, and let everyone recover their strength. All right, responded the others. Seeing my brother nod their head, I sat myself as well. My sword and spear are unusually heavy. It seemed like I could drop it at any time, so I left it on the ground. Master Golgol, who appointed young and little me, is no longer here. Goy, Gooey and the others are all my seniors, so they refused to listen to my orders, and acted on their own. I know that it's because I'm not strong enough. I don't have the power to make them give in. That's why they left. Even the orcs here too. The only reason they're following my orders is because Master Golgol's influence is still lingering. I want power. At the very least, something like that of the Goblin Kings. Suddenly, I heard a voice scream from the forest. My nose moved, and the smell of blood wafted to my nose. It's the blood of my brethren. The distance is. No way. Why are there so many goblins nearby? And these many too? Everyone, stand up. Flustered, I quickly wielded my shield and sword. But as I was about to set a route, I was shocked. Why are there goblins in front of us? As I was thinking that, another scream bellowed out from behind. Goblin. They should have been a species weaker than us. But right now, what stood in front was a goblin with tawny skin, a black mane fluttering over its 3 horns, a vicious face, and a physique that was incomparable to us. It's him. The Goblin King who killed Master Golgol. He's chased after us. Master Bill, someone called out to me. With my legs shaking, I walked toward the King of the Goblins. His face was broadly grinning. It was vicious. Scary. 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 The subordinates behind the Goblin King threw something. Goy? Goy and the others who separated from the horde before had been dismembered and thrown at our feet. Guriyuua. The howl of the goblins bellowed, sending chills up our backs, causing our feet to vigorously shake. Scary. 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 This is even scarier than when there was a giant spider. Orcs. The Goblin King's voice echoed. It's as if his great voice was shaking even the very piths of my stomach. Scary. I will give you a chance. As I stood there in front of my brethren, I heard voices scream out from behind me again. Swallowed by the fear, and from a quick look at the surrounding area, I knew. We were already completely surrounded by the goblins. Fall under my lead. If you refuse, then you shall all die here. We'll be eaten. Scary. 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 I couldn't talk straight. Given me time to talk with my bee brethren. For a moment, I thought I felt the goblin's golden pupils flash. No. If you are the chief, then you must decide. It's impossible. Unlike Master Golgol, I don't have the power to convince my brethren. The only reason I was able to bring everyone here is because of Master Golgol's influence. For someone like me to that's Master B. I turned my head to that shriek, and there, I saw my brethren all looking at me. That gaze of theirs that seemed to cling to me made me want to cry. I can't answer to your expectations. I'm small. I'm weak. I'm a crybaby. That's why. That's why this is the only choice I can make. Oh? From the Goblin King's subordinate, I heard a voice that seemed to both be shocked and admiring. We will surrender, Goblin King. I accept, Orc King. Wrong. I'm not the Orc King. That's a title only Master Golgol has. Someone like me is. Someone like me could never become a king. But even as I thought that, I shook my head to the Goblin King's words. Orc King. Like this. We became subordinated to the goblins. Orc King LV34, has been subordinated. Author's note, so they were able to take control of an orc tribe. I came to like bit as I was writing the chapter. /48 Volume 1, Chapter 48, The Messenger from the West Race, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, divine protection, goddess of the underworld, Algia, attributes, darkness, death, subordinate beasts, high kobold greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Orc King greater than, LV36, abnormal status, greater than. When I got back to the village, I had the orcs immigrate. I gave them GI's old place, the one situated by the root of the giant tree. The area surrounding it is a wasteland, so it's perfect for the orcs. After that, I made a simple agreement with that small frightened orc. I distributed different hunting grounds for the orcs and the goblins. I also gave instructions on how to deal with the humans should they enter the forest. This is how I separated the orcs from the goblin. There is a lake northwest of the great heaven-piercing tree. So I permitted the orcs to live off of the north and east banks of the lake there. This decision is something I made in order to create a breakwater for the humans entering. With this, there won't be any issues between the orcs and the goblins. Aside from me and the noble classes, the goblins don't have a way of resisting the orcs. But even if it weren't for that, I don't want a needed conflict. That would only serve to benefit the threat from the east. Is it really alright with just this? Asked Bill. The small and frightened orc's words were unusually impressive. I've always thought of orcs as brutes who always tried to solve everything with power, but it would seem there are also orcs such as this one. As Ben nodded quietly, he let out a sigh of relief. Being the Orc King seems to be hard, but I have no intention of taking care of him that much. At most, I just want him to stay clear of my way, and not be a threat to the humans. With this, the door to the west has finally opened before me. When I got back to the village, the cleaning was mostly done. What's left was repairing the fences, but that'll take some time. I asked Gi-gu, who I had left the village to in my absence, if anything happened while I was gone. A messenger came, said Gi-gu. What? I asked, surprised. A messenger from the tribes. I asked him to wait. The tribes? A messenger? Now where have I heard that before? From what tribe? I asked. Please ask him yourself, replied Gi-gu, not knowing either. While puzzled, I ended up having to meet with a messenger from some tribe. The messenger that was made to wait at the king's house was apparently a goblin rare. But although he was a goblin, he was clearly different from the goblins that lived in this village. If you were to ask what's different, well, for starters, he's wearing clothes. He's dressed simply, but he has a belt fastened around his waist, and is even wearing a pair of shoes. But that's not all that stood out. Beside him lay what was clearly a bow. Even though goblins are normally too clumsy with their hands, he's able to use a bow? The goblin sat quietly as he waited for me to take the seat of honor, then he spoke. "Thank you for granting me an audience. I am a child of Godzumi, Gilmi of the Genra tribe of the 4 tribes, declared the messenger. Fluent speech and a dignified manner. He gives off the impression that he's used to matters such as this. "Let me hear why you've come," I said. I looked down on the goblin as I implored him to speak. "Leader of the eastern village, please save Genra," requested the Gimli. His skin is no different from the other rare classes, yet his intellect is clearly above the rare class. Is that because he's from one of the 4 tribes? Come to think of it, didn't he just call me the ruler of the East? How much truth is there in the words of this goblin from the West? I strained my eyes to find the answer to that. "Of course, we will give you an appropriate reward. We are willing to give you a young elven lady as a reward." So an elf has finally made an appearance. If I recall correctly, they should be situated at the back regions, so it shouldn't be easy to catch one. But then, considering the goblin's reproduction, it's probably necessary to capture a female from some other species. To have another settlement like the village we have here where the breeding is covered solely by the female goblins would undoubtedly require a powerful king. "So what is it that you wish of me?" I asked him. "Please fight off one of the 4 tribes, Geja," he replied. "You are fighting with your fellow tribes? Is the West that blessed compared to us here who are only able to barely acquire food for ourselves? But then again, there might also be threats of orcs, and perhaps even giant spiders deep in the forest. It's embarrassing, however, the truth is that a curse has been cast upon us 4 tribes. A curse? A curse since ancient times. A curse that dictates that the one we bow to will be the king who will lead the goblins. Ho! I would like to help you, but this village is currently under repair." Gilmy opened his eyes wide upon hearing my words. It was as if what I said was out of his expectations. The goblin cast his eyes down as he seemingly began to ponder. "Give me 5 days," I said. Like a string that had been strung, Gilmy quickly looked back at me. As I nodded generously, Gilmy bowed his head deep enough to touch the ground. "Change the name?" asked Giza, puzzled. I lightly shook my head at the druid chief's, Giza's, questioning voice. "To be more precise, I thought of giving another name," I said. "Exactly what do you have in mind?" asked the old goblin. As I nodded, I answered the old goblin's inquiry. "The village has grown bigger. Until now I've given simple names, but from here on we will be confronting the tribes." My vague words left the 2 puzzled as they both tilted their heads. "Why do we need more names when confronting the tribe?" At the old goblin's inquiry, I nodded and answered. "What do you think when you hear, the child of Godzumi, Gilmi?" As expected of someone from the tribes. When Giza heard the old goblin's simple answer, his eyes opened wide. So that's why." Giza's face twisted into a smile. That mischievous smile of his doesn't lose out to me. His smile is plenty dark. Legitimate blood, a blood that can support a person. It doesn't matter whether one is a human or a goblin, there's a natural sense of respect for one who possesses that kind of blood. Even I couldn't believe my ears when I heard Gilmy name himself. Thinking about it now, I was honestly surprised at time. But if that's the case, then we too must play that card. Whenever one speaks of the tribes, there is an implication of pride in the olden blood. A lineage to be respected. If I were to say it myself, I think the lineage itself carries with it actual power. So what are you planning to do exactly? Are you going to give the new name to rare classes up? No, I'll start handing it out from noble classes. First, I'll give Giga one. I'll call him
please. Jiaiga can't walk, so I let Jiaiza directly face him. Jiaiga came as he pierced his spear, then he sat like that on the ground. Then place his one hand on the ground, he looked up to me. Jiaiga, I give you a new name, I declared. That's. Jiaiga hesitated. Jia is the name of this village. Ga is the name I gave you. Thanks to your achievements in this recent battle, I give you the right to a household. Thus, I grant you a last name. A right to a house? If you wish, I could give you a village. My words left everyone in shock, causing them all to look on wide-eyed. It's the proof of the weight of my trust. And I won't give a last name just to anyone, only those with enough strength will be worthy of one. As I explained, Jiaiga's body shook. King, am I unneeded? Asked Ji Georgia, don't misunderstand. All I'm giving you is the right. If you so wish, then you can continue to stay beside me, I responded. But as proof of his honor and power, I will give him a last name. If at all possible, please let me serve under the king, petitioned Ji Georgia. I understand. But for the sake of rewarding you for the power you've shown me, accept this name. By your will. From here on, you are Ji Garax. I gratefully accept. In the same way, I name the others Jiaigu Verbena and Jiaigo Amatsuki. By the way, King. After I had dismissed the noble class goblins from the king's house, Jiai's asked me a question. What? If you were to give me a last name, what would you give me? At that moment, a flash of inspiration shot through my mind, and I answered him with a huge grin on my face. How about Jiai's SA? I jokingly replied. It's based on the same naming sense he suggested when we were thinking of a name for the Grey Wolves. When said that to Jiai's A, his face was visibly shocked as he went quiet. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. I'll leave the pleasure of thinking of a name for when you actually evolve. Meanie King. What? Even this is thanks to having a good teacher. I thoroughly enjoyed myself in this rare time of peace. Author note, an opened path. A new name. The return of the king is at hand. Gossips, a pet sorrow, specimen name, Hasu, race, kobold, level, 1, class, high, chief of the pack, possess skills, greater than divine protection, none, attributes, none, subordinates, subordinated to Goblin Duke, the master hasn't been coming lately. There's no end to my loneliness. He's not here. Not here. Not here. Not here. Why are you not here, stupid master? The red guy brings me meat, but the master's nowhere to be seen. I want the master to bring me meat. I've been grooming myself every day just so I could show my fur to master. Every day, I wake up, wash my face at the lake, drink water, eat meat, and groom myself. Ever since Kai and the others started being able to bark, master stopped coming. Does master prefer Kai? No, no. Something like that should be impossible. My fur, my body, the angle of my tail. No matter how you look at it, I'm better. Sigh. It's so boring. So let's eat for the meantime. I chased after the small, white, fluff, hopping before my eyes. Effort is needed to maintain a soft and glossy fur. I won't go to master myself. It's master's job to bring me food, and it's my right to let him touch my fur. That's why I won't go until master comes to bring food himself. But still, I have to say, this meat that this red guy's been bringing has gotten tasty lately. I want to eat again. I wonder if I'll be able to eat as much as I want if I went over to master's? I caught the white fluff with the claws I'm so proud of. Before I knew it, my legs had started walking toward master's place. But as I did, I played with the bones of the white fluff from before using my mouth. I wonder if he'd call me vulgar if he saw me like this. But I don't care. The one who's at fault is master. If master had properly brought orc meat, then I wouldn't be eating something like the bones of that white fluff. And still. It sure is fun chewing on the bones with my sharp fangs. The taste seeping out of the bones is so delicious. Oh, before I knew it, I was humming. Ha! No good. No good. When I meet master,
I need to make sure I properly show unsatisfied I am. That's why I need to bring the bone of this white thing, and teeth throw. Actually, it's not like I need to bring the bone that close to matter. Right? Then if I were to dig a hole, and put it there, Master won't see it. Right. Let's bring the bone right underneath Master. The green ones are the lowest in ranking. The rankings come after that. The blues one are a little amazing. But the most amazing of them all is the brown one, who is my master. Of course, since I receive food from Master, the next greatest one is me. There are also the two-legged thin ones, but I don't really get them. Those so-called humans sometimes enter the forest. I don't like them cause they like to bully us, but the humans over at Master's place gives us plenty of meat, so I like them. As I thought those things to myself, I walked until I neared a place where I could smell Master's scent. Freebnovel.com, woof! But what entered my ears was the voice of my natural enemy. The gray wolves are my natural enemies. That gray fur of theirs, and even though they were so small before, I can't believe they're now about half my size. Unfair. Master's definitely feeding them lots of meat. My ferocious howls have no effect on them either. Look, those two are actually slobbering with their tongues out, and wagging their tails vigorously, while staring at the white thing's bones in my mouth. I'm not giving you any. The two gray wolves surrounded me from both of my flanks. Looks like they're about to charge. I'm not going to be tricked by that sweet voice of yours. But, at the same time, being attacked from both directions is dangerous. What should I do? What are you gonna do if you get your human smell infested fur on me? What are you gonna do if I get the itch? Don't play with my clean tail using your forelegs. Don't thrust your nose at me. I know I smell good, but the only one allowed to touch this glossy fur is Master. Take the white thing's bone. I threw the bone, the two grave wolves ran, and I left them in the dust. I've gotten this far. It should only be a little longer till Master. I'm going to complain to Master about those two's bad behavior. Woof! When that sound entered my ears, I couldn't help but look back. The two gray wolves were running at full speed. Master. I'm not good at running. There's an area surrounded by fences where there's a lot of low-ranked goons. I passed underneath those guys through their feet as I looked for Master. 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 Where are you? I've come all this way, why won't you show yourself, Master? Woof! They're near. I can't shake off the wolves. I need to hurry up, and get on top of Master's lap now. Here. He's here. There's a two-legged thin one beside him, but I don't care. My special seat is free. Woof! Not good. They've almost caught up to me. Master. Our eyes met. What's with that trouble gaze? Even I finally came out to meet you. If you're going to look at me like that, then I'm going to go. Woof! Woof! Never mind, please save me after all, Master. A magnificent jump to Master, followed by a splendid landing over the Master's lap. Splendidly executed if I say so myself. Something on this level. Surely the other two gray wolves wouldn't be able to copy it, right? Just as I was happily thinking that to myself, the two gray wolves came jumping at me. Triple A. Wah. Master, do something. Good grief. What is it now? Grumbled the Master as he caught the two gray wolves in midair. Phew. Did you see? The Master is my ally. If you've learned your lesson, then you better give me the respect I deserve. Finally. I have arrived at my harbor. I rolled into a curl over my Master's lap. Phew. This is my time of bliss. One that others can't change. If only Master would pet me while praising my fur, then I wouldn't be able to ask for anything more, but expecting something like that from this Master is a bit much. Sigh. I truly am generous. Risha, I'm going to train, so I'll leave this to you. Wait a moment, Master. Didn't I just arrive at my harbor? As I was picked up, I was made to rest over the two-legged slender thing's lap. Take care of it, alright? Yes, gladly. What is this? What is this intimate atmosphere? Master. You see, couldn't possibly be cheating. Even though you have someone like me, you actually dare to bother with a furless, tailless human? Son of a BTCH. You know what I do to people like you? This. You seem to be in a bad mood today, huh, Hasu-san? You Tilda. Humans. Just like when they found me before, they look at you with a gaze like that of stone. I hate you. You took Master away from me. Let me go. Let me go. Let go. My resistance, fruitless, she carried me in her arms. Now that's it come to this, I won't be able to resist anymore. I know, I know. Let's quietly watch over your master's battle, alright? We watched Master fight as she held me in her arms. Oh, how strong, Master. The lesser ones are being thrown one after another. With my mood better, I didn't hesitate to curl into a ball over my hated love rival's lap. Today was so tiring, too. I guess I should just go to sleep like this. It would be great if I could play with Master tomorrow. Author's note, a shocking revelation. The kobold, Hasu, was actually female. To think the protagonist was actually too dense to realize it. /49 Volume 1, Chapter 49, To the West Race, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold Greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV1, Cynthia, LV1, Orc King Greater than, LV36, Abnormal Status, Greater than, Cynthia and Gestra played about with my tail that was like a toy for cats as I swung it. The two gray wolves, Cynthia and Gestra, have gotten bigger recently. They're about 50 centimeters long now. And although it's wrong, they're big enough to ride. Even their levels have risen too. They started at 1, and now they're 20. I can't let them act like babies forever. From time to time, when Hasu, the high kobold, would drop by, they'd end up grappling with each other. But as it wasn't anything serious, just friendly rough play, I'd just quietly watch over them. I guess if anything, they must have been deciding the ranks. They are all similar dog-type races after all. I mean, kobolds and wolves are all dogs after all, right? Anyway, it's been 3 days since the messenger came, and we've been repairing the village since. During that time, I ordered the orcs that are now living by the base of the great tree to the north to pick up the corpses here at the village. They were a great help. Half of the pitfall traps we made have also become functional again. Moreover, 10% of the fences have also been repaired. We also began a large-scale acquisition of food resources. As we did, I ascertained the course we would be taking. The plan is to leave the minimum number of goblins with the humans in the village, while we head west. Once there, I plan to turn Genra's village into my base of operations as I attempt to have Geija and the other tribes under my rule. Of course, I didn't mention that part to the messenger. Our last destination will be the acquisition of the Fortress of the Abyss, the home of the goblins. It is there where I will build my kingdom. Afterwards, I suppose I'll take with me the promising humans and the kobolds too. Once I put this plan into action, the village will be left unattended for a long time. At that time, the one to protect the humans will be. My gaze shifted toward the gray wolves that were playing with my tail. Cynthia was lying on her back, being playful as always, while Gestra seemed to have grown bored of playing, and was lying down, yawning. They're resembling the high kobold, Hasu, more and more. I won't say of what exactly, but I should be careful. Protect the helm, no protect Rishia. Protect her well, alright? I rubbed Gestra's small head as I spoke those words. And he barked back, saying, "Woof? Good." Although I don't really know whether he understood or not. In any case, I'll have to leave some rare class goblins behind to manage the village. The question is, who should I leave behind? I could leave a noble class, but then considering the humans, I should probably leave behind a druid. What a troubling question. King,
Did you call? Said Giz as he entered the house of the king. Yes, there's something I want to ask you regarding the tribes, I replied. With his hands folded and a robe over his body, he looked like a scholar. I wonder why he's even a goblin. What is different from us, normal goblins, to those of the 4 tribes? I continued. What's different, you say? Right. As he pondered the question, he sat before me with his eyes closed. Right, I think I've mentioned it before, but the 4 tribes are Gordab, Geja, Paradua, and Genra. Each one of these tribes carry with them the blood of the goblin ancestors. A story I've heard before. Regardless, it's an introduction to their fighting style, so I kept it in my mind as I continued to listen. As for their features, said Giz, well, it's different for each tribe. That's precisely what I wanted to know. That is that these so-called tribes have turned themselves into factions of sort. With something like that, it wouldn't be strange if they managed to attain a peculiar evolution path. Giz continued. The strongest amongst the 4 tribes is Geja, boasting superhuman strength, while the Paradua tribe manages the rider beasts. Rider beasts? What are rider beasts? If you've never seen one, it might be hard to explain, but they're basically 4-legged beasts. The Paradua goblins ride them like Lord Gi would one of his beasts. So they're riders, in other words. The Gordab tribe excels at raising and using magical beasts. Then as for the Genra tribe, they're the most dexterous with their fingers amongst the tribes. Even amongst the tribes, they're the only ones who can craft and use bows. So the Gordab tribe are all beast tamers then? I'm actually not that well informed either. How about asking that messenger instead? That's difficult, but true. If needed, I should ask. In any case, it appears the 4 tribes have strength, mounts, bows, and beasts, huh? I want them. A front line of powerful goblins. A mobile force of beast-riding goblins. Goblins that could fight from a distance. And goblins that possess special skills. If I could have all these, then building my kingdom won't remain just a dream. Finally the pieces needed to fight the humans have gathered. All that's left is to acquire them. I must acquire them. And writing. If even normal goblins like us could fight on mount, then I would like to acquire that skill. If. And this is hypothetical, but what if such a thing was possible? Then wouldn't it be possible for a goblin who has lost his legs to fight once more? Gigarax, the corners of my mouth twisted into a smile. Wait for me. Amongst the emotions that humans possess, empathy was the most unique compared to the other races. Who knows whether it's affinity or not, but ever since the attack of the orcs, Lily hadn't had to help the other humans too much. The need for that had greatly decreased. Big Sis called out Bern and Newman, who had a sword strapped around each of their waists. Lily couldn't help but pout in dissatisfaction when she heard their words. Didn't I tell you to stop calling me Big Sis? She snapped. Ah, sorry. I slipped, said Bern as he scratched his head. Newman could only laugh at his friend's blunder. With Lily having saved them, 15 villagers all in all, these people naturally came to rely on her. Before, Lily had to be the one to meet with the goblins even for the pettiest of things, but ever since the orc attack, the people have gotten less timid. Freebnovel.com, Bern and Newman are the only ones among the villagers who know how to wield a sword. But the extent of their knowledge is only from the bare experience gained when they were conscripted in the past. The difference between them and Lily, who is an adventurer that makes a living through her sword, is like night and day. Because of that, despite Bern and Newman both being older than Lily by 5 years, they greatly respected Lily's swordsmanship. How's Palone? And is Mel alright? He didn't get hurt from playing all the time, did he? Asked Lily. Palone is Bern's wife. She's currently pregnant. As for Mel, that's Bern's oldest son. He's still a babe though. He's turning 5 this year. Nah, although we are expecting soon. Unfortunately, even if it's the 2nd time already, there's not much a guy could do to help. As for Mel, well, he's the same as always. Always playing with the Goblin Masters.
I told him it's dangerous, but he just won't listen, said Byrne, clearly perplexed. His friend Newman could only pat his shoulders. It'll work out, Newman said. I hope it does, I hope it does, said Byrne back. Seeing the two like that, Lily narrowed her eyes. Come to think of it, have you two gotten used to this village? She asked. It's been almost half a month since they came to this village. Well, we can't put our guard down, but it's not bad, said Byrne. They don't make us pay taxes like humans do. They also don't make us fight, added Newman. Apparently, the Goblin King didn't have any intention of levying taxes. Lily's expectation of a wretched life where they were treated as slaves was completely off. The king was generous. His only demand was that they produce what he wants. That's all. What the king wanted was food and the methods of preserving it. Whenever she talked with the Goblin King, Lily would mistake herself to be talking with royalty. An extraordinary one at that. The world outside the forest was in distress. Out there, chaos ran rampant with many of the chiefs in constant war with each other. And evil masters were like the grains of the sand, far too numerous to count. She knew how filthy humans were. It was precisely because of that she could not understand the goblins. Defeating monsters was common sense. Monsters are creatures with no other way of life but evil. Or at least that's what it should have been. Yet these past days have been telling her that common sense was nothing but a public stance. If so, then what should she do? She thought back to her respected employer. They have probably already sent out a group to retrieve Rishia. Saint Rishia Felziel. The Ivory Tower's youngest graduate. A prodigy. Zenobia's young follower. A cardinal candidate for the church. A woman blessed with power and authority regardless of her will. She doesn't know whether Rishia herself was aware, but Rishia's influence was one such that it was enough to move a nation. Right now is still fine. But once that goblin makes man his enemy, where will Rishia turn? And Lily herself as well. Where would she go? She had to prepare herself. But just a little bit, she thought. She'd like to keep living in this miracle-like peace. Woof! Barked Gastra as he swayed his tail. She carried him up. You've also gotten heavier, she said. Who knew those fierce gray wolves could actually be this adorable? As she thought that, she quietly prayed. I wish this days would continue forever. As Gastra rubbed his cheeks on her, she sighed. As the evening wind gently caressed my cheeks, the bell cricket's song could be heard both near and far. Even though I have no sense for seasons, I can tell. The seasons are changing. As I absent-mindedly stared at the moon, I felt a presence near me. Moon viewing? Asked Rishia. I only raised my tail in response. If you're that lazy, you'll be hated by women, you know? She said. Unfortunately. I'm not fated to be with one, I wryly smiled. Well, whatever. Can I sit next to you? Do what you want. This village will soon belong to you all. Not yet, you mean. That's a bit wrong, right? Well, that's true. We absent-mindedly watched the moon together. How's Giga? I've never treated goblins before, but his life should be fine. His life? Huh? Are you regretting? She asked. Nah. I'm not. If I'm going to regret, then I wouldn't have thought to fight from the start. My resolve is just lacking is all. The pain in this chest of mine is because I can't come to terms with living on despite others sacrificing themselves for me. Something like that should have been obvious from the start. But I can't help but have my heart torn because of it. This way of living. It's as if I'm cursed, unable to live without hurting those close to me. But I have to endure. I have to endure, and move forward. Otherwise, there's no meaning to it. I wonder why you're so strong. Anyone would cry if they were sad. Anyone would run when in pain. No one would scorn you for doing so. No one has that right, said Rishia. It's because I'm a monster, I said back. I won't forgive any weaknesses from myself. Strength. Strength alone. Will I carve upon this world as proof of my life. Until then. I won't shed any tears. And neither will I run. Am I man? Or am I a monster?
I have the memory and thoughts of man, but the body of an abnormal monster. I decided it then when I chose to live this life. I don't need the weakness of man. Even if someone were to stand before you? Asked Rishia. Yeah. That's right. With her eyes cast down like that. Rishia, what is she thinking? This wise girl who's praised as a saint, and bound by the chains of destiny. What do you think? Of your destiny? Your life? Your will? I never wanted to be a saint, she said. I want to run. I want to be just Rishia. As she stood up on her knees, she faced toward me, and rested her hand on my chest. The sound of shattering entered my ears. With this there's nothing left to bind you. You can even kill me if you want, she said. As her eyes looked up, her gaze met with mine. Ardor filled her eyes and her cheeks stained with red. The breath she breathed woke up the force within me. I want to kill and eat this woman. I want to eat and violate and kill this woman. What are you hesitating for? Isn't she giving you her body? As that force twisted my thoughts, I looked back at her. Then you should fight. Against Zenobia. Against man. For that is the will of man. When I recalled the calm expression of the healing goddess upon seeing Rishia's face, I couldn't help but scowl. I said it, right? Said Rishia. No one's that strong. People are weak. Her amethyst-like eyes, moistened and saddened. They shot at me. Please kill me, she said. If you don't, then one day, I will surely kill you. For that is my destiny, she muttered under that frightened, quivering voice of hers. I refuse, I replied. You are only running away. If you are human, then show me the will befitting that of man. King. She said. How strict. A sorrowful smile painted her lips. In turn, I could only caress her head. Tomorrow, I head west. When I return, I will return as the king of the goblins. Until then, please take care of Jiaiga and the others. I brushed off the dust as I stood up. I felt Rishia gaze at my back when I stood up, but I left without saying a word. I will become king. For the sake of those who've sacrificed themselves. For the sake of those who will die from here on. Until then, I shall seek no one. Abnormal status, charm of the saint released. Author's note, the protagonist didn't want to abandon the wounded, so Rishia had to stay behind. /50 Volume 1, Chapter 50, The Princes of Genra Race, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Greater Than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold Greater Than, LV1, Gestra, LV20, Cynthia, LV20, Orc King Greater Than, LV36. On the day of departure, the one to guide us was the goblin messenger coming from the tribe's village, Ragilmi. He appeared before us dressed like a human with a quiver over his back, and a small bow in his hands. He looked no different from a human hunter. Accompanying the hunter from Genra were the beast tamer, Gigi, and the stealthy Gig. Their duty is to scout out any enemies ahead in cases of fighting until we reach the village. The difficulty of the coming battles will be decided by whether they would be able to scout the enemies ahead or not. In the main force are Jiaizu, the one who received the divine protection of the mad god, Zuaru, Jiaiza, the chief of the druids, Jiigo Amatsuki, who received the divine protection of the sword god, La Parusa, and Jiidu, the wind magician. It's the main force's duty to exterminate the enemies spotted by the advanced force. Making up the rear guard were Jiigu Verbena, and as his subordinate, the wide-eyed Gij. These two goblins are tasked with the duty of securing a way back from the tribe's village to the Gi village. In the case someone tries to block a way, it's also their duty to ensure that they're dead. As for the goblins that were left behind in the village, there's the long-armed Gigarax, the water magician Giizo, and the spearman, Gida. Originally, I didn't want to leave behind any of our already limited strength, but Jiaga's body was far too injured to handle a fight. In order to support him, I had to leave behind the water magician, Giso, and the spearman, Gida. I also had to leave behind the beast tamer, Gida, in order to allow communication with the kobolds. I left 2 sets of normal goblins each. Then I took 48 with me. Our forces may have also been worn out from the Orc War, but there's also the food consumption to take into account when moving such a large force. Moving 50 goblins doesn't come cheap food-wise. It's because of that I decided to use preserved food. If we were to hunt as we moved, we wouldn't be able to make much progress in a day. But if we focused our time solely on moving, we should be able to arrive at our destination quickly. Jiaiga, I'm counting on you. As Jiaiga held himself up with a spear in place of a cane, he sent me off. The king too. May you be safe. With words of parting spoken, there was nothing left to say. I turned my back, and left the village. I would only end up saying unnecessary things if I had stayed longer after all. March! I ordered. With a voice that seemed to make even the forest shake. It's been 3 days since we passed through the orcs' turf. Since then the monsters we faced along the way have changed a great deal. As we approached the mountain range that separated the vast heavens and the boundless earth, the thick forest grew quiet, and a figure appeared from the grass-covered plains. The comforting wind blew past the meadows. Freebnoll.com, in that swaying field of grass normally appeared several beasts. One of which looked to be a zebra wearing an armor stripe, a tiger with sword-sharp fangs, a saber tiger, or a rat that walked on 2 legs with a spear in its hands, a ratman. We subjugated those kind of monsters as we continued on our way. The first ones to find the enemies were always Gi's beasts. It's because the double head he was riding on, and the wild dogs amongst the beasts in his employ have better noses than the goblins. And as soon as a beast would be spotted, Rogilmi's arrow would fly through the air. With nimble fingers unlike what common sense would suggest a goblin to have, he would pull on the string of his half-moon bow, letting loose an arrow with punctuality as if he had predicted the prey appearing. The arrow would fly, and it would strike at the beast. But a fiendish beast that could be called a magical beast even when rotten, could not possibly be felled with just Rogilmi's arrow alone. From there, the beast would attack, enraged. But then the stealthy Gig would be right there hidden in the shadows with his presence concealed ready to strike the beast with his long sword. Most beasts would fall there, but there are some rare ones that are surprisingly lively. Cases such as those calls for the main force, the druids. So Gidu, the wind magician, would cast his wind magic to impede the movement of the beast. Then with the beast unmoving, the normal goblins would be free to lay waste to the helpless beast. This fighting pattern is something we've been putting to practice in order to train the lower classes. A goblin will evolve from a normal to a rare. Then from a rare to a noble. The more I use the weaker goblins, the more experience they will pile up. I can't tell how strong the 4 tribes are through the messenger of Genra, Rogilmi. Yet that Genra tribe is currently being overwhelmed. The Geja tribe is a tribe of goblins possessing Herculean strength. If they are a foe more troubling than the orcs, then I will have to bolster my force's strength. As we passed the grassy plains after 3 days' time, we once again entered the thick forest. From here on is our territory. Not even orcs could enter past this point, said Rogilmi with his chest puffed out as he continued to lead the way through the animal trail. As Rogilmi walked ahead, the advance force stopped. Raising his finger, Rogilmi asked for silence. The stealthy Gig readied himself. Gig ordered his beasts to go quiet, and I ordered the main force to spread themselves perpendicular. Something is coming. Rustling. A sound resounded out from deep into the animal trail. Rogilmi braced himself, holding tight onto his bow. Then in the next instant, he swallowed his breath, and as a goblin came out of the animal trail, he struck at his bow. "Chieftain?" he exclaimed. "Gilmi?" exclaimed back the goblin. Following right after that goblin was another goblin, wielding a bow. Against which Gig struck his long sword out. They glowered at each other. The advance force and the unknown goblins. No, they're not unknown. Rogilmi called that goblin chieftain. Withdraw your sword, Gig, I commanded. Calm your beasts, Gig. They're probably the Genra tribe. Then the chieftain, who was taken aback, ordered. Put down your bows. They're not our enemies, said the goblin. Oh? A female rare. How unusual, muttered Giza, who was calmly watching by my side. At Giza's words, I looked at the goblin again with a tinge of curiosity in my eyes. It's certainly a type my village doesn't have. To think it was actually a female goblin. There's not much difference between a normal male goblin and a normal female goblin. I know I'm judging them from a human's perspective, but there's really not much difference aside from some breasts. But the goblin rare in front of me is different. She looks like a human. Red skin, a lone horn growing from her forehead, and flowing green hair that seem to prove her a friend of the forest. She's taller by a size than the goblins, but she can definitely pass for a human. But even then, she's at most a young girl. Her face is certainly a bit rigid for a human, but it's not such that she couldn't pass for a human. With a loincloth wrapped over her chest and her waist, if anything, she gives off the image of a hunter. Is there something the matter? Did we not plan to wait for me by the village? Asked Gimli. Gilmy's question caused the chieftain's face to twist. It's because of Gage's sons. They attacked us all at once. We managed to escape safely, but the village is hopeless, spat the chieftain, who was seemingly trying to do her best to endure the pain. Then she sent her gaze at me. This is? She asked. This is the leader of the Gi village of the Eastern Goblins. I asked him to lead his forces here in order to aid in Genra's crisis, replied Gimli, proudly. The chieftain of Genra looked at me. Child of Golan, Ranarsa. I am the chieftain of Genra. Filled with dignity and pride, her appearance was like that of one who led her tribe. I'm sorry for having you come all this way, but I'll have to ask you to leave. There's no longer any village left to save. As she spat those words, she tried to pass through, but Jigo Amatsuki thrust out his curved sword. The curved sword that was sheathed at his waist just moments ago struck unlike flowing water at Narsa's neck. What is the meaning of this, peasant? She asked, clearly annoyed. The goblins of Genra glowered, and Jigo's eyes narrowed. Disrespect to the chief will not be forgiven, declared Jigo. Lord Amatsuki, please withhold yourself, asked Gilmy. But Jigo's curved blade did not even quiver at Gilmy's petition. However, Narsa didn't seem to be bothered by the blade. In fact, she seemed to be even provoking Jigo. A ballsy woman, huh? Speaking of which, Lord Gilmy. If we were to return like this, what would happen regarding the reward we agreed upon? Asked Giz as he smiled mischievously. That's. Gilmy could not answer immediately. After all, he definitely wouldn't pay. If so, then that would prove to be troubling. After all, we have already mobilized our men, said Giza. Giza sent a quick glance at me. Those brown eyes of his over that smile of his seemed to be saying to leave it to him. But it's up to your discretion whether you need our help or not, but if we don't receive what we came here to receive, then we won't be paid. Do you understand what I'm saying, Lord Gilmy? I calmly watched over their exchange with my arms folded. Regardless of what happens, in the end, the 4 tribes will all bow before me. Since that's how it is, I might as well take this opportunity, and see how good Giz is at negotiating. Besides, he seems to be really fired up for this. That bastard. He's enjoying this, ain't he? What did you promise, Gilmy? Asked Narsa, nervously. The elf princess, replied Gilmy. Imbecile. Spat Narsa. Gilmy began to argue with her. Gilmy began, but Narsa cut him. There's nothing here for you bastards to do. Leave, glowered Narsa as she spat those words against me. And I believe I said that would be troubling, said Giza. Princess. Gilmy tried to calm Narsa. Show respect. Yelled Jigo again. I wonder if she's forgotten that Jigo's sword is at her throat. It doesn't seem like the Genra Goblin's chieftain temper will get better any sooner. At this rate, this discussion will go nowhere. Anyway, Lord Gilmy.
It's not as if we care that much about that princess of yours. How about Lord Narsa herself instead? Suggested Giza. He seems to be used to playing the bad guy's part. Wait. Didn't I see a similar scene somewhere before? That's unacceptable. Promptly replied Gilmy. TCH. So goblins outside the tribes are really like beasts after all. Said Narsa, but just then. Giza sent a gaze at Gigo, and he pushed his blade a little deeper into Narsa's neck. The words she muttered then seemed to be powerless. Now, I'd like to enjoy this tense turn of events a bit more, but Gi's wild dogs seem to be growling now, so I made my move. Playtime's over, Giza, I said. As Giza shrugged his shoulders, I passed by him, and wielded my iron second. Please wait, Chief of the East. Gilmy stood in front of Nar to block my way, but I haven't the time to bother with him now. Gi, how many? About 20, he immediately replied. Good. Unlike Giza, who was playing around, he was keeping a constant watch on the surroundings. Gigo, I'll leave the attack to you. I commanded. Understood. With the situation now like this, Gigo had no choice but to put the Genera goblins for later as he took out his second curved blade from his waist. Gidu, support the front lines. Giza, attack the right. As you will. Leave it to me. My subordinates scattered themselves in the blink of an eye at my commands. As they took their normal goblin subordinates with them, they ran through the forest with their bodies compressed. Gig, Gizu, take care of the left. Yes. The 3 rare goblins left, and entered deep into the forest. Gigu, Gig, you two will be on standby. After I finished giving out orders, I looked back at Gilmy. Messenger of Genra, Gilmy. Just as we've discussed, I will save your village. I declared. Why yes. He exclaimed after a moment of pause. But there's a condition. From here on, the Genra tribe shall fight under me. Narsa looked at Gilmy once. Don't mess with me. She snapped. But ignoring her anger, I looked only at Gilmy. Very well. I shall persuade the others, he replied. Gilmy. Yelled Narsa, unbelieving. Then it's decided, I said. I confirmed my grip over the great steel sword that was over my shoulder. With this, one tribe has fallen. Now, which tribe will come next? Author's note, the long requested female goblin rares finally made her appearance. /51 Volume 1, Chapter 51, Unknown Forest Race, Goblin, Level 5, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, possess skills, greater than, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Algia, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold greater than, LV1, Gestra, LV20, Cynthia, LV20, Orc King greater than, LV36, the goblins blocking the path are bigger than the orcs. Muscles bulging all over their body, and black limbs wrapped only with a cloth. It's as if they aren't even thinking of defense. In the goblins' hand were clubs the size of a tree trunk. And their eyes were blazing red. Boo-oo-oo-oo. That cry was a signal. As the goblins raised their club, they bashed it against the trees, sweeping the forest, and expanding their line of sight. Roo-oo-oo-oo. That's probably the horde's boss. The goblins moved according to the bellowed cry, and there wasn't a hint of hesitation in their movements. Neither did they appear to be mere dolls controlled by strings. In that case, I suppose there's little meaning to hiding then. With a sweep of my iron second, great steel sword, I mowed down the trees. Hugo Escher. Their words are difficult to understand. The future king of Genra, I sarcastically replied. A great cry bellowed out in response. Roo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. As one of the goblins within the Gaja horde bellowed a cry, the other goblins cried out as well. As their war cries bellowed, Gigo asked me. King, please grant me the honor of being the vanguard, he said as he brandished his curved sword. I nodded. They might be tougher than the orcs, I warned. I understand, he replied. Jiago's small back that was 2 times smaller than mine signaled the start of the battle. I sent a quick glance to the flanks. And I saw the druid chief, Giza, hidden in the thickets by the right flank, and the goblins that had served as the advanced guard previously, the beast warrior Gigi and the stealthy Gig, as well as Gizu of the mad god, by the left flank. The wine magician, Gidu, was on standby, waiting, at the interim of Gigo and Giza. For backup, there's the noble class, Gigu Verbena, and the wide-eyed Gig waiting behind me. Everyone was in position. And our enemy were the giant Gage goblins. Go! I commanded. With the speed of a loosened arrow, Gigo Amatsuki ran through the ruined forest. Following him were his 3 subordinate goblins. On each of their hands were swords that showed the mark of use, proving the strictness of Gigo's training. The incoming club was like a falling tree. But Gigo slipped through that from underneath without any hesitation as he swung his curved blade. Gigo swung his blade, leaving behind only a streak of light. In the next instant, blood gushed out of the Gage goblin's arm. But for some reason, Gigo showed a displeased expression as he returned his curved sword back into its sheath. Looks like he wasn't able to cut up to the bones. Come! As he barked at the giant Gage goblin that towered over him, he wielded his curved sword in his 2 hands, and slashed. As the Gage goblin howled, its club descended. With his curved sword, Gigo dodged the attack, leaving the club to fall onto the ground, hollowing a hole. At the same time, Gigo slashed out a Nukadu with his whole body, cutting the enemy goblin in a stroke. That attack could not be called anything but a true slash. It was different from an inexperienced goblin merely striking out with its long sword. It was different from me who would only rely on the weight of the great sword. It was a true slash that made use of the blade of the sword and drew out its power. This is the blessing of one who has received the divine protection of the sword god. The Gage goblin that had been cut, could only fall helpless there where it was standing. A great pool of blood spurted out of its body as it fell, but Gigo only gave it a glance. It must be due to his 2 skills greater than and greater than. I shifted my gaze from Gigo's unthreatening battle to the other goblins. Clad me in the wind, Excel. I moved my eyes to the right as I heard Giza's voice start the battle. Using Excel, he rocketed past the Gage goblin. At the same time, he turned to his back. Like a strong wind. Like a whirlwind. Wind cutter. The 2 ent blades ran across the earth, and aimed for the opposing goblin's feet. A cry rose, and the enemy fell, and Giza's subordinate goblins bombarded the poor goblin with magic. The power behind their magic seemed to be weak, so they couldn't finish it in one hit, but with 3 of them bombarding the enemy goblin in turn, they were able to kill it. This side's doing fine too. From time to time, the wind magician, Gidu would cast his magic and provide cover for Gigo and Giza. It wasn't anything eye-catching, but it was necessary to shift the scales of war to our favor. And although it was plain, Gidu was able to cover whatever they missed. As expected, there are no problems in either of these 2 areas. If so, then the left flanks is probably. Looking at the 3 rare goblins fighting at the left. They were currently at a stalemate. Gizu of the mad god couldn't display his power as he swung about his spear. It was really difficult for mere rare class to cross swords with a Gage goblin. The goblins Gizu was leading were properly coordinating, but they're having a hard time. Their power is just too lacking. As for the beast tamer, Gigi, and the stealthy Gig, they were always bad at fighting strong goblins head-on. Gig's greater than skill is used for fighting from the shadows after finding an opening. And then as for Gig's beasts, they're just lacking too much in power. So they really have no choice but to rely on Gizu to break through, but they're starting to show signs of retreat. Gigu, I called out. Yes? He responded. Should I send Gigu out? Take your troops, and help the left flank. By your will. As he brandished his sword, he signaled Gija to join the battle at the left flank. Will this be enough? Genra. Where are you? Just as I was thinking that, a goblin came out from in front the area Gigo was pressuring. Jiaigo glanced at me for a moment before choosing a different goblin to fight. How considerate. So he plans on giving me that prey, huh? The general you want is in my hands, I said to the general goblin who had jumped out as I blocked his way. Don't fuck with me, he snapped. The goblin swung its club. If it hits, my head would surely be crushed. But for someone like me who's experienced the Orc King's, storm-like attacks, something like this isn't even enough to be considered a threat. Shifting my body to the side, I moved my body away from the trajectory of the club, and then I swung my great sword down at the goblin's legs. As I mowed down the legs of the Gaja goblin, the goblin fell, and another attack descended on it. With its arms crushed, it was no longer a threat. I took a good look around my surroundings, and I saw that the Gaja goblins in the area have already been dealt with. Well then. We've also managed to acquire some prisoners. What next, King? Jiaiza smiled ferociously. The casualties? I asked. On our side, 3 are wounded, but they're just light wounds, he replied. Then it's decided. Pursue the enemy. Take Gilmy as well. We'll continue like this, and capture Genra's village. We ran with Gilmy leading the way. The path that the Gaja goblins had passed had the surrounding trees mowed down, making it easier to go through. Before long we reached the village of Genra. Freebnoll.com, this. Should I say it's just as expected, or? This is our village, the Forest of the Twisted Giant, unknown forest. When I looked up, even I couldn't help myself but be amazed. Up the giant trees were small houses built on its branches. There were fences built on the ground, serving as defensive points. There were also small cabins all over the twisted trees. But a good majority of those were already ruined. They were destroyed by the Gaja goblins. Look for survivors. But don't be reckless. I commanded. The twisted branches of the giant trees were undulated to the ground. You could also say they were twisted into it. Looking down below from up the trees might be different, but looking up from down here makes the whole place look like some naturally formed maze. The twisted branches were all intertwined in some complicated fashion. And the roots of the trees have split the surface of the earth, creating some sort of shape. The leaves are all big, and a single leaf was such that it was big enough to cover half a normal goblin's body. The intertwined branches were intertwined upon branches and branches, coiling themselves, and blocking the path. I had the 2 noble classes, Jiaigo Amatsuki and Jiaigo Verbena, take their goblins with them, and move through a different path. Accompanying Jiaigo was the stealthy Gig. Accompanying Jiaigo was the beast tamer, Gig. As I gave out those orders, I turned to Gilmy, our guide, and asked. Gilmy, why did Gage attack Genra? Why would goblins with such different lifestyles attack another goblin? They didn't come here to take over their village. With the Gaja goblins' giant bodies, even if they were to take over Genra's village, they wouldn't be able to live within the village that's been built atop the branches. The Genra goblins are generally small. I'm basing this from Gilmy and Narsa. I believe Gilmy is a goblin rare. And although Narsa has red skin, basing on her body, she should also be a goblin rare. It would be easier for me to confirm their class if I could use my greater than on them, but unfortunately, my level hasn't surpassed theirs yet. That's. Muttered Gilmy, hesitating. But as he was hesitating, a voice I wasn't expecting reached my ears. Let me explain, said Narsa. And here I thought she was just going to follow us. Level has risen. 5, greater than 8, /52 / Volume 1, Chapter 52, The 3 Holy Knights Race, Goblin, Level, 8, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Ruler of the Horde, Insurgent Will, Overpowering Howl, Swordsmanship B+, Insatiable Desire, King's Soul, Ruler's Wisdom I, Eyes of the Blue Snake, Dance at Death's Border, Red Snake's Eye, Magic Manipulation, Soul of a Crazed Warrior, The Third Chant, Instinct, Ruler's Wisdom 2, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld, Attributes, Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts, High Kobold Hassel, LV1, Gestra, LV20, Cynthia, LV20,
Orc King LV36, leading the way through the maze-like forest was Gilmy. "We are called the Goblins of the Beginning," quietly said Narsa, who was beside me. The solemnity of her voice was like that of an ancient Myco. Freebnoll.com, it's said that we goblins were born from the land of the dead, from which we then came into this world. Is she talking about the goddess of the underworld Algia? The deceased Deetna, our mother goddess, our soul foundation. Reminds me of the legend Rishia spoke about. In that legend, the gods wished for Deetna's return from the land of the dead. And she did, only. She came accompanied by monsters and magical beasts. It seems the legend Rishia spoke of was also passed down to the monsters. A coincidence. But our god, Deetna, was defeated, and the one who came to rule the land of the dead was Algia. It was through the mayhem reaped upon the world by her rampage and through her dreadful power that she conquered our land. And then she challenged the world of humans once more. And so the living and the dead fought once more, huh? But again we lost. When she ran to this land, she left us but one command before leaving us behind. "Protect the fortress of the abyss," she declared. "Do so and your king shall be born." Just how much passion was there in those words that you would actually shake as you utter them? What lies in your deepest thoughts, Narsa? And when that day comes, we shall awaken, and we shall clash against the humans once more. It's a little different from the story Gilmy gave. And? I asked. This prologue's too long. I just want to hear the conclusion. The four tribes together protect that which is sacred. So in order to protect the fortress of the abyss, each of us received a treasure from the gatekeepers of the land of the dead. I heard shouts from the right flank, but I just left it to Giagu Verbena. That treasure is their objective, said Narsa. Shouts rose from the left flank, but the trees are blocking my vision. I have no choice but to trust in them. But why only now? I asked. Wasn't the war over 400 years ago? It's because they can't wait anymore. So they thought to acquire the king with their own hands. Bitterness seemed to permeate Narsa. At that moment, although they couldn't possibly have been simply waiting for those words to be uttered, the gated goblins appeared. Acquire the king, huh? Like dolls without will. The king is me. Someone who was only put in the position by others isn't a king. I'll leave it to you, I ordered. No problem, fearlessly smiled the druid chief, as he charged from my side toward the fray. Following from behind him was a lump of magic-wielding goblins. Under Gi's lead, colorless winds and blue water attacked the Gaja goblins. Gaja's chief is Rashka, child of Muska. He is my fiancé. I see. I might be able to make use of that. Narsa only hung her head down without even wondering what I was thinking. Expel them quickly, and take back the village of Genra. I commanded. Regardless. Whether it be those 4 treasures or the king you all desire. I will take everything back. I looked at the goblins under my control. Gilmy, search the surrounding area. Yes. The treetops are home to the Genra goblins. Narsa seemed to be enduring something as she grasped her small fist tightly while watching the situation before her. Like a human. Huh? I narrowed my eyes at her behavior. For better or for worse, dealing with humans might be better than dealing with goblins. Then I looked at the bitter battlefield. There I could hear cheers sounding out in several places. For the meantime, it seems that we've achieved our objective, I muttered. Gilmy, who was searching the surroundings from atop a tree, went down to report. Looks like the Gaja goblins have withdrawn, he said. I gave a large nod to the Genra goblins' commotion. Get some food, and keep vigil watch of the surroundings. This much should be fine, right? I said with a sharp, commanding gaze. Narsa, seemingly unable to resist my gaze, reluctantly nodded her head. If that atmosphere had to be expressed in a word, then the word extravagant would best fit. Polished marble upon which red carpet was laid, extending straight toward the deepest room toward the throne of the king. In which tapestries knit by the most skilled of tailors over a period of several years were draped over the walls. In which a chandelier inlaid with jewels, lighting the place bright through magic stones hung from the ceiling. and in which beautiful stained glass unseen even in the West Church were affixed to the windows, allowing the light passing through to match with the men in the room, creating an atmosphere of reverie. It was the throne room, in which the king met his guests. And sitting on that throne was an old man known to the neighboring countries as a majestic king. Ashtaldujelmian. He is the master of the kingdom in the western side of the continent whose border stretches from the Forest of Darkness to the south. On either side of the red carpet stood the cornerstones of this nation, the nobles, the bureaucrats, the soldiers, and the merchants. They stood there like walls, not letting out even the slightest tremor of a cough. In that room, only one thing prevailed, and that was none other than the dignity of the king. The holy knights have arrived. Suddenly, within that strained atmosphere, like the sound of something snapping, those words echoed. The king looked on at the door before him as it opened. And from it entered 3 men dressed in armor. One was a man past middle-aged. With a face of sophisticated features, a straight back, and silver hair almost white, he gave off the image of a butler. However, the sharpness that lay within his gaze refuted any such notion of him being one. As he rubbed his mustache, his presence overawed the surroundings. Another was a young man. His arrogant gaze swam left and right. His body was built like a rock, and was dressed in armor. His jaws seemed as if they could crush even steel, and in his ferocious blue eyes could be seen an ambition burning. Even his short-trimmed hair seemed to be facing the heavens, standing against it. The last one was a long-haired man dressed in red armor. The beauty of his dazzling, long, golden hair made it easy to mistake him for a woman. His slender body had white, porcelain skin that seemed as if it hadn't once felt the touch of the sun. Although he looked like a woman, a sarcastic smile drifted up his lips as his narrow eyes looked down on the surrounding people. Gowan Ranid, Golan Rifanen, and Jean Marlin has arrived to answer to the king's call. Freebnovel.com. As the middle-aged man knelt before the king, the other 2 followed. The king raised his arm that was like a dead tree, and he signaled for them to relax. What does the king require of us? The holy knights are the kingdom's greatest military asset. For 3 out of 7 to be summoned to the king. They knew very well just how urgent the matter at hand was. From the south to the southwest is the Forest of Darkness. In the north is the mountain range of the god of snow Yggdrasil. In the east is the holy Shushunya kingdom. And in the southeast is the Lord's alliance. For this country who is surrounded by all those, it prizes strength the most. And the ones to have reached the apex of that pursued strength are the 7 holy knights. A request came from the West Church, said the king. Upon hearing that, Gowan, who was still kneeling, immediately understood the details of their task. Find the saint, said the king in a low voice. Each of the 3 assented through the expressions on their faces. Bring her back alive at all costs, commanded the king. By your will, replied the 3 holy knights. Satisfied, the king dismissed them. Rishia Felziel, Zenobia's saint, was it? Just what on earth are those people from the church thinking, I wonder? This is a secret, but the ivory tower actually pressured this kingdom. The ivory tower is overflowing with exceptional magicians and bureaucrats. So even though this kingdom has a number of exceptional people under its employ, it doesn't dare sneer at the ivory tower's strength. Yet that ivory tower and the West Church itself requested for a search to be done for the sake of but one girl. A fortuitous, yet at the same time, worrying existence. If she's alive, then find her, and bring her back. As a flame blazed within Ashtal's sunken eyes, he smiled. I wonder what our king is planning, asked Jean as he walked while playing with his long hair. Having been dismissed from the presence of the king, he neither bothered to control his frivolous lips, nor did he bother to hide the twisted impression he gave off as a sarcastic smile rose upon his lips. You don't really care though, right? In any case, how about we start by looking for some prey in the forest? It's been a while since I've had the pleasure of hunting after all, ferociously laughed the man who was known as Golland. As a knight with great stature who is also known as the Storm Knight, there is no one superior to him when it comes to handling a great sword. What do you think, Gramps? asked Jean with a smile to the older knight that was walking in front of them. Gawain, the oldest amongst the holy knights, and the one that supposedly had the most achievements amongst them. The ivory tower and the church obviously pressured him into it, said Gawain as he looked at the two behind him. That gaze he sent them. He didn't look at them with sober eyes, no, rather he looked at them with a gaze that could be said to be extremely cold. It was a freezing gaze that seemed to be looking down on something utterly worthless. Jean smiled, witched. As expected of the strong-armed knight, your eyes are amazing. In fact, your gaze doesn't even feel human anymore, said Jean as he looked at Gawain with ridiculing eyes. If one were to take a closer look, then it could be seen that Gawain's left hand was actually a boarish, metal arm. As Gawain stopped walking, Jean also stopped, and he took some distance. You want to try, Gramps? My fire is fast, you know? Said Jean as he lightly placed his hands on the thin sword by his waist. His movements were natural, and frighteningly enough, there were no openings in his movements. He was always ready. Ready for any prey that might come attack him. We should stop. There's nothing interesting in fighting amongst ourselves even if Goblin finds it amusing, expressionlessly said Gawain as he sent his gaze to the tall, brawny man. What, so you're not doing it? And here I thought I'd be able to kill the wounded one, laughed Goblin in a low tone as Jean shrugged his shoulders. You're just no good at judging character, said Jean. As he heard those words, Gawain began walking again. Jean and Goblin glanced at each other once, and then they too began to walk. Fighting here would only bring them harm. If they're going to fight, then they might as well fight from the start, and win. The both of them were also well aware that this was the wisest course of action. The captive princess, Rishia Felzeal, was it? For the meantime, why don't we go and rescue her? As Jean lightly said that, the other two ambiguously nodded. Author's note, I changed the perspective a bit, and put in a story from the human kingdom. Villains sure are nice, huh? /53 Volume 1, Chapter 52.33, Gossips, the one who chose the spear name, G.I. Garax, race, Goblin, level, 87, class, noble, guardian, possess skills, spearmanship C+, overpowering howl, omnivorous, instant kill, adherent of the king, spear throwing, warrior's soul, divine protection, none, attributes, none, due to the right arm and, abnormal the left leg being, status unavailable, fighting power reduced by 60%. After seeing the chief off, G.I. gave his thanks to G.I.D.A., his support in the coming days. Then with a sword for a cane, G.I. walked with great difficulty. With the chief gone, G.I. was now the highest classed goblin in the village. Despite that he could not be counted as part of the force. A truly shameful fact. With his remaining left arm wielding his spear, and with his right leg, skipping, he was somehow able to move. Everything now was inconvenient. When eating he had to put down his spear before he could chew on the meat. When trying to hold something, he would have to pierce the spear into the ground, before he could grab it. Goo. It's an honorable wound from protecting the king. He knows that. He's not regretting that. But with him and the other goblins who have lost some limbs, growing weaker by the day, their food supply was getting thinner and thinner. If things were to continue at this rate, then they would surely die. Not even one of them can walk on their own just to eat. It's vexing. Didn't he only lose an arm and a leg? Why does he have to die because of something like that? To die peacefully outside of war. Something like that shouldn't be forgivable. The king said. Stand with me once more, and fight. If so. Then. His duty now was to show the king that he could fight with only an arm and a leg. He girded his teeth. He filled the spear he was using as a cane with strength. Then using the recoil, he freed his body for a moment. Within that small interval, he took his spear, and swung it sideways. A swing strong enough to scythe down the wind. But that was all. After that swing his body couldn't handle the recoil, and he fell to the ground. When he did, he unconsciously reached out to his wounds. Gi, fire spread before him. The pain was so great he began to hallucinate. As the pain passed through him, he breathed. He was missing a leg. Who would have thought it would be this much of a hassle? There was nothing to keep him planted onto the ground. And with one of his arms missing, he failed to balance himself. He waited for the pain to subside. When it did, he picked himself up again with the help of his spear. This time he tried leaning his back onto a tree, and swinging his spear. But with that he couldn't put any strength into his swings. What should he do? What should he? He kept trying and trying, but each time he did, he failed. Before he knew it, he was lying on the ground, looking up the sky. I'm missing an arm and a leg. Of course, my strength would also leave me. Jiaiga closed his eyes once more. I won't die, right? When I wake up again, I'll have to swing my spear again. Lily had plenty of time nowadays because she didn't have to take care of the refugees. She used that time to patrol the village. If humans and goblins were to start quarreling, the days of fear and stress would return. She'd rather be spared from that. Although it's a tad different from relaxing, Lily wants to properly enjoy these days. Lord Lily, is there anything the matter? The one who called out to her was the goblin water magician, Jiaizo. A goblin with an appearance similar to that of a human. A figure that's long and slender, red skin, a vicious gaze, and sharp fangs protruding out of his mouth. If it weren't for those, he could easily be seen a human. With a robe over the goblin's body, he was like a scholar. As Lily thought those things, she answered the goblin. It's nothing, I'm just patrolling. We've also increased in number, so it would be troubling if any problems were to occur. Hearing that, Jiaizo laughed. From Lily's perspective that laugh was nothing more than derision, but in truth, that goblin was only just laughing. As expected, the walls between two differing races is big. Well, I'm grateful. After all, the village is currently weak. We also have some new larvae born to us a few days ago. With Lord Lily patrolling the village, we'll be able to focus on hunting. If one were to listen only to the goblin's words, the goblin would certainly seem gentle. So long as you don't look at his face. So Lily tried closing her eyes and folding her arms as she listened to the goblin speak. Right. I see things are also difficult on your side. Thank you for your efforts. Oh, no, not at all. Compared to Lord Lily who mediates between humans and goblins, the effort we put in is nothing. Jiaizo smiled what he believed to be a sweet smile at Lily. Right, then I'll be on my way. As Lily was about to leave, Jiaizo called out to her. Ah. If you don't mind, I'd actually like to ask a favor. When Lily turned back her head, all she could see was a sinister smile. If it's something I can do, replied Lily. It's about Master Jiaigaurax, said Jiaizo weakly. Recently, he's been swinging his spear by a corner in the village noon and night. Seeing him like that is. Freebnovel.com, Lily folded her hands as if to agree that Jiaiga's actions were strange. Then Jiaizo began explaining with a perplexed expression on his face. Lily has a good of understanding of the basics of the goblin world, which is that it was a completely hierarchical society. What the higher-ups do shouldn't be wrong. And the lesser ones are to submit to that. That degree of freedom also sometimes appears in human society, but there is a large difference between the way goblins and humans think. Jiaizo seems to want to say that what Jiaiga is doing is wrong. Please come Master Jiaigaurax, said Jiaizo. I understand. I also have a greater responsibility regarding that matter than you all anyway, replied Lily. So you'll do it? From distress to happiness, Jiaizo's change in happiness caused Lily to wryly smile. He's rather easy to understand. I suppose it's because they never had to learn the ability to hide one's own emotions like humans do. Bluntly put, this world here is that of the savage lands. But lately, Lily started to think that a place like this where lies such as those are unnecessary might not be so bad. Please take care of Master Jiaigaurax. As Jiaizo bowed his head, Lily went off to go to where Jiaiga was. Along the way, she happened by Jiida who was holding his head with his spear over his shoulders.
He seemed to be suffering some sort of heartache, so Lily called out to him. "Lord Gida?" she said. "Ah, human. Lord Lee?" The small goblin rare, Gida, looked up to confirm that it was the tall Lily. "You seem to be worrying about something. Is there anything I can do to help?" Unlike the other goblin, this one was clearly different from humans. A wrinkled face, a bald head. This goblin has nothing in common with Gido except for the color of their skin. It's truly a mystery how they could come from the same race. "What should I do?" asked Gida. He was so depressed he looked like he was about to squat. Seeing Gida so worried, Lily placed her hand over his shoulder, and gently spoke to him. It's something she couldn't have possibly thought of doing before, yet here she was crouching to meet the goblin rare's eyes. "Ah," said Gida. "As expected. Lord Lee is a good human." As Gida sighed, he earnestly spoke out loud what was inside his heart. He continued. "It's about Master Ga," he said. "If it's about that, then Lord Gizo's already asked me about it," she replied. "Really?" exclaimed Gida. Gida suddenly opening his eyes as he exclaimed that had quite the impact. Lily couldn't help herself but become panicked for a moment, but she quickly put herself back together. "Right. He told me to stop Ga from practicing. That's wrong. What Master Ga wants is correct. Can't you help him grow a leg instead?" asked Gida. "Grow a leg?" asked Lily in surprise, unsure if she had heard wrong. Gida nodded. "The spear is no good without legs," said Gida. "Power comes from having both legs planted onto the ground. The same is true for the sword. There are some beginners who try to swing the sword with just their arms, but that's wrong. The most important thing in swordsmanship are the eyes. Next is footwork. Lily may not be that accomplished a swordsman, but she understands full well just how important the legs are. Stepping, jumping, standing. The power comes from the legs to the hips, and then to the arms." Lily knew that by experience, so she nodded to the goblin's words. Though goblins and humans may differ in race, the techniques they use to handle their weapons is the same. "I know that, but," said Lily. "Then, Lord Rishia." Lily could only shake her head at Gida's clinging gaze as she said that even Rishia can't grow arms or legs. "Unfortunately, it's impossible even for Lady Rishia," she said. "I see. Thank you, Lord Lee." As Gida sighed, he began to walk again, still greatly troubled. "Thank you, huh? Damn it. Just how simple am I?" Although it wasn't like her, she felt her heart ache when the goblin thanked her, so she vented out her anger against the ground. Should I make him stop? Or should I make him continue? No, he should decide for himself instead. If Giga is to gather the respect of the goblins, then he'll have to make the decision for himself. As Lily bashfully though those things, she went to where Giga was. "I want to consult Lady Rishia." She shook her head to that thought. "Pull yourself together," she yelled to herself. "What are you doing relying on Lady Rishia for everything?" She grasped the long sword by her waist, and closed her eyes to calm herself. Calm down, Lily." The feeling of touching the cloth wrapped around the handle of her sword calmed her down. She never knew that taking a single step could be this scary. But even then, she took that step. If she were to run, then she wouldn't be able to face Lady Rishia. She would also be betraying the goblin's trust. How should she describe what she was seeing? Falling all over the place. There was no other way to describe it, but clumsy. But he endured the pain. And no matter how many times he fell, he picked himself back up, and stood. He had within him a noble soul, one that wouldn't flinch in the face of challenge. That truth was shown to Lily clearly. The spear struck out by his long spear was certainly fast. It could undoubtedly kill its foes many times. But because he doesn't have a leg, each time he repeats the attack, he falls over. But he didn't give up. He struck out his spear, and each time,
he would bring it back and try to strike it into the ground to keep himself standing. It seems he truly doesn't understand that he's lost his arm. His balance is also bad, making the situation even worse. Panting, his body was covered in wounds and dirt all over. But even then, he did not falter. Seeing that, the adventurer Lily couldn't help but feel strong emotions stir up from within her. First came bewilderment. Then gradually, that changed into confusion. As she became aware of the emotions within her, she calmly walked toward G.I. Georgia. What are you planning? Asked Giga, out of breath, as he looked up to Lily. At the other end of his gaze was Lily, who had brandished her sword. I swear by the sword, and ask you. The words of restriction of a knight. When a knight swears to his sword, it means that any lie before him would be met with a swift decapitation. The polished, naked sword shone like sunlight. Why do you go that far? Is it for the king? Do you want to kill enemies that much? Giga stood up his body with his one arm, and sat. As he glared at Lily. It's because of a promise. The king promised me to fight with him again. Lily grinded her molars. I want to kick that Goblin King right now. Do you want a leg? That would be best. But even without that, I will fight. He was serious. His actions from all this time proved that. She thought she would lose. The power she had on her hands that held her blade gradually weakened, and the tip of her blade touched the ground. I kicked your spear just now. What an insolent thing to do. Giga, I challenge you to a duel. I accept. In 3 days' time. Very well. As if she wanted to run from that place, Lily ran back to where Rishia was. Author note, I'll be writing 3 chapters about the village. I wanted to portray the facial features of the goblins that don't stand out. /54 Volume 1, Chapter 52.67, Gossips, the one who chose the sword name, Lily Aurea, Class, Human, Level, 56, Job, Adventurer, Possess Skills, Swordsmanship C+, The Mind's Eye, 3-stage / Innate Talent, Oath of the Night, Counter, Echo Steps, Divine Protection, Sword God, God of Flames, Attribute, Fire, Abnormal Status, due to the scar of defeat, you have been afflicted with Altgia's curse. Innate ability and the Mind's Eye are sealed. Fighting spirit reduced by 40%. Please. With her head hung, Lily prostrated herself before Rishia. Miss Lily? For someone such as Lily, who is working as an adventurer, which is both dangerous and unsuitable for a woman, her pride is naturally extremely high. It was precisely because Rishia knew that she couldn't help but stare wide-eyed when she saw Lily's conduct. For what exactly? In any case, please tell me the details first. Lily finally raised her head up, and spoke. In the past, I aspired to become a knight. Because of that, I've read many tales regarding knights. I just happened to remember one of those tales. Lily looked desperate as she grasped the dirt of the ground. Rishia quietly listened to her. The tale of the Iron Arm Knight, resurgelled. He lost his right arm in battle, so he used a metal arm in place of his missing limb, and wandered the country. He garnered plenty of achievements throughout his travels, and in the end, he became a meritorious knight commander. The Ivory Tower knows how to make prosthetics, right? Please teach me that. The Ivory Tower is a treasure trove of knowledge. And it seems there are actually quite a number of high-class nobles and renowned warriors who are able to continue fighting with the use of prosthetics. Rishia can't say for sure whether this is true though, as she's only heard of it, and had never really seen one. And of course, neither has Lily. Her experience as an adventurer is shallow, and before she could find the spare time to gather knowledge of this world, she was taken captive. But it seems that she's heard of rumors of those sort of people. Moreover, even the possibility that such a thing is possible because of the knowledge of the Ivory Tower. The knowledge of the Ivory Tower is truly worthy of 1,000 gold. That was common sense even amongst the adventurers. What are you going to do after learning it? I will make them, and give them to G.I. Georgia. Is that the right thing for an adventurer to do? Or is that your decision as the person, Lily? Adventurers are those who stand against the monsters. Wielding their great strength, they mow down hordes of monsters throughout the world. They are the vanguards meant for that purpose. As Rishia questioned Lily, the aura she gave off was not one that belonged to the image of the young girl, Rishia, but that of the saint. I don't know, said Lily. But I have sworn to my sword, and challenged Lord Jiga to a duel. The duel must be fair. Lily tightly held the grip of her sword, and she said. Seeing Lord Jiga swing his spear without his leg or arm made me think I would lose. I can't go back to being an adventurer while remaining defeated. That is a wall. Unless I wipe away this defeat, I won't be able to move forward. I beg of you, Lady Rishia. I don't want to lose. There is a great difference between losing mentally and losing in skill. Lily had to challenge them. Jiga. And her own self. I understand, nodded Rishia. But there's a condition. What is it? Please win, sweetly smiled Rishia. Yes. Strongly nodded Lily. He tumbled onto the ground, and he looked up the night sky. He thought back on Lily who dropped by during the afternoon. She challenged him to a duel, but perhaps she was cheering him on. After all, although it was a bit strange, he couldn't feel the slightest tinge of ill will from her. Moreover, the gaze she sent back to him seemed to be just about to burst out into tears at any time. Normally, when humans mean ill, scorn could be seen in their eyes, but it was already nighttime. But although there was no time left until the promised day, Jiga's body was cruelly heavy. With only one leg, he couldn't handle his spear no matter how hard he tried. Freebnoll.com, he wondered why. It's the same spear I've always been using, so why am I having such a hard time after having only lost one leg? Before I became a rare class, and got the attention of the king. Before the village was attacked by the Ark leader. I was always fighting with a spear. It was an absurd feeling. As if something that had always been beside him had suddenly become so distant. Are you that unhappy just because I lost an arm and a leg? Those words were asked to the spear that was pierced into the ground, but no answer was returned. Of course. Spears can't talk. It can only bow to his will, and show his strength as he wishes. That's how it's supposed to be. I am unhappy. Jiga jumped up at the unexpected response. What? I am greatly unsatisfied. He couldn't help but stare at the spear that was pierced into the ground. Who knew it would actually talk to him? Did the spear talk? What are you saying? Thinking it strange, he looked up. There, he saw Lily. When he saw her, his face visibly grimaced. But she intentionally ignored that. There should still be another day until our duel, said G.I. Georgia. Right, nodded Lily as she struck out a wooden rod. What is this? Your new leg. G.I. Guy inclined his head as if asking, what are you talking about? Something like this couldn't be a leg. A leg is a bit more like. As he was thinking that, Lily knelt by his feet, and installed the wooden rod to where G.I.'s missing leg should have been. She reinforced it with a leather belt, adjusted the size to match the length of Jiga's other leg, and then wrapped the leather belt around it. This'll hurt a bit. The strong gaze Lily shot as she looked up showed that it would really hurt, so Jiga gritted his teeth. Giku? With the sensation of something digging into his flesh coupled with the pain, it certainly felt like he had a new leg. Try standing, suggested Lily. As Lily helped Jiga, he tried to stand himself up, and for the first time in a while, he was able to stand on his two legs. As Jiga took a few steps, dazed, a voice of wonder leaked out of him. Oh! I can walk. It feels like it's digging into my flesh a bit, but this artificial leg can definitely support my body. Why? Why would you give this to me? Won't this be disadvantageous for you in our duel? After the third step, Jiga stopped, and after much trouble, he turned around to face Lily. A duel should be fair, said Lily. Her straight gaze proved that there were no other reasons than that. I thank you, said G.I. Georgia, it's too early for those words yet. Let me hear them after the duel. I see. As Jiga deeply bowed, Lily turned her back on him, and briskly walked
As Ji-Ga watched her back disappear into the distance, he looked up the night sky. King, I can still fight. I want to meet the king soon. Facing each other were the spirit of one woman and one beast. The surrounding area was quiet. It was now the promised day. Ji-Ga and Lily faced off at the plaza of the village. The sound of the long sword being drawn from its sheath resounded as Lily drew her weapon. Opposite her, Ji-Ga stood firmly on his two legs over the ground. He let the tip of his spear fall as he held his weapon in a lowered stance. Ji-Ga's body sunk. The goblin who possessed an indomitable soul, called out. Come! Yelled Georgia, the knight sworn to victory replied. Bring it! She said back. And so, within the village where the king was not, the curtains over a duel was drawn. He took a step with his artificial leg. The tip of his spear rose up like the head of a snake. Then in an instant, his spear extended as if to bite at the throat of the foe before him. The blade of the spear may have been removed, but Ji-Ga's attack was still strong enough to kill if received directly, but Lily slipped through that attack. Her sword slipped through from below the already low spear. At the same time, she activated her greater than and she sped up. Within the school of soul that Lily uses, the first thing one must learn as proof of one's coming of age is this skill. This skill is the two legs within the principle, one eye, two legs, upon which her sword school was founded. The great speed brought about by her greater than is a special skill unseen in other styles. Lily's accelerated sword aimed for Ji-Ga's body. The tip of the spear was flicked, and the sword came swinging from another angle. Fitting for the senses of a beast out in the wild, Ji-Ga immediately took back the spear he had struck out as he sensed danger coming. Then he jumped back, dodging the trajectory of the swinging sword, and he struck at the handle of his spear over the trajectory to protect his body. Lily's long sword crashed into his spear, sending a shock running through his body. But Lily's slender arms did not have enough strength behind them to break the tip of his spear. Ji-Ga took some distance, and paid careful attention where Lily would move. In a match between spear and sword, the deciding factor will be the distance. Ji-Ga still had some of that. This artificial leg is quite good, he said. Like second nature, Lily wielded her long sword over her shoulder as she fixed her stance. A handicap of having just one arm just isn't enough, fiercely laughed Georgia. Lily smiled back in response. Let's go! She yelled. Come! Challenged Georgia. The one who attacked was Lily. She sped up with the use of her greater than and she swung down the sword over her shoulders with all her strength. Ji-Ga struck out his spear to meet Lily's sword, but the speed of her sword was faster than he expected, causing him to click his tongue. So you weren't serious a while ago. But it was too late. The moment Ji-Ga tried to bring back his spear, Lily tried to add another blow, proving her sword faster than Ji-Ga's spear. This time Ji-Ga jumped back completely unlike before. The descending blade then split into three, and rained over Georgia. The 3 slashes hollowed the ground, causing clouds of dust to gather up, shrouding the two warriors. But when the veil of dust cleared up, only Lily could be seen. What is the meaning of this? Asked Georgia. It's nothing. It's just that your king isn't the only one who can use skills. Humans also have their own. As she swept the cloud of dust at her feet with a sweep of her sword, she once again wielded it over her shoulder. Now, come and fully taste the might of the sword style. /55 Volume 1, Chapter 52.99, Gossips, the conclusion of the sword and the spear. Name Rishia Felziel, race, human, level, 30, job, Zenobia's follower, saint, attributes, light, holy. Lily's sword grazed Georgia's body. It was only one attack, yet it left behind 3 scars. As an opening showed itself at the conclusion of that attack, Georgia skillfully handled his spear, and struck it out. That attack was sent toward the center of her body. By all means, it should have it, but... Phew! As she lightly exhaled, she sped up, and she moved to Georgia's right flank. As Georgia struck out his spear, he filled his artificial leg with strength, and he turned the other way. Using his spear as a shield, he blocked Lily's attack.
TCH. Goo. Who came out ahead from that exchange? Lily frowned as her blade was sent back at her. At the same time, she moved down her head to dodge the fierce attack that came at her. The ferocity of that attack that passed by over her head caused cold sweat to drizzle down her back, but ignoring that, she took a step forward. If she were to take a step back, and widen the distance, the one who would be at a disadvantage is her. The one in the lead is her, both in terms of skill and the number of moves made, but she just can't seem to land the finishing blow. Jiaga's defense at point blank was unusually hard and steady. That eccentric spear handling of his, and that speed of his at recovering his spear being faster than even her own sword itself. The opponent before her was undoubtedly strong. Not as a monster, but as a warrior. The wall that is the scar of defeat which she had to erase was certainly, at this very moment, right before her very eyes. Not only was Jiaiga unfamiliar with his left hand, it was also his first time fighting with only one hand. Naturally, Lily, who could show all of her strength, would be able to lead him by the nose. But he still had to land a decisive blow. He understood this fact well. He had barely been able to make any moves in this fight. And although small, the wounds he had been incurring throughout this duel has been adding up. Lily had gone through all the trouble of giving him an artificial leg to allow him a fair duel. So he had to show a proper fight. It would be inexcusable to her for him to lose without being able to demonstrate all of his abilities. The joy of fighting that Jiaiga held changed into a will to fight as he took a step. Aiming for the moment right after Lily swung down her sword, he swept with his spear. His eyes were gradually getting used to Lily's movements. But although the attack he had sent just now would normally penetrate the defenses of a normal adventurer, Lily had the skill greater than allowing her to create some distance, and fix her stance. But the moment she did that, Jiaiga jumped back. As a result, the distance between them widened greatly. Lily seemed to have had been planning to start her charge again as she couldn't help but tilt her head when Jiaiga took a step back. But the moment she did, Jiaiga's spear passed by the side of her face. Unable to stifle her fright, she took some distance. But as she did, Jiaiga pursued. He had only been thrusting with his spear, but it was without a doubt that the distance between them was currently increasing. The reason behind that was his long arm. "So that's your plan," muttered Lily as she stared wide-eyed at Jiaiga's stance. Jiaiga only had one hand, so he had no choice but to hold the spear by its handle to thrust and sweep. And because of Lily's great speed, she was able to lead Jiaiga around in a melee. But Jiaiga's stance right now had him holding only the end of his spear. He would twist half of his body with the spearhead lowered to the ground, allowing him to increase the distance between them. Moreover, coupling that with that long arm of his, the distance made became one that Lily couldn't compensate for with her greater than. That stance was specially made just for thrusting. Lily couldn't fight back. For the moment she tries to jump in as the spear retreats, it would thrust back again. She couldn't jump in recklessly. That would be the same thing as giving up her defenses. Because Jiaiga couldn't deal with Lily's speed until now, she's been using a stance suited for close combat. But then again, even with the distance now farther, so long as the distance is shortened, and the battle turns into a melee, then Lily could win. It wasn't a big deal. It was merely a question of whether the spear would hit her or if it would pass by her. As she resolved herself, a fierce smile appeared on her face. Simple's good, right? As she silently laughed, she wielded the sword over her shoulder, and she switched her stance to a Chudan no Kami. She brought her concentration to the limits, and she focused on the end of the spear. As she lightly exhaled, she could even feel the sensation of the dust over the back of her feet. So long as she could see the moment the spear moved, she would be able to slip through. It was for that reason that she switched to a Chudan stance. As her molars gritted, she used more than and moved out. But at the same time, Jiaiga also took a step forward. She was shocked. Jiaiga swept his spear with a different stance, and Lily somehow blocked it while in Chudan. But the strength of that attack was too great, and she was blown away. Her body tumbled. As her vision spun about,
Lily finally understood what had just happened. Jiaiga had loosened his grip over the end of his spear, and the moment Lily moved, he moved at the same time. The reason his spear was lowered over the ground all this time wasn't because the end was heavy, it was so he could change his stance more easily. He read through everything. Shock took Lily, and at the same time, a violent pain attacked her left arm. It's broken. Nausea accompanied by pain took her, and her vision began to turn white. I'm going to lose. As she thought that, her watery eyes looked up. And there, at the corner of her vision was Jiaiga, who was still wielding his spear, and Rishia who was anxiously watching over them. But she gritted her molars so hard it seemed they would break. She used the sword that did not break, and she stood up with only her right arm. As she did, her left arm languidly dangled about. It was now nothing more than dead weight. Yet despite that, I will surpass you, she declared. Her voice was shaking, but she spoke those words naturally without any tinge of doubt. She should have had been much calmer at that time when she confronted that king. Remorse and chagrin filled her whenever she thought back to that time. She had fought goblins in the past, but she had never fought anyone as strong as that. She also believed back then that it would be fine so long as she followed her senior adventurer, Kyle. But in the end, Rishia, who she should have been protecting, was taken captive by the goblins. The peaceful days they have now is because of the events of that day. But these peaceful days are only here because it's that Goblin King who they're dealing with. If it had been someone else that was much more hostile like the orcs or the ogres, then there's no need to ponder on the question. It's obvious. Rishia would have been assaulted, and her young life would have been scattered. And the one who would have had led her to that result would be none other than Lily herself. She can't forgive herself. No, the dread and the regret she had that day when she faced against the king needs to be dealt with now. She needs to surpass it. So she wielded the sword with her only remaining arm. It was cruelly heavy. Jiaiga seemed to be calm, but taking a closer look, beads of sweat could be seen forming at the top of his brows. So you're also hurting. In the words often spoken within those of this sword school. When you're hurting, your opponent is also hurting. It's idealistic, but those were the words spoken by her respected master. And even today, those words echo within her. As she recalled the figure of her master, a sound resembling that of a distant glass shattering echoed. With only her right hand, she swung the sword she wielded over her head. Seeing Lily lift her sword over her head with her right arm as her left dangled about languidly, Jiaiga's eyes opened wide, shocked. Her will seemed just about to flicker just moments ago, and yet now, that same lack of will couldn't be seen at all within her gaze. Her left arm appears to have been broken by that last attack too. Good grief, that little girl's resolve really makes me want to admire her. They, the goblins, who were born for the sole purpose of fighting, know it all too well. Resolve is everything. Without it everything will be taken. The king himself holds a distant ambition. It's for that they fight their war so that they may cut open a path to the fulfillment of their king's ambition. He was the same. He wished to fight with his king. For that is everything. But the girl before his eyes, Lily, was different. If she wished for it, she could live any other way. She could till the land, she could sew clothes. She had many other paths she could have chosen, and yet she chose to walk the path of war. That will is deserving of respect. So it's only fitting that he brings forth all of his might to crush that will. As he stepped in with his artificial leg, he swept with his spear. He held the middle of his spear's handle, and aimed for the center of the body of the foe before him. It was an attack difficult to dodge. No. That attack should have cut down the will of the strong foe before him. But instead, Jiaiga was left with his eyes wide opened, shocked. The sharp shock of his spearhead was beaten into the ground instead as Lily calmly stared at Gi Georgia. Then, I shall try everything. He bashed, he swept, he thrusted, he slashed. He attacked Lily with every kind of attack he could muster to bring down her defenses. But each and every time, his spear was struck down to the ground. Where was she getting that strength? Her left arm was dangling about powerlessly. Beads of sweat trickled down her brows.
No matter how you put it, she was clearly exhausted. No, that's wrong. Didn't he acknowledge it just a while ago? This human is strong. It's not that he didn't have any ways of fighting, but that she had the strength to match his. And the way she was now was the strongest she's been yet. Although tired, she's strong. His fighting spirit, roused, it screamed at him to fight. Those emotions blazed like a flame within his eyes, yelling at him to defeat the foe before him. Gurua. As he bellowed out his fighting spirit, he let loose his greatest attack. Without the slightest bit of deviation in his aim, he attacked, but it was effortlessly deflected. This much was expected though. For this was the strongest foe he had battled yet. As he approached, he swept with his spear, and this too was easily deflected. The tip of her blade slowly reached for the sky, and in an instant, she assumed her stance once more. And at that moment, he understood it. This was the finale. The long-awaited climax of the duel. With the spearhead of his spear still lowered into the ground, he took a step forward to meet the descending handle of the sword. I will receive it. With the distance shortened, the one who would triumph in strength was he. As Jiaiga took that step, he felt a sensation much like that of a lump of ice slipping off his back. He felt it the moment his eyes met with Lily's. It was only for a moment, but he certainly believed his weapon would be cut. The weapon Jiaiga was using was an iron spear. The edge, the handle, everything was made out of iron. Thinking about it logically, there was no way it could possibly be cut. But Lily's empty eyes caused alarms of the highest alert to ring out within Jiaiga's mind. Will I make it? He asked himself. He put all his strength into his two legs, and he dodged out of the way. Blood trickled down the place where his artificial leg was connected, but he didn't have the time to bother with that. The iron spear that he should have had been holding right in front of him was suddenly cut down in two. Moreover, because he was too slow in dodging out of the way, even his prosthetic leg was cut. Yu-ura! Lily bellowed out her fighting spirit. As soon as Jiaiga thought that the situation had turned for the worst, he took his spear in his mouth, and he went down on all fours to the ground. It was a stance much like that of a beast. Although he had gone down to a crawl, Lily didn't show any signs of stopping, so he sped up his pace. His artificial leg had also gotten shorter, so this stance was the easiest. He moved at a speed that surprised even he himself as he aimed for Lily's flank. He moved as if it was the stance he was using all along. This is it. Crawling on the ground, from that position that was as if he was crouching, he used his body like a spring, and he quickly jumped forward. At the same time, he used his arms, raised up his upper body, and attacked Lily. Lily opened her eyes wide in surprise as Jiaiga shot past her flank with the speed of a bullet. At the same time, he took the spear he had in his mouth, and he struck it at Lily's wide open side. When she opened her eyes, what greeted her was the blue sky and Rishia's smiling face. Ah, I lost, wryly smiled Lily as her face convulsed in pain. My apologies, Lady Rishia. What for? Asked Rishia. I couldn't fulfill your conditions. If you're going to fight, then win. That was the condition that Rishia set, but she couldn't fulfill it. In the past, I also happened to read of a tale regarding a knight, said Rishia as she rubbed her hands on Lily's broken left arm, healing her. That knight overcame defeat, and became a knight with a noble heart. It's my dream to be protected by such a knight. Rishia's healing hands governed Lily's eyes. Miss Lily, you're a brilliant knight, you know? The overflowing tears soaked Rishia's warm hands. Lily Aurea, because, abnormal status, Algia's curse has been lifted, greater than and greater than can now be used. Level has risen. 56, greater than 60. Skill, greater than, growth speed is faster. Skill, greater than, you can predict the movements of opponents a class lower than yours. Skill, greater than, when your swordsmanship level is equal to or higher than your opponent, you can cut the iron weapon of your opponent. Freebnol.cm, GI Garax, due to the missing leg being compensated for by the prosthetic, fighting power now only down by 30%. Skill, greater than acquired.
Spear can be handled as proficiently with one hand as one can with two hands. Skill, greater than when fighting against someone of equal or lesser class, it is possible to see through their weakness. Level has risen. 87, greater than 89, author's note, and so the winner is G.I. Georgia, but in terms of growth, Lily got the better end of the deal. I thought I'd show the status of other characters other than the protagonist, so this time, I showed Rishius. I'll show the descriptions for the skills when there's an opportunity. I want greater than 2. /56 Volume 1, Chapter 53, Treasure Race, Goblin, Class, Lord, Horde Chief, Possess Skills, Ruler of the Horde, Insurgent Will, Overpowering Howl, Swordsmanship B+, Insatiable Desire, King's Soul, Ruler's Wisdom I, Eyes of the Blue Snake, Dance at Death's Border, Red Snake's Eye, Magic Manipulation, Soul of a Crazed Warrior, Third Impact, the Third Chant, Instinct, Ruler's Wisdom II, Divine Protection, Goddess of the Underworld Algia, Attributes Darkness, Death, Subordinate Beasts High Kobold Hasu, LV1, Gestra, LV20, Cynthia, LV20, Orc King B LV36. After driving away the Gaged goblins from the village of Genra, we went to the center of the village, and I asked them to show me that so-called treasure. Narsa was against it at first, but Gilmy convinced her, and she handed me the bow on her back. This is the treasure that was bestowed to Genra, the meteor bow by Unibo, said Gilmy. It doesn't really seem that valuable from the outside, but there should be something special to it. I still can't see it as anything else except for a normal bow though. This bow can light a fire on the arrowhead of an arrow, he continued. So it can create fire where there's nothing. What's so amazing about that? Chieftain, could you please demonstrate the bow's power? Petitioned Gilmy to Narsa. To which she then wordlessly took the bow, and nocked an arrow. The arrow loaded, the bowstring creaked. Then with the release, the wind echoed and the sound of something being ripped resounded, and the arrow was in mid-flight, drawing a parabola in the air. With its tip cloud in flames, it was indeed reminiscent of a falling star or a meteor. Shoot your bows at that arrow, ordered Gilmy. When I heard that, it hit me. So that's what it is, I thought. This arrow is a marker. Several people responded to Gilmy's call, and they shot an arrow at that bright mark. Do you understand now the value of this bow? He asked me. In other words, what you mean to say is that the only ones who can properly use this treasure are the Genra goblins who are able to use bows, right? Which then goes to mean that there's no value in taking it save for satisfying one's greed for collecting strange artifacts. What a clever goblin. Yes. I understand it very well, I replied. That and the value of the Genra tribe that controls it. Gilmy heaved a sigh of relief at my response, but Narsa could only look at us with a puzzled gaze. I suppose it's a bit too hard for normal goblins to understand, but to make the long story short, Gilmy just ensured the safety of all of Genra. If one can show their worth, then one won't be persecuted. It's because of that line of thinking that Gilmy did what he did. It's a good decision. After all, I am gathering the strength of goblins to rule as king. To these goblins who live in a society dictated by power, being able to stand at the top of that society is what decides heaven or hell. Raw Gilmy is undoubtedly a tough goblin. Let's change the subject, I said. I want to hear about the other tribes. With the food supply of the tribe, a banquet was held at the village of Genra. It was during that banquet that I inquired of the other tribes. It's imperative that I know who the enemies are and who might be willing to become allies. The chief of Gordob, Quzn, will most likely remain neutral, said Gilmy. He doesn't have much interest in worldly matters, you see. Lord Aliolu of the Parajua tribe on the other hand, might be hostile. He's a proud man, after all. Seating at the chief seats, surrounded by flames, were me and Narsa. Then surrounding us were the higher-ranked goblins amongst the Genra tribe and the rare and nobles class goblins that I had brought with me. The arrow Narsa shot before proved to be quite the entertainment. Everyone was stiff at first, but after eating some meat, everyone grew lively. Meanwhile, Gilmy's words made me think.
The Gordob tribe is a tribe that handles various magical beasts. The Paradua tribe is a tribe of riders. And the Geja tribe is a tribe of goblins with Herculean strength. Considering the few men I have with me, fighting head-on might not be the best of ideas. What's the power relationship between the tribes? I asked. Gilmy glanced at Narsa's direction for a moment before immediately opening his mouth. There wasn't such a thing in the past, but in present times, the Geja tribe is suppressing the other tribes. The Paradua tribe might go under the Geja tribe if they see just how strong they are, said Gilmy. Didn't you just mention that the Paradua tribe is prideful? I asked. That's precisely why, he immediately said back. My apologies if this might come off as rude, but they'd probably rather join with someone they know rather than kneel to an outsider. Makes sense. Is the Paradua tribe's village nearby? I asked, my mouth twisting into a smile. Their village is about 2 days to the west from here, answered Gilmy. They live by the foot of a mountain range. I see. How many people from Genra can I take with me? Gilmy's downcast glance carefully scrutinized me. 15 goblins, he answered. But only from the troops of our Ra family. It's a rare opportunity, so I might as well get the troublesome stuff out of the way. I see. Speaking of which, Gilmy, from now on will you, unfortunately. I was just about to ask him to gather Genra, but then he stopped me, a gleam of desperation visible in his eyes. And then he spoke. Only those that carry the blood of Master Gillen may rule the village of Genra, he said. Is that so? Well, there's no point in pushing the matter here. He is a stubborn goblin after all. About as stubborn as Giza. Although it does make me wonder. Why Narsa? Why is he loyal to her? Wasn't there anyone more suitable to swear fealty to? At the very least, if it were up to me, I would have given him a higher position. I'm going to sleep, said Narsa as she stood up displeased. As I watched her walk away with Gilmy, I wondered to myself why Gilmy chose to follow her. You look like you didn't want to see them off, said an astonished voice. As I looked up back in front of me, what greeted me was Giza, standing with a slab of meat in his hands. I was just wondering what sort of thing this so-called relationship between master and servant is. What? Are you jealous, King? He sarcastically remarked, causing my eyes to open wide in surprise. Seeing that, Giza couldn't help himself but laugh. It's not like there's any need for all goblins to swear fealty to the king, right? Even if their loyalty lies elsewhere, as long as they give their power to you, isn't that enough? He said. I was thinking of having all the goblins swear fealty to me though, I said back. Seriously? He asked as he sent a gaze at me that was more resigned than astonished. Yes, I curtly replied. Then it won't be enough. No matter how many bodies you have, it won't be enough. Of course, even your life. Really? Come to think of it, I do recall pushing myself a bit. Freebanal.com, just do as you wish, King. If anyone stands in our way, then we'll consider that person our enemy. So it doesn't matter whether it's a goblin or an orc, huh? Oh, come to think of it, have you sworn fealty to me? I know it sounds stupid, but if I don't take this opportunity and ask now, then I might never get a second chance. The words I spoke when I lost weren't a lie. Having finished the meat in his hands, Giza stood up. I'll be going now, he said. I need to change the guards keeping watch after all. He called out to the Genra and my goblins, and ordered them to their post. Don't cause them trouble, I told him. He has to order them because I can't order the goblins to go to their post myself. If I order them myself, they won't be able to relax. Remember, King, just do as you want, shrugged Giza as he vanished into the darkness. No words left my lips, but I thanked him nonetheless.